In the year 2624, Eternal was no longer just a game. It had become reality. Monsters roamed freely. Magical disasters struck without warning. And humanity's only chance of survival was to awaken a class, level up, and fight back. Strength wasn't a luxury anymore. It was the only thing keeping people alive. Among the countless hopefuls preparing for their awakening was Zhou Yi, an ordinary young man, at least for now. But fate had something far greater in store for him. When the time came, he would awaken an S+ rank talent, protection of the Sacred Angel, granting him the hidden class Sacred Knight. This class came with blessings so powerful, weapon blessing, angel blessing, and honor blessing, that his mere presence could distort space itself. The story begins at Lijiang's Second City Academy, where the class awakening ceremony was in full swing. Students stood in disciplined rows, their faces a mixture of excitement and anxiety. Presiding over the event was Headmaster Luo Heng, his voice steady and commanding as he addressed the gathered students. "This ceremony will determine your future," he stated gravely. "Choose wisely." The crowd murmured. The stakes were high. Some students dreamed of becoming berserkers, tearing through monsters like forces of nature. Others aimed for strategic roles like summoners or engineers, though these paths required immense resources, something not everyone had. A few preferred safer, support-based classes, avoiding direct combat altogether. Decades ago, Eternal was just a game, a virtual escape where players thrilled at defeating monsters. Then one day, the world changed. The surface expanded thousands of times over, and monsters, secret realms, and otherworldly beings materialized. The line between game and reality vanished, forcing humanity to adapt. Now, leveling up wasn't a choice. It was survival. Among the students stood Zhou Yi, his expression unreadable. Unlike the others, this wasn't about dreams or glory. It was about survival. A transmigrator who had arrived in this world a year ago, his life had been nothing but hardship. His mother passed away soon after, and his younger sister, Zhou Yun, fell victim to a mysterious illness no ordinary priest could cure. He had sold everything, their home, their belongings, just to scrape together enough for temporary treatments from low-level priests. But it wasn't enough. Her condition was worsening. Without a miracle, he would lose the only family he had left. As the ceremony continued, Zhou Yi clenched his fists. This awakening wasn't just a chance. It was his only hope. For Zhou Yi, the stakes couldn't be higher. Awakening a combat class wasn't just about prestige. It was his only shot at securing enough power and resources to venture into secret realms, slay monsters, and earn enough money to find a high-level priest who could save his sister, Zhou Yun. As Headmaster Luo Heng wrapped up his speech, a level 24 mage stepped forward, his presence commanding the room. "The class awakening ceremony is about to begin," he announced. "When your name is called, step into the magic formation one at a time." With a flick of his wand, the formation activated. A massive purple magic circle spread across the floor, pulsing with overwhelming energy. The sheer force sent gusts of wind spiraling through the hall, forcing students to brace themselves. A single thought crossed everyone's mind. A level 24 mage is terrifying. Zhou Yi, despite his nerves, had a different take. "If this gig pays 6 figures, maybe I picked the wrong career path." As the wind settled, homeroom teacher Li Xiangyang stepped forward and called the first student. "Zheng Cheng, step into the formation." All eyes locked onto the trembling student as he walked forward. This was the moment, one that would define their futures. Zhou Yi clenched his fists, his mind laser-focused. Everything, his survival, his sister's life, depended on the class he awakened. The world offered over 1,000 possible classes, yet most fell into 3 categories. Combat classes, the most revered, granting strength for battle. Life-type classes, practical but low status like pharmacists. Support classes, valuable, yet dependent on stronger allies. Nearly half of all students awakened combat classes, with enchanters being among the most coveted. But luck was fickle. Some walked away with legendary potential, while others were left with bitter disappointment. As Zheng Cheng entered the formation, 3 glowing cards materialized before him. Each displayed a potential class: pharmacist, enchanter, decomposer. The students held their breath as the cards shimmered and shifted, reacting to his traits. Tension filled the room. For some, this ceremony would mark the start of greatness. For others, it would shatter their dreams. Finally, it was Zhou Yi's turn. "Number 30, step forward." The room buzzed with excitement as Zhou Yi made his way to the magic formation. His classmates erupted into cheers. After all, he was their class representative. With top-tier academic scores and impressive stats, many believed he was destined for a powerful class. But everyone knew the truth. Class awakening wasn't about grades. It was about fate. A smug voice cut through the crowd. "How's your class doing, Li Xiangyang?" It was Tang Tianjun, the homeroom teacher of the 6th class, practically oozing superiority. Li Xiangyang sighed. 16 combat awakenings so far. Tang Tianjun smirked. 21 of mine, including a rare class. Looks like we're taking the lead in the yearly rankings. Li Xiangyang's jaw tightened. This guy again. Before he could respond, Tang Tianjun pointed toward the motionless Zhou Yi. What's wrong with your golden boy? Stage fright? Eyes turned to Zhou Yi. He stood just outside the formation, unmoving, his face unreadable. The crowd buzzed with murmurs. Was he hesitating? Was he scared? Then something strange happened. The silver necklace around his neck began to glow. Faint at first, then brighter and brighter. Zhou Yi's eyes snapped open as the golden light enveloped him. The air crackled with energy, sending a pulse through the room. Suddenly, a system interface materialized before him. System energy detected. System activating. Loading complete. Strongest class support system activated. Rookie starter gift. S+ grade talent. Protection of the sacred angel. Zhou Yi blinked. Wait, what? He rubbed his eyes, half expecting the screen to vanish. But it remained, glowing and real. His mind reeled. A system? In real life. His gaze dropped to the necklace. That cheap trinket. The one he had randomly bought from a street stall in his past life. He had tested it 100 times, but it never did anything. When he transmigrated, it came with him, forgotten at the bottom of his belongings. And now, it had just changed his fate. The system notifications detailed his newfound power. Talent. Protection of the sacred angel. S+ grade. Effect. Immense affinity with divine and light-based abilities, drastically amplifying all related skills. In this world, talents were graded from F to S. Anything above S was practically legendary. In Zhou, he had just awakened an S+ grade talent. His heart pounded. This would change everything. Here's a refined version of your script with improved pacing, tension, and engagement. The awakening that shook the academy. Outside the formation, Zhou Yi's prolonged stillness sent a ripple of unease through the crowd. His classmates exchanged nervous whispers. Why isn't he moving? Did he fail to awaken a class? That's impossible. Nobody has failed in centuries. Even Li Xiangyang, his homeroom teacher, was starting to frown. Zhou Yi had always been reliable, so what was happening? Just as speculation reached its peak, the sky above the academy twisted and cracked. A deafening boom split the air. Golden light erupted from the heavens, piercing through the clouds and slamming directly onto Zhou Yi. The entire ceremony fell into stunned silence. The sheer force of the divine energy weighed heavily on the air, suffocating even the most powerful mages in the crowd. The headmaster's voice finally broke through the tension. This isn't just a class awakening. This is a talent awakening phenomenon. The level 24 mage beside him, usually composed, paled in shock. No, this is something far beyond that. From within the golden light, a celestial figure emerged. Her form radiated ethereal brilliance, her blindfolded eyes glowing beneath golden strands of hair. Divine energy pulsed from her presence, so overwhelming that even seasoned warriors found themselves trembling. The students barely dared to breathe. The angel descended gracefully before Zhou Yi, her radiant wings shimmering. She regarded him silently before speaking, her voice soft yet filled with divine authority. The light is your belief, the source of your strength. Under its radiance, you shall be shielded, and all evil shall be burned away. Then, with a gentle smile, she stepped forward into Zhou Yi. The moment she merged with him, golden energy erupted outward, surging through Zhou Yi's entire being. A brilliant symbol flared to life on his forehead, his eyes glowing with divine power. Zhou Yi screamed, his body convulsing as unimaginable energy coursed through him. Power beyond human comprehension flooded every fiber of his being, reshaping him in ways he couldn't yet understand. The entire academy watched, breathless. Nobody had ever seen an awakening like this. And then, as the golden storm settled, something even more shocking happened. Before Zhou Yi, 3 glowing emblems manifested in the air. Each one radiated immense power, symbolizing a potential class of unparalleled strength. The students erupted into chaos. This is insane. He's choosing from 3? I've never heard of protection of the sacred angel. What kind of class does that even give? This is beyond luck. This is fate. One brave student turned to Li Xiangyang, their usually composed homeroom teacher, and asked, Master Li, what do these emblems mean? Li Xiangyang, who had remained silent until now, swallowed hard, because even he wasn't sure anymore. At first, Li Xiangyang hesitated, his gaze locked on the 3 glowing emblems. Even among the faculty, such an awakening was practically unheard of. When the students pressed him for answers, he finally spoke, his tone grave. These aren't just ordinary classes. They're hidden classes, incredibly rare ones. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Inside the magic circle, Zhou studied the three emblems before him. Each represented a potential path, each with its own risks and rewards. Small Blue Diamond Mage of Light, a pure DPS class, specializing in devastating ranged attacks but fragile defenses. A glass cannon, powerful, but easy prey in a world swarming with monsters. Small Blue Diamond Sacred Priest, a support class with life-saving and resurrection abilities. Invaluable in teams, but weak in solo combat. Priest relied on others for survival. Small Blue Diamond Saint Knight, a hybrid class blending offense, defense, and buffs. While it lacked a clear specialty, its adaptability made it self-sufficient and reliable. Zhou didn't hesitate. Saint Knight was the perfect balance. With his newly awakened divine talent, he needed a class that could maximize his combat potential without sacrificing survivability. The moment he made his choice, the other two emblems vanished in a golden light, leaving only the Saint Knight behind. A towering figure clad in radiant armor emerged from the emblem, gripping a massive warhammer. The knight's deep, resonant voice echoed like an ancient oath of valor. Humility, honesty, bravery, empathy, responsibility, to commit acts of glory, to pursue justice, and to sacrifice for a cause greater than oneself. This is the vow of a Saint Knight. For a moment, the knight stood motionless. Then, with a mighty flare of divine energy, golden wings unfurled from his back. As radiant power surged into Zhou, a system notification appeared before his eyes. Party Popper, congratulations. You have awakened the Saint Knight class. Small Blue Diamond level 10 skills unlocked. Blade of pure white cross swords, a sacred strike infused with divine energy. Slow regeneration sparkles, gradually restores health over time. Weapon Blessing Fire, enhances equipped weapons with holy power. Plus 10 unassigned stat points received. The golden light faded, and the ceremony hall was left in stunned silence. Then, chaos erupted. Students swarmed around Zhou, their excitement spilling over like an overflowing cup. Class rep, that was insane. Can we team up for the final exam? I'm a summoner. We'd be unstoppable. Forget them. I'm a mage. Our synergy would be broken tier. The enthusiasm was so overwhelming that Li Xiangyang had to intervene, clapping his hands to disperse the eager crowd. He turned to Zhou, his eyes gleaming with pride and ambition. Zhou, excellent work. You done well. He paused, then added with a knowing smile. Go home and rest. Report to Headmaster Wang Hui's office tomorrow. Zhou nodded, his heart still racing. This was only the beginning. Despite Li Xiangyang's encouraging words, Zhou couldn't ignore the greedy glint in his teacher's eyes. Teacher, your expression right now is downright terrifying. Zhou thought, suppressing a sigh. Still, he nodded politely and turned to leave. His path as a Saint Knight had only just begun. Back home, Zhou wasted no time. He opened his system interface, eager to assess his new stats. Scroll character status. Name, Zhou. Strength, 20. Constitution, 18. Agility, 17. Intelligence, 15. Class, Saint Knight. His awakening had boosted his base stats significantly, and he still had 10 unassigned stat points to distribute. After careful thought, he opted for a balanced build. Heavy checkmark plus 6 strength to maximize his combat power. Heavy checkmark plus 2 constitution for better durability. Heavy checkmark plus 1 agility and plus 1 intelligence to round out his abilities. As the points were applied, his body emitted a faint golden glow, wisps of steam-like energy rising from his skin. I can feel energy boiling inside me. So this is what stat points do? Incredible! Before he could revel in the sensation for too long, a new system notification appeared. Scroll, Saint Knight mission activated. Small Blue Diamond daily mission. Saint Knight's challenge, level 1. Money bag rewards, choose 2. Keycap 1 plus, 10 extra stat points. Keycap 2, Saint Knight skills. Keycap 3, random Saint Knight equipment. Accept, refuse. Zhou eyes sparkled at the insane rewards. Extra stat points? Skills? Equipment? There was no hesitation. He slammed accept. Scroll, mission adjusting to power level. Scroll, trial initiated. Scroll, defeat the ancient Rabbi monster. Warning, treat this trial seriously. Death in the trial means death in real life. Before Zhou could process the warning, his surroundings warped, and he suddenly found himself inside a mine. His academy lessons kicked in. Ancient Rabbi monsters. They live in mines. Normally docile, but when they sense humans, they turn into bloodthirsty beasts. A low growl echoed from the darkness. Zhou instincts flared. Something was coming. Fast. Boom! A hulking Rabbi monster burst from the shadows, its claws gleaming as it lunged straight for him. Zhou Yi barely dodged, feeling the wind from its massive swipe as its claws slammed into the rocky ground, cracking it on impact. Landing a few feet away, Zhou Yi steadied himself, heart pounding. My first real fight. Let's see if I can handle this without relying on skills. His Saint Knight trial had begun. The rabby monster roared, its blood-red eyes filled with rage as it charged again. This time, Zhou Yi didn't retreat. Instead, he met it head-on, pivoting on his heel and driving a powerful kick straight into its skull. Bam! The beast tumbled backward, crashing onto the rocky ground with a pained shriek. Zhou Yi took a step back, flexing his fingers. My body feels incredible. Faster, stronger. That stat boost really worked wonders. The rabby monster snarled, shaking off the impact and preparing to lunge again. But now, Zhou Yi was ready. The battle escalated. Zhou Yi delivered blow after blow, but the beast refused to go down. Frustrated, it attacked with reckless fury, its swipes becoming a wild frenzy. Zhou Yi easily dodged each one, smirking. Too slow. I can see your moves coming from a mile away, he taunted. Then, a fatal mistake. The monster's tail whipped around, catching Zhou Yi completely off guard. Wham! The force slammed into his stomach, knocking the wind out of him. Pain flared in his side as blood seeped from the wound. Zhou Yi staggered, gritting his teeth. Cockiness had cost him. Scroll. Slow regeneration activated. Level 1. Restores a certain amount of HP for up to 2 teammates within range over 30 seconds. A soft golden glow enveloped him as the wound began to heal. I underestimated it. Zhou Yi clenched his fists. Training at the academy is one thing, but in the real world, even a low-grade monster can kill you if you let your guard down. Determined, Zhou Yi switched tactics. His hand tightened around his blade as he activated his first skill. Blade of Pure White. Level 1. Unleashes a cross-shaped slash infused with light magic. Enemies hit are briefly frozen. Slash. A brilliant arc of light cut through the monster, freezing it in place. Zhou Yi didn't waste the opening. Tiger Pounce. Level 4. Dash forward, grab the enemy, and slam them into the ground, dealing multiple instances of damage. He lunged, grabbing the stunned beast before it could break free. With a mighty roar, he dashed forward, dragging the monster with him before slamming it into the ground with bone-crushing force. Boom! The monster howled as Zhou Yi unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, each one accompanied by a system notification. His fists glowed golden, his armor shimmering with divine energy. With one final, devastating punch, he sent the monster crashing down, this time for good. The rabby monster collapsed, its body dissolving into golden particles. Zhou Yi stood victorious. As Zhou Yi caught his breath, a system notification appeared before him. Scroll trial complete. Score. Wrapped gift, choose your rewards. Keycap 1 plus 10 extra stat points. Keycap 2 Saint Knight skills. Keycap 3 random Saint Knight equipment. Zhou Yi paused to think. Stat points were crucial for strengthening his foundation, while new skills could be unlocked later. But a weapon? That was tempting. The system's equipment was leagues beyond anything he could afford. After a moment's deliberation, he selected stat points and random equipment. With a flash of golden light, a one-handed sword materialized in his hand. It wasn't flashy, but it was sturdy, well-balanced, and perfect for a Saint Knight. A reliable weapon for future battles. Satisfied, Zhou Yi ended the trial. In an instant, the world blurred, and the next thing he knew, he was back in his room. His phone buzzed. Mobile phone reminder. Visit the hospital. His expression hardened. Time to check on Zhou Yun. At the hospital, Zhou Yun was watching the news when he arrived. On the screen, a news anchor's excited voice filled the room. Television breaking news. Today, a student triggered the phenomenon of a sacred angel descending during their class awakening. Reports confirmed that the student awakened the hidden class, Saint Knight, the first recorded instance in this city in 50 years. Zhou Yun's eyes sparkled with admiration. A Saint Knight? That's incredible, she murmured, unaware that her own brother was the one making headlines. But before she could process the information, a nurse walked in and switched off the TV. Her expression was cold. She handed Zhou Yun a piece of paper. Page facing up. Medical bill. 10,000 zan due. Her tone was sharp. Time for your payment. 10,000 zan. Zhou Yun's face paled. 10,000? That can't be right, she stammered. Even with Zhou Yi working 3 part-time jobs, their combined income barely reached 5,000 zan a month. Is there a mistake? She asked, her voice unsteady. The nurse's gaze hardened. Mistake, she scoffed. You used expensive medicines, suppressants, stabilizers, and even called a priest. Your condition flared up 3 times this month, forcing nurses to tend to you at midnight. She crossed her arms, her tone growing harsh. For someone in your state, Questioning the bill is unsightly. If you have a problem, go check it yourself. This is a hospital, not a charity. Zhou Yun, flustered, tried to explain. I didn't mean it that way. You're misunderstanding me. But the nurse cut her off. Don't act rich when you're not. Poor people should know their place. If you can't pay, don't bother coming back. The words hit like a dagger. Zhou Yun clutched the bill, her fingers trembling. She wanted to cry, but she refused to show weakness. And just then, the hospital door swung open. Zhou, he had arrived, and he had heard everything. Before Zhou Yun could respond, a firm hand landed on the nurse's shoulder. A calm, but commanding voice followed. I couldn't help but overhear. It seems you enjoy insulting patients. Let's see if you're as sharp-tongued in the director's office. The nurse stiffened, turning to face the newcomer. Her expression faltered when she saw the man, but she quickly regained her composure, muttering a final warning before storming out. Remember, the payment is still due today. Zhou Yun, still shaken, looked at the two strangers in her room. Who are you? She asked cautiously. One of the men stepped forward, producing a sleek card with a polite bow. You must be Zhou Yun. I'm a friend of your brother, Zhou Yi. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi hurried into the hospital, gripping the latest medical bill in his hand. He burst into the room, exasperated. Zhou Yun, I just want to pay the bill, and the system says there's still a 10,000 yuan balance. What's going on? Zhou Yun's face lit up at the sight of her brother, her earlier anxiety momentarily forgotten. Brother, these men came to see you. She gestured toward the two strangers, who were now chatting casually. Zhou Yi's gaze locked onto them, confusion flashing across his face. One of the men stood and approached him, his demeanor composed and refined. Mr. Zhou Yi, it's a pleasure to meet you. He extended a hand. My name is Zhao Wenbing, the mayor's secretary. I'd like to discuss a few matters with you. Zhou Yi's brows furrowed. The mayor's secretary? Why would someone of his status want to speak with me? But he quickly adjusted his expression and shook Zhao Wenbing's hand. This isn't the best place for a conversation. Let's talk elsewhere. Zhao Wenbing nodded. Of course. Turning to his companion, he instructed, stay here and keep Miss Zhou Yun company. I'll return shortly. The man nodded immediately. Yes, sir. Zhou Yun, still unaware of her brother's awakening, continued chatting with their unexpected guest, completely missing the connection between the news she had seen earlier and her own brother. Zhou Yi and Zhao Wenbing entered a nearby cafe where a lively atmosphere buzzed around them. At one table, a group of young people was excitedly discussing the biggest news of the day, the sacred angel awakening. Zhou Yi sat down, his mind racing. Just what does the mayor's office want from me? Did you see the report? Someone awakened a hidden class at the Second Academy, a girl exclaimed, eyes wide with excitement. Her friends leaned in eagerly. Who was it? Grinning, she pulled out her phone and flashed a leaked photo. His name's Zhou Yi. In bonus, he's pretty handsome. A short distance away, oblivious to the whispers circulating about him, Zhou Yi sat across from Zhao Wenbing. The secretary wasted no time. First of all, congratulations, Mr. Zhou Yi, he said smoothly. Awakening an S-grade talent, protection of the sacred angel, and achieving the hidden class Saint Knight is nothing short of extraordinary. Zhou Yi offered a modest smile. I was just lucky. Zhao Wenbing chuckled. Luck alone doesn't earn an S-grade talent during a routine class awakening, Mr. Zhou Yi. With that, he placed a small yet significant object on the table. A key, marked with the insignia of the Citibank vault. The mayor has taken a keen interest in your potential, Zhao Wenbing continued. To ensure your full focus and privacy, the media has been instructed to leave you alone. Additionally, this vault contains an exclusive stock of cultivation resources designed to help you grow stronger at an accelerated rate. These resources will be invaluable for your upcoming exams. He gestured toward the key. These are for you, and if you need anything else, don't hesitate to ask. Zhou Yi stared at the key, mind racing. The mayor wasn't just giving him a gift. This was an investment, and investments always came with expectations. Before he could respond, Zhao Wenbing delivered the final incentive. From today, a professional medical team will be assigned to care for Miss Zhou Yun around the clock. Furthermore, a level 36 second-grade priest has been dispatched to lead Jiang City to heal her. That sealed the deal. Strength and resources were one thing, but securing his sister's well-being? That was priceless. Zhou Yi picked up the key without hesitation. I accept. Zhao Wenbing smiled approvingly. Welcome aboard. This is just the beginning. With your talent, many more doors will open. Zhou Yi nodded, fully aware that the sword wasn't just a gift. It was a symbol of his potential and a way to aid his sister's recovery. At the hospital, he shared the news with Zhou Yun, whose face lit up with excitement. Bro, you're going to be a big deal soon. Can I stick to you like your personal accessory? She teased, grinning mischievously. Zhou Yi laughed and gently pushed her away. Quit it. Focus on getting better instead of spouting nonsense. Unfazed, Zhou Yun clung to his arm, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Come on, bro. Every class has special skills, right? What's yours? Spill it. Her playful persistence made Zhou pause as he thought about the unique abilities tied to his Saint Knight class. Blade of Pure White for devastating strikes. Slow Recovery for healing. Weapon Blessing for supportive enhancements. He glanced at Zhou Yun's frail frame and decided to test Slow Recovery. Activating the skill, a gentle golden glow enveloped his hand as he channeled the energy toward her. Zhou Yun closed her eyes, a contented smile spreading across her face. This feels amazing, she sighed. It's like soaking in a heavenly hot spring. The energy visibly eased her discomfort. When Zhou asked how she felt, she beamed, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. It's incredible. No pain, and my body feels so much lighter. It's like I've just had the best recharge ever. Seeing her vibrant expression filled Zhou with pride and a sense of purpose. The Saint Knight class wasn't just a strategic choice for him. It was a way to bring relief and joy to his sister's life. While his skills couldn't cure her illness entirely, they could offer her moments of peace, and that was enough for now. The next day, Zhou walked alongside his headmaster, Luo Heng, through the academy corridors. Luo Heng, brimming with excitement, shared some surprising news. "A dozen universities called me yesterday to recruit you," he said with a laugh. "They practically bombarded my phone. Even 4 professors from the top 10 universities reached out. You got a golden ticket, kid." Luo Heng clapped Zhou on the shoulder. "These teachers are no joke. Secondary Awakened class holders, all above level 35. If you impress them, you'll get access to the finest resources and training. Don't let this opportunity slip." Zhou smiled to himself, the weight of responsibility settling on his shoulders. His journey wasn't just about personal growth anymore. It was about securing a better future for himself and his sister. Intrigued, Zhou asked, "Which universities are after me?" Luo Heng smirked. "Rongyang University, Chuan-Nan University, Hansheng University, and Anji University." Zhou raised an eyebrow. "And the top 3? They only recruit based on exam scores," Luo Heng explained. "No special admissions, no exceptions. Even if you have a hidden class, they won't care." As they walked toward the meeting room, the sound of an argument echoed from inside. "Old Xia, Chuan District is 4,000 kilometers from Lijiang City. Did you fly a fighter jet here?" one voice complained. "Fighter jet? Huh. I used a super long-distance teleportation array," another retorted. "Burned through a level 30 magic core per use. But who cares? A genius like Zhou is worth it. Chuan-Nan University will take him. Our offer will crush the rest of you." Zhou glanced at Luo Heng. "Are all university recruiters this intense?" Luo Heng chuckled. "You'll see." He pushed open the door. "Gentlemen and lady, Zhou has arrived." The 4 teachers turned to him, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Luo Heng introduced them one by one. "This is Zhou Tianfu from Rongyang University, Li Bing from Chuan-Nan University, Zhu Yuan from Hanqing University, and Mr. Yuan from Anji University." Zhou gave a respectful bow. "Nice to meet you all." The teachers exchanged approving nods. Despite his rare class, the kid wasn't arrogant, definitely a good sign. Zhou Tianfu stepped forward first. "Let's get straight to business. Rongyang University offers 2 million yuan upon admission and an exclusive skill book with techniques for all 3 Saint Knight paths." Zhou Yi's mind raced. 2 million yuan up front? That was an astronomical sum. A regular family barely made 6,000 yuan a month. Even the mayor didn't have this kind of budget for a single recruit. Before he could respond, Li Bing from Chuan-Nan University let out a chuckle. "That's cute. Chuan-Nan University offers 3 million yuan upon admission, 3 exclusive Saint Knight skill books per year." And he paused for dramatic effect, personal mentorship from a level 56 tertiary Awakened Knight. The room went dead silent. Zhou blinked. Level 56? That was near the planetary peak. A mentor like that could fast-track his growth to an unimaginable level. Before he could recover from the shock, Zhu Yuan from Hanqing University made her move. "Hanqing University doesn't throw around cash like Chuan-Nan, but we offer 2 million yuan, and more importantly, a B-class cultivation resource as soon as you enroll." The mention of a B-class cultivation resource made Luo Heng nearly jump out of his seat. His eyes widened as he grabbed Zhou Yi's shoulder. "Say yes. Do you have any idea how rare a B-class resource is? Even a pig could turn into a legendary beast with one." The tension in the room thickened. The teachers eagerly awaited Zhou Yi's response, expecting him to take the deal of a lifetime. But to everyone's shock, Zhou Yi simply shook his head. "I refuse." Luo Heng's jaw hit the floor. "What?" Zhu Yu blinked, struggling to process what she'd just heard. "Are you insane? Why would you turn this down?" Zhou Yi remained calm. "I plan to apply to the top 3 universities, Sukong, Qingjing, or Modi University. They're the best in the country, accepting only 1,000 students per year from every race. Elves, giants, you name it. Competing against naturally stronger races makes getting in nearly impossible. But that's exactly why I want to go. For a moment, silence filled the room. Then, Zhou Tianfu from Rongyang University let out a sharp laugh. You? The top 3 universities? His voice dripped with mockery. I thought you had some sense, but you're just an arrogant fool. His expression turned cold. I've read your file. You've already lost too much time. Your stats are mediocre, your foundation is weak, and you have 0 elite training. You don't have what it takes to compete with the best. Even if you somehow get in, you'll be nothing but cannon fodder. As he spoke, a crushing aura erupted from him, pressing down on Zhou Yi like a tidal wave. If this had happened a day earlier, Zhou Yi would have collapsed instantly. But thanks to his recent training, he gritted his teeth and stood his ground, barely. Luo Heng's eyes darkened. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and released his own counter-aura, colliding with Zhou Tianfu's pressure. The air crackled with tension as their forces clashed. What's the meaning of this? Zhou Tianfu. Luo Heng's voice was laced with anger. You think you can bully my student on academy grounds? From the side, Zhi watched with interest. Zhou, he wasn't just enduring the pressure. He was adapting to it. There's something special about this kid, she thought, a smirk playing on her lips. Zhou Tianfu finally withdrew his aura, scoffing as he turned to leave. The other teachers followed, muttering their frustrations. Recruitment isn't just about potential, it's about attitude, Zhou Tianfu sneered. With that kind of arrogance, he'll never amount to anything. He cast one last glance at Luo Heng. No need to waste more time here. Until next time, Headmaster Luo. As the teachers exited, Zhiyu paused in front of Zhou Yi. You've got guts, she admitted. But Zhou Tianfu wasn't entirely wrong. This country is filled with monsters, and many races have natural advantages over humans. Getting into the top 3 universities? That's as hard as reaching the heavens. She gave him a small smirk. Still good luck. Once the room emptied, Luo Heng let out a long sigh. Zhou Yi, you've chosen the hardest road possible, he said, shaking his head. I just hope you can prove them wrong. Zhou Yi's eyes burned with determination. I will. Luo Heng studied his student's expression. No hesitation, no doubt, only sheer conviction. Zhou, he let out a confident chuckle. I'll make it through the exams. Just watch. With 1 month left, he knew exactly what he had to do. Push his strength to terrifying levels. With his system, failure wasn't an option. What do you think? Can Zhou Yi break into the top 3 universities? Drop your predictions in the comments. The exam day had finally arrived. The atmosphere was thick with tension as students gathered outside a massive portal gate, their entrance to the secret realm. But the real fear wasn't just the test. It was the examiner, Demon Yang. The moment his name was announced, students broke into frantic whispers. Demon Yang? The guy who wrote those nightmare-level questions 2 years ago. Our district's average score hit an all-time low that year. If he's in charge, we're doomed. The panic spread like wildfire. But in the midst of it all, one name kept popping up in hushed conversations. Zhou Yi. Did you hear? Zhou Yi rejected special admissions from the top 10 universities, a student whispered. Yeah, because he thinks he can make it into the top 3, another scoffed. Arrogant much? Even the top geniuses wouldn't aim that high. He's just showing off because of his hidden class. Watch, he's gonna crash and burn. If someone offered me millions and a guaranteed spot, I'd have taken it in a heartbeat. What a waste. But the murmurs stopped abruptly when Zhou Yi stepped into view. A golden aura radiated from his body. The change was impossible to ignore. His very presence sent a ripple of unease through the crowd. Is it just me, or does he seem different? Someone muttered. He looks strong. Zhou Yi paid no attention to the whispers. His focus was razor-sharp as he approached the portal gate. This wasn't just an exam. It was a stepping stone to the top 3 universities. A holographic map flickered to life, displaying the terrain for this year's test. A perilous zone teeming with deadly creatures. The descriptions alone sent shivers down the students' spines. Cat monsters, lightning fast, masters of ambush. Minotaurs, towering beasts with armor-thick skin and a taste for human flesh. Will there be swamp terrain too? One student asked nervously. This difficulty? Demon Yang doesn't want us to survive. The max party size is 5 this year, not 3 like before, another realized. That means this map is even harder than previous exams. A teacher stepped forward, his voice firm. Remember, survival comes first. If you're in danger, use your return scroll immediately. Dying in the secret realm means dying for real. Stay sharp, and don't be reckless. Failing is better than losing your life. The weight of his words hung heavy in the air. 30 seconds, the teacher shouted. Nervous energy crackled among the students. Some clenched their fists, their expressions hardened with determination. Others swallowed their fear, sweat beading on their foreheads. Then, 0. In flashes of blue light, one by one, the students vanished, teleported into the secret realm. Some left with cocky grins. Others disappeared with fear frozen on their faces. But regardless of their emotions, only one thing mattered now: survival. Within moments, the portal gate stood empty. The only ones left were a few teachers and spectators, all waiting anxiously to see who would emerge victorious and who wouldn't return at all. Outside the secret realm portal, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement and tension as the crowd focused on massive screens displaying the participants' live progress. Each screen highlighted a contestant's name, stats, and role, sparking animated whispers among the onlookers. The first screen showcased Sun Chong, a warrior from Class 1, tackling hard difficulty solo. Next came Mo Ching, an assassin from the same class, also braving hard difficulty alone. The third screen featured a trio from Class 1, Long Fei, Kong Su, and Sun Jian, representing an elemental mage, gunsman, and swordsman. Their team had also opted for hard difficulty. On the fourth screen, a Class 2 squad appeared: Zhang Wei, archer; Wu Meng Li, fire mage; Zhao Tianhong, swordsman; and Younger Lang, potion master. They too faced hard mode together. But it was the fifth screen that made the crowd erupt. The name Zhou Yi flashed across, accompanied by his title, Saint Knight. Nightmare difficulty? And he's going in solo? Gasped a student, breaking the tension. Is he insane? Nightmare maps are death traps, especially for solo players. He's after the high experience points and top-tier marks, another chimed in. But even seniors steer clear of nightmare mode unless they're gods. On screen, Zhou Yi's stats glowed in gold, stark against the haunting backdrop of the nightmare-level terrain. Shadows swirled as red eyes of monstrous enemies gleamed menacingly. The camera panned to the audience, zooming in on the visibly tense headmaster Luo and education director Zhang Tao. Director Zhang Tao couldn't contain his alarm. That Zhou Yi, a Saint Knight, is a support powerhouse, not a soloist. In nightmare difficulty, the death rate is 40%. Does he have a death wish? Headmaster Luo tried to maintain his composure. Director Zhang calmed down. Zhou Yi doesn't take unnecessary risks. If he chose this path, it means he's prepared. Zhang Tao scoffed, his eyes fixed on the screen. Prepared? The city council invested heavily in him for this event. If he dies, do you understand the backlash? Our academy's reputation and the council's credibility will be shredded. The tension in the air thickened, with the crowd, teachers, and officials glued to Zhou Yi's every move. As the ominous shadows shifted on the screen, one thing was clear. This solo run was about to determine more than just Zhou Yi's grades. It was a gamble with lives, legacies, and the academy's future on the line. Inside the nightmare level map, Zhou Yi stood alone, surrounded by the eerie glow of countless blood-red eyes lurking in the shadows. The oppressive bloodlust pressing against him would have sent most students running. But Zhou Yi remained unfazed. His grip tightened on his weapon, eyes sharp with determination. A sleek, panther-like monster suddenly lunged at him, its razor-sharp claws gleaming under the dim light. Zhou Yi smirked. "You came at the right time," he muttered. In one fluid motion, he swung his weapon, not a sword, as one might expect from a Saint Knight, but a massive two-handed battle axe. The single-blade polearm cleaved through the monster effortlessly, dropping it in an instant. Weapon stats enhancement. Strength, +7. Agility, -2. As he wiped the blood from his face, a golden aura radiated from his body, illuminating the grim battlefield. His stance was unshakable, his purpose clear. "I will become strong enough to get into the best university," he vowed internally. And this is only the beginning. With a quick glance at his stats, Zhou Yi reassessed his progress. Strength, 45. Constitution, 51. Agility, 43. Intelligence, 52. Level 10 in just 1 month, with stats rivaling a level 13. Even across Sukong District, I'd be among the top. Yet, the battlefield was far from empty. The surrounding monsters, having witnessed their comrades' brutal demise, hesitated. Zhou Yi smirked at their fear. "If they won't come to me, I'll go to them." Without warning, he launched forward at full speed. As he closed in, he activated Weapon Blessing, Level 4, Grade C, a signature Saint Knight ability, though his S+ grade talent amplified it beyond its usual limits. Condense Holy Light. Increases the attack power and accuracy of weapons for teammates within range. Except Zhou, he had no teammates. He was his own squad. His axe, previously a 2-star bronze weapon, now surged with divine energy, its power rivaling a 5-star bronze weapon. The battlefield trembled as Zhou Yi unleashed his assault, turning the nightmare realm into his personal proving ground. With brutal efficiency, Zhou Yi sliced through the monsters like a blender on overdrive. Each strike was precise, each movement lethal. Under the effects of his buffs, his strength surged by 21 points, making him an absolute juggernaut compared to the other examinees. Sensing the danger, the remaining monsters regrouped, launching a coordinated assault from all sides. But Zhou Yi didn't flinch. Instead, he activated Blade of Pure White, level 5, grade C. A surge of crackling light energy enveloped him, electric arcs dancing across his body. Then, one massive sweeping slash. A blinding wave of holy light tore through the monsters, reducing them to nothing in an instant. System notifications flooded in. XP gained. XP gained. Skill level up. Blade of Pure White is now level 5, Zhou Yi noted. With the protection of Sacred Angel buff, this skill is practically an instant kill against weaklings. The battle continued, but Zhou Yi didn't just rely on his axe. He mixed in hand-to-hand combat, fluidly transitioning between styles. A knee to the gut, a reverse grip slash, a spinning counter. His mastery over combat was as effortless as breathing. The audience watched, jaws practically on the floor. Holy, did you see that? That timing was perfect. He's cutting through those things like a hot knife through butter. One student stared at the screen, dumbfounded. That axe, I've seen those at trade centers. They're ridiculously heavy. How is he swinging it like a toy? Did he dump all his free points into strength? A teacher, Li Xiangyang, overheard and shook his head. Now look closer. His speed exceeds the cat monsters, and his magic output is insane. That means his intelligence stat is also high. His strikes are deliberate. He's not just strong, he's a combat prodigy. The tension in the viewing hall reached its peak. Students and teachers alike were glued to the screen. Among them, the Class 5 teacher watched with a mix of awe and concern. Meanwhile, another teacher, Tang Tianjun, scowled. How does a monster like him end up in Class 5? He muttered, barely hiding his envy. Here's your refined and dynamic recap. Seated among the school's elite, Education Director Zhang Tao studied Zhou Yi's battle with a critical eye. His arms were crossed, his gaze sharp. His combat instincts are exceptional, he admitted, but his stamina management is flawed. He's burning too much energy on just the first wave of monsters. On screen, Zhou Yi prepared for the next assault. The forest pulsed with crimson eyes, a fresh horde of monsters encircling him. The tension in the viewing hall thickened. Nightmare difficulty isn't just about tougher enemies, the director continued, addressing the crowd. It's about endurance. Wave after wave wears down even the best challengers. Mages run out of mana. Warriors lose stamina. And that oversized axe of his, it's a double-edged sword. He won't feel it yet, but after swinging it hundreds of times, his arms will fail, leaving him wide open. The murmurs in the audience grew. Will he last? He's fighting alone. What if he collapses midway? Inside the realm, a one-man army. But Zhou, he wasn't worried. With his axe in one hand and lightning crackling in the other, he tore through the monsters like a force of nature. Every swing felled multiple enemies. Every bolt of lightning turned flesh to ash. It wasn't just a fight, it was a massacre. Monster after monster fell, their corpses piled around him, their blood soaking into the earth. And still, Zhou Yi stood tall, unshaken. Then, a portal appeared, a faint glow in the darkness, signaling the transition to the next round. Zhou Yi barely hesitated. He exhaled, steadied his grip, and stepped through. The moment Zhou Yi emerged, they were already waiting. The next batch of monsters stood in formation, their muscles tense, claws ready. No mindless charging, these ones had battle instincts. The audience gasped. These monsters aren't just standing around. They're preparing to fight. But Zhou Yi barely blinked. Lightning surged. His axe gleamed. Then, he moved. The first wave disintegrated in mere minutes. Precision. Power. Devastation. The viewing hall fell into stunned silence. He's a god of death, someone whispered. He's not even sweating, another breathed. Even the doubters, teachers, officials, skeptics, had no words. Zhou, he wasn't just proving himself. He was etching his legend into their minds, one fallen enemy at a time. Popular host KK broadcast the spectacle with boundless energy, narrating every thrilling moment to his massive audience. Ladies and gentlemen, feast your eyes on the hottest match of the season. KK boomed, practically bouncing in front of the camera. Our S-grade talent, the Saint Knight Zhou Yi, is absolutely crushing the nightmare difficulty. The screen lit up with Zhou Yi's highlights. Swift attacks, flawless dodges, and a commanding presence. KK, holding up his phone with the official timer, couldn't contain himself. 3 minutes and 17 seconds. KK shouted, his excitement radiating through the stream. That's 29 seconds faster than last year's record holder. Can you believe it? The cameraman fidgeted nervously. KK, you're about to headbutt the lens? Who cares? The hype is real. KK shot back, igniting the live chat with a storm of fire and clap emojis. Meanwhile, in the exam venue, Zhou Yi's performance had sparked heated discussions among students waiting their turn. He's like a human dynamo, one girl gushed. What kind of constitution stats does he even have? But Director Jean Tao always warns against burning stamina early, another student argued. Maybe Zhou Yi's got a deeper plan we're not seeing yet. Even Li Xiangyang, one of the instructors, couldn't keep a straight face. Though he maintained his stern demeanor, his faint smirk betrayed him. Mr. Li, are you rooting for Zhou Yi? A cheeky student teased. Focus on your own results. Li barked, though the smile tugging at his lips made it clear he was secretly enjoying every moment. Am I that obvious? He wondered, trying to compose himself. Back in the secret realm, Zhou Yi readied himself for the second wave of monsters. His evaluation technique revealed the stats of his next adversaries. 1 Minotaur, O level, 14. O grade, Silver. O skills, Berserk, Wild Rush, War Stomp, Super Body. O roll, a tanky bruiser built for destruction. 2 Light Cat Monster. O level, 12. O grade, Bronze. O skills, Light Type Mastery, Healing Technique. O roll, a speedy healer that could prolong battles. 3 Fire Cat Monster. O level, 13. O grade, Bronze. O skills, Fireball, Fire Surge, Fire Type Mastery. O roll, a fiery glass cannon capable of area damage. 4 Dark Cat Monster. O level, 11. O grade, Bronze. O skills, Curse, Dark Type Mastery. O roll, a sneaky debuffer who could weaken him while strengthening its allies. Zhou Yi analyzed their synergy carefully. Together, the monsters were a well-rounded squad, but to him, they were just another obstacle in his way. A berserker, a healer, a blaster, and a debuffer. Cute lineup, Zhou Yi muttered. Let's see who's still standing after I'm done. With his strategy taking shape, Zhou Yi gripped his blade tighter, stepping into the fray like the protagonist in an epic boss battle. Zhou Yi assessed the battlefield with sharp eyes. This wasn't a mindless horde, it was a well-organized assault team. Warriors charging, healers supporting, mages striking from a distance. This was a coordinated attack, not some random brawl. The first round had been like fighting street thugs. This was facing an elite squad. And with the silver-grade Minotaur leading the charge, the stakes had skyrocketed. Then, the monsters roared in unison, attack signal confirmed. The Minotaur and warrior cats lunged forward with terrifying speed, while fire and dark mages launched their spells. Before Zhou Yi could even take a step, the dark-type monsters hit him with a curse, locking him in place. The audience outside exploded in panic. He's immobilized. This could be the end. Not even Zhou Yi can tank all that damage at once. Some students turned away, unable to watch what looked like an inevitable defeat. Yet, inside the battlefield, Zhou Yi remained eerily calm. As warriors closed in and fireballs rained down, a small smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Not bad teamwork, he mused, but you're still a step too slow. At that moment, a brilliant golden light erupted from Zhou Yi's hands. The entire battlefield ignited. A massive, radiant cross materialized behind him, its divine glow engulfing everything in its path. Cross of the Sacred Light activated. Holy energy surged outward, dealing continuous light elemental fire damage to every enemy in range. The warrior monsters shrieked as their fur burned away. The fire and dark mages staggered, their spells fizzling under the overpowering brilliance. Even the healers, helpless against this relentless divine assault, crumbled to dust. The light was so intense that distant monsters flailed blindly, while those closest vanished on the spot. Within seconds, an army had been reduced to ash. The battlefield fell into absolute silence. The dust settled, revealing only one figure still standing. Zhou Yi. The glowing cross behind him gradually faded, its divine judgment complete. And then there was only the Minotaur, alone, visibly shaking. As it locked eyes with Zhou Yi, the once mighty beast realized an undeniable truth. It had just become the final boss of its own nightmare. Spectators erupted in chaos. Did you see that? Those monsters were wiped out in an instant. One student shouted, eyes wide with disbelief. And they called Saint Knight a support class? Yeah, right. Another added, shaking their head in amazement. Even the education director, who had been dismissive earlier, stood frozen in shock. Watching Zhou Yi's display of power, he muttered, a grade B area of effect skill? And he's already mastered it? Unbelievable. To clarify, skills like Zhou Yi's are ranked from grade F to grade S, with higher grades being exponentially more powerful and rare. Outside the arena, Director Jean Tao's expression darkened as he processed what had just happened. How did Zhou Yi manage to acquire a grade B skill? Jean Tao muttered, brows furrowed. With the resources we allocated, he should have only had access to grade C skills at best. That means he's hiding something. Inside the arena, Zhou Yi stood confidently, his axe resting lightly on his shoulder. His gaze locked onto the final opponent, a towering minotaur, the last monster of the second wave. "Well, looks like it's just you and me now," Joey said, smirking as if the hulking beast was no more than a minor inconvenience. The minotaur bellowed furiously, its massive frame trembling as it activated Berserk and Superior Body, boosting its strength and resistance. Slamming its hooves into the ground, it unleashed a seismic war stomp, splitting the earth beneath them. The shockwave alone was enough to knock most opponents off their feet. But Joey, he dodged it with the ease of someone avoiding a stray puddle. The minotaur wasn't done. With its body glowing from its buffs, it charged with wild rush, the devastating combination of speed and raw power, making it a living battering ram. Its momentum seemed unstoppable. "Nice try," Joey quipped, tightening his grip on his axe. As the minotaur closed in, Joey unleashed an air slash with a single fluid swing. The energy wave struck the monster mid-charge, sending it hurtling backward at twice the speed it had attacked. The crowd gasped audibly as the massive beast crashed into the ground with a deafening thud. Before the minotaur could recover, Joey dashed forward, his weapon glowing with golden energy as he unleashed the blade of pure light. The attack landed directly on the monster, but its enhanced hide barely showed a scratch. Joey frowned, quickly assessing the situation. Its defenses are too strong. Berserk and Superior Body are dampening my damage. I'll need to hit it harder, much harder. Drawing in a deep breath, Joey adjusted his stance, summoning every ounce of strength into a single, decisive swing. His axe cut through the air with devastating force, slamming into the minotaur's side. This time, even the monster's reinforced body couldn't withstand the blow. It collapsed onto the ground, blood dripping from its mouth, its roars fading into pained growls. Joey stood over the fallen beast, his expression calm, but his aura was anything but. The spectators were left in stunned silence. Joey stood over the fallen minotaur, his gaze cold and unyielding. "You're still alive," he muttered, watching as the massive beast trembled, its eyes filled with terror. Sweat poured down its body as if silently begging for mercy. Too bad for the minotaur. Joey wasn't in a merciful mood. Lifting his foot, he pressed down on the creature's skull. A sickening crunch echoed through the arena as the minotaur let out one final, agonized scream before going silent. The moment its body faded into particles of light, a glowing portal appeared, signaling the next stage, the boss fight. Without hesitation, Joey turned toward it and stepped in, completely unfazed. Outside the battlefield, the audience was losing their minds. "Did you see that? He crushed a berserk-boosted minotaur like it was a bug," a student shouted in disbelief. "That thing was 4 meters tall," another added, "and he took it down in less than a minute." Among the crowd, a group of girls couldn't hold back their excitement. "Senior Joey, we love you," they screamed, their voices nearly drowning out the others. The energetic livestream host was practically vibrating with excitement. "Ladies and gentlemen, Joey has cleared the second stage in an astonishing 59 seconds," he roared, his voice electrifying the audience. In the observation room, Education Director Jean Tao, who had once doubted Joey, now looked thoroughly impressed. "Incredible," he muttered. "His timing, his power control, it's almost flawless. And to think he only awakened his class a month ago." Turning to Headmaster Luo, he let out a sigh of reluctant admiration. "Congratulations, Headmaster. It looks like your academy is producing a truly remarkable student." Headmaster Luo chuckled, clearly enjoying the moment. "Well, fortune favors the bold, Director. The second academy's rise begins now." For years, their school's best ranking had been a pathetic 721st in the district. But with Zhou Yi's performance, that was about to change. Principal Wang Hui's face practically glowed with satisfaction as he imagined the school's newfound prestige. Meanwhile, a student watching the live feed frowned in confusion. "Wait, why isn't Senior Zhou Yi taking a break before entering the boss room?" At that moment, the observation room fell silent. Director Jean Tao's eyes narrowed as he turned back to the screen. Just in time to see Zhou Yi walk straight into the boss fight. No rest, no recovery, no hesitation. The director's face darkened. This is reckless. If he loses his advantage because of fatigue, it'll be a disaster. But Headmaster Luo remained calm, a knowing smirk on his lips. "Relax, Director Jean Tao," he said smoothly. "Zhou, you must have a reason. Let's watch and learn." Headmaster Wang Hui's words weren't just blind optimism. They carried real weight. In Sukong District, where talent overflowed and competition was brutal, only the best aimed for the top 100. To stand out, challengers picked solo nightmare difficulty, striving to clear it in record time. Zhou, he wasn't just playing. He was playing to win. Inside the boss chamber, an oppressive aura filled the air as Zhou, he faced his next opponent. A towering behemoth. Its presence alone was enough to shake the battlefield. Its deep, guttural voice echoed through the chamber. "Humans," the Minotaur King roared. "How dare you trespass into my domain?" Zhou Yi didn't flinch. Calmly, he activated evaluation technique to gauge his opponent. Minotaur King, level 16, gray gold. Unfortunately, the level gap was too great, blocking him from seeing the rest of its abilities. The Minotaur King, sensing Zhou Yi's attempt to analyze it, wasn't about to stand still. "You dare analyze me?" The beast bellowed before charging forward, its sheer power distorting the air itself. The ground cracked under its immense weight, turning the once majestic hall into a crumbling war zone. Zhou Yi remained composed, instantly activating his arsenal of buffs. Blessing of Dawn, Gift of Courage, Gift of God, Gift of Protection. A radiant aura enveloped him, enhancing his strength, defense, and resilience. In that moment, he wasn't just a warrior. He was the embodiment of a Saint Knight. The Minotaur King snarled, eyes glowing blood red with fury. "Little cow, I'm right here." Zhou Yi taunted, smirking. Enraged, the Minotaur King lunged, aiming to crush him. Zhou Yi met its charge head-on, his axe swinging with devastating force. The Minotaur King blocked it with one hand. Zhou Yi gritted his teeth. Even with 4 buffs, his axe barely left a dent in the monster's thick hide. Each strike felt like swinging against an unbreakable wall. Damn, even with everything activated, I'm barely scratching him. Despite his relentless assault, exhaustion crept in. The buff form of a Saint Knight was powerful, but it came at a cost, draining stamina at an alarming rate. Then, a tiny scratch appeared on the Minotaur King's palm. The beast howled in rage, its fury igniting like wildfire. "Insolent worm, die!" Lifting its colossal weapon, the Minotaur King swung down with bone-crushing force. The sheer impact split the ground apart, sending a shockwave of dust and debris into the air. Zhou Yi dodged, just barely. If that had landed, he wouldn't be standing. But there was no time to think, he had to strike back. The battlefield lay in tatters, the Minotaur King's every move carving destruction into the arena. Zhou Yi was on the defensive, dodging and weaving with calculated precision, though each swing of the beast's weapon drove him further back. Then, without warning, the Minotaur King barreled forward with terrifying speed. Zhou Yi, caught mid-step, couldn't evade in time. The massive weapon struck him square in the gut, launching him like a ragdoll. His trajectory smashed through multiple stone pillars before he collided with a wall, the arena trembling under the impact. Zhou Yi staggered to his feet, coughing but alive. "Thank you, Saint Armor," he muttered, glancing at the glowing sigils protecting his body. Without it, he'd be looking at a ribcage resembling crushed cornflakes. But he wasn't worried. This was part of the plan. A grim smile tugged at his lips. "All right, my turn." With a flick of his hand, Zhou Yi activated his skill. Spear of Victory, level 3, grade C. Above the arena, spears of radiant energy materialized, shimmering with divine power. The Minotaur King glanced up, its eyes narrowing at the incoming assault. "Zhou Yi shouted, time for a light show," as the spears rained down in a barrage of golden destruction. But the beast wasn't easy prey. Swinging its colossal weapon, it deflected each spear with precision, the explosions of divine light reflecting off its thick hide. Zhou Yi observed intently, his mind working at full speed. None of the attacks landed, not a single one. The Minotaur King wasn't just raw power, it had skill to back it up. "Great. It's like I'm in a boss fight without the cheat codes," Zhou Yi muttered under his breath. Despite his frustrations, he stayed focused. The exam wasn't about brute strength. It was about strategy. If raw power was enough, this trial wouldn't exist. As the Minotaur King batted away another spear, Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed. Something clicked. It wasn't obvious at first, but subtle signs began to emerge. The beast's movements were slowing, its monstrous strength faltering under the relentless attacks. "Got you now," Zhou Yi thought. He hadn't been wasting mana for no reason. 2 critical weaknesses had emerged. 1. Its speed was noticeably diminishing. 2. Continuous attacks from multiple angles disrupted its defenses more effectively than expected. Zhou Yi smirked, adjusting his stance. "The bigger they are, the harder they fall," he quipped, his confidence reigniting. This fight wasn't over, not by a long shot. "Here's a refined and engaging version of your script." Zhou Yi saw his opening and went all in. With the Minotaur King's mobility compromised, he unleashed a relentless flurry of attacks, each strike aimed at its weakened joints. His blade carved through the beast's defenses, forcing it further onto its knees. The system blared a warning. Mana, critically low. Immediate replenishment required. Zhou Yi ignored it. No time for that now. He had to end this fight before the Minotaur King recovered. Golden shockwaves rippled across the battlefield as each hit landed, the Minotaur King's guttural roars shaking the air. Spectators watching outside held their breath. This wasn't just a fight. It was an all-or-nothing gamble. Zhou Yi's vision blurred slightly, exhaustion creeping in. His mana reserves were nearly depleted. One last attack. If this fails, I'm done. Steeling himself, he tightened his grip on his sword. His muscles screamed in protest, but he lunged forward, channeling everything he had left into a single, decisive strike. With a flash of light, his blade tore through the Minotaur King's massive frame. The beast let out one final, deafening roar before collapsing with a thunderous crash. Dust and debris filled the air as the battlefield fell silent. Then a notification popped up. Congratulations! You have completed the Nightmare Difficulty Deep Dark Forest Dungeon. Another message followed. Time, 9 minutes, 24 seconds. Rating, SSS. You have secured first place in the Sukong District College entrance exam. Zhou Yi's breath hitched. First place? The system wasn't done. You were the first to achieve an SSS rating in this dungeon. Record-breaking achievement unlocked. Zhou Yi blinked, barely processing it. Then it hit him. He had done it. A laugh bubbled out of him. Half exhilaration, half disbelief. He had fought against overwhelming odds, pushed past his limits, and won. His body trembled, partly from exhaustion, partly from something deeper. Memories surged, his mother's passing, his sister's illness, the crushing weight of debt. The struggles, the sacrifices, the moments when giving up seemed like the only option. But he hadn't given up, and now for the first time in a long time, he stood at the top. Here's your refined script with better pacing, impact, and engaging dialogue. If Zhou Yi couldn't boost his stats, he sharpened his combat skills. If he lacked resources, he cultivated his spirit. Hard work was his only constant. He recalled the moment the system first appeared, the second chance of the reset button on fate. But he knew better than to rely on luck alone. Fate may have given me an opportunity, but my destiny is still in my hands. His resolve solidified. I'll outwork everyone. I'll seize every chance. My heart is steadfast, unshakable. As the system notifications faded, a glowing portal materialized, signaling his exit. Zhou Yi stepped through, eager for his rewards. Rewards obtained, experience points, 5,212 XP, leveled up to level 13. Skill points, plus 20 free stat points. Force belt, plus 10% constitution, plus 7% strength. Bonus, continuous HP, stamina, and mana recovery in forest terrain. Forest ring, plus 8% agility, plus 10% intelligence. Wild strawberries, a consumable that restores mana. Minotaur King card, gold grade, enhances item strength by 20% after enchanting. Zhou Yi inspected the loot, eyes lingering on the forest belt and ring. These were solid upgrades, perfect for his next challenge. But before he could strategize further, deafening cheers erupted around him. He stepped out of the portal and into chaos. The crowd went wild, chanting his name. Zhou Yi! Zhou Yi! Some girls screamed, I love you, Zhou Yi. Others called him their hero, their god. Zhou Yi blinked, overwhelmed. Did I miss something? Amidst the uproar, a group pushed through. Headmaster Wang Hui and the education director, leading a parade of reporters. Cameras flashed, capturing every second. The headmaster's booming laughter cut through the noise. A solo clear of Nightmare Difficulty under 10 minutes? Unheard of. You've brought unparalleled honor to the Second Academy. He clapped Zhou Yi on the back, grinning. With this performance, I bet my career you'll rank first in Sukong District. Your future is as bright as the sun. Zhou Yi, still processing everything, could only think so. This is what winning feels like. Zhou Yi gave a humble smile, responding, You flatter me, headmaster. As he basked in the glow of victory outside the venue, the scene was interrupted by the low hum of a sleek, futuristic S400 pulling up. The car's gleaming design and impossibly smooth finish immediately captured everyone's attention. Isn't that the S400? One student gasped. The flying car? Yeah, it's worth more than a mansion in the capital, another exclaimed wide-eyed. Whispers spread like wildfire as students gawked at the luxury vehicle. The audacity of arriving in such an ostentatious ride turned heads, though no one dared to speak too loudly. The reason for this flashy entrance soon became apparent. The education director, Zhang Tao, stepped forward and waved Zhou Yi over. It'll take 3 days to finalize the results. In the meantime, take some rest. We'll let you know as soon as they're ready. Zhou Yi nodded, expressing his thanks. Before stepping into the car, Headmaster Wang Hui clapped him on the shoulder. Take it easy for now, Zhou Yi. You've earned it. The narrative shifted to Zhou Yi arriving at the hospital to visit his sister, Zhou Yun. As promised, Zhao and Bing had arranged for her to be admitted to a deluxe suite, where she was receiving top-notch care under the watchful eyes of a professional medical team. As Zhou Yi entered the elevator, a nurse greeted him with a warm smile. Here to see your sister? Yes, Joey replied, returning the smile. I've got good news for her. The elevator began its ascent, but a chill settled over the cabin. The nurse shivered, rubbing her arms. Why is it so cold all of a sudden? Zhou Yi's instincts flared. Something was wrong. When the elevator doors slid open to the 26th floor, the sight that greeted them was nightmarish. The entire floor was frozen solid. Ice covered every surface, from walls to the floors, turning medical equipment into crystalline sculptures. Doctors and nurses stood frozen in place, their expressions locked in panic. The nurse beside Zhou Yi gasped. What? What happened here? Zhou Yi's heart sank. Zhou Yun. Ignoring the nurse's protests, he sprinted toward his sister's room. As he entered the icy corridor, another nurse reached out to stop him, but her hand froze solid the moment it touched the cold air, her body encased in ice within seconds. The door to Zhou Yun's room was sealed shut, covered in a thick layer of frost. Zhou Yi didn't hesitate. With a powerful strike, he shattered the icy barrier, calling out, Zhou Yun. The sight within made his breath catch. Hovering above Zhou Yun's bed was an ethereal ice dragon, its shimmering form radiating intense cold. The room itself was a frozen tundra, icicles hanging from the ceiling as frost glittered on every surface. Zhou Yun lay on the bed, her unconscious form writhing in pain, surrounded by a faint, otherworldly glow. Zhou Yi clenched his fists, his mind racing. Whatever was happening, it wasn't natural, and it wasn't going to end quietly. Zhou Yi's eyes widened as realization struck. The dragon wasn't just in the room. It was coming from Zhou Yun. Her body trembled violently, the spectral beast coiling above her like a guardian gone rogue. The sheer pressure in the air was suffocating, freezing everything in its path. A nearby healer struggled to approach, his hands glowing with restorative energy. Her bloodline is awakening. But this power is out of control, he gasped, his breath visible in the icy air. The healer attempted to channel warmth into Zhou Yun's body, but the moment his energy touched the dragon's presence, it was repelled, sending him staggering backward. Zhou Yi clenched his fists. This isn't just a sickness. This is a bloodline phenomenon. He had no idea how to stop it, but standing still wasn't an option. Zhou Yi's heart pounded as he watched Zhou Yun convulsing in agony. Fury ignited within him. An instinct took over. He wasn't going to stand by and do nothing. Summoning his energy, he prepared to strike, his aura crackling with power. If this dragon was hurting Zhou Yun, then it had to go. Just as he was about to unleash his attack, a strained but firm voice cut through the freezing air. Stop! Healer Qing, kneeling beside Zhou Yun, barely managed to lift her frostbitten hands. I'm stabilizing her. If you strike recklessly, her heart could shatter. Zhou Yi's breath hitched. Her heart. He forced himself to halt, fists trembling as he processed Qing's words. Stepping closer, he saw just how bad things were. Qing was on the brink of collapse, her hands already half frozen, her feet encased in ice. Despite that, she refused to stop channeling her healing energy. The spiritual dragon continued to radiate a deathly chill, its freezing aura creeping outward. Any normal person would be an ice sculpture by now, but as awakeners, Zhou Yi and Qing barely held on, though not for long. Zhou Yi turned to Qing. What's happening? And why can't I stop that thing? Qing, still locked in her healing efforts, replied through gritted teeth. This isn't just an attack. It's her bloodline awakening. The dragon is part of her. If you attack it, you'll be hurting her too. She exhaled sharply, ice forming on her breath. I've been holding back her condition for as long as I could, but I'm running on fumes. At best, I can slow the spread of the cold. You need to get out of here. Zhou Yi's face darkened. And what about Zhou Yun? Qing's exhausted eyes met his, laced with quiet frustration. Without a high-level priest, this is all I can do. That answer wasn't good enough. Zhou Yi clenched his fists. He could see Qing's dedication, but it wasn't going to be enough. If no one else could save Zhou Yun, then he would. Taking a deep breath, he accessed the system. He had been saving his skill points for a moment like this. This was that moment. With zero hesitation, he dumped every last point into slow recovery, pushing it from level 4 to level 10. The skill evolved. Slow regeneration. LV.10 gradually restores health and mana to all allies within range over a set duration. Zhou Yi's eyes burned with newfound determination. Time to turn the tide. Zhou Yi activated slow regeneration, and instantly, a divine light engulfed the room. A radiant symbol formed behind him, amplifying the healing aura. The sheer power of it sent waves of warmth through the frozen air, melting the ice that had gripped the floor and walls. Qing, half frozen and barely able to move, gasped as the warmth spread through her limbs. The ice encasing her began to crack and melt, restoring her mobility. This healing magic, she stammered, eyes wide with disbelief. It surpasses the abilities of a level 23 priest like me. But Zhou, he had no time to celebrate. He focused everything on Zhou Yun. The divine light wrapped around her like a protective cocoon, melting the frost encasing her body. Her violent shivering eased, her expression softening. However, it wasn't enough. He could slow the effects, but he couldn't cure her completely. Turning to Qing, he spoke firmly. Sis Qing, I'll hold things down here. Go find Secretary Zhao Wenbing. Tell him to get a high-level priest here immediately. Qing hesitated. Even if we contact her now, she won't make it in time. The appointment Zhao Wenbing set up is for next week. Zhou Yi's gaze hardened. Then tell Zhao Wenbing this. If he can bring a high-level priest here tonight, I'll owe him one unconditional favor. Anything he asks, I'll do it. Qing's expression tightened at the weight of that offer, but she nodded. Understood. I'll go. With a final glance at Zhou Yun, she turned and hurried out. Inside, Zhou Yi gritted his teeth and kept his healing skill active. The cold had haunted Zhou Yun for a year, but he had never realized how much stronger it had grown. Now, it wasn't just affecting her, it was consuming the entire building. The temperature plummeted. Frost crept across the walls, and the windows cracked under the strain of expanding ice. Zhou Yi himself felt the creeping numbness as his body became layered in a thin sheet of frost. His limbs grew sluggish, but he didn't stop. Above Zhou Yun, the spectral ice dragon's eyes gleamed. It noticed him. The beast shifted its attention fully to Zhou Yi, its icy aura surging toward him. The cold intensified, seeping into his bones. Zhou Yi's breath became visible in the air, his vision blurred at the edges. Still, he refused to back down. Then, a streak of green light shot into the room. A swirling energy ball slammed into the ice dragon, sending crackling pulses of force through its ethereal form. The beast let out a guttural roar as the energy lashed at it repeatedly. But in that same moment, Zhou Yun convulsed violently on the bed. Zhou Yi's heart nearly stopped. The dragon was linked to her, and right now, she was feeling every bit of that attack. Zhou Yi's voice tore through the freezing air. Stop! Don't touch her! But before he could react, another energy ball slammed into his stomach, sending him flying across the icy floor. He tumbled hard, landing just outside the dragon's range, gasping for breath. A figure strode into the room, her presence alone enough to command attention. Clad in flowing robes laced with intricate runes, she exuded an aura of overwhelming authority. Come to me, she ordered. The ice dragon let out a guttural snarl, its fury undeterred. It lunged at her, its frozen breath chilling the air. But the high priest was ready. With fluid precision, she brandished her weapon and unleashed a series of spell-like attacks. Chains of pure magic wrapped around the dragon, coiling tighter with each strike. The beast roared in defiance, thrashing violently, but only its mouth remained free, snapping wildly as it struggled against the bindings. She didn't let up. With a final surge of power, she forced the ice dragon back into Zhou Yun's body. The moment the dragon vanished, the room shifted. The oppressive cold lifted. The ice covering the walls melted away, revealing the original hospital suite beneath. Most importantly, Zhou Yun's pained expression softened. Her breathing steadied, and the color returned to her face. Zhou Yi, still sprawled on the floor, exhaled in relief. She's safe. The high priest turned her sharp gaze to him. You must be Zhou Yi. He pushed himself up, still aching from the earlier attack. Nice to meet you, miss. Cui Laina, level 35, secondary awakened priest from Yun City. Zhou Yi stiffened. Level 35? That was an absurdly high rank, far beyond what he expected. Cui Laina continued, her tone measured. Director Jean, Tao personally requested that I treat your sister ahead of schedule. Though inwardly, she mused, if he hadn't mentioned your potential to take first place, I wouldn't have broken the rules to come here. However, after witnessing Zhou Yi's sheer willpower in resisting the ice dragon's aura, she found herself nodding slightly. Jean Tao wasn't exaggerating. This kid is something else. Still catching his breath, Zhou Yi looked at her with urgency. Miss Cui Laina, what's happening to my sister? Can she be cured? Cui Laina crossed her arms. The fact that the ice energy solidified into a form proves one thing, a bloodline awakening. It's rare and incredibly dangerous if not controlled. Zhou Yi blinked. Bloodline awakening? She nodded. Yes. When the Eternal Game first appeared, many players chose non-human races, elves, giants, demons, and more. When the game merged with reality, those players inherited traits from their chosen bloodlines. Elven descendants often developed sharper features and longer ears. Humans who picked giant bloodlines grew to heights of 3 to 4 meters. Zhou Yun's ice dragon? It's her bloodline manifesting, and if she doesn't learn to control it, it could destroy her. Cui Laina's voice remained steady as she continued. Over the last 200 years, intermarriage between original players and regular humans has diluted most bloodlines. Their traits and abilities have weakened, except in rare cases where a bloodline awakening occurs. He listened intently, his hands clenched. A bloodline awakening is a double-edged sword, she explained. If successful, the awakened gains immense power, rapid level growth, and enhanced learning abilities. However, if their body fails to withstand the transformation, she hesitated. They either become permanently crippled or they die on the spot. Zhou Yi's heart pounded. Zhou Yin, was she walking that razor's edge? Shui Laina met his gaze. Your sister's bloodline is incredibly rare. Her dragon spirit is proof of that. But her body is rejecting it. If she wants to survive, her constitution must change. There is only one known way to achieve that. This treasure can restructure her body, allowing her to control her bloodline, Shui Laina revealed. But, she sighed, it's one of the rarest artifacts in existence. The last recorded appearance was 30 years ago, when it sold at auction for $1.3 billion to an unknown buyer. Zhou Yi's stomach twisted. $1.3 billion. That wasn't just expensive, it was impossible. Seeing his expression, Shui Laina offered an alternative. There's another option, the Great Sealing Skill. It would lock away her bloodline, preventing any further outbreaks. Zhou Yi's hope flared, until she delivered the catch. If we seal it, Zhou Yin will never be able to level up. The weight of her words crushed him. Seal her power forever, or risk her life trying to control it. Shui Laina stood. I've told you everything. The decision is yours. With that, she turned and left, leaving Zhou Yi alone with his unconscious sister. He sat there in silence, staring at her. His phone was in his hand, but his mind was elsewhere. 3 months. That's how long she had before the cold consumed her completely. Zhou Yi trained like a madman. Every day, from sunrise to sunset, he pushed his body to the limit. His training regimen was relentless. 200 deep squats, 200 push-ups, 200 sit-ups, 200 weapon swings. Every muscle burned, every breath felt heavier, but he never stopped. He couldn't afford to. At the end of each session, the system prompted him to choose his daily reward. As always, he selected stat points. Using the 2-3-3-2 distribution method, he balanced his growth. +2 strength, +3 constitution, +3 intelligence, +2 agility. For a Saint Knight, constitution and intelligence were crucial. But Zhou Yi knew better than to neglect the others. Balanced development was key. Just as he finished his workout, a system notification popped up. Exam results released. Zhou Yi took a deep breath. This was it. The announcement echoed like a thunderclap. Exam results announced. Zhou Yi has achieved first place in the Sukong district exam. Rewards will be distributed based on rank. Zhou Yi's jaw nearly hit the floor as a cascade of rewards began popping up like achievements in a video game. Level S Divine Skill, God Hand. Legendary Healing and Support with insane buffs. Instant Recovery? Yep, this skill screams overpowered cleric vibes. S-Grade Divine Item. One-time Mystery Skill Exorcism. Perfect for kicking spiritual entities back to the Shadow Realm. AoE Rare Skill, Punishment of Light. An apocalyptic light show guaranteed to ruin anyone's day. Free stat points, +30. Skill points, +30. Zhou Yi was barely done processing his newfound power-up arsenal when the outside world exploded with news of his win. Headlines blazed. Dark Horse of Sukong District rides to victory. News anchors hyped him up like he'd just taken down a raid boss solo. They recapped his legendary awakening ceremony, the one with the sacred angel phenomenon that left everyone slack-jawed, and how he entered the secret realm at a mere level 10. Education Director Zhang Tao basked in the media spotlight, looking like he'd known this outcome all along. From the moment Zhou Yi awakened the Saint Knight class, I knew he was destined for greatness, he said with the confidence of someone claiming credit for inventing electricity. Of course, the haters were out in full force. At a cafe, a group of students crowded around a phone. Are they serious? A Saint Knight got first place? One guy sneered. That's a support class, right? They're like the healbots of teams, another chimed in. But then a girl at the next table casually dropped the ultimate Uno reverse card. I have the recording. Want to see how wrong you are? She pulled out her phone, and the skeptics leaned in. The video showed Zhou Yi in action, and the change in their expressions was priceless. Wait, what the? His Holy Cross skill looks like a nuclear explosion. And those buffs? Weapon Blessing, Gift of God, Blessing of Courage. How does he stack so many at once? While they were busy picking their jaws off the floor, elsewhere, another reaction was brewing. One much less amused. In a dimly lit room, a young man with fiery red hair sat surrounded by flickering flames. His eyes burned with frustration as he replayed Zhou Yi's Secret Realm run. This guy was also a nightmare difficulty finisher, but Zhou Yi's time had been a solid 20 seconds faster. He clenched his fists, the flames around him roaring to life. Zhou Yi, he growled. You're not the only one aiming for the top. He dares to take him my honor? The fiery-haired young man seethed, his glowing eyes burning with resentment. Flames surged from his body, licking the edges of his room until, boom, a nearby training robot exploded. Smoke curled around him as he sneered through the wreckage. Zhou Yi is inviting his death. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi had zero idea some firestarter was out for revenge. Casually strolling through the bustling city streets, he checked his phone, only to be met with some very interesting messages. Jiang City government has transferred 5 million into your account ending in 7013. Please confirm this transfer. Jiang City government has transferred 2 million into your account ending in 7013. Please confirm this transfer. 7 million out of nowhere? Zhou Yi stared at his screen, wondering if he'd just glitched reality. Before he could process the windfall, his phone rang. Mr. Zhou, came the calm, professional voice of Secretary Zhao Wenbing. Due to your exceptional exam performance, the government has decided to reward you with 5 million in cash and a luxury mansion. Would you like to choose the location, or shall we handle it? Zhou Yi thought for a moment before replying. You can choose. Understood. A pause, then a subtle chuckle. Oh, and one more thing. Recruitment teachers from the top 3 universities are on their way to meet you. Shall I send a ride? Zhou Yi smirked. No need. They're already here. Sure enough, just ahead stood a recruiter from Rongyang University. One Zhou Yi immediately recognized. It was him, the same guy who had dismissed Zhou Yi earlier, calling him too arrogant during recruitment. Before either of them could speak, another voice rang out from above. If I remember correctly, didn't Rongyang University say Zhou Yi was too arrogant? Both men looked up as a helicopter descended in dramatic fashion. A man leaped out with all the flair of a blockbuster action star, smirking as he landed. He turned to the Rongyang recruiter. And now here you are, trying to recruit him? What changed? The Rongyang representative scowled. Watch your words, he snapped. That was Zhou Tianfu's mistake. He's been fired for his poor judgment. Then, regaining his composure, he turned back to Zhou Yi, his tone much more polished. Zhou Yi, if you join Rongyang University, we'll offer you 4 million up front. Before Zhou Yi could respond, helicopter guy laughed. Whatever Rongyang University offers you, he said with an easy grin, Modi University will double it. The sheer confidence of the Modi University rep clearly got under the Rongyang recruiter's skin. He scowled. You're just here to interrupt me. Before the argument could spiral into a full-blown university showdown, a new challenger entered the fray. Without warning, a young woman stepped out from behind Zhou Yi. Moving with startling speed, she grabbed him and, with zero hesitation, took off into the air, carrying him away like some overpowered kidnapper. I'm taking him. Her voice was firm as she glared down at the stunned recruiters. Did any of you get permission from Qingjing University to recruit Zhou Yi? Zhou Yi, midair and mildly baffled, had no choice but to roll with it. As they soared above the city, the woman leaned in and spoke in a softer tone. Mr. Zhou, at Qingjing University, you'll receive the best cultivation resources. Every year, you'll get grade A materials to accelerate your growth. Just think about it. Before he could even consider this bold sales pitch, their airborne escape plan hit a literal roadblock, a magic barrier. Bam! They stopped midair, hovering awkwardly as a new figure appeared below. Another recruiter, this one from Sukong University, stood with a casual smirk, clearly the one who had cast the barrier. Kidnapping a top recruit now? That's a bold strategy, he remarked unfazed. He adjusted his glasses before shooting the Qingjing rep a knowing look. But let's be real. When it comes to resources, history, and prestige, Sukong University can match anything you offer. So, let's not get too hasty, shall we? The university battle royale was reaching peak intensity when the Modi University rep, still on his flying board, floated closer with a smirk of his own. Ah yes, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink, he mused, clearly enjoying the chaos. Then, with a dramatic pause, he turned to Zhou Yi and made his final boss-level pitch. Mr. Zhou, not only will Modi University provide you with annual grade A cultivation resources, but we'll also throw in a full set of gold-grade equipment every single year. No other university can match that offer. The Qingjing representative, now feeling cornered, adjusted her approach. She gently lowered Zhou Yi back to solid ground, letting out an awkward cough. I wasn't kidnapping you, she clarified, putting on her best polite but slightly desperate smile. I just wanted an intimate conversation in private. Surely, that's not a crime? Before Zhou Yi could react, yet another voice joined the fray. A woman stepped forward, her posture exuding quiet confidence. I am Sue Meyer, from Sukong University, she introduced herself smoothly. And unlike my competitors, I won't waste your time. Her offer was simple, yet terrifyingly effective. At Sukong University, strength is everything. If you rise to the Earth rank or Heaven rank, you won't just get standard resources. You'll receive grade S cultivation materials. And let's not forget, Sukong has dominated the freshman exchange contest for 4 years straight. That's the kind of talent we cultivate. The Qingjing University teacher scoffed, crossing her arms. Winning a few competitions doesn't give you the right to boast. Strength is temporary. Unfazed, the Sukong representative smirked. Facts don't care about your opinion, Miss Su Meyer. Sukong dominates for a reason. Maybe instead of complaining, Qingjing University should just work harder. The two locked eyes, sparks flying as their verbal duel continued. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi remained silent, lost in thought. Each university had presented a tempting offer, and he knew this choice would shape his future. This wasn't just about prestige. It was about growth, competition, and the path to becoming the strongest. Finally, he exhaled and spoke. I've decided which university I want to attend. Instantly, all three recruiters fell silent, eyes locking onto him like hungry beasts awaiting their prey. With a calm yet firm voice, Zhou Yi declared, I choose Sukong University. The Sukong representative, Miss Su Meyer, beamed with satisfaction, wasting no time as she pulled out a special recruitment contract. Excellent choice, she said, handing him the document. Take your time to review it, and if everything looks good, sign here. The Qingjing University teacher let out a resigned sigh, but managed a small smile. If you ever feel like Sukong University isn't the right place for you, Qingjing will always welcome you. Her words only annoyed Su Meyer further. How stubborn can you be, Miss Su Meyer? She muttered, her irritation barely concealed. Just as Zhou Yi was about to sign, something caught his attention. Su Meyer was casting a spell, silently. Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed. Usually, only high-tier mages could perform magic without an incantation. Curious, he hesitated. Miss Su Meyer, what's your level? She chuckled, as if amused by his sudden interest. I'm level 42, a second awakening mage. Zhou Yi's eyes widened. Level 42? She doesn't even look 30. As if reading his thoughts, Su Meyer smiled knowingly. The world is much bigger than you think, Zhou Yi. Once you enter Sukong, you'll meet even more young and powerful individuals. It's a place where you'll truly grow. Her words resonated with him. With the system backing him, no one his age could compete with him. But at Sukong, he'd be surrounded by monsters in human form, pushing him to grow even faster. Fueled by excitement, Zhou Yi signed the contract. Su Meyer noticed the fire in his eyes and smiled. She could already tell this guy wasn't just talented. He had the will to become the strongest. As soon as Zhou Yi signed the contract, his journey with Sukong University officially began. Miss Su Meyer handed him a week to prepare. I'll pick you up in 7 days, she said briskly. Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow. Sukong starts its semester this early? She paused briefly before walking away, leaving him with a cryptic remark. Special recruits, like you need an edge. That head start will make you shine at the National Freshman Exchange Contest. A week later, Secretary Zhao Wenbing kept his promise and delivered Zhou Yi and Zhou Yun to their new home, a sprawling mansion courtesy of the city government. Zhou Yun's face lit up as she explored the luxurious 3-story building. Her delight was contagious, bringing a rare smile to Zhou Yi's lips. This is your mansion, Secretary Zhao explained, gesturing around. It includes a dedicated training room on the 2nd floor, a leisure space on the 3rd, and spans about 1,000 square meters. Please settle in and rest well, especially Miss Zhou Yun. Before the secretary could leave, Zhou Yi stopped him. Secretary Zhao, Zhou Yun's recovery is still ongoing. Sister Qing will be here to help, but I'd appreciate it if you could check in on her while I'm away. The secretary nodded with a kind smile. It would be my honor. The week flew by, and the time came for Zhou Yi to depart. Miss Su Meyer arrived at the mansion as promised. Zhou Yi stood by the car, giving Zhou Yun a barrage of last-minute instructions. Call me if there's any problem. Take the pills from Priestess Chue Laina every week, and let Sister Qing check on you daily. Secretary Zhao will take you to school soon. Listen to him. Zhou Yun pouted dramatically, folding her arms. You're nagging again, she quipped, pretending not to listen. With a soft chuckle, Zhou Yi tugged her cheeks gently. Did you hear me? Yes, I got it, she replied with a playful grin. After a final hug, Zhou Yi climbed into the car. As the car sped off, Miss Su Meyer glanced at him. First time traveling this far? Still lost in thought about his sister, Zhou Yi gave a distracted nod. Yeah, she smirked knowingly. Hold on tight. With that, the car surged forward, entering a teleportation array. Zhou Yi barely had time to blink before they emerged in Anning City, home to Sukong University. The teleportation platform buzzed with energy. Cars streamed out of the array while new and returning students gathered, their faces filled with excitement, curiosity, and the occasional travel-induced nausea. Zhou Yi's car emerged from the portal, and he immediately rubbed his temple, feeling a wave of dizziness. Was that really necessary? He muttered. We had time. Couldn't we have taken a normal route? Miss Sue Meyer stepped out and stretched as if she had just finished a relaxing nap. Teleportation is both safe and convenient. Sukong University has direct military support. This array is just one of many perks. Zhou stepped out of the car, and his breath hitched. Sukong University was a world of its own. The campus sprawled across picturesque mountains, with grand architecture blending ancient elegance and futuristic design. The pathways were packed with students of every kind. Giants, wolves, demons, and other supernatural beings mingled with humans as if it were the most natural thing in the world. This place is insane, Zhou muttered, eyes darting between the towering structures and the fantastical creatures passing by. Miss Sue Meyer smirked. Come on, you need to check in at admissions. Just as Zhou started walking, a blur shot past him, fast. Instinctively, he dodged, only to watch as the figure was sent flying backward, crashing into the ground with a solid thud. Standing over the fallen student was a girl with piercing purple eyes that glowed with an eerie aura. Her expression was cold, her stance aggressive. I told you, I don't want to talk to you, she said icily. Then, with a sharper glare, she added, that kick was a warning. Bother me again, and I won't hold back. Without another glance, she turned and walked away, power radiating off her in waves. The unfortunate victim groaned weakly, still face down on the pavement. Students nearby murmured excitedly. Young Master Jin finally got what was coming to him. Dude tries to flirt with new students every year. Guess he picked the wrong one this time. Zhou Yi's sharp eyes locked onto the purple-eyed girl. The intricate magical design in her aura stood out like a neon sign. His thoughts flickered, demonic bloodline. Noticing his scrutiny, Miss Sue Meyer casually remarked, you'll see plenty like her here. Students and teachers with all sorts of bloodlines. It's just another Tuesday at Sukong University. Don't let it throw you. Zhou Yi's gaze shifted toward her, his voice steady. I won't judge someone just because they're different. As long as they stand with humanity, their race doesn't matter to me. My past isn't their burden to bear. Miss Sue Meyer's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Wise words, Zhou Yi. She handed him a sleek student ID card with a glowing rank displayed. 001. Top freshman. As they walked through the sprawling campus, she began her orientation spiel. Let's break this down. The ranking system is king here. Every year group has its own, and rankings are based on strength. Right now, you're sitting pretty at the top because of your entrance exam. But she glanced at him meaningfully. It's temporary. A month from now, there's a freshman competition. The rankings will be reshuffled based on that. And trust me, everyone's gunning for you. Zhou met her gaze, a confident grin spreading across his face. If I'm at the top, I'll stay there. Miss Sue Meyer chuckled, amused by his boldness. That's the spirit. But keep that fire burning, you'll need it. The conversation shifted gears as she explained the score system. Now about scores. These are your lifeline at Sukong. You'll use them for everything, food, gear, potions, skills. Rack up enough, and you can even buy S-class resources. Zhou listened intently as she continued. You earn scores in 3 main ways. 1. Your rank. Higher rank, more scores. Simple as that. 2. Score missions. Use your ID to access the mission board. Pick a task, complete it, earn scores. 3. Heaven and Earth rank. These top-tier ranks come with guaranteed score payouts. Her tone hardened, her earlier smile gone. 5,000 students, Zhou Yi. Most of them are clawing their way up, desperate to make it into the Heaven and Earth rank. Don't get cocky just because you're number 1 right now. Zhou Yi's eyes gleamed with determination. Don't worry. I know the stakes. I'm ready for whatever comes. Miss Sue Meyer smirked. Good. You'll need that resolve. Welcome to Sukong, where survival isn't just a skill, it's an art. Zhou Yi nodded firmly. Got it? Miss Sue Meyer led him through the campus until they reached a high vantage point. Below them, a massive crowd of students bustled around a glowing portal. There, she said, gesturing. Zhou Yi followed her gaze. The portal pulsed with energy, surrounded by students forming parties, sharpening weapons, and making last-minute preparations. It was a scene straight out of a fantasy war film. Miss Sue Meyer explained. Sukong University has 3 major secret realms for training. 1. Goblin Dungeon, levels 17 to 21. Perfect for fresh recruits. 2. Distorted Forest, levels 23 to 26. Trickier terrain, deadlier monsters. 3. Purgatory, levels 28 to 31. The ultimate test of skill. Entry isn't free. You'll need to spend scores to access these realms. Zhou Yi silently took it all in. Dungeons, a competitive ranking system, and a currency-based economy. This place was practically an MMORPG brought to life. As they walked, Miss Sue Meyer led him to the training area. Inside, students were sparring, some against robotic opponents, others facing real challengers. The sheer intensity of their battles filled the space with a crackling energy. "You can practice here anytime," she said. "Pick your opponent, machine or human." Zhou Yi's attention shifted to the trading area. It was no mere market. It was a thriving city within the university. Stalls stretched endlessly, with students haggling over rare potions, enchanted weapons, and mysterious scrolls. Miss Sue Meyer smirked. "Here, the strongest control everything. Power means resources. Resources means survival." Zhou Yi's grin widened. This school wasn't just about fighting, it was about strategy, dominance, and control. He liked it. As they walked, a group of students noticed them and exchanged whispers. "Who's that?" a girl muttered. "Why is a teacher personally guiding him?" "Yeah," another student added. "We're a group of 10, and even a senior had to lead us." Did this guy sneak in through the back door? Just as the speculation started snowballing, a boy named Wu Mangli chuckled. "You rookies don't know anything. Special admission students get a personal teacher. It makes recruiting them into top houses easier." The group went silent. A moment later, realization dawned. "Wait, is he the top-ranked freshman?" Wu Mangli smirked. "Bingo. That's Zhou Yi, the first-place winner of the Sukong District exam." "Oh, and by the way, he's already a level 13 Saint Knight." The whispers stopped. Every student in earshot turned to stare. Zhou Yi, unfazed, kept walking. Let them talk. They'd find out soon enough. He wasn't just here to keep his title. He was here to dominate. The crowd erupted in disbelief. "A Saint Knight? Isn't that a support class?" One student scoffed. "How the hell did a Saint Knight beat a Berserker, who's ranked 002 and already level 14? Some struggled to reconcile their rigid class stereotypes with Zhou Yi's unexpected dominance. Others, however, had different concerns. "He's so handsome," a girl whispered, eyes practically sparkling. "He could be a celebrity." Meanwhile, the purple-eyed girl from earlier remained silent, watching Zhou Yi closely. First place among the freshmen, she mused, curiosity flickering in her gaze. Not everyone shared her admiration. A red-haired boy standing nearby clenched his fists, his face twisting with jealousy. He had noticed the demonic bloodline girl's interest in Zhou Yi, and it made his blood boil. "I think this so-called first place is just a fraud," he suddenly barked. The students turned, startled by his outburst. Even Zhou Yi, who had been content to ignore the murmurs, now shifted his gaze to the red-haired challenger. His expression remained calm, but his sharp eyes bore into him like a blade. The boy smirked and stepped forward. "Lu Jing, level 13, Punishment Knight, rank 038. He crossed his arms arrogantly. "I don't buy that you're the real number one. So prove it. Fight me." Before Zhou Yi could even consider responding, the senior leading the group slammed a firm hand onto Lu Jing's shoulder. "Student duels are private matters," the senior said coolly. "Don't waste everyone's time." His face remained neutral, but internally, he was fuming. "I'm only earning one freaking score for babysitting freshmen today. What the hell are you doing, dumbass?" Lu Jing, utterly oblivious to the senior's frustration, brushed his hand off with a cocky grin. "Relax, senior. I got this." The senior clenched his fists, mentally screaming, "Got this my ass. Do you have any idea who you're challenging?" Ranking 001 was unanimously decided by Headmaster Wang Hui and 5 house teachers. If they gave him the top spot, it sure as hell wasn't a mistake. "You're just looking to get humiliated." Meanwhile, the crowd buzzed with speculation. "Lu Jing's trying to use Zhou Yi as a stepping stone," one student whispered. "Not surprising. People still think Saint Knights are weak. Maybe he just wants attention," another added. "But does he seriously think he stands a chance?" Zhou Yi stood his ground as Lu Jing approached, his expression calm and unreadable. Lu Jing, eager to provoke him into accepting the challenge, made an enticing offer. 100 points if Zhou Yi won, with no risk on his end. But Zhou Yi wasn't so easily swayed. If he was going to do this, he'd make it worth his while. After a brief pause, he countered with a bold demand. 300 points. Gasps rippled through the crowd. "That's insane," someone whispered. "He's ranked 38th. If he loses, that's almost all his points gone," another murmured, eyes wide in disbelief. Lu Jing hesitated, clearly rattled by the stakes. His gaze flickered toward a purple-eyed girl in the audience, her attention fixed on Zhou Yi rather than him. Fueled by the need to impress, he forced a smirk and shouted, "Fine, 300 points it is. Let's do this." Zhou Yi's smirk deepened. "So, you've got some guts after all," he mused, his tone laced with mockery. "But we won't be needing a ring." As golden light radiated from his body, he stretched casually, as if this were nothing more than a warm-up. Then came the real shocker, his declaration. "If you're not on your knees in 3 moves, I lose." The crowd stirred with excitement. More students gathered, eager to witness what promised to be a spectacular showdown. Lu Jing unsheathed his large sword, the blade gleaming under the sunlight, while Zhou Yi remained unarmed, standing effortlessly composed. Miss Sue Meyer stepped forward as the referee, her voice cutting through the chatter. This match will follow university sparring rules. 3-second countdown. No killing moves allowed. The tension thickened as the countdown began. 3, 2, 1. The moment the count ended, Lu Jing exploded forward, his sword pulsing with a blood-red aura. Confidence surged through him as he closed the distance, determined to take Zhou Yi down in one decisive strike. The battle had begun. Lu Jing's mind raced as he charged forward. His class, the Punishment Knight, was a hidden evolution of the Knight class, just like the Saint Knight. But unlike the Saint Knight, which focused on support, the Punishment Knight was built purely for destruction. This fight was already won in his head. As long as Zhou Yi hadn't buffed himself, Lu Jing believed he had the upper hand in both speed and raw power. And this battle wasn't just about proving his strength. He had another goal. His gaze flickered toward the demonic bloodline girl in the crowd. If he could crush Zhou Yi, she'd have no choice but to notice him. The moment he got within striking range, he unleashed his blood slash. His sword pulsed with a crimson aura as he swung it downward, aiming to end the fight in a single, decisive blow. But his attack never landed. In one fluid motion, Zhou Yi sidestepped, effortlessly dodging the strike as if he had seen it coming from miles away. Before Lu Jing could react, a brutal knee strike crashed into his stomach. The impact was instant and devastating. Lu Jing's body shot backward like a cannonball, crashing through the arena ropes and smashing straight into a nearby wall. The stone structure crumbled on impact, sending dust and debris flying in all directions. Silence. As the dust settled, the scene was undeniable. Lu Jing was on his knees, completely unconscious. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, and his shattered sword lay beside him. Zhou Yi barely spared him a glance, his expression filled with disappointment. How boring, he muttered. He had expected at least some resistance, maybe even a clever trick, but no. The so-called Punishment Knight had collapsed after a single move. A senior student, the same one who had tried to stop Lu Jing earlier, rushed over to assess the damage. After a quick examination, he turned to Miss Sue Meyer. Miss, Lu Jing has 5 broken ribs and internal bleeding. He's unconscious. Miss Sue Meyer remained unfazed. Get a healer on him, she instructed before turning her attention back to Zhou Yi. With a faint smile, she handed him his student ID. 300 points have been transferred to your account. Zhou Yi accepted the card with practiced composure, his gentlemanly demeanor making it seem as if the entire battle had never happened. But the surrounding students knew better. Whispers filled the air, their excitement and disbelief spreading like wildfire. Zhou Yi had just turned the academy upside down with a single strike. The crowd buzzed with disbelief. It's nearly impossible to stop a Punishment Knight's charge, especially when combined with blood slash, one student whispered. But he countered it with just one kick. Another added in awe. So this is the power of 001? He's on a whole different level? Amid the murmuring students, the girl with the demonic bloodline remained focused, her purple eyes gleaming with a mix of excitement and curiosity. As she analyzed the fight, a thought crossed her mind. The gap between our strength stats must be at least 20 points. Without hesitation, she stepped forward, standing before Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi, fight me, she said, her tone both eager and challenging. Zhou Yi glanced at her, intrigued by her boldness. Without a word, he activated his evaluation technique to scan her stats. This time he had the chance to take a proper look. A powerful demonic bloodline and legacy equipment? His gaze flickered toward the sword strapped to her back. The name Dark Moon Ancient Sword glowed faintly in his system interface. Quality, legacy. Race limitation, human. Class limitation, swordsman. Effect, unknown. Zhou Yi's curiosity deepened. This is the first time I've seen stats like this. He couldn't ignore the opportunity to test her strength. I accept, he said, stepping into the arena. Both fighters took their positions in the ring. This time, Zhou Yi summoned his Warhammer, a mystic light-class weapon that radiated golden energy. Quality gold. Effect 1. Increases Constitution by 18%. Effect 2. Increases Wisdom by 24%. Additional effect. Enhances all light elemental skills by 1 level, up to grade B. Source. System Lottery. As the tension in the arena grew, several senior students arrived, drawn by the commotion. Freshmen are already fighting on their first day. One of them chuckled. Among them was Li Dongsheng, a level 29 spearman and captain of the Aurora Club. Spotting Sue Meyer, he greeted her with a charming smile. Miss Sue Meyer, what brings you here? Before she could answer, the countdown ended. The battle began. The demonic girl struck first, activating Shadow Slash, her blade crackling with dark energy as she lunged forward at lightning speed. Zhou Yi wasted no time, raising his Warhammer high and unleashing Typhoon Smash, a devastating skill designed to deal massive damage and knock enemies back. The clash was about to begin. The moment their attacks collided, the arena erupted with a deafening explosion of energy. A shockwave rippled outward, forcing spectators to shield their eyes from the sheer force of the clash. Both fighters skidded backward, their auras flaring even brighter. Zhou Yi's golden light radiated with overwhelming energy, while the demon girl's purple aura pulsed with dark, mysterious power. The crowd watched in stunned silence. This wasn't just a sparring match. It was a battle between two rising titans, a collision of light and darkness. The demon girl steadied herself, gripping her dark moon ancient sword tighter as realization set in. What kind of monster is this? She could still feel the impact of Zhou Yi's last strike reverberating through her body. But instead of backing down, she poured more dark mana into her blade, preparing Demonic Slash, a devastating move infused with dark elemental energy. Zhou Yi, on the other hand, was exhilarated. His eyes gleamed with unrestrained excitement, and a wide grin spread across his face. Finally, someone who can go head-to-head with me, he roared, his booming laughter echoing through the arena. Their next clash was even more ferocious. The moment their weapons met, the impact sent another wave of force across the battlefield. Neither of them relented. Blow after blow, they unleashed relentless attacks, their strikes moving at dizzying speeds. A flurry of skills engulfed the arena. Zhou Yi's uppercut, a powerful rising strike designed to send opponents airborne. Demon Girl's enhanced rapid stab, a precise forward thrust, followed by an additional stab. Shockwave slash, a devastating uppercut slash that released multiple shockwaves. Mountain crushing hit, a multi-stage attack that shattered the ground with sheer force. The intensity escalated with each exchange. Zhou Yi's golden light burned fiercely, forming an almost impenetrable shield, while the demon girl's dark energy swirled like a raging storm. Their movements blurred, making it nearly impossible for onlookers to keep up. The entire arena trembled under the sheer power of their battle. Blow after blow, they tested each other's limits, neither willing to back down. And for the first time, it felt like the academy itself had become the battleground for something far greater than a simple match. Among the stunned onlookers, the senior students, who had previously scoffed at the idea of freshmen sparring, now stood in silent awe. This is insane, one of them murmured, eyes locked on the battle. Are these two really freshmen? Another whispered, struggling to believe what they were witnessing. This isn't a sparring match, it's a clash between masters, conserving energy for the right moment. But Zhou Yi, his relentless offense was anything but cautious. He's not holding back, Li Dongsheng murmured. Either he's reckless or he's completely sure of his victory. The Warhammer, typically a slow and cumbersome weapon, became an instrument of pure dominance in his hands. Each swing disrupted the demon girl's footing, cutting off her options. She had no choice but to defend. Li Dongsheng smirked. A hot-headed Saint Knight who doesn't hold back? And against someone that's stunning? Man's got no mercy. In the ring, the tide shifted. The demon girl, after an exhausting exchange, finally dropped to one knee, her breath ragged. Zhou Yi stood tall, golden energy crackling around him, his warhammer resting easily on his shoulder. With a casual shrug, he said, "All right, warm-up's over." Then, in a single breath, he activated Gift of God, Gift of Courage, Weapon Blessing, Blessing of Dawn, and Gift of Protection. Holy energy surged around him, a divine whirlwind that sent shockwaves through the arena. The audience watched in stunned silence. The real fight was only just beginning. Here's your refined scene with sharper pacing, stronger character moments, and a smoother flow. The demon girl knelt, struggling for breath as the sheer weight of Zhou Yi's power bore down on her. So this is his true strength? Before she could recover, Zhou Yi activated Spear of Victory. Radiant energy spears materialized above him, raining down like divine judgment. Reacting instantly, she used Phantom Slash, vanishing in a blur and reappearing right in front of Zhou Yi, blade poised to strike. But I knew you'd do that. Her breath caught. Zhou Yi was already there, waiting. When did he move? A chill ran down her spine as she saw his warhammer rising. With no time to dodge, she squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for impact. Yet the blow never came. Instead, his voice rang out, calm and composed. "Do you want to keep going?" She opened her eyes to see Zhou Yi standing before her, his warhammer planted firmly on the ground. He wasn't mocking her. He was waiting, exhaling slowly. She pushed herself to her feet, brushing off the dust. "No," she admitted. "I've got nothing left. Against this level of aggression, I can't win." Zhou Yi tilted his head slightly. "You weren't fighting at full strength." A sly smile crossed her lips. "Neither were you." She reached in her pocket and pulled out her phone, holding it out to him. "I saw your exam video. Add me. We'll do this again sometime." Zhou Yi shrugged and added her to his friend list. Then, her entire demeanor changed. Her face flushed a deep crimson. Her eyes sparkled with unspoken emotions. In her mind, fireworks exploded, cherry blossoms swirled, and an imaginary romance theme played on loop. Is this love? Meanwhile, Zhou Yi, noticing her suddenly dreamy expression, felt a shiver run down his spine. Why is she looking at me like that? Clearing his throat, he turned to Miss Su. Let's move on. Miss Su, still beaming from his performance, led him away from the arena. As they walked, she chuckled. Earning 600 points on your first day and scaring off potential challengers. You've definitely made an impression. Zhou Yi smirked. Good. Saves me some trouble. This year was going to be very interesting. Zhou Yi and Miss Su arrived at the newcomers' dormitory, perched atop a mountain. As they walked, Miss Su explained the dormitory hierarchy. Regular students stayed in shared dorms at the base. Special recruits, like Zhou Yi, lived in independent mansions higher up. The quality of these mansions depended on rank, with the first-place student receiving the most extravagant residence. Standing before his new home, Zhou Yi couldn't help but be impressed. The sheer scale and luxury made it clear this was no ordinary dorm. Before he could head inside, Miss Su suddenly asked, I heard you're looking for the freezing lotus. That true? Zhou Yi nodded. There's a rumor, she said, lowering her voice slightly. A frost lotus was spotted in the Tempest Mountain range about 6 years ago. A party found it but left empty-handed. It was heavily guarded by high-level demons. No one knows if it's still there. Zhou Yi absorbed the information carefully. After Miss Su left, he wasted no time diving into research. The Tempest Mountain range was no ordinary place. It had emerged after Earth fused with the Eternal Game, creating a sprawling, resource-rich wilderness filled with rare treasures and deadly creatures. Even tertiary awakened class holders hesitated before venturing inside. But Zhou Yi wasn't deterred. He wasn't strong enough to face high-level demons head-on yet, but the system's exam reward, a resurrection cross, gave him a trump card. No matter how dangerous it got, he had at least one guaranteed escape. Determined to prepare, Zhou Yi sat at his desk and browsed through his first-place rewards. A list of skills flashed before him. Holy Light Protection, Sacred Punch, Holy Light Shield, Sacred Retaliation, Holy Light Ball. He chose skills that gave him immunity to physical damage, a weaponless combat technique, and a long-range attack. He also eyed the Force Set, a powerful armor reward from the exam. Unlike the skills, it required points to claim. After some consideration, he spent what was needed. Preparation was everything. With his new gear equipped, Zhou Yi stepped into the Tempest Mountain range. The landscape was rugged and silent, the air thick with an eerie stillness. Then, boom! A massive explosion erupted in the distance, sending a shockwave rippling through the terrain. Even from afar, Zhou Yi felt the sheer force of the blast. He narrowed his eyes. That wasn't natural. Curious and cautious, he moved toward the source. Whatever had caused that explosion wasn't just powerful. It was something worth investigating. Meanwhile, back at the academy, Jiang Churen, the cool and enigmatic white-haired demon girl, is pacing nervously in her dorm. Her usual icy composure has been replaced by a whirlwind of anxiety as she checks her phone for the millionth time. Finally, it pings. Zhou Yi has replied. His message reads, I'm heading to the Tempest Mountain range. Her pale cheeks turn bright red, and her heart pounds like a boss battle soundtrack. Tossing and turning on her bed, she tries to calm her spiraling thoughts. Her friend, who has been quietly observing her meltdown, finally speaks up. Churen, seriously, what's going on? You've been glued to your phone all day. Did something happen? Still flustered, but unable to hold back her excitement, Jiang Churen blurts out, I met someone. He's different. I even tried using my charm ability on him, but he completely ignored it. Her friend's eyes widen in disbelief. No way. That ability works on everyone. His willpower must be insane. Exactly. Churen's face lights up like she just rolled a legendary weapon. That's why he's so special. I've decided I'm going to the Tempest Mountain range too. Far away in the Tempest Mountain range, chaos reigns as an all-female adventuring team tears through a rugged trail in a battered truck, pursued by a monstrous horde. The team is a powerhouse of skills and synergy, each member playing a crucial role in their desperate escape. Zhu Xiao, the mechanic, mans the truck's defenses, expertly launching explosive bombs that turn the pursuing monsters into bursts of gore. Yet, some creatures still press on. Wen Tianrun, the summoner, casts her spirit's summoning ice skill, conjuring a massive ice wall that slows the advancing horde. It buys them precious seconds. Zhu Dan, the gunner, unleashes relentless firepower, mowing down the creatures with her machine gun like she's in a high-score arcade game. For a brief moment, victory seems within reach as the number of monsters dwindles. But fate has other plans. When Tianrun suddenly freezes, her eyes narrowing. Something's off, she warns, her voice tinged with urgency. Before anyone can react, A blazing projectile streaks toward them, fiery and deadly. When Tianrun conjures an ice shield around the truck just in time, but the fiery attack shatters their momentum. The projectile narrowly misses Su Qinglian, the swordsman of the group, but the truck takes the brunt of the blast. The vehicle explodes into a cloud of smoke and flames, scattering the team like an overpowered AoE attack. When the dust settles, the team is left battered and vulnerable. Some are pinned under wreckage, others barely standing. Su Qinglian scrambles to assess the situation, calling out, "Everyone, sound off. Are you okay?" When Tianruan's face pales as she gasps in terror, pointing behind Su Qinglian. "Look behind you." The sight is nothing short of terrifying. A horde of demons, one of the 5 most violent races, surrounds the battered team. These creatures are infamous for their unrelenting hunger for living beings, their monstrous mouths glowing ominously as they prepare to unleash a wave of fiery destruction. The team is frozen in place, exhaustion and despair gripping them. They've used up every trump card, yet they've barely managed to scratch the enemy's numbers. The same grim realization flashes through everyone's mind. Is this the end? The demons unleash a hellish inferno, their fire attacks converging into a massive wave of destruction. The adventurers brace for impact, knowing there's no escape. Then a flash of white. A streak of light cuts through the battlefield as Zhou Yi arrives, riding atop a majestic white wolf. Without hesitation, he raises his hand, activating Sacred Storm. A radiant cross symbol materializes midair, intercepting the incoming inferno. When the holy energy clashes with the demonic fire, a fiery tornado infused with divine light erupts, twisting and consuming the flames while sending a shockwave through the battlefield. The storm's holy radiance pierces through the night, causing the demons to shriek in agony as the sacred energy disrupts their dark essence. Zhou Yi stands at the center of it all, his cross-shaped mark glowing brilliantly on his forehead, intensifying the purifying force. Before the demons can regroup, Zhou Yi strikes again, a lightning-fast sacred slash. His sword, bathed in divine energy, cuts through the demonic horde in an instant, leaving behind only lifeless bodies and a battlefield soaked in holy light. Silence. The once overwhelming horde is reduced to nothing. The eerie calm that follows is almost surreal. The rescued adventurers, still processing what just happened, stare at Zhou Yi in utter awe. His overwhelming power, his divine presence. Who is this man? Even as he approaches, there's a lingering hesitation in their eyes. Is he truly a savior, or simply another unknown force they should fear? Zhou Yi quickly dispels their doubts. Slow healing activates, and a soothing golden glow envelopes the injured, closing their wounds within moments. However, when Tianrun remains unconscious, her condition is still critical. Grateful yet cautious, Su Qinglian steps forward. "Thank you for saving us," she says sincerely. Zhou Yi's gaze lingers on her for a moment before he responds with a small smile. "Of course I know you. Su Qinglian's team is one of the top 3 in the academy. Naturally, I've heard of you." Su Qinglian blinks in surprise before letting out a light laugh. "Hearing that makes me feel shy," she admits, her tone unusually warm. Her expression turns serious as she continues. "Brother Zhou, your light attribute abilities are terrifyingly effective against demons, but the Tempest Mountain range is no joke. Why don't you return to the supply base with us?" Zhou Yi considers her words carefully. For a month, he's been searching these lands for the ice lotus, a rare herb with extreme cold properties. Yet he has found no trace of it. With the new student competition just 3 days away, time is running short. For now, it seems returning with Su Qinglian's team is the best move. He can resume his search once the event is over. As the group prepares to leave, Su Qinglian signals Zhu Xiao, who instantly understands. With a confident smirk, Zhu Xiao summons a squad of mechanical spiders, sleek, high-tech constructs that radiate advanced engineering and lethal precision. Zhou Yi and his wolf both seem genuinely impressed, taking in the intricate craftsmanship. Zhu Xiao, never one to waste an opportunity for dramatic flair, sweeps her arm out with a grand gesture. "Come aboard, everyone," she announces like a captain leading a starship launch. Su Qinglian rolls her eyes, suppressing a sigh. Why is she always like this? Once everyone is seated inside the spider vehicle, it springs into motion, maneuvering through the rough terrain with surprising speed and agility. Zhou Yi, seated next to Su Qinglian, takes the opportunity to press her for details. "Senior Sister Su," he begins, "with so many monsters in the Tempest Mountain range, why haven't they been dealt with already?" Su Qinglian's expression darkens. "Our team has been patrolling the outskirts of Gale Mountain for over 2 months. This is the first time we've encountered demons like this." Zhou Yi raises an eyebrow. So you're saying these monsters either crawled out from the depths of Gale Mountain, or they slipped through some kind of dimensional rift? Su Qing Lien nods grimly. Exactly. That's why we need to report this to the military base immediately. Zhou Yi frowns, his mind analyzing the situation. But isn't the Mage Tower supposed to monitor the entire region? Shouldn't they have picked up on this anomaly? Su Qing Lien shakes her head. The Mage Tower focuses on tracking high-ranking demons, epic and legendary level threats. These ones fall below their detection threshold. Zhou Yi crosses his arms, deep in thought. A silver demon above level 20 isn't exactly low level. If they're slipping through undetected, there's something wrong with their monitoring system. Su Qing Lien elaborates. The alien energy levels around these demons fall below the set limit of the Mage Tower sensors. That's why they weren't flagged. Zhou Yi slowly nods, piecing the puzzle together. But something still doesn't sit right. Meanwhile, Su Qing Lien's concern deepens. If a rift really did open, why are only weaker demons coming through? She muses aloud. A breach capable of letting in level 30 monsters could also allow level 50 or higher creatures. If that happens, she doesn't finish the thought. The implications are too grim. A large-scale demon invasion could obliterate entire cities before anyone has time to react. This situation is bigger than just a single patrol. It could be the prelude to something catastrophic. Her resolve hardens. We have to get this information to the authorities as soon as possible. High above them, a sinister presence stirs. A flock of winged demons slices through the sky, their grotesque forms blending with the darkness. They are moving fast, heading straight for the rift. The chilling word echoes through the air, spoken in raspy, inhuman voices. Food, food. High above, winged demons cut through the sky, their hollow cries filling the air with an eerie dread. Their glowing red eyes scan the ground below, searching for prey. At the same time, a far more dire scene unfolds nearby. Jiang Churin stands surrounded. More than 20 silver demons closing in on her, their grotesque forms moving with unsettling coordination. Her sword flashes as she cuts through their ranks, but exhaustion weighs heavily on her. Her mana is running dangerously low. There are people trapped over there, someone from the team exclaims. Zhou Yi's eyes narrow. Without hesitation, he takes charge. You all go ahead. I'll handle this. Su Qing Lien's concern is immediate. Zhou Yi. There could be more of them. It's too risky to go alone. But Zhou Yi is already mounting his wolf. His resolve is absolute. I'll catch up soon. He kicks off, speeding toward the battle without looking back, asterisk asterisk. As the wind howls past him, Zhou Yi's mind sharpens into a single thought. This aura. I know it. It's her. His instincts confirm it. Jiang Churin is in grave danger. Meanwhile, a small group of adventurers watches from a safe distance. Jiang Churin, now in full demon form, fights with deadly precision. Each swing of her sword carves through the demons, but her movements grow increasingly strained. Should we help? One of them asks hesitantly. Silence. They all know the answer. The odds are too high. One of them finally mutters, we can't even protect ourselves. If she makes it, she'll be a powerhouse in the future. But for now, it's best to let go. Regret lingers in their eyes as they choose to stay hidden, watching her fight alone. Jiang Churin's breath comes ragged. Her blade still moves, but she can feel it. The demons have figured it out. They no longer attack blindly. Instead, they circle, keeping their distance, forcing her to waste energy. They're waiting. Her transformation has a time limit. They know it. She knows it. The tactic is brutal. Wear her down, wave by wave, until she collapses. Jiang Churin grits her teeth, refusing to fall. If her succubus power fades, escape will be impossible. She needs to end this now. But just as her body starts to falter, a voice booms across the battlefield. Come, thunder, and fall upon them all. The air crackles. A surge of electricity erupts from the distance, illuminating the battlefield in an instant. Before Jiang Churin can even process what's happening, bolts of lightning tear through the sky, striking down like judgment itself. In an instant, the overwhelming horde is reduced to ash. Charred remains scattered across the battlefield, the very ground beneath them scorched and steaming from the sheer power of the attack. Jiang Churin's eyes widen in disbelief. Then she hears it. Move out of the way! She turns to see Zhou Yi charging toward her, his voice cutting through the haze of destruction. But before she can react, a piercing, monstrous scream rips through the battlefield. The sound is deafening, a banshee-like wail that sends shockwaves through the air. Jiang Churin clutches her ears, grimacing in pain. The source? A high-level demon, massive, menacing, and furious at the loss of its kin. The creature's roar ignites a frenzy, and the remaining demons respond immediately. Their bodies burst into flames, activating madness. Body of fire, amplifying their strength to terrifying levels. Jiang Churen watches in horror as the once weakened demons become even deadlier. Zhou Yi, leave now. This is the madness of the demon clan, she shouts, urgency in her voice. But Zhou Yi, completely unfazed. Jiang Churen's mind races. There's no way to win. If Zhou Yi won't leave, then she has only one option left. Self-destruction. She grits her teeth, preparing to unleash everything in a desperate final attack. If she's going down, she's taking them with her. But just as she's about to act, a strong arm wraps around her waist. Jiang Churen gasps as Zhou Yi effortlessly lifts her onto his wolf, securing her in front of him like it's nothing. Zhou Yi. Her voice is barely a whisper, her face heating in shock. The high-level demon bellows in rage, its fiery fist smashing down toward them. Miss. Zhou Yi's wolf dodges with unreal grace, leaping out of the attack's radius just in time. The impact behind them is devastating, the ground shattering like glass under the force of the failed strike. The horde lunges again. Zhou Yi scoffs. Time to end this? He raises his hand, summoning a blinding golden light. Light punishment activates. Above them, the storm returns, but this time, it's not just lightning. It's divine retribution. Bolts of holy energy rain down, striking the demons one by one, their agonized screams echoing through the battlefield. The fiery aura surrounding them flickers and fades, snuffed out under the sheer magnitude of Zhou Yi's heavenly assault. As the last demon falls, silence returns. Zhou Yi surveys the battlefield with satisfaction, then lets out a chuckle. No wonder everyone wants to be a magician. Killing monsters from a distance is kind of addicting. Jiang Churen, still held firmly on his wolf, can't decide what's more dangerous, the demons or the ridiculous man who just saved her. Zhou Yi cradles Jiang Churen protectively, his calm demeanor contrasting with the chaos around them. Her gaze, once tense, now softens with admiration, and perhaps a flicker of something deeper. The battlefield crackles with fiery energy as demons swarm relentlessly, their numbers still overwhelming despite the devastation wrought by Zhou Yi's earlier light punishment skill. The two find themselves encircled by 180 demons, their fiery auras blazing with rage. Zhou Yi sits astride his wolf, Jiang Churen in his arms, surveying the approaching horde with calm calculation. 180 demons. Scattered, but manageable if I can group them together. Zhou Yi thinks, his tactical mind at work. Jiang Churen, however, is less composed. Her eyes dart between the advancing foes, her voice trembling with doubt. This is impossible. They've all been drawn here. How are we supposed to survive? Without missing a beat, Zhou Yi turns to her. His voice is steady, radiating confidence. Jiang Churen, distract the ones on the left. Don't engage. Just lead them away. Her stunned expression says it all. What? Zhou Yi, what are you? Her words trail off as he activates slow healing, a warm energy enveloping her and restoring her vitality. Before she can protest further, Zhou Yi casts a series of buffs. Death Dawn Blessing, Blessing of Weapon, and God's Gifts. Each spell amplifies her power, bathing her in radiant light. Her stats skyrocket. Strength, from 114 to 143, plus 29, 25% increase. Speed, from 122 to 153, plus 31, 25% increase. Constitution, from 103 to 129, plus 26, 25% increase. Intelligence, from 156 to 195, plus 39, 25% increase. Jiang Churen gasps as the surge of energy floods her system. This is the power of a Saint Knight? How is this even real? Zhou Yi's sharp voice cuts through her amazement. Focus. You got the power now. Go. I'll take care of the rest. Though reluctant, Jiang Churen nods and darts to the left, her newfound speed allowing her to lure a portion of the demons away. Her swift movements split the horde, creating an opening for Zhou Yi. Gripping his warhammer, Zhou Yi spurs his wolf forward and charges into the thick of the remaining demons. The fiery creatures react, their glowing forms unleashing energy attacks, but Zhou Yi is faster. Each swing of his warhammer reverberates through the battlefield, the impact unleashing holy light that obliterates his foes in radiant explosions. With each strike, the tide of battle begins to shift, Zhou Yi's unwavering determination shining like a beacon against the darkness. Zhou Yi's hammer swings with divine precision, erasing weaker demons in a single blow. The stronger ones barely stagger, but they don't escape his wrath. Every strike is a symphony of destruction, turning the battlefield into chaos incarnate. Flames burst across the ground as demon cries echo through the melee. Zhou Yi's presence transforms the fight into an apocalyptic scene. Jiang Churen, watching from the sidelines, struggles to believe what she's seeing. Her boosted agility and strength keep her mobile, dodging and distracting the demons in her path. Still, her attention is fixed on Joey. This is insane, she whispers. Not even a level 25 Saint Knight should have this kind of raw power. Despite her combat experience, Jiang Churen is dumbfounded. Zhou isn't just fighting. He's rewriting the laws of combat, making it clear who rules this battlefield. The relentless waves of demons keep coming, but Zhou meets them head-on, each strike sending shockwaves through the air. The holy light from his attacks bathes the area, disintegrating any demon unlucky enough to get caught. But the battlefield shifts as a group of demons breaks away and charges Jiang Churen. One particularly fast demon lunges at her, only to meet Zhou Yi's wolf in midair. The beast clamps its jaws around the demon, forcing it to the ground. Jiang Churen tightens her grip on her sword, fending off the surrounding demons. Her mind races. Focus. Don't think. Just trust him. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi continues to carve through the horde, but the enemy numbers refuse to dwindle. A group of demons sneaks up behind him, until a wave of dark energy slashes through them in an instant. Zhou Yi glances back to find Jiang Churen wielding a shadow whip. The weapon hums with dark energy, lashing out in sharp arcs that cut through demons and their shadows alike. Her movements are sharp, precise, and devastating, turning the tide in her immediate area. A smirk tugs at Zhou Yi's lips. She's better at luring them than I expected, and pulling out moves I didn't see coming. Sacred energy radiates from Jiang Churen, enhanced by Zhou Yi's buffs. Her strikes grow even stronger, her movements faster. Zhou Yi tosses a glowing sphere of light in her direction. It bursts into a radiant shield around her, shimmering with holy energy. Stay inside the shield, Zhou Yi commands, his voice steady but firm. Jiang Churen nods, her confidence bolstered by the protective aura. The two warriors, now working in tandem, turn the battlefield into a playground of divine destruction. Zhou Yi raises his warhammer and invokes Holy Cross, summoning a massive cross of radiant light that towers behind him. It blazes with holy flames, scorching every demon within a 200-meter radius. The air crackles with divine energy as the demons writhe and howl in pain, their bodies succumbing to the relentless flames. Jiang Churen, standing nearby, can't take her eyes off him. Her voice barely a whisper, she mutters, This is power beyond reason. Despite the widespread destruction, the remaining demons, driven by fury, launch a desperate attack. Zhou Yi steps forward unbothered, his voice booming with conviction. All darkness will fall under the light of holy light. With a flourish, he raises his warhammer again, chanting, Let the light gather, and the storm rage. From above, glowing crosses rain down like a divine meteor shower, blanketing the battlefield in radiant destruction. The holy storm spares no one. Every demon caught in its grasp is obliterated, their remains fading into nothingness. Even those who attempt to flee are pulled back into the storm's grasp and reduced to ash. From a safe distance, the 6 men who had abandoned Jiang Churen earlier are frozen in terror. Not at the demons, but at Zhou Yi. Is he even human? One of them stammers. Another nods, his voice shaky. That's not human. He's like a god of war. Their leader swallows hard, sizing up Zhou Yi's strength. At level 26, I'm the strongest among us, but against him, even all 6 of us together wouldn't stand a chance. He hesitates, then resolves, we need to be on his good side. Let's introduce ourselves before it's too late. Before they can act, a mechanical spider skids to a stop nearby. Gunner girl Zhu Dan leaps out, her voice brimming with excitement. Brother Zhou Yi, we're here to back you up, her words catch in her throat as her eyes sweep over the battlefield. The once chaotic field is now littered with the lifeless remains of 180 demons, the ground scorched and silent. You did all this? Zhu Dan asks, her face a mix of awe and disbelief. At that moment, a familiar chime rings in Zhou Yi's mind. Congratulations! You've reached level 17. Reward, plus 15 free attribute points, plus 15 skill points. Congratulations! You've reached level 18. Reward, plus 15 free attribute points, plus 15 skill points. Zhou Yi lowers his warhammer, his exhaustion finally showing. Jiang Churen, equally drained, exhales deeply as they survey the aftermath. Zhou Yi pulls out a recovery potion and gulps it down, grimacing at its minimal effect. Still not enough, he mutters, his eyes narrowing as he assesses the battlefield. Zhou Yi's stats now read like a mini-boss flex. Strength, 160. Physique, 171. Agility, 162. Wisdom, 172. He sighs, feeling bittersweet about his progress. Man, if it weren't for those level caps on XP, We'd be on a whole new tier after that fight. Before he can stew further, Su Qing Lian, the ever-composed swordswoman, leads her team toward him. Her usual calm is replaced by wide-eyed disbelief. Zhou Yi, did you really handle all this? She asks, scanning the carnage with a hint of suspicion. Even Zhu Dan, the sharpshooting gunner who rarely lets emotions show, seems shaken. Brother Zhou Yi, this level of strength is unreal. The praise is cut short by Jiang Churin dramatically flopping onto the ground. She groans. Yep, definitely overdid it. Su Qing Lian refocuses, her tone shifting to business. Did you encounter anything unusual? Zhou Yi pauses, replaying the battles in his mind. The strongest one was a level 23 gold-ranked demon. Not exactly a big deal. Su Qing Lian's expression darkens. That's troubling. Demonic armies don't operate without a leader. If there wasn't one here, it means their main force hasn't arrived yet. The weight of her words settles on everyone like a bad plot twist. She straightens up, her voice commanding. We need to move. Now. Everyone, head to the supply base before things get worse. The group doesn't waste a second, hustling away from the danger zone. Meanwhile, a group of 6 spies hidden in the nearby bushes exhales collectively, relief evident. They're gone. One whispers to their leader. Should we move? The leader nods, but as they step forward, an overwhelming force pins them in place. What the boss? What is this? One cries, panic edging into his voice. The leader's face pales as realization hits. Demonic energy. Something big is coming. High above the mountain, a fiery skeletal dragon emerges, its roar echoing like a death knell. The air around it burns with intense demonic power. This monstrosity, a level 24 gold tier, 3-star demon, radiates pure destruction. Flame blasts? It can spam those all day. But the dragon is merely the opening act. From the shadows steps a skeletal demon warrior, towering and far more menacing. Its aura alone could make a battle-hardened veteran reconsider their life choices. This level 30 legendary tier, 3-star demon is an enigma, its abilities shrouded in dread. Back at the supply base, alarms blare to life. The demonic energy detector meter spikes off the charts, triggering emergency alerts across the network. Chaos erupts as everyone scrambles to prepare for the incoming nightmare. The emergency alert surges to alien invasion level 4, setting the entire base into a frenzy. A commanding voice crackles through the intercom, sharp and urgent. All personnel, combat readiness, now. The Snow Dragon Legion springs into action like a well-oiled war machine. Warrior and Knight departments drop their training immediately and sprint to the battlefield. Chaplain department prepares to fuel the fighters with magic energy. Logistics department rapidly distributes magic cores and crystals to sustain the battle. Mage department pinpoints the enemy's location down to the exact coordinates and constructs a massive teleportation circle for instant deployment. The central square erupts into controlled chaos as warriors rally, their gazes locked on their leader. Commander Su Yujo, the indomitable force behind the Snow Dragon Legion. His presence alone is enough to steady the storm. A soldier steps forward, salutes sharply, and reports. All personnel assembled and awaiting orders, sir. Commander Su Yujo strides forward, unsheathing his blade, his voice carrying like a battle hymn. Knights! The warriors snap to attention, standing taller as he continues, raising his sword high. My strength is creation, and I am capable of conquering thrones and thrones. My strength is a shield, and I am a protector. The knights echo his words, their voices turning into a thundering chant. The air brims with unshakable resolve. With a final unified cry, they march toward the glowing teleportation magic circle, ready to charge headfirst into the abyss. The scene shifts to something out of a nightmare. A towering, menacing throne looms in the heart of the demonic horde, and upon it sits Demon King Urimus, a living embodiment of destruction. His mere presence commands submission, his crimson gaze burning with cold fury. Before him, a sea of lesser demons kneels, awaiting their master's decree. Their twisted forms tremble, not with fear, but with bloodthirsty excitement. Urimus surveys his army, his expression unreadable. Each of these demons, personally tested and chosen by me. In 6 months on this pathetic planet, I've lost only 10, but then his face darkens. Yet now, before my triumphant return to the sacred world, hundreds have been slaughtered. His grip tightens on the armrest of his throne. An insult of this scale will not go unanswered. Rising to his full, monstrous height, he gazes upon his army and declares, "Before we depart for the sacred area, go wild." A split second of silence, then pandemonium erupts. "Thank you, Your Highness." The horde screams in savage delight, their deafening roars shaking the very ground. The invasion isn't just continuing, it's about to get worse. The chaos unleashed by Urima's decree was the catalyst. The reason Zhang Chern was attacked. The reason Zhou Yi was forced into the fray. And now, in the present, the battlefield has reached its breaking point. A colossal fire dragon descends from the sky, its molten scales glowing like liquid magma. The sheer heat from its body warps the air, making the battlefield feel like the mouth of an active volcano. Perched atop the beast is Urimas himself, his crimson cloak billowing, his glare burning with unrelenting fury. The ground trembles as the dragon lands with a bone-rattling crash. Urimas fixes his gaze on Zhou Yi's group, his voice venomous with rage. I will never forgive this insult. You will drown in regret. The fire dragon snarls, its voice a deep, guttural growl that seems to reverberate through their very souls. Your spirits will burn forever in the flames of the underworld. Without hesitation, Urimas raises his hand, activating a summoning skill. The battlefield transforms into a nightmare. A tsunami of demons surges forth. Golden tier demon knights, silver tier demon spellcasters, countless lesser fiends, forming a seemingly endless tide of darkness. The very horizon disappears under their sheer numbers. Su Qing Lian quickly scans the battlefield with her detection skill. Her face darkens as the enemy ranks unfold before her. Legendary devils, gold tier knights, silver tier spellcasters. This is beyond anything we've faced before. She steps in front of Zhou Yi, gripping her sword tightly. Zhou Yi, listen to me. If you get an opening, you need to escape. We'll hold the line. Zhu Dan forces a nervous chuckle. Yeah, you're way more valuable than the rest of us. No offense, everyone. Their resolve is clear. They see Zhou Yi as humanity's best chance for survival, someone whose potential must be protected at all costs. Then, a blinding flash. The teleportation circle above them suddenly activates. The sky splits open, revealing glowing gates of light. Warriors begin descending like a divine army, their presence turning despair into hope. Su Qing's breath catches in her throat. Then, her expression erupts into relief. The Snow Dragon Legion is here. The elite second-tier professionals, all level 30 and above, march forth with unwavering determination. At their helm, a towering level 51 third-tier warrior, his aura alone radiating power. It feels like a miracle, but miracles don't last long in war. Urimas smirks. Then he laughs. Fools! A pulse of demonic energy ripples outward. You really thought your reinforcements could save you? My magic ensures they stay far from this battlefield. They can only watch as you are erased. A shimmering magic barrier materializes around Zhou Yi's group, effectively sealing them inside enemy territory. The Snow Dragon Legion, mere meters away, suddenly halt, powerless to break through. Su Qing's relief shatters into horror. They're trapped. Tension rises as the Snow Dragon Legion knights assess their dire predicament. One knight presses his hand against the shimmering energy shield, his tone grim. This is the Demon Clan's Dark Wall of Flame, a forbidden level spell. It creates a barrier that blocks teleportation and external attacks. Another knight turns to Commander Su Yuzhou, his expression equally somber. We need the strength of two armies to break this. Otherwise, we wait for it to fade naturally. Commander Su Yuzhou's voice tightens. How long? The knight hesitates before answering. 5 minutes at least. Su Yuzhou clenches his fists, frustration and regret clear. In that time, the demons will wipe out everyone inside. After a heavy pause, he adds, compile information on the survivors. Once this is over, notify their families to claim their remains. Below the barrier, Zhou Yi's system notification flares to life. New achievement quest unlocked. Mission, kill the legendary demon. Failure penalty none. Reward, +1 level, talent fueling potion. Zhou Yi smirks, determination lighting up his face. Finally, something exciting. As Su Qing Lian and her team shout futile warnings, Zhou Yi strides forward, holy energy radiating from his frame. His unflinching resolve cuts through their pleas. High above, Urimas, son of Satan, sneers from his fiery mount. So, you're the one who dared to slaughter my soldiers. I'll crush you myself. His fire dragon roars, its molten scales glowing ominously as it takes flight. Urimas' voice booms across the battlefield. Burn in eternal suffering. The dragon unleashes a massive fireball that rockets toward Zhou Yi. Su Qing Lian's panicked cry rings out. Zhou Yi! But Zhou Yi is unfazed. Raising his warhammer, its golden energy arcs magnificently as he swings. The hammer's force collides with the fireball, shattering the flames like glass. The same strike doesn't stop there. It slashes through one of the dragon's wings with a sickening crack. The dragon screeches as it spirals downward, its body crashing into the ground with a thunderous impact, sending tremors rippling through the earth. Urima's leaps from his fallen mount, disoriented but quickly regaining his composure. Before he can fully recover, Zhou barrels forward with blistering speed, alarm flashing in his eyes. Urima's raises his flaming sword, slicing through the air with an arc of fire that scorches the battlefield. Zhou vanishes in a blur, effortlessly dodging the fiery slash. Urima's whips his head around in frantic search. Too late. A presence looms behind him. Zhou Yi's warhammer swings down with earth-shattering force. Urima's barely raises his sword in time, meeting the strike head-on. The collision erupts in a shockwave that ripples across the battlefield, sending tremors through the ground. Both warriors are thrown back, locking eyes in an intense standoff. Urima's sneer falters, his voice tinged with disbelief. Impossible. This human. He's only level 18. How is he matching my strength? Zhou Yi plants his warhammer into the ground, golden energy crackling around him. His calm, commanding voice cuts through the battlefield's chaos. Resilient, aren't you? Good. You're the first legendary monster I've ever fought. The demon's pride takes a direct hit. Snarling in fury, he charges, flames surging from his sword as he swings at Zhou Yi with breakneck speed. Their weapons clash again, each impact ringing like thunder. The battlefield becomes a blur of steel and fire, their strikes too fast for the onlookers to track. Seizing an opening, Zhou Yi leaps into the air, summoning divine energy into a new attack. Pure white blade. A radiant slash of holy power hurtles toward Urima's, closing the distance in an instant. The demon's eyes widen, too fast to dodge. The attack slams into him, sending him staggering. Zhou Yi doesn't let up. Punishment of light. A deafening crack splits the air as lightning surges from the heavens, a golden torrent crashing down. But Urima's reacts in time. Balog's shield. Dark energy flares as a barrier materializes. The holy lightning strikes with devastating force, but disperses against the shield. Though Urima's remains standing, his arms tremble slightly from the impact. Zhou Yi narrows his eyes. Even that wasn't enough? His grip tightens on his hammer. He's facing a monster that won't go down easily. Sensing danger, Urima snarls. Reinforcements now! A deafening roar echoes across the battlefield. From the shadows, an army of demons surges forward, his elite generals leading the charge, countless lesser demons following in a bloodthirsty frenzy. Kill him! Urima's commands. The demonic horde charges, the ground trembling beneath their numbers. But high above, Zhou Yi lifts his hands, his voice resonating with divine power. Let the heavens open and cleanse this land. The air shifts. A sacred wind howls across the battlefield, sending shivers through demons and humans alike. The sky glows golden as divine energy floods the atmosphere. The demons freeze. Their primal bloodlust flickers, overshadowed by something even greater. Fear. Beyond the barrier, the Snow Dragon Legion watches in stunned silence. Even Su Qinglian and her team stand mesmerized. Zhou Yi is preparing to end this. The massive sacred palm descends from the portal like divine judgment, its impact obliterating the battlefield. The ground fractures under the force, wiping out waves of the demonic horde. Sacred energy pulses outward, so intense it seems to warp the air itself, leaving an oppressive pressure that paralyzes everything nearby. Su Qinglian steadies herself, her voice trembling. This can't be real. Did Zhou Yi just was that him? Her mind struggles to match the boy she knew with the overwhelming power she just witnessed. Jiang Chuan isn't faring much better. The sacred energy clashes violently with her succubus blood, leaving her visibly shaken and pale. Even standing nearby feels like a challenge. Outside the barrier, the Snow Dragon Legion watches in stunned silence. A soldier cautiously approaches Commander Su Yuzhou. Commander, reports confirm the students inside include Su Kong University's elite. The one who launched the attack is Paladin Zhou Yi, this year's top recruit. Commander Su's expression darkens, his voice laced with regret. The boy has talent, no question. That skill could obliterate the devil himself, if properly honed. But now, he's just a beginner. He's burning through power he can't sustain against an opponent like this. Amid the devastation, the devil Urima's staggers to his feet, blood dripping from his mouth. His face contorts with rage, his voice a booming roar. You dare challenge me? You dare insult Urima's? I will show you despair. Demonic energy erupts around him, a swirling vortex of fury. Pointing a clawed hand, he issues his command. Demon army! Flame curse army magic now! Burn him to ash! Instantly, the battlefield stirs with renewed chaos. Mage demons weave curses, fire demons ignite the ground beneath them, and shadow creatures slip through the chaos, ready to strike. Every corner of the field brims with death, converging toward Zhou Yi. Urima's retreats slightly, allowing a demon healer to attend to his wounds. His eyes burn with malice. He's bluffing, he growls. A level 18 warrior can't sustain that kind of power for long. His magical reserves must already be depleted. The healer nods, his expression grim yet confident. You're right, Lord Urimas. Against the combined might of 300 tribal warriors and millions of lesser demons, his exhaustion is inevitable. He'll be torn apart. Urimas' lips curl into a cruel grin. Exactly. This ends here. Let's remind him why mortals should fear the abyss. His laughter echoes across the battlefield, his confidence fully restored. A celestial radiance descends, splitting the suffocating darkness of the demonic barrier. Zhou Yi's shining for help skill activates the of Light's secret technique, summoning a divine presence that stuns the battlefield. From the heavens, the radiant angel from his awakening materializes once more, golden wings unfurling as she embraces him. Silence blankets the battlefield. Even the monstrous Urimas, who moments ago exuded unshakable confidence, stares in frozen dread. Then, the angel's wings tremble, and sacred feathers begin to fall. Their beauty is mesmerizing, hypnotic even. Demons, unable to resist, instinctively reach out. The moment their claws graze the feathers, however, they ignite into searing pillars of divine fire. Agonized shrieks rip through the battlefield as entire demon ranks are reduced to smoldering ash. Outside the barrier, the Snow Dragon Legion watches in stunned disbelief. A single feather drifts toward Commander Su Yujo. He catches it gently, feeling the immense power pulsing through it. Commander, what is this? A soldier asks, his voice laced with awe. Su Yujo's gaze remains fixed on the battlefield. Divine magic, he murmurs. A gift from the gods. Only high-tier divine professionals can wield it. I once saw a level 58 priest cast a divine spell that healed an entire legion in seconds. That same magic saved us from 3 demon armies during the siege of the Northern Gate. And now, he exhales almost reverently. This magic alone could wipe out every demon on that battlefield. The legion stands transfixed, the realization settling in. Zhou Yi is wielding a force beyond mortal limits. Meanwhile, Urimas watches in pure horror as his once mighty army is annihilated. His elite generals, his shadow assassins, his flame casters. Nothing withstands the relentless holy flames. Impossible, he bellows, voice cracking with fury. How can a mere level 18 warrior command the power of the gods? The fear in his eyes is unmistakable. This isn't just some fluke or overpowered skill. This is something else, something unnatural. Amid the smoke and flames, he begins to change. The corpses of his fallen soldiers dissolve into streams of dark energy, their lingering souls unwillingly consumed. His once imposing aura multiplies tenfold, raw demonic power pulsating from his form. The air around him vibrates with pressure, warping space itself. Zhou Yi, however, remains composed. His golden aura intensifies as the angel's divine energy flows through him. The celestial figure leans in, her voice an ethereal whisper. Wield the power of light wisely. This is your trial, chosen warrior. Darkness must be eradicated without hesitation. With her blessing, Zhou Yi's body ignites with holy flames, forming a protective barrier around him. Behind him, the divine circle glows with unshakable brilliance, a testament to the light's favor. Zhou Yi watches his enemy's reckless aggression, then slowly raises his warhammer, whispering an incantation. His voice resonates across the battlefield, each syllable carrying divine authority. The ground quakes beneath him. The sky, once darkened by demonic energy, splits open as beams of heavenly light pierce through the clouds. In the name of light, may all shadows be banished. Carrying with his glowing warhammer, the impact detonates like a bomb, sending shockwaves across the battlefield, shattering the terrain beneath them. Light and darkness twist and churn in a violent struggle. Then, Zhou Yi seizes the moment. Channeling the angel's full power, he thrusts his hand forward. A colossal beam of divine light streaks down from the heavens, striking Urima's dead center. The demon lord howls as the sacred energy burns through him, his body smoldering from the sheer force. Yet, even as his form cracks and flickers, his eyes burn with undying fury. I will not fall to a mere mortal, he bellows, his voice shaking the skies. But deep inside, even he knows the tide has turned. Urima's, once a mighty level 23, had now ascended to a terrifying level 43, fueled by the souls of his fallen army. His body crackled with dark energy, and his fury burned hotter than ever. Zhou Yi's defiance had pushed him beyond reason. With an earth-shaking roar, Urima's unleashed the roar of the flame demon, a hellish blast meant to erase anything in its wake. He lunged forward at impossible speed, his 6 monstrous arms launching a relentless barrage of energy strikes. Each blow carved craters into the battlefield, reducing the land to a corrupted wasteland. The very air seemed to battle itself. Zhou Yi's divine radiance clashing against Urima's suffocating malevolence. But the demon lord wasn't done. Summoning the pinnacle of his clan's fire magic, he began forging an ultimate attack, a flame demon sphere. This wasn't just fire. It was hellfire, compressed into a searing mass of energy that burned at 15 million degrees Celsius. The mere presence of the attack distorted reality itself. With a triumphant snarl, Urima's hurled the deadly sphere at Zhou Yi. The battlefield trembled as the attack streaked across the sky like a falling star, colliding in a detonation so massive that it threatened to swallow everything in its radius. A shockwave rippled outward, sending even the distant Snow Dragon Legion staggering. Laughter rumbled from Urima's chest. This was the power of a level 43 demon lord. No mere human could withstand such devastation. But as the smoke cleared, Zhou Yi still stood, unmoved, untouched, unshaken. Golden energy crackled around him, divine light shielding him like an impenetrable fortress. His calm gaze locked onto Urima's, his fury controlled yet unmistakable. The demon lord's grin faltered. This isn't possible. Panic set in. Without hesitation, he turned and bolted toward a glowing magic circle, the return gate. If he could reach it, he could escape. He only needed 1 minute. But Zhou Yi wasn't about to let him go. In the name of justice, I condemn you to your end. Raising his warhammer, he unleashed a divine energy slash, a blade of golden destruction that tore through the battlefield. The sheer force ripped the ground apart, dust and debris exploding into the air. Urima's barely had time to scream as the attack struck him square in the back, carving a gaping wound through his massive form. The battlefield fell silent, save for the demon lord's ragged breathing. For the first time, Urima's knew true fear. Urima's, battered and broken, crawled toward the ruined return circle, clinging to the last shred of hope. His once mighty form dragged across the ground, blood pooling beneath him. Survival was all that mattered now, returning to the holy world from which he came. But fate had other plans. Zhou Yi's final attack had shattered the magic circle, leaving it beyond repair. The remaining demons stood frozen, paralyzed by disbelief. Their unstoppable demon lord had fallen. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi, having unleashed his last ounce of divine power, could barely remain conscious. His mana was spent. His body refused to move. His vision blurred as exhaustion took hold. Finally, it's over. With that final whisper, his body gave in, and he plummeted from the sky. Chaos erupted. His allies rushed forward, panic in their voices as they surrounded him. Zhou Yi, wake up! Hands checked for a pulse, frantic eyes scanned his battered body. The dragon team, having breached the barrier, took control of the situation. Their leader, composed despite the tension, barked orders with precision. Teams 1 and 2, search the mountains for survivors. The rest of you, wipe out any remaining demons. Zhou Yi was quickly transported to a medical ward, his unconscious body placed on a soft bed. His mind, however, was far from restful. Even in sleep, he felt crushed under an invisible weight. His chest tightened, breath escaping him in strangled gasps. Something was pressing down, suffocating him. It felt like a phantom force, relentless, inescapable. The panic in his dream built to a breaking point, and with a sudden, desperate scream, he jolted awake. Across the room, Jiang Churen shot upright, startled. You're finally awake, she gasped. You've been out for 2 days and 2 nights. Before he could fully process what she said, she darted toward him, placed a quick peck on his cheek, and grinned. Thanks for saving me. Then, before he could react, she turned and bolted out of the room to inform the others. Zhou Yi sat frozen, brain malfunctioning. His hand slowly rose to his cheek. What just happened? Shaking off his confusion, his gaze landed on something far more pressing, a familiar glowing screen. The daily mission window had popped up, and with it, a realization hit him like a truck. He had missed 2 days of rewards. Damn, I lost my daily streak. He sighed, clicking through the menus. Guess I'll check if the achievement mission makes up for it. His eyes locked onto a notification. New talent acquired. Death resistance, S+ grade. A rare ability unlike anything he had ever seen before. His fatigue momentarily forgotten, his eyes widened. S+ grade? What kind of broken ability was this? Zhou Yi's curiosity got the best of him. Grabbing a small knife, he decided to test his newfound talent. Without hesitation, he stabbed himself lightly in the stomach. The wound vanished in seconds. Eyes widening, he grinned. Healed in 2 seconds? This is broken. Regular wounds won't even slow me down now. My survival rate just skyrocketed as excitement bubbled within him. His gaze shifted to his inventory. He scrolled through the random treasures he had picked up over time. A legendary artifact from a street vendor, a mysterious token from a retired warrior grandma, and a bottle labeled possibilities. I should check that out later, he mused, deciding to save it for a crucial moment. His eyes then landed on something else, Holy Flame Halo. Reading its description, his brain went into full strategist mode. This divine ability could enhance both light and flame-based attacks. Even better, when paired with protection of the Sacred Angel, it increased his damage output by 40%. His grin widened. If I stack this with Punishment of Light, I'll be a dual-element mage, wielding both light and flame. I'll be unstoppable. A new strategy was forming in his mind, one that would redefine his fighting style. Feeling reinvigorated, he stepped out of his room. As he walked down the corridor, his gaze landed on a composed, authoritative figure seated on a nearby sofa. The man turned to him and introduced himself. I presume? I am Wang Liang, Vice Captain of the Snow Dragon Legion. Blinked. A high-ranking officer? Here to see him? Wang Liang continued. Thanks to your elimination of the demonic sun and destruction of the return portal, we've captured several high-ranking demons. Your actions have turned the tide of this conflict. He scratched his head. Oh, no big deal. Wang Liang smiled at his modesty and held out a glowing orb. Commander Su Yuzhou wanted to thank you personally, but he's handling urgent matters. Your final strike not only obliterated half of Dark Shadow Valley, but also preserved key traces of demonic energy. Thanks to you, we've uncovered secrets about the demon descent, and Su Yuzhou is reporting them to the higher-ups as we speak. As he spoke, the room transformed. The once simple surroundings shifted into a dazzling vault, filled with ancient treasures, weapons, and rare artifacts. Rows of enchanted armor gleamed under ethereal light, and tomes of forgotten magic pulsed with hidden power. He stood frozen. Wang Liang gestured grandly. These are resources accumulated by the Snow Dragon Legion over centuries. Tell me, what do you want? The hero's eyes gleamed as he scanned the treasure vault. His gaze locked onto a specific artifact. Vice Captain Wang Liang, does the Snow Dragon Legion's warehouse have the treasure Frozen Lotus? Wang Liang smirked, clearly amused. Let me check. With a casual wave, a radiant piece of equipment materialized before them. This what you're looking for? The hero's excitement was unmistakable. That's the one. Wang Liang forced a smile, mentally calculating the damage. An S-rank treasure worth 100 million points. That's 3 years of my salary. Yeah, the captain's covering this one. He began restoring the room's original, more modest appearance. The Frozen Lotus is stored in our headquarters, Wang Liang explained. You'll need to stay here for a few days if you want to collect it. If you get bored, I can arrange a hunting party for you in Tempest Valley. A cunning gleam flashed in his eyes. I'll pair you with some younger Legion members. If he rises to the top, the Snow Dragon Legion wins big. A flawless plan. Before he could leave, the hero interjected, Can't stay. I have a freshman competition at school tomorrow. Just mail it to my dorm. Wang Liang blinked, momentarily thrown off. Right, you're still a student, he chuckled. All right, the Frozen Lotus will be delivered to Sukong University in 2 days. If you run into trouble in Tempest Valley, don't hesitate to call us. Thanks, Vice Captain, the hero said as Wang Liang exited. Alone at last, he collapsed onto the sofa with a relieved sigh. Zhou Yun is safe. I owe this to the demonic sun. Without him, I wouldn't have gotten access to the Snow Dragon Legion's vault or the Frozen Lotus. A glance at the clock. Almost midnight. He exhaled. Time to clear today's missions. Meanwhile, in another room, a girl, wrapped in a towel, unknowingly steals the spotlight. Other girls huddle in the corner, whispering, Captain, we want to recruit Zhou Yi into the Blue Phoenix team. Thoughts? The captain, calm but calculating, shook her head. Doubt he'll accept. With his strength, he's better off hunting solo. Unwilling to back down, one of the girls smirked. How would you know if you don't try? Besides, Captain, you've been sneaking glances at Zhou Yi a lot lately. You want him on the team too, don't you? Caught off guard, Su Qing Lian's face reddened. Nonsense, she muttered, but the teasing had already taken root. With a sigh, she steeled herself. Fine, I'll ask him. Later that night, after a grueling training session, Zhou Yi pushed open the door to his room, only to find Su Qing Lian waiting inside. Senior Su Qing Lian? His brow furrowed in surprise. She took a deep breath, trying to maintain her composure. Zhou Yi, would you like to join the Blue Phoenix team? He blinked. A team? Su Qing Lian chuckled, sensing his confusion. Zhou Yi, Zio, and Jan are going to be heartbroken. Huh? He stared at her, completely lost. She laughed softly. Just our way of thanking you for saving us in Tempest Valley. Then, without warning, she leaned in and planted a quick kiss on his cheek. A special thank you, she whispered before swiftly exiting the room. Zhou Yi stood frozen, hand on his cheek, feeling the lingering warmth. His face heated up. A special reward, huh? Girls these days are bold. Meanwhile, in a grand hall, a tense meeting unfolded. Several high-ranking officials sat around a long table, their expressions grim. One of them, an older man with sharp eyes, spoke first. Our investigation confirms that demons infiltrated our world 6 months ago and have been hiding in Tempest Valley ever since. We now have proof. They've figured out how to travel between worlds using medium-sized cracks. A murmur spread through the room. Another official leaned forward, his voice grave. Are you certain? Do you understand the implications? A man in a black shirt nodded solemnly. For the longest time, only large dimensional cracks allowed creatures to cross into our world. Those were unstable and short-lived, making invasions manageable. But medium-sized cracks? They're everywhere. If monsters can use them freely, we're looking at a global catastrophe. Silence fell over the room as the weight of his words sank in. Then, a deep, guttural growl echoed from the other end of the table. A lion-like figure, his golden mane bristling with tension, rumbled, "What's our window of actions?" The black-shirt official replied, "Luckily, our research shows that only monsters below level 30 can pass through these cracks for now. That gives us time." The lion man nodded. "Then we move immediately. Senator Young, alert all major legions and station guards at every known medium-sized crack. Senator Zhang, you'll attend the international summit and gauge the response of other nations." The senators exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Time was running out. The black-shirt man cleared his throat. "One more thing. We've identified the hero behind our victory in Tempest Valley. His name is Zhou Yi, a freshman at Sukong University and a newly appointed Saint Knight. Using a divine summoning technique, he defeated the demonic sun and destroyed their return formation, playing a crucial role in our success." The room hummed with approval. A freshman? A Saint Knight? The weight of his contribution wasn't lost on anyone. At Sukong University, a loudspeaker crackled to life. "Attention all students. The freshman competition will begin at 10 a.m. All participants must gather at the field on time." At the starting grounds, the housemasters of Sukong University stood in formation. One of them, an imposing figure with sharp eyes and a commanding presence, stepped forward. "I am Housemaster Wu Mang of the Warhouse," he announced. "Welcome to Sukong University." The freshman competition consists of 2 phases. The first phase is the Secret Realm Challenge. Your rank will be determined by the difficulty you clear and your completion time. The second phase is the Free Challenge. You'll have 3 chances to challenge someone ranked higher. Win, and your ranks swap. As he spoke, a girl in the crowd fidgeted nervously. "Where are Zhou Yi and Jiang Churen? If they don't show up soon, they'll be disqualified." I shouldn't have told him about that unverified frozen lotus. Around her, students murmured among themselves. "Anyone seen Zhou Yi? No. Maybe he forgot the competition? He's been gone for a month. If he's a no-show, that's one less powerhouse to worry about." Nearby, a red-haired boy smirked, arms crossed. "You wasted a whole month, Zhou Yi. Instead of training, you vanished. Now you don't even have the guts to show up. Pathetic." Wu Meng raised his hand, a golden aura radiating from his palm. "Let the first phase of the freshman competition begin, the Secret Realm Challenge." At his command, the silver portal to the Secret Realm roared to life, its fiery glow illuminating the arena. This year's competition was unlike any before. With the most powerful freshman batch in history, the challenge had been modified. For the first time ever, a new difficulty had been unlocked. Beyond easy, hard, and nightmare modes, there was now Abyss difficulty. Gasps rippled through the crowd. They really unlocked Abyss difficulty? No wonder the portal's surrounded by those weird flames. Are they insane? I heard Abyss is dozens of times harder than Nightmare. Tension filled the air, and Zhou, he was still nowhere to be seen. "This is going to be fun. Abyss difficulty? I'll crush it like it's nothing." Housemaster Wu Mang's voice boomed across the field. "Bring your best potions, equipment, and weapons. Step forward and prove your strength." At his command, students surged toward the portal, their figures appearing on a massive display screen. Watching their determined expressions, Wu Mang nodded in approval. "Not bad. This batch has ambition." But then his sharp eyes caught something amiss. "Where are number 1 and number 3? Sumair quickly stepped forward. "Reporting, sir. They went to the Tempest Mountain Range for training and haven't returned yet." Wu Mang's face darkened. "Ridiculous." His voice thundered across the field. "The freshman competition determines their future training resources, and they treat it like an afterthought? They're too arrogant just because of their rankings and age." Sumair hesitated before speaking. "Housemaster, Zhou isn't like that." Wu Mang cut her off with a raised hand. "Students like them need discipline. If they won't take this seriously, their rankings will be reversed." Just as he was about to make it official. "Wait, Sorry for being late. Zhou Yi dashed onto the scene, Jiang Churin right behind him. Without missing a beat, the two charged straight into the portal, leaving Wu Meng momentarily stunned. You have entered Bear Monster Nest. Difficulty Abyss. Warning. Monsters in Abyss difficulty are extremely violent. Be mindful of return scroll usage. Jiang Churin exhaled in relief. We made it. Zhou Yi, however, was already shifting into battle mode. A golden aura flared around him as he tightened his grip on his weapon. Let's see if this Abyss difficulty is as terrifying as they say. A guttural roar echoed through the dark cavern. From the shadows, monstrous bears emerged, hulking, bloodthirsty, their claws gleaming like razors. Zhou Yi smirked. Let's see if you can actually make me go all out. With a flash of movement, he charged straight into the horde, his weapon cutting through the dim light like lightning. Outside, the housemasters watched closely. The freshmen are handling themselves well, one remarked. Indeed, another agreed. The Bear Monster Nest is one of the toughest secret realms. Most newcomers panic and bail early. This group, they're different. Housemaster Wu Meng crossed his arms, eyes locked onto the display. I want to see what number one can really do. He wasted a whole month in the Tempest Mountain range. Let's see if it actually paid off. Inside the realm, Zhou Yi moved like a storm. Precise, relentless, unstoppable. With each strike, monstrous bears collapsed, their roars cut short by the sheer ferocity of his attacks. Congratulations! First level cleared. Monsters killed. 16 bear monsters. Time taken. 5 seconds. Outside, the housemasters sat in stunned silence. 5 seconds? One finally blurted out. That's absurd. Another shook his head in disbelief. He only used Holy Flame Halo, a support skill, and yet, that fire incinerated the bear monsters instantly. Maybe his intelligence stat is off the charts, someone speculated. Could be buffs, rare skill synergies, hidden treasures. There's too much we don't know, another housemaster added cautiously. We shouldn't jump to conclusions based on a single fight. Housemaster Wu Meng remained quiet, his sharp gaze locked onto the screen. Even with all my years of experience, I can't decipher that Halo's full effect. One thing's clear. Zhou Yi didn't waste his time in the Tempest Mountain range. This kid is something else. Back inside the battlefield, Zhou Yi's aura surged. Sparks of electricity crackled around him as he charged forward, his attacks tearing through the remaining monsters with terrifying efficiency. Zhou Yi exhaled, his eyes scanning the rewards. Clearing a secret realm grants access to new talents. A class's strength heavily depends on them. He recalled his awakening ceremony, the moment he unlocked the Saint Knight class with an S+ grade talent. This must be a privilege of silver grade secret realms and above. I didn't get anything like this when I shattered the bronze realm record. Before him, 3 talent choices materialized. He barely glanced at the first before narrowing his focus on the final 2. Rapid steps, increased movement speed, and agility. Focus Halo enhances concentration, stabilizing skill activation under any conditions. Zhou Yi smirked. Speed is useful, but in real combat, Focus Halo is a game changer. Against stronger, faster enemies, reaction time is everything. If I can keep my skills uninterrupted, I can dominate any fight. Without hesitation, he made his choice. As soon as he did, another notification appeared. You have cleared Abyss difficulty. Would you like to unlock additional levels? Zhou Yi's smirk widened. Finally, something interesting. With a confident step forward, he accepted the challenge. Outside the portal, the housemasters could only watch in astonishment. What kind of monster did we just witness? Someone muttered. Housemaster Wu Meng folded his arms, a glimmer of excitement in his usually stern gaze. Let's see how far you can go, Zhou Yi. What a powerful combat style, one housemaster murmured, watching the display. His control over elemental magic is flawless. He adapts instantly and fights with precision. The Abyss difficulty was a perfect match for him. Another nodded. Zhou Yi is ridiculously versatile, magic attacks, buffs, close combat skills. The Saint Knight class suits him perfectly, but an all-around class comes with challenges, a more cautious housemaster interjected. As he levels up, his point requirements will skyrocket. He might struggle to maintain this rapid growth. That's a valid concern, another agreed. Once the freshman competition ends, we should speak with him about his path forward. One of them raised a hand. Let's not rush. He hasn't chosen a house yet. Once he does, his housemaster can guide him accordingly. The others nodded in agreement, though one housemaster couldn't resist adding. With his elemental mastery, he's a prime candidate for the elemental house. It's no surprise they're already making moves to recruit him. I regret arriving late, another lamented. But judging by your reactions, it seems Zhou Yi has left quite an impression. Inside the realm, Zhou Yi stepped into the next challenge. His sharp gaze scanned his surroundings, arcane symbols, bloodstains, and the eerie remnants of a sinister ritual. A cult ritual. His eyes darkened. If benevolent super beings exist, then so must their opposites, chaotic ones. He clenched his fists as memories surfaced. Chaotic beings weren't merely entities of darkness. They embodied pure madness, the unraveling of reality itself. While worshippers of light and darkness required unwavering faith, those who sought chaos paid with something far worse, fresh lives and souls. His thoughts drifted to history's darkest tragedy, the Bloody Abyss incident. Decades ago, an ambitious tertiary awakened class holder had prayed to a chaotic entity. The price? An entire mid-sized city. Millions of lives wiped out in an instant. His level had skyrocketed from 54 to 89 before the Patrol Legion and Army finally brought him down. Even then, the souls devoured by the entity were lost forever. From that day forward, chaotic worship was outlawed, punishable by immediate execution. Yet, the lure of unchecked power remained. Humans, beast men, elves, even creatures from other worlds, some still dared to risk it. Back in the realm, Zhou moved effortlessly, cutting through the abyss-level challenge like a force of nature. Challenge cleared. As the final portal opened, a heavy pressure filled the air. The energy beyond it was different, darker, hungrier. Zhou stepped forward. The oppressive aura thickened, clinging to him like a whisper of madness. The air reeked of malevolence. His instincts flared. Something was waiting for him, something that should not exist. Suddenly, a colossal figure emerged, a ghostly bear monster, its form twisted by the dark ritual. Undead energy pulsed through its body, rendering it immune to physical attacks. A suffocating aura of menace filled the air. Yet, instead of fear, Zhou Yi's lips curled into a confident smirk. If martial artists were here, they'd be losing their minds. An undead bear, as the final boss? He planted his feet firmly and raised a hand, beckoning the creature forward. Come to me. With a thunderous roar, the ghost bear charged. Zhou didn't flinch. He raised his weapon, summoning a divine tornado. A massive surge of radiant energy erupted, engulfing the battlefield in holy light. The ghost bear thrashed violently, trying to resist, but the divine force ripped through its essence, reducing it to nothingness. For a moment, silence fell. But then, the malevolent energy in the air did not fade. Zhou Yi's smirk disappeared. He watched as the chaotic energy coalesced once more, gathering like a storm. The bear's mangled form began to reassemble. A deep, guttural laugh rumbled from the creature as it rose again. Its hollow eyes gleamed with a sinister light. I'll admit, the bear's voice echoed, your holy light is powerful. Its massive body pulsed with dark energy. But I live because I've been granted immortality by the great god Xia. Your efforts are meaningless. A surge of black flames erupted from the monster, aiming to consume Zhou Yi. But the hero stood his ground, countering with an equally intense burst of sacred energy. The two forces collided, shaking the entire realm. The ghost bear snarled, sensing something was wrong. The divine energy surrounding Zhou Yi wasn't fading, it was growing. The bear roared defiantly. You can't kill me. I'll revive again and again. How much energy do you have left after using your trump card? When I return, it will be your end. Zhou Yi's response was simple. Another devastating blast of divine power tore into the beast, making it shriek in agony. I told you, it bellowed. You cannot kill me. Zhou Yi ignored the empty boast. He didn't stop. A relentless barrage of holy energy rained down, engulfing the entire battlefield in blinding light. Explosion after explosion shook the ground as the bear screamed, desperately calling out to its god. But there was no answer. As the last of its energy burned away, the bear let out one final, pitiful roar before vanishing completely. A notification flashed before Zhou Yi. Extra level cleared. Completion time, 1 minute 12 seconds. Rewards, 713 EXP, gold grade horn acquired. With this, he advanced to level 19. As the next portal opened, Zhou Yi stepped forward, smirking. As I thought, immortality is just an illusion. Everything has a limit. You just have to burn through it. Zhou Yi reflected on his battle. When he first entered the secret realm, he had sensed an ominous, violent energy. It wasn't elemental, yet it felt eerily similar to the divine summoning skill he had used before. Now, he understood. The ghost bear's revival was fueled by the remnant power of an evil god. But with each resurrection, that power visibly weakened. So that's the trick he mused. The bear isn't truly immortal. It just has a limited energy supply. The correct strategy? Keep destroying it until it burns through every last drop of divine fuel. Outside the portal, a massive screen displayed the student's progress. The extra level, the ghost bear fight, was proving to be a nightmare. Many challengers hadn't even reached this stage. Those who did struggling. Among them was a fire-type student, locked in a brutal clash with the bear. His mana was nearly drained. His body screamed for rest. Watching the monster rise for the third time, he gritted his teeth. I have to kill it 10 times to clear this level? He exhaled sharply. At least I've leveled up twice already. If I can hold out, I'll clear this in 8 minutes, hopefully. Meanwhile, Zhou strode out of the portal, challenge completed with ease. A hush fell over the crowd. Then murmurs spread like wildfire. Did you see that? He finished it already? He used an S-rank skill. The teachers observing the competition exchanged looks. Some intrigued, others skeptical. One teacher frowned. Should other freshmen be allowed to use that kind of shortcut? Or is Zhou just too far ahead of the curve? A calm but authoritative voice cut through the discussion. Headmaster Wang Hui. It seems our Saint Knight has some secrets of his own. A skeptical teacher scoffed. S-rank skills aren't something a kid from a backwater area should have access to. Silence. Headmaster Wang Hui's expression darkened. His sharp gaze turned to the speaker, ice-cold, unreadable. The room's temperature seemed to drop. The teacher stiffened under the weight of Wang Hui's stare, swallowing nervously. Around them, the other faculty exchanged confused glances. Why is the headmaster so protective of Zhou? Amidst the murmurs, Su Meyer's sharp eyes focused on one detail. Zhou's level. She stared at the number. Something was off. Her eyes narrowed. She checked again. Level 19. Shock rippled through the group. He's already level 19? How? When the entrance exam results were posted, he was only level 13. Even an Abyss-level secret realm wouldn't allow for a jump of 6 whole levels. That's insane. A heavy realization settled over them. Zhou, he wasn't just ahead of the curve. He was shattering it. The scene buzzed with tension as Headmaster Wang Hui addressed the crowd, his ever-present smile unsettlingly calm. Zhou's trip to the Tempest Mountain Range was highly productive. He hit level 18 before even stepping into the secret realm. Remember, this is the same person who took down the Flame Demon Army solo. Frankly, this competition is a warm-up for him. If rankings didn't decide resource distribution, he probably wouldn't even bother showing up. As if on cue, a fire-type student stormed out of the portal, his gaze locking onto Zhou. His face twisted in disbelief. How is he here before me? His mind scrambled for answers. He must have failed the extra level and bailed early. That's the only explanation. He tried to suppress his growing fury, keeping a composed exterior as he walked away. Inside, his thoughts burned. No way a kid from the backwater north can beat me. Someone from the 8 great families. Meanwhile, Zhou raised an eyebrow, catching the boy's heated glare. What's his deal? Did he bomb out of the realm or something? He mused. The portal lit up again, spitting out Jiang Churin in a chaotic tumble. She staggered, yelping, and Zhou instinctively stepped forward to catch her. She looked up, grinning. Brother Zhou, you've already finished ahead of me, she said, her tone cheerful despite her disheveled state. Zhou blinked, caught off guard. Brother, he repeated. Well, you're older than me by a few months, she explained. Isn't that what I should call you? He chuckled, nodding. Sure, why not? Their brief camaraderie was interrupted as the portal unceremoniously dumped the remaining students onto the ground in a heap of groans and complaints. The medical team sprang into action, attending to injuries and helping students off the ground. Chaos and muttered curses filled the air until order was restored. An hour later, the groups gathered as a teacher stepped forward to announce the results. The tension was palpable. The first phase of the freshman competition has officially concluded. We will now reveal the rankings. The fire-type boy smirked confidently, bracing himself for the inevitable validation of his superiority. This is it, my moment. Time to claim the spotlight. But when the rankings appeared, his smug grin vanished. Zhou's name blazed in first place. The boy's face turned ashen. How? How? All around, murmurs erupted, but Zhou stood calm and unbothered, his gaze fixed forward. Somewhere, Headmaster Wang Hui's smile grew just a little wider. Here's the revised script with a sharper flow and engaging tone. Shun Lingfeng stormed toward a towering pillar, his fists clenched. Zhou, you robbed me of first place in the entrance exams, and now you've stolen the top spot in the freshman competition. I don't care how you did it. Next round, I'm crushing you. Zhou, watching from a distance, raised an eyebrow. Why is he climbing so high? As the official rankings were finalized, Housemaster Wu Meng addressed the crowd. The second phase of the competition, the Freshman Free Challenge, begins now. Each of you may challenge any competitor of your choice. You have 3 opportunities to battle, with a 5-minute break between each fight. Excitement surged through the crowd. Students wasted no time issuing challenges across the arenas. Then, Shun Lingfeng stepped forward, his voice booming. Zhou, let's settle this now. Zhou turned to face him, unfazed. Jiang Churin, standing beside him, offered some context. That's Shun Lingfeng. second place in the entrance exams. One of Jiang City's great family heirs. He's got the Fire Dragon bloodline, and your unexpected debut knocked him off the throne in Sukong District. Basically, he holds a major grudge. Zhou Yi blinked, surprised. All this because of a test score? His anger's making him reckless. Without hesitation, he stepped into the arena. I hope you'll let me show my full power, he said, a smirk tugging at his lips. Shin erupted into flames. Come on, Joey. Saint Knight versus Berserker. Let's see who dominates. His fiery aura blazed, heating the entire arena. The referee gave the signal, and Shin wasted no time. He shot forward, a blur of speed, his fire punch crackling with power, amplified by blood berserk. In the stands, students held their breath. A teacher observed, that's the Berserker's signature move. Shun's going for a blitz strategy. He's not giving Zhou Yi time to activate any buffs. Classic great family combat instincts. Flames surged. The battle had begun. Shin Lingfeng's fiery punches exploded toward Zhou Yi with blistering speed, but each one shattered harmlessly against a golden barrier. The protection of the holy light, a B+ grade skill, flickered faintly before fading, leaving Zhou Yi completely unscathed. Shun's eyes widened. What? I didn't even see him activate it. Realizing his attacks were useless, he leaped back to regroup. But Zhou Yi, unbothered, calmly summoned his massive warhammer. A slight smirk played on his lips. Smart move, he said. Your speed is decent, but I only need 0.1 seconds to activate my shield. I held back, hoping for a good fight. But honestly, I'm disappointed. His tone turned ice cold. You're not worth my time. Before Shun could react, Zhou Yi lunged forward, swinging his warhammer in a devastating arc. The sheer force sent shockwaves rippling through the arena. Panicking, Shun summoned a fire shield, its blazing energy forming a protective dome. But the moment the warhammer struck, boom, the shield shattered instantly, sending Shun skidding across the battlefield. He staggered to his feet, his face a mix of shock and disbelief. How? His attack just tore through my fire shield like paper. Zhou Yi gave him no chance to recover. He closed the gap in a flash, raising his warhammer for another crushing blow. Shun's breath hitched, too fast. There's no way to dodge. Desperation ignited within him. His eyes burned with fury. No, I refuse to lose. Just as Zhou Yi's hammer came crashing down, a blinding explosion erupted, engulfing the arena in flames. The sheer heat forced the crowd to shield their eyes. As the light faded, gasps filled the air. Standing amidst the smoke was Shun Lingfeng, transformed. His fire dragon body was fully activated, his muscles surging with raw power, veins glowing like molten lava. He had tapped into his rare bloodline ability, his ultimate trump card. With newfound strength, Shun pushed Zhou Yi back, gaining distance. Zhou Yi steadied himself, his eyes flickering with interest. So this is the Fire Dragon bloodline, he mused. No hesitation. Shun charged with relentless ferocity, his attacks now faster, hotter, stronger. Zhou Yi weaved through them with effortless precision, his mind sharp, analyzing. Another trump card tied to a special bloodline, just like Jiang Charan. The real fight had just begun. Though Zhou Yi admired the sheer power of the Fire Dragon bloodline, a flicker of jealousy stirred within him. Why do all these special bloodline users get such broken abilities? Determined to prove his own strength, he grabbed Shun Lingfeng's arm, his warhammer glowing with energy. Even with your bloodline unlocked, you're still no match for me, he declared, swinging the weapon with devastating force. But this time, Shun dodged, a smirk creeping onto his face. You think my Fire Dragon bloodline is just about brute strength, he taunted. Let me show you its true power. Shun took a deep breath, and then unleashed a roaring dragon breath, a torrent of flames surging toward Zhou Yi at terrifying speed. The crowd exploded with excitement. That's the Fire Dragon bloodline's signature skill. Shun's pulling out his trump card. This could turn the tide. Zhou Yi doesn't have a special bloodline. He might actually be in trouble now. Is this the end for him? Inside the arena, Zhou Yi remained completely unfazed, his expression unreadable as the firestorm raced toward him. Then, with a surge of divine energy, he activated Holy Flame Halo, a golden aura bursting around him. The incoming flames didn't consume him. They bent to his will. Shun's eyes widened in disbelief as his dragon breath was intercepted and absorbed effortlessly. Impossible. It felt like a mere insect daring to challenge a king. Rage boiled within him. No, I won't accept this. With a furious roar, Shun pushed his flames to their absolute limit, pouring every ounce of power into overpowering Zhou Yi's control. But Zhou Yi remained unmoved. His voice was calm, absolute. It's pointless. Your flames belong to me now. Deciding it was time to end the match, Zhou Yi lifted his warhammer once more. Boom! He launched forward with blinding speed, his weapon descending like a judgment from the heavens. Shun's eyes flared with desperation. You think you can beat me with my own flames? Dream on. With his last shred of energy, he fought to reclaim control of the fire. But it was too late. Zhou Yi's warhammer slammed into him with earth-shattering force, sending him rocketing across the arena. He crashed into the protective barrier, the impact shaking the entire stadium. As the dust settled, Shin was revealed, kneeling, unconscious. Silence. Then, the referee's voice rang out. Winner, Zhou Yi. The arena erupted in chaos. Students gawked in disbelief. A bloodline user, defeated? But Zhou Yi didn't bask in the attention. He simply turned and walked away, his expression unreadable. The gap between them had been decided. The crowd was abuzz with excitement, their whispers carrying a mix of awe and disbelief. Shun Lingfeng, the berserker prodigy, crushed so effortlessly. Zhou Yi didn't just win. He obliterated him. Shun's combat IQ is no joke, and yet he couldn't touch Zhou. 5 levels in 1 month? That's not human. Even the teachers were murmuring. One of them leaned over and said, this isn't just talent. Zhou Yi is operating on an entirely different level. Zhou Yi, unfazed by the chatter, walked toward the arena for his next battle. His next opponent? Song Xiaolan, a spiritual Taoist priest, one of the rarest classes in China. Her calm confidence and level 17 rank were enough to catch everyone's attention. Zhou Yi's thoughts raced. A spiritual Taoist priest. Their sealing techniques are top tier. When Zhou Yun's bloodline curse was revealed, I remember a priest suggested sealing it. I didn't expect to fight someone from this class. Song Xiaolan broke the silence with a light-hearted smile. Zhou Yi, right? Level 19. Impressive. But I've heard whispers you haven't shown your real strength yet. Let's not hold back, okay? Take your time to buff up. I want the full experience. The audience outside nearly lost their minds. Wait, did she say level 19? No wonder my skill won't scan him. He's 3 levels higher than me. And he stomped Shun Lingfeng without buffs? What monster training regimen is this guy on? Zhou Yi nodded to Song Xiaolan's request. As you wish. He started activating his buffs. Holy energy radiated from him, brightening the arena with an almost oppressive glow. The sheer force made the spectators feel as if the air was getting heavier. Song Xiaolan's expression turned serious. She clasped her hands together, murmuring an incantation. Golden talismans materialized around her, floating in the air, radiating their own ethereal energy. I'll have to go all out too, she said, her voice steady. The arena buzzed with tension as 2 powerhouses stood ready to clash. Zhou Yi's divine energy versus Song Xiaolan's spiritual prowess, a battle that promised nothing short of fireworks. The crowd leaned forward, bracing themselves for a fight they'd be talking about for years. And Zhou Yi's journey was only beginning. The moment Zhou Yi unleashed his full power, the entire arena trembled. The pressure alone made Song Xiaolan act immediately. Her spiritual cards flared with divine energy as she activated them, their golden glow illuminating the battlefield. Zhou Yi wasted no time. His warhammer crackled with heavenly energy as he charged forward, his strike carrying an unstoppable force. Song Xiaolan remained composed. Chanting ancient incantations, she infused her talismans with celestial power. With a precise flick of her wrist, she hurled a glowing talisman straight at Zhou Yi. The card detonated on impact, engulfing the entire arena in a thick cloud of smoke. The crowd gasped, trying to catch a glimpse of the battlefield. Song Xiaolan's eyes scanned the haze, her heart pounding. Where is he? A voice whispered behind her. Changing your position won't help if I can track your every move. Song Xiaolan's blood ran cold. How did he? Before she could react, Zhou Yi's warhammer came crashing down. Instinct kicked in. She summoned a protective shield just in time. Sparks flew as the hammer met the barrier, but the sheer force sent shockwaves rippling through her defenses. Zhou Yi didn't let up. His relentless assault shattered one talisman after another, each hit pushing Song Xiaolan closer to the edge. Her protective gear barely held, emergency barriers activating automatically, but even those cracked under the pressure. He's too fast, too strong, she thought, struggling to keep up. Desperate, she flicked her fingers, summoning a small flame and tossing it toward Zhou Yi. A simple feint, but it bought her the second she needed. She clasped her hands together, chanting rapidly. The air around her shimmered as the divine laws of heaven and earth responded. The arena itself pulsed with ethereal light, forming a sacred summoning circle beneath her feet. Then warriors emerged, clad in radiant armor. Their golden eyes glowed with celestial might. These weren't mere illusions. They were manifestations of heavenly power, bound to Song Xiaolan's will. She pointed toward Zhou Yi. Go! The divine warriors charged, their movements fluid and precise. Zhou Yi's eyes gleamed with excitement. Summoning soldiers from the heavens? Now that's peak Taoist combat. The warriors struck with divine precision, but Zhou Yi remained unfazed. He met them head-on, warhammer swinging with devastating force. One by one, the celestial warriors fell, their forms dissolving into radiant dust. Zhou Yi smirked, his energy surging. This is getting interesting, and the battle was far from over. The summoned warriors were persistent, but persistence meant nothing against overwhelming power. Zhou Yi struck them down effortlessly, his warhammer crushing their forms with each precise swing. Yet, like vengeful spirits, they regenerated almost instantly. Regeneration? Huh. Zhou Yi narrowed his eyes. So the real target isn't them, it's the source of their magic. With renewed focus, he tore through them even faster, his attacks so relentless that their recovery speed couldn't keep up. Song Xiaolon's frustration grew. This is absurd. My Taoist array is strong enough to hold off a level 30 fighter, yet he's tearing through it like it's nothing. Before long, her summoned warriors were nothing but fading embers of light. And then, Zhou Yi moved. In a single leap, he closed the distance between them, reappearing behind her once again. This time, his warhammer was raised high, its divine aura crackling with enough force to end the match. Song Xiaolon froze, her instincts screaming danger. If this lands, I lose everything. I accept defeat, she blurted out. Zhou Yi halted mid-swing, lowering his weapon with a puzzled expression. You were the one who wanted me to go all out, he said. Why surrender now? Song Xiaolon let out a nervous laugh, brushing a stray strand of hair from her face. Because I'm not an idiot, she replied. We're just not on the same level. She turned to leave, pausing only to throw him a small smile. Next time, when I'm stronger, I'll definitely challenge you again. As she stepped off the stage, Zhou Yi turned to the crowd. His voice rang out confidently. If anyone here still doubts my strength, step forward now. I'm waiting. Silence. Then, I ate too much this morning, one student muttered, clutching his stomach. Not feeling great? Another pointed weakly at Zhou Yi. Hey, aren't you that guy I met when we were kids? Yeah, you're number 156, right? I'm 172. We've already fought before. No need for a rematch, right? One by one, the would-be challengers slipped away, mumbling half-baked excuses. Jiang Churen, watching from the sidelines, stifled a laugh. Can't blame them. This is Zhou you were talking about. His performance alone sent them packing. The teachers observing the match were left in stunned silence. Even the seasoned instructors, who had seen countless prodigies, couldn't help but marvel at Zhou Yi's sheer dominance. Teacher Wu Meng let out a deep sigh of admiration. He crushes warriors with brute strength, outmaneuvers mages with intelligence and agility. Zhou Yi's power is beyond imagination. Whispers spread among the senior faculty. Are we sure he's from an ordinary northern family? One instructor asked. No elite bloodline, no secret inheritance? He's a new top student, another replied. But genius feels like an understatement. He's a monster. Wu Meng, who had been quietly observing, smiled knowingly. The second round is over. Time to start recruiting. It was obvious Zhou Yi would be the academy's most sought-after student. Sensing the competition, Su leaned in and whispered a few words to Wu Meng. The seasoned instructor chuckled and said, Relax. I'll make sure Zhou Yi ends up in my division. Meanwhile, across another battlefield, Xunling Feng's day had gone from bad to worse. Beaten down by Zhou Yi earlier, he barely had time to recover before another challenger, Li, stepped up, and Li showed no mercy. Punch, knee, elbow, repeat. Within moments, Xun lay sprawled on the ground, bloodied and defeated. His rank plummeted to 16, while he shot up to number 10. Like sharks sensing blood, more challengers lined up, each eager to use Xun as their stepping stone. 30 minutes later, the free challenge phase officially ended, and the final rankings were announced. 1. Zhou Yi. 2. Jiang Churen. 3. Song Xiaolon. A teacher stepped forward to address the students. Your rankings have been updated. Your accommodations and credits will be adjusted accordingly. If you ranked lower than expected, don't be discouraged. The Academy offers many ways to earn credits and climb the leaderboard. Stay dedicated, and you'll have plenty of chances to rise. With rankings settled, it was time for the next major event, the selection into the Academy's 5 divisions. The deans of each house stepped forward, ready to present their philosophies. First up was Warhouse, led by the formidable Wu Meng. His voice was deep and commanding as he addressed the students. The dark era of large-scale alien invasions may have passed, but the battlefield still claims countless warriors every year. At War Academy, we forge students into true combatants, those who can not only fight but survive. We do not coddle. We do not compromise. If you want strength, if you want resilience, this is where you belong. His piercing gaze swept over the crowd, daring them to step forward. The students swallowed nervously. The competition was over, but the real battle was just beginning. Next up was Elemental Academy, an elite division that only accepted students specializing in elemental magic. Teacher Cho Huayang stepped forward, his voice brimming with passion. "We will guide you to the true essence of elemental mastery," he declared. "Through rigorous training, you will unlock the full potential of your magic, bending the elements to your will." Then came Weapon Academy, led by the imposing Rongqi. His presence alone radiated strength. "Our academy prioritizes pure combat prowess," he stated firmly. "We focus on refining your weapon skills and physical strength, without unnecessary complexity. If you want to become an unstoppable force with nothing but your weapon and raw power, this is your place." The fourth speaker, Teacher Zhang Ling, represented Tactical Academy. His voice was calm, but carried undeniable authority. "We train strategists capable of commanding battles," he explained. "A skilled tactician doesn't need overwhelming strength to win. They make sure their enemies never get the chance to fight back." Finally, Logistics Academy introduced itself. Teacher Wu Kuqing stepped forward, speaking with quiet pride. "Strong logistics are the backbone of every successful operation," he said. "We may not specialize in combat, but we equip students with professional skills that keep armies moving and battles winnable. If you excel in support, strategy, or resource management, this is where you belong." With all 5 academies introduced, Housemaster Wu Meng stepped up once again. "You have heard what each academy offers," he announced. "Now, log into the system and choose your path." Students immediately pulled out their devices, scrolling through their options. The tension was thick as they made their choices. Meanwhile, Jiang Churin turned to Zhou Yi, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. "So, which academy are you choosing?" Before Zhou Yi could answer, Wu Meng himself stepped forward. His usual stern expression softened into something almost welcoming. "Student Zhou Yi," he said, voice rich with persuasion. "If you join the War Academy, I will personally take you on as my private student." Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow. "Private tutor?" Wu Meng nodded. "Every instructor is allowed to mentor one exceptional student, granting them priority access to training and resources. If you join me, you'll receive exclusive benefits, including 3 A-level skill books and an A-level resource exchange order." Before Zhou Yi could reply, Cho Huayang from Elemental Academy stepped in with a smirk. "Zhou Yi, picking the right mentor is a long-term decision," he said smoothly. "Join Elemental Academy, and I'll personally craft a legendary equipment set tailored for you." Not to be outdone, Rongqi from Weapon Academy cracked his knuckles. "Forget fancy spells and strategy," he said. "Come to Weapon Academy, and you'll have unlimited access to everything that enhances your raw strength." The other students watched in awe as the top teachers fought over Zhou Yi like merchants bidding on a priceless artifact. Jiang Churin crossed her arms, amused. "Looks like you're the most wanted man on campus," she teased. Zhou Yi just smiled. "Well, this is getting interesting." Wu Meng's frustration grew as the teachers' bidding war escalated. "What are you two doing?" he barked, glaring at them. "I was here first." Rongqi, the Weapon Academy teacher, smirked. "This isn't a cafeteria line. It's about who's more sincere." The chaos left Zhou Yi torn. Around him, the crowd buzzed with excitement. 3 deans fighting over Zhou Yi, one student whispered. "This has to be the VIP package for being top-ranked, right?" Another chimed in. "Becoming a personal student is like being a direct disciple of a martial arts grandmaster. But these offers? Insane. 3 A-level skill books? And a legendary equipment set from Dean Chow. That's God tier." Before the bidding could escalate further, a commanding voice silenced the commotion. Headmaster Wang Hui had arrived, his authoritative presence cutting through the tension. All eyes turned to him. "Zhou Yi," he said firmly, "I want you to be my personal disciple." Gasps rippled through the crowd. Even the teachers froze, stunned by the declaration. Unfazed, Wang Hui elaborated. "If you agree, I'll teach you the bloodline fusion technique." Zhou Yi's curiosity was instantly piqued. "What's the bloodline fusion technique?" "It's a forbidden-level skill," Wang Hui explained, his tone grave. "It uses the blood of an alien race to amplify your physical power. On top of that, every level up grants bonus attributes and skill points. It's a rare, game-changing technique reserved for those with a critical mission." The crowd erupted into whispers, disbelief evident in their voices. "A forbidden-grade spell? This is next-level crazy," one student exclaimed. "Talk about breaking the game," another muttered. "If Zhou Yi agrees, he'll be on a whole different plane of power." Beyond power, the offer had another layer. Among the crowd, someone pointed out the prestige that came with being Wang Hui's disciple. "Wang Hui's last personal student is the president of the Tianyu Association," one murmured. "That guy's a literal legend. If Zhou Yi steps into that role, he'll inherit the connections too. Total one-way ticket to the top." Meanwhile, Shun Lingfeng stood silently, his clenched fists betraying his fury. He couldn't stop the seething thoughts swirling in his mind. Why does everything fall into Zhou Yi's lap? If it weren't for him, I'd be the one at the top. That offer should have been mine. Jiang Churin stood beside Zhou Yi, her mind racing. Bloodline fusion? The mere thought of it was mind-blowing. If Zhou Yi accepted, he'd become even stronger, possibly unstoppable. Chou Huayang, the Elemental Academy teacher, crossed her arms with an amused smile. I never realized Zhou Yi had such star power that even Headmaster Wang Hui wants him personally. But Wang Hui was unfazed by the side chatter. With a flick of his hand, he summoned a small, ornate box. Zhou Yi, he said, smiling. There's more to you than meets the eye. He opened the box, revealing a gleaming gold medal. The crowd gasped. Students craned their necks for a better look, their excitement reaching a fever pitch. Shun Lingfeng's jaw tightened. A gold medal? Even the Shun family, one of the Great Eight, doesn't have one. How the hell did Zhou Yi get this? Song Xiaolon blinked in disbelief. Wait, isn't that an honor medal? Jiang Churin, equally stunned, instinctively grabbed Zhou Yi's arm. A gold medal? My grandfather fought for years on the front lines and only got a silver one. Zhou Yi stared at the engraving. In honor of those who have contributed to China's civilization. Huh, when did I do anything that great? Sensing his confusion, Wang Hui explained, I know about what you did in Tempest Valley. This outstanding achievement gold medal is well deserved. Zhou Yi frowned slightly. A medal like this for just killing some demons? Something felt off. There was definitely more to this than he was being told. Still, he accepted the medal with a respectful bow. Thank you, Headmaster. Chou Huayang chuckled. Still calling him Headmaster? You might want to rethink that, Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi bowed even lower. Teacher, I'm honored to be your student. Satisfied, Wang Hui wasted no time. With a casual wave of his hand, he teleported away with Zhou Yi in tow. The moment they disappeared, the remaining teachers turned to each other. Did he just snatch Zhou Yi away because he thought we'd still try to poach him? One teacher muttered. Meanwhile, Wu Meng and Rong Qi shifted their attention straight to Jiang Churin. Rong Qi, flashing a confident smile, stepped forward. Jiang Churin, how about this? If you become my personal disciple, I'll give you the exact same offer I made to Zhou Yi. Wu Meng's face darkened. Old Rong, are you deliberately trying to piss me off? Rong Qi smirked, completely unfazed. Zhou Yi's off the market now, but Jiang Churin? I'm not letting you snatch her up so easily. She's got potential, and I'm not backing down. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi found himself whisked away by Headmaster Wang Hui, landing in a massive, high-tech mansion. The place had the aura of a secret lab fused with a treasure hoard. Ancient relics, rare artifacts, and glowing energy sources neatly displayed on shelves and inside reinforced glass cases. Zhou Yi's eyes widened. This place is insane. Headmaster Wang Hui gestured around. Welcome to my private mansion. It's where I keep my most valuable possessions. If you ever need me, this is where you'll find me. Zhou Yi nodded, still absorbing the sheer magnitude of the collection. This isn't just a mansion. It's a hidden treasury. And considering the teleportation used to get here, it could be anywhere, maybe even outside China. As they walked deeper into the mansion, they stopped at a heavily reinforced room containing 3 glowing formations. Each held a vial of radiant liquid, pulsating with raw power. Zhou Yi stared at them, mesmerized. What kind of energy is this? These, Wang Hui said, are source blood, 3 different kinds. They hold the key to true transformation through the bloodline forging technique. He glanced at Zhou Yi. Most people only focus on the forbidden grade spell aspect of the technique. But the real game changer? It's this, the source blood. Zhou Yi listened intently. A regular human's potential is finite. As you level up, your stat gains diminish. Eventually, you hit a cap where growth slows to a crawl. That's why top-tier classes merge with the blood of other races, to push beyond their limits. Zhou Yi's curiosity spiked. Wait, teacher, even you have trouble leveling up? Wang Hui nodded solemnly. Of course, once you reach tertiary awakening, leveling up becomes an entirely different beast. Right now, I'm level 64. At this stage, most monsters I fight are leader-tier bosses, each one a nightmare to take down. Zhou Yi's mind raced. Even at level 64, he struggles? Just how high does this power scale go? Headmaster Wang Hui gestured toward the 3 glowing vials of source blood, each radiating immense power. He explained their origins one by one. 1. Angel source blood. This comes from the divine angel race, extracted from the remains of a fallen angel. They are beings of pure light, granting an unparalleled affinity for light-based abilities. Merging with this bloodline will enhance your control over light energy to a whole new level. 2. Titan source blood. The Titans were ancient beings who worshipped thunder. They had absolute mastery over lightning, and their bloodline carries that power. Merging with Titan blood would greatly amplify any lightning-based abilities you possess. 3. Dragon Source Blood. The dragon race descends directly from the dragon god, carrying the purest form of dragon lineage. Merging with dragon source blood will grant you dominance over all beast races and drastically enhance your physical capabilities. Zhou Yi stood frozen, his mind reeling. Angels, titans, dragons. These aren't just any races. These are high-tier beings, all level 60 and beyond. Despite the overwhelming choices, Zhou Yi didn't let excitement cloud his judgment. Instead, he asked calmly, "Teacher, which bloodline do you think would suit me best?" His composed response made Headmaster Wang Hui smile approvingly. Most young people, when faced with 3 legendary bloodlines, would impulsively pick the most exciting one, Wang Hui said. But you remained rational. This mindset will take you far. He then explained further. The Titan and Dragon bloodlines are exceptionally powerful, no doubt. Both would dramatically increase your strength and mana capacity. However, Wang Hui paused, his gaze sharp. Your natural light affinity makes the Angel Source Blood the best choice. With it, you won't just improve. You'll evolve beyond your imagination. Trusting his teacher's judgment, Zhou Yi made his decision. Angel Source Blood it is. As soon as he reached for it, the vial glowed even brighter, as if reacting to his very presence. Wang Hui chuckled. It seems the Angel Source Blood has taken a liking to you. That's a good sign. Satisfied, the headmaster continued. You are my 5th student. You have 4 senior disciples before you. When the time is right, I'll introduce you to them. Zhou Yi nodded, but then hesitated, a lingering question nagging at him. Teacher, I have one more question. Why was I awarded the gold medal? His brows furrowed. Killing some demons in Tempest Valley doesn't seem like enough to justify such an honor. The room fell silent for a moment. Wang Hui's expression grew serious. Finally, the real mystery was about to be unraveled. Headmaster Wang Hui's expression darkened. I'll be honest with you, he said gravely. Your actions in Tempest Valley exposed a critical threat. The military has confirmed that otherworld creatures can now travel through middle-sized cracks. Zhou Yi's breath caught. Wait, doesn't that mean there are already otherworld creatures hidden all over China? That's exactly right, Wang Hui confirmed. Our investigations have found hundreds of these cracks. The good news? The creatures coming through so far are relatively low level. The legions can handle them for now. But make no mistake, this changes everything. The Academy's mission system will soon include assignments to track and eliminate them. He placed a firm hand on Zhou Yi's shoulder. As my student, I hope you will grow as strong as your senior disciples and contribute to protecting this nation. Zhou Yi met his gaze with unwavering determination. Yes, teacher, I'll do my best. Satisfied, Wang Hui handed him a teleportation device. Come back tomorrow morning. The bloodline forging preparations aren't complete yet. For now, rest. Back in his room, Zhou Yi lay on his bed, scrolling through system messages and replaying Wang Hui's words in his mind. The bloodline forging outcome depends on constitution and luck. His eyes flickered with realization. I do have one thing that could help. Reaching into his inventory, he pulled out a shimmering vial labeled Lucky Potion, a reward from slaying the demonic prince. Effect: increases luck for 12 hours. Zhou Yi smirked. While no harm in testing it out, he gulped it down in one go and decided to try his luck on a random chest in his inventory. Normally, these chests were a gamble. 90% junk, 10% decent loot. But today, ding, congratulations. You have obtained an S-grade treasure, Long Ning Fruit. Zhou Yi sat up so fast he nearly fell off the bed. The Long Ning Fruit? This ultra-rare item was grown from a dragon's corpse, known for massively boosting constitution and spell damage. This thing is basically a cheat code. He burst into laughter. So, this is what actual luck feels like. Not wasting another second, he used the teleportation device and arrived back at Headmaster Wang Hui's mansion. Just as he stepped inside, he overheard Chou Huayang speaking with Wang Hui. Headmaster, you're insanely generous, she said. The corpse of an angel is beyond rare. Do you know how many wars have been fought over a single vial of angel source blood? Headmaster Wang Hui's calm demeanor didn't waver as he addressed the room. I've waited a long time to find someone worthy of receiving this source blood. Zhou Yi is my choice, and I stand by it without hesitation. Before anyone could respond, Zhou Yi stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Headmaster Wang Hui's face softened into a pleased smile, his sharp gaze noting Zhou Yi's well-prepared body. Good, the headmaster said, motioning to the elaborate formation etched into the floor. Step into the array for the bloodline forging technique. Zhou Yi complied without hesitation, shedding his outer garments and settling at the center of the glowing formation. Headmaster Wang Hui turned to the elemental teacher, Chou Huayang, and explained the process. Activate the array. I will personally safeguard Zhou Yi during the infusion. Chou Huayang nodded. a trace of curiosity flashing in his eyes as he began channeling energy into the formation. With a hum, the intricate lines lit up, and the angel source blood, glowing with divine radiance, began to merge into Zhou Yi's body. The entire chamber was bathed in a holy light as the transformation commenced. But then, the unexpected struck. A sudden burst of blue energy erupted from Zhou Yi, sending a freezing chill across the room. "What is this?" Cho Huayang gasped as his breath became visible in the icy air. Headmaster Wang Hui's sharp eyes narrowed. "Frost energy, and it's no ordinary kind." The frost energy surged like a tidal wave, clashing violently with the angel bloodline trying to integrate with Zhou Yi. The temperature dropped sharply, frost creeping along the walls, and both teachers found themselves battling against the bitter chill. Cho Huayang barely shielded himself with his elemental magic, but even his protective barrier began to crackle with ice. This frost power, it's overwhelming. It seems Zhou Yi already possesses an extraordinary bloodline. The angel bloodline and frost energy were like two titans, locked in a ferocious battle within Zhou Yi's body. The frost surged outward, encasing parts of the room in solid ice. Despite their immense strength and experience, both teachers felt the suffocating presence of Zhou Yi's latent power. This power could rival the angel bloodline itself, Wang Hui murmured, though his tone held more intrigue than alarm. Cho Huayang, however, seemed less composed. Watching the display of frost energy, a thought crept into his mind. If Zhou Yi were to shift his focus to magic, he could become a legendary ice mage, far surpassing anyone of this era. The air grew heavier as Zhou Yi's frost energy roared in defiance, resisting the divine bloodline with ferocity. The temperature continued to plummet, the formation itself groaning under the strain of the elemental clash. Cho Huayang clenched his fists, torn between his duty and the spark of greed ignited by witnessing Zhou Yi's raw potential. This wasn't just any frost energy. It was a force that could change the balance of power in the world. Headmaster Wang Hui steadied himself, channeling his internal energy to shield against the icy onslaught. His eyes remained fixed on the violent clash of bloodlines, a flicker of realization crossing his face. "So, it runs in the family," he murmured. "Zhou Yi's sister is awakening a frost bloodline. This confirms he shares the same lineage." Cho Huayang's expression darkened with disbelief. The angel bloodline, one of the highest-tier divine inheritances, should have effortlessly dominated any lesser lineage. Yet here it was, locked in a deadlock against Zhou Yi's frost bloodline, neither side giving way. Headmaster Wang Hui's thoughts ran deeper. For this frost bloodline to hold its own against the angel bloodline, his mind traced back to the origins of the eternal game. After the game fused with reality, the strongest bloodlines had been inherited from the legendary first-generation players, beings who had reached unimaginable heights of power. If Zhou Yi truly carried such an ancient lineage, his potential could be beyond anything they had foreseen. The clash between the two forces only grew more violent. Under normal circumstances, the angel source blood would have seamlessly merged with Zhou Yi, elevating him to new heights. But the frost bloodline's resistance was relentless, not just disrupting the process. It was actively consuming the angel source blood. Cho Huayang let out a long sigh. At this rate, the angel source blood is being wasted. If this continues, the final fusion might not even match a low-tier bloodline. "We can't interfere now. Forcing a stop could kill him." The two teachers stood by, powerless to intervene. Zhou Yi's fate was now a gamble against destiny itself. Inside Zhou Yi's body, agony coursed through him like a tidal wave. The warring bloodlines tore at his very being, pushing him to his limits, until suddenly something shifted. A notification flashed before him. The gate of consciousness has opened. You have entered the mental realm. The world around him blurred. When his vision cleared, he found himself standing in a grand, ethereal palace. Towering columns bathed in golden light stretched endlessly into the heavens. At the center of it all stood a radiant figure, an angelic being exuding divine power. She gazed at him with a serene smile. "My child," she spoke, her voice echoing with celestial grace. "You have finally arrived." Zhou Yi scanned his surroundings warily. "So, this is the mental realm?" The angel stepped forward, her presence overwhelming yet strangely familiar. "Congratulations on receiving God's blessing. I have been sent to grant you your true strength." Her eyes gleamed as she continued, her voice laced with an unsettling promise. "With it, you shall be unrestrained by morals, unbound by rules, free to follow your own will and desires." The angel's words dripped with warmth, but her smile twisted into something sinister. A creeping unease settled over Zhou Yi as he caught the dark glint in her eyes. His instincts roared in warning. This thing is no angel. A wave of revulsion surged within him. His fingers twitched, the urge to summon his holy hammer overwhelming. Sensing his hesitation, the angel extended her hand again. "Fear not," she coaxed, her voice laced with an eerie sweetness. "Embrace this blessing, and you shall attain power beyond measure." Before she could speak another word, Zhou Yi's holy hammer materialized in a flash of divine light, then shot forward at full speed. The hammer struck her square in the face, sending her reeling. Her once serene expression twisted into one of pure shock and fury. Meanwhile, in another part of the divine realm, Zhou Yi's protection angel sat in quiet contemplation within her radiant palace. Beside her, a smaller angel, clad in vigilant armor, shifted uncomfortably. "Something wrong?" the security angel asked. The protection angel let out a soft chuckle, her golden eyes gleaming. "Nothing," she murmured. "I just saw something interesting." Closing her eyes, she whispered an incantation under her breath. "Don't disappoint me, little one." Back in the mental realm, the corrupt angel staggered to her feet, her fury palpable. Dark energy crackled around her as she fixed Zhou Yi with a venomous glare. "You dare strike a divine being?" she spat. "God shall unleash holy punishment upon you, erasing your very existence. Kneel now, beg for forgiveness, and perhaps I shall grant you mercy in his name." Zhou Yi met her gaze, unwavering. "Yeah, that's going to be a no from me." Her scowl deepened, but a wicked smirk returned to her lips. "Impudent boy," she sneered. With a flick of her wrist, chains of pure darkness shot forward, wrapping around Zhou Yi's limbs. All around him, countless demonic eyes blinked open from the shadows, their twisted gazes filled with malice. The chains pulsed with corrupt energy, seeping into his very being, trying to erode his will. Zhou Yi gritted his teeth, muscles straining as he fought against the bindings. The corrupt angel's laughter rang through the sacred palace. "You dared defy my master, Xia," she taunted, her voice dripping with mockery. "Now, you shall suffer his judgment." At the mention of that name, Zhou Yi's eyes burned with pure rage. "You're nothing but his lackey," he spat. The angel's smirk vanished, replaced by a snarl. She struck him across the face, the force reverberating through the chamber. "Brat," she hissed, "you've successfully earned master's attention. Feel honored. He has sent me to correct your path." Dark energy surged around her as she loomed closer. "Your baptism begins now." The chains constricted around Zhou Yi, pulsing with Xia's corrupt energy. Like a venomous tide, it surged through his body, poisoning his mind, drowning him in unbearable agony. His thoughts blurred, his very soul teetering on the brink of corruption. Outside the mental realm, Headmaster Wang Hui and Chou Huayang felt the shift immediately. A wave of malevolent energy erupted from Zhou Yi's body, filling the chamber with an overwhelming, oppressive force. Chou Huayang staggered back, his face pale. "What's happening?" "This energy, it's pure evil." Headmaster Wang Hui's eyes darkened. Quickly, he channeled his own energy, forming a protective barrier around Zhou Yi. "Why is there an evil god's power within the angel's source blood?" he muttered, his tone grim. Could it be the angel was already corrupted? The clash of energies intensified, the dark force within Zhou Yi lashing out violently. Headmaster Wang Hui's barrier shuddered under the relentless assault, sending shockwaves rippling across the room. Chou Huayang clenched his fists. Zhou Yi is in grave danger. That evil god won't stop until he's consumed entirely. But then, to Chou Huayang's disbelief, Headmaster Wang Hui smiled. "Relax," the headmaster said, his voice filled with certainty. "Look closer." Chou Huayang turned his gaze back to Zhou Yi, and what he saw left him speechless. Instead of being overwhelmed, Zhou Yi's energy was evolving. The angel power and frost energy, once locked in a violent struggle, began to intertwine. Instead of destroying one another, they found a new balance, melding into something entirely new. A singular, divine bloodline was born. Zhou Yi's body pulsed with unprecedented power. The brilliance of the angel bloodline fused seamlessly with the icy wrath of the frost bloodline. The once opposing forces no longer fought. They strengthened each other. Then, with a single explosive surge of power, Zhou Yi shattered the chains binding him. In the mental realm, the corrupt angel staggered back in horror as holy radiance and frost energy erupted from Zhou Yi. The combined power of light and ice surged through him, purging every trace of Xia's corruption. The angel barely had time to react before the frost lashed out, encasing her limbs in ice. At the same time, the holy energy burned through her very essence. She shrieked, writhing as both forces ravaged her body. "How?" she gasped, panic gripping her. This boy was moments away from corruption. How did he suddenly awaken such divine strength? Her thoughts spiraled into despair as the frost spread further, sealing her in an unbreakable prison. The once arrogant emissary of Xia was now reduced to nothing more than a frozen relic of failure. Zhou Yi's transformation was complete. His entire body radiated with divine brilliance, and from his back, a pair of crystalline wings, woven from pure frost and celestial light, unfurled majestically. His aura surged with overwhelming might, the very air around him humming with power. In his grip, his warhammer pulsed with newfound strength, now cloaked in a swirling storm of frost energy. Without hesitation, he swung the weapon with devastating force. The frozen angel shattered instantly, fragments of her corrupted form scattering like dust in the wind. One strike. That was all it took. But Zhou, he wasn't done. He could still feel Xia's lingering presence, an insidious force tainting the very fabric of the realm. Tightening his grip on his warhammer, he turned his sights toward the true enemy. With a battle cry, he unleashed a barrage of hammer strikes, each one detonating with divine fury. The entire mental realm trembled under the sheer force of his attacks, light and frost intertwining as they tore through the dark influence suffocating the space. Xia, enraged by the death of his lackey, finally revealed himself. The moment he materialized, an oppressive wave of corrupt energy flooded the realm. The once sacred halls darkened, the atmosphere thick with malice. Xia's presence alone was suffocating, his aura a vortex of pure destruction. From the beginning, Zhou Yi had sensed something was wrong. When he first encountered the so-called angel, he had almost believed her divine presence. But the moment she spoke of abandoning morality, of being unbound by rules, he knew she was no true servant of light. Her chains had tried to bind him. Xia's corrupt energy had tried to invade him. And for a moment, it seemed as if the evil gods would triumph. But fate had other plans. The lucky potion he had consumed took effect at the critical moment, tipping the scales in his favor. Instead of being destroyed, his angel and frost bloodlines had merged, forming a power beyond anything he had imagined. And now, he stood above his shattered foe, stronger than ever. Yet Xiao refused to accept defeat. With a wave of his dark power, he revived his fallen servant. But she was no longer an angel. What rose from the icy remnants was an abomination, twisted, grotesque, pulsating with raw, corrupt energy. Her once divine form had morphed into something monstrous, her wings now skeletal, her face contorted in unholy glee. She laughed, her voice dripping with venom. Your resistance is nothing but a temporary inconvenience. With a flick of her grotesque claw, she summoned a massive chain, pulsating with evil energy. It howled through the air, slicing toward Zhou Yi with terrifying speed. But this time, Zhou Yi was untouchable. Floating effortlessly in midair, he radiated a serene, divine grace. His golden light shimmered brilliantly, while his crystalline wings of frozen energy spread wide, exuding an aura of absolute dominance. The fusion of his two bloodlines had elevated him beyond the reach of darkness. The battle was far from over, but now, Zhou Yi held the power to end it. The demonic chains lashed out, striking Zhou Yi's frozen wings and shattering them into glittering shards. Yet, despite landing a direct hit, the monstrous creature felt no triumph, only fear. Before she could react, Zhou Yi vanished. In an instant, he reappeared right in front of her. His speed was blinding, his approach so sudden that she froze in terror. Before she could even flinch, Zhou Yi activated a formation beneath her feet. Crystalline spikes erupted from the ground, impaling her from every angle. The ice tore through her grotesque form, her screams filling the air as blood splattered against the jagged shards. Zhou Yi stood at a distance, watching coldly as she writhed. But even in agony, she laughed. I will accept this gift of yours, she taunted, her voice trembling with something dark and unnatural. A surge of ominous power radiated from her body. The corrupt energy within her flared violently, stitching her wounds together and amplifying her strength. Her form twisted, expanding, her limbs grotesquely elongating, her body pulsing with malevolent energy. You humans call this power? She sneered, her many glowing eyes narrowing. It's nothing more than scraps of light thrown to you by your so-called god. With a chilling grin, she unleashed a storm of laser-like beams and shadowy chains, each attack carving through the air with lethal precision. But Zhou Yi was untouchable. He moved like a phantom, slipping between the deadly projectiles with absolute ease. Every attack missed him by a hair's breadth, leaving the monstrous being seething in frustration. Worms like you only know how to run, she spat, voice dripping with venom. Furious, she charged a massive energy blast, an orb of pure destruction crackling in her hands. With a monstrous roar, She hurled it at Zhou Yi, the attack streaking toward him like a comet, leaving a trail of darkness in its wake. Yet Zhou Yi didn't move. He simply raised his hand. A shimmering shield of holy light materialized in front of him. The moment the attack struck, it disintegrated instantly. The creature's confidence wavered. Her many eyes widened in disbelief. How is he still standing? Zhou Yi didn't answer. He just moved. With unwavering determination, he surged forward, his warhammer obliterating every shadowy chain that dared reach for him. Step by step, he closed the gap. High above, in the divine palace, Zhou Yi's protection angel watched the battle unfold. A knowing smile graced her lips as she whispered, "It's about to end." Back in the mental realm, Zhou Yi reached the monstrous creature. She unleashed one final, desperate shriek. But it was already over. Zhou Yi raised a single finger and touched her. The moment Zhou Yi's hand touched the creature, an explosion of holy light erupted from his body, engulfing the entire mental realm in divine brilliance. The searing radiance tore through the grotesque figure, her agonized wails reverberating as her form began to disintegrate. "Where is this power coming from?" she gasped, her voice filled with disbelief and fading malice. The holy light grew even brighter, obliterating every last vestige of her existence. Within seconds, the once corrupted mental realm was purified, left immaculate and untainted by the darkness that had plagued it. As the malevolent creature dissolved, residual traces of a corrupted bloodline, tainted by the evil god Xia, emerged from the shadows surrounding Zhou Yi. It became apparent that Xia had left remnants of his influence when the fallen angel perished. But now, with the creature vanquished, the angel bloodline was freed from its corruption, its divine essence restored. From the remnants of the battle, the purified angel bloodline emerged in a radiant glow, its brilliance piercing through the fading remnants of lightning. It drifted toward Zhou Yi, its divine energy palpable. Reverting to his human form, Zhou Yi extended his hand and grasped the glowing essence, beginning the process of merging it into his very being. As the fusion commenced, a potent holy aura surged from Zhou Yi, rippling through the air with an intensity that left even seasoned warriors in awe. Outside the mental realm, Chou Huayang stared in amazement. This is the power of an angel," he exclaimed. "It's completely eradicating the evil god's influence." Nearby, Headmaster Wang Hui, who had been visibly tense just moments earlier, allowed a small smile to break through his stern demeanor. "The fusion of the angel bloodline and frost bloodline is extraordinary," he remarked, his voice tinged with pride and relief. The two teachers exchanged a look of shared satisfaction. Moments ago, they had feared Zhou Yi might be consumed by the overwhelming darkness, but witnessing his triumph filled them with hope. Within the protective formation, Zhou Yi maintained his focus, channeling the sacred energy coursing through him to complete the fusion. Overhead, the protection angel manifested, silently lending her support by infusing him with additional holy power. The radiant holy aura enveloping Zhou Yi grew even more intense, bathing the entire area in a blinding light. As the merging process reached its climax, a brilliant glowing symbol appeared on his chest, a mark of the bloodline fusion success. The protection angel stood vigil, stabilizing the transition and ensuring no remnant of corruption remained. Finally, Zhou Yi opened his eyes. He felt the harmony of frost and light intertwining within him, a perfect balance of opposing forces now unified in his body. The surge of newfound strength coursed through him like an unstoppable tide. Chou Huayang watched with a broad smile. Zhou Yi truly is blessed. The power of light intervened at the critical moment, granting him the strength to overcome this trial. Headmaster Wang Hui nodded. This marks a turning point. With this fusion, Zhou Yi's potential is boundless. The aura of divine radiance lingered, a testament to the victory won and the transformation achieved. As Zhou Yi rose from the formation, the lingering divine aura around him gradually faded. Headmaster Wang Hui stepped forward, his sharp gaze scanning Zhou Yi. "How do you feel after successfully merging the bloodlines?" Zhou Yi took a deep breath, sensing the immense transformation within him. Before he could respond, a system notification flashed before his eyes. His expression shifted from curiosity to sheer excitement as he scanned the rewards. Bloodline talent updates. 1. Six-winged angel bloodline. A legendary and exceedingly rare divine lineage, unlocking Zhou Yi's unparalleled potential. 2. Divine Mark of Light, A grade. Enhances his affinity with both light and ice elements, with the potential to evolve further, expanding his elemental compatibility. 3. Magic Immunity, B grade. Grants resistance to magical effects, including debuffs and non-damaging abilities like Purify and Disperse. Zhou Yi's eyes lit up, It's the six-winged angel bloodline, he exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. And I inherited two bloodline talents. Cho Huayang's jaw nearly dropped. The six-winged angel bloodline, he repeated, his voice a mix of shock and admiration. Such a bloodline was nearly mythical, and seeing someone obtain it in real life was nothing short of a miracle. Headmaster Wang Hui nodded approvingly. The forging process was indeed a success. The six-winged angel bloodline stands at the pinnacle of angelic lineage. The talents it bestows will continue to evolve, potentially reaching an S+ grade as you grow stronger. You've truly awakened something extraordinary. As Zhou Yi scrolled through the notifications, his eyes suddenly stopped on a particular message. His breath hitched. Master, he called, excitement bubbling in his voice. There's also an S+ grade bloodline technique called Angel Physique. That got their attention. Headmaster Wang Hui's interest visibly sharpened, while Cho Huayang took a step closer. Read it, Wang Hui instructed. Zhou Yi quickly scanned the description and relayed it aloud. Angel Physique, S+ grade. Unleash the full potential of your six-winged angel bloodline. The higher your level, the stronger the power you can wield. Note, until reaching level 50, the bloodline remains incompletely absorbed. Using this ability before then will result in temporary weakness. A brief silence followed as both Cho Huayang and Wang Hui absorbed the information. Then, they exchanged looks of quiet astonishment. This is no ordinary bloodline talent, Wang Hui murmured, his voice laced with rare admiration. An ability of this level means that Zhou Yi's angelic potential surpasses even the strongest known angels. Zhou Yi clenched his fists, feeling the holy energy surging within him. His new talents were nothing short of divine. 1. Six-winged angel power, a lineage unmatched in the celestial hierarchy. 2. Divine mark of light, A grade, granting him extraordinary mastery over light and ice elements. 3. Magic immunity, B grade, providing resistance to various magical influences. 4. Angel physique, S+ grade, unlocking his full potential, albeit with limitations until level 50. Cho Huayang let out a breath, shaking his head with a smile. Zhou Yi is truly blessed, he mused, still reeling from the revelation. Wang Hui placed a firm hand on Zhou Yi's shoulder. This is just the beginning. Your path forward will not be easy, but with these gifts, you have the power to shape your own destiny. Zhou Yi exhaled slowly, steadying himself. He knew one thing for certain. His journey had just taken a monumental leap forward. Headmaster Wang Hui, clearly intrigued by angel physique, leaned forward with anticipation. Why don't you try using this secret technique now? He suggested. Let's see just how much your power has increased after merging the bloodline. Zhou Yi, eager to test his newfound strength, nodded without hesitation. Closing his eyes, he focused on activating angel physique, drawing upon the depths of his newly awakened bloodline. The moment he channeled his energy, golden light surged around him, swirling like celestial flames. The aura condensed into a sphere of pure radiance, steadily growing until it resembled a miniature sun. Waves of holy energy rippled outward, flooding the chamber with an overwhelming divine presence. Cho Huayang and Headmaster Wang Hui stood motionless, stunned by the sheer magnitude of the power unfolding before them. Even as seasoned experts, they had never felt an energy this raw, this refined, this divine. As the transformation neared completion, Zhou Yi's form underwent a dramatic shift. Gone was the frost energy that had once been a defining trait. In its place, a golden radiance engulfed his entire body, making him appear almost ethereal, like a celestial being descended straight from the heavens. When he opened his eyes, his presence alone exuded an unmatched majesty. The sacred energy pulsating around him was undeniable. Headmaster Wang Hui's expression broke into one of sheer pride and exhilaration. This is remarkable, he exclaimed, taking a step closer. The sheer force radiating from Zhou Yi was staggering. It was as if his power had increased at least 5-fold in an instant. How do you feel? Wang Hui asked, his voice filled with expectation. Zhou Yi took a deep breath, letting the celestial energy course through him. A grin spread across his face. Unreal, he admitted. I've never felt anything like this before. My entire body is brimming with power. To demonstrate, he instinctively activated his frost energy, allowing it to flow alongside his divine light. The two elements manifested in his hands, coiling around his arms like twin celestial forces. He flexed his fingers, watching the light and ice respond effortlessly to his will. The light element and ice element, he murmured, awestruck. They feel like an extension of myself, like my closest companions. I can wield them freely. As he spoke, the combined energy radiating from him intensified, filling the entire chamber with overwhelming pressure. The sheer magnitude of his aura was enough to trigger the room's defense systems. Suddenly, alarms blared. A mechanical voice rang out. Warning, high elemental energy detected. Room defense system engaged. With a loud clang, the chamber's triple-layered defenses activated, prepared to neutralize the overwhelming energy before it spiraled out of control. Headmaster Wang Hui chuckled as the alarms blared. Six-winged angels truly are the favorites of elemental energy. But deactivate the technique. Zhou Yi, unless you want the defense system to treat you like an intruder. Zhou Yi immediately complied, allowing angel physique to fade. As the golden radiance dissipated, his body returned to its normal state. But the moment he relaxed, a sharp discomfort pulsed through him. His muscles ached, and a strange bloated sensation spread across his limbs. Chou Huayang noticed his hesitation. What's wrong? Did something go amiss? Zhou Yi frowned slightly, still trying to process the unfamiliar feeling. The technique boosted my power drastically, but even though I barely used it, my whole body feels sore and heavy. Headmaster Wang Hui stepped forward, his expression turning serious. That's expected, he explained. Angel physique forcefully amplifies your strength, but the six-winged angel bloodline is no ordinary lineage. Right now, your body is struggling to contain its full potential. If you push it too hard before fully adapting, the backlash could cripple you. He met Zhou Yi's gaze, emphasizing his next words. Consider this technique a trump card. Only use it in life or death situations. Reckless overuse will do more harm than good. Zhou Yi nodded, taking the advice to heart. Meanwhile, Chou Huayang stood back, quietly observing him. The six-winged angel bloodline, 2 evolutionary talents, and an S+ grade technique. He shook his head slightly. For the other freshmen, competing with him is nothing but a fantasy now. Their conversation continued for a while, with Headmaster Wang Hui offering more guidance. Based on how your bloodline manifested, I suspect your sister's frost bloodline may not be any weaker than yours. If you want her to awaken it under the best conditions, you should refine the frozen lotus into a frost pill for her. Zhou Yi's eyes flickered with realization. The university has a pill forging department, right? I can submit a request through the system? Exactly, Wang Hui confirmed. Turning the lotus into a pill will maximize its effects. It's the best path forward for her. Zhou Yi nodded. He had been searching for a way to help his sister unlock her true potential, and this was the perfect opportunity. Seeing his understanding, Headmaster Wang Hui smiled. Good. Now go get some rest. With a respectful bow, Zhou Yi activated the teleportation device and vanished from the chamber. As soon as he was gone, Chou Huayang's expression darkened slightly. Turning to Wang Hui, he asked, Headmaster, how did Zhou Yi even come into contact with the power of an evil god? If anything had gone wrong, we wouldn't just have lost him. We could have lost one of Sukong University's greatest assets. Maybe even a key protector of the entire country. Wang Hui's smile faded as well, his gaze deep and thoughtful. That is what troubles me the most. Headmaster Wang Hui let out a weary sigh. It's only thanks to the protection of light that Zhou Yi survived this ordeal. But this situation cannot be ignored. I will personally launch an investigation into the source of this threat. Every clue will be pursued, and whoever is responsible will face justice. As he teleported back to his quarters, Zhou Yi's mind replayed Wang Hui's words. The frozen lotus would soon be delivered by the Snow Dragon Legion, but the icicle grass, the final key ingredient, was still missing. Without both ingredients, the frost pill can't be made, he mused, a flicker of concern crossing his face. Determined to solve the issue, he opened his inventory, quickly scanning through his items to estimate their market value. Bronze medal, 500 points. Silver medal, 1,000 points. Gold medal, 2,000 points. After a quick calculation, he nodded. With my current points, I should have enough to purchase the icicle grass at the school market. Just as he was finalizing his plan, a sudden knock at the door snapped him out of his thoughts. Who could be visiting this late? He walked over and opened the door, only to find Teacher Su Meyer standing outside. Zhou Yi blinked, caught off guard. Teacher Su? He asked. Did you need something from me? Su Meyer stepped inside, her sharp gaze subtly analyzing him. Strange, she thought. In just a day, Zhou Yi's strength has skyrocketed. This isn't just a level up. His entire presence feels different. His bloodline has transformed. Breaking the silence, she finally spoke. House Master Wu Meng asked me to deliver the resources promised to you by the War House. Zhou Yi frowned slightly. But I chose Headmaster Wang Hui as my personal mentor, he pointed out. Why is House Master Wu Meng involved? Su Meyer smiled, already anticipating the question. It's simple, she explained. While Headmaster Wang Hui is your personal mentor, your standard courses will still be conducted in the War House. These resources are distributed to top-ranked students, and the War House manages the allocations. You've earned this? Realization dawned on Zhou Yi. So, despite choosing Headmaster Wang Hui, I'm still technically under the War House's jurisdiction for regular training. Satisfied with the explanation, he nodded. However, something about Sue Meyer's wording struck him as odd. She referred to the War House as her own? Zhou, he eyed Sue Meyer curiously. But Teacher Sue, aren't you a mage? Why do you refer to the War House as yours? Sue Meyer smirked. Can a mage study in the War House? Zhou, he quickly waved his hands. Of course you can. I just didn't expect it. Satisfied with his answer, Sue Meyer moved on to business. With a flick of her wrist, she summoned multiple chests into the room, each landing with a heavy thud. She gestured toward them. Here are your allocated resources. A system notification popped up in front of Zhou Yi, listing the contents. Grade A treasure, 1000 mountain dragon root. Grade A treasure, icicle grass. Grade A weapon, Cha short sword. Grade B equipment, Pim gauntlet. Grade B equipment, Hang apes white chest armor. Grade B enchantment material, wind chasing tendon. Grade B enchantment material, blood of earth dragon. Grade C skill book, touch of ice. Grade C skill book, icicle protection. Grade C skill book, blade of light. Zhou Yi's eyes lit up when he spotted the icicle grass, the missing ingredient for the frost pill. The lucky potion's effects really are something else, he thought. Everything seemed to be falling into place. With the frozen lotus already secured, he was now only a few steps away from refining the frost pill. He quickly signed off on the inventory, storing the items away. However, Sue Meyer wasn't done. Folding her arms, she gave Zhou Yi a sharp look. Now that you've got your resources, it's time for a proper lesson. Before Zhou Yi could react, she continued, her voice firm. You're powerful, I'll give you that. But diving into the deeper parts of Tempest Valley? That was reckless. Borderline foolish. Ignorance and lack of fear is a deadly combination. You might have survived this time, but next time, you need to be sure you have the strength to back up your ambition before taking risks like that. Zhou Yi considered explaining that his system gave him complete awareness of threats, but he decided against it. Sometimes it was better to just nod and listen. Seeing his silence, Sue Meyer let out a sigh and softened her tone. Every year, Su Kong University produces plenty of geniuses, but only a handful rise to become true elites. Many fall along the way, sometimes due to enemies, sometimes due to bad luck. But more often than not, it's because of their own overconfidence. She studied him for a moment before adding, I'm not saying this to nag you. Just be careful. Talent means nothing if you don't live long enough to use it. Zhou Yi nodded respectfully. I understand, Teacher Sue. I'll be more cautious in the future. Sue Meyer gave a small, satisfied nod. Good. Now, get some rest. You'll need it. Zhou Yi, eager to push his limits, turned to Sue Meyer. Miss Sue, my strength has increased again. Could you recommend a good training ground where I can gain real combat experience? Sue Meyer blinked before letting out a chuckle. You really are a monster, she said, shaking her head in disbelief. Without further delay, she led Zhou Yi to a specialized combat training facility. As they arrived, she gestured toward the high-tech environment. This training ground allows you to fight combat robots in realistic battle scenarios. You can manually adjust the difficulty from level 1 to level 10. The more robots you include, the stronger the challenge. At level 10, these machines can fight on par with a level 20 class opponent. As she spoke, several camera orbs floated around Zhou Yi, scanning his body from various angles. Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow. What are these orbs doing? They're recording, Sue Meyer explained. They'll document your challenge, track your combat data, and generate a detailed battle report afterward. But be warned, these robots don't pull their punches. I suggest starting at a lower level unless you're looking to get yourself hospitalized. With her explanation done, Sue Meyer stretched and turned to leave. I have a class to attend, so I'll leave you to it. Remember, know your limits. Don't overdo it. Zhou Yi nodded, watching her exit. The moment she was gone, he turned to the hovering camera orbs and smirked. Start the challenge, he commanded. Level 7 combat form. Immediately, the training program roared to life. Red warning lights flared across the room as mechanical whirs and clanks filled the air. The floor panels shifted, and from hidden compartments, combat robots emerged. Metallic figures gleaming under the dim light, their synthetic eyes glowing with a predatory gleam. A system message flashed across the air. Combat monitoring activated. 50 combat training robots deployed. Another warning followed. Caution. Level S combat form activated. Prepare accordingly. Zhou Yi barely had time to react before the robots sprang into action. Without hesitation, they unleashed their first attack. A blinding barrage of laser beams, fired with precision and speed. Zhou Yi's instincts kicked in immediately. He dodged left, then right, narrowly evading the deadly beams. A smirk tugged at his lips. They don't waste time, huh? Before he could fully recover, the remaining robots joined the assault, surrounding him in a perfectly coordinated formation. The room became a war zone. Laser beams, rapid gunfire, and energy pulses rained down in a relentless, synchronized assault. Zhou Yi's eyes gleamed with excitement. This, he thought, weaving through the attacks with impressive agility. This is exactly what I needed. Despite the chaos surrounding him, a wide grin spread across Zhou Yi's face. This is exactly the kind of training I wanted. His excitement only grew with each dodge and counter. Deciding to push his frost power to the next level, Zhou Yi concentrated his energy into his fist. With a burst of speed, he lunged forward and smashed a combat robot with a frost-infused punch. The impact was devastating. Metal groaned under the sheer force. The machine dented and encased in solid ice within seconds. Before he could revel in his success, a high-powered laser blasted toward him from behind. Reacting instinctively, Zhou Yi whipped up a frost shield with his free hand, absorbing the laser's force. Now fully immersed in battle, he found himself freezing one robot with his left hand while deflecting another attack with his right. The versatility of his frost energy was exhilarating. But this wasn't enough. Zhou Yi could feel his energy building, a storm waiting to be unleashed. The frost aura around him swirled wildly, forming a miniature tornado of icy winds. Standing at the eye of the storm, Zhou Yi narrowed his eyes. It's time for the storm. With a single thought, the tornado exploded outward, rapidly expanding into a full-blown blizzard. The entire training ground became a battlefield of howling winds and freezing destruction. Snow and ice spread mercilessly, engulfing everything in its path. Despite their durability, the combat robots couldn't withstand the unstoppable frost energy. One by one, their joints froze solid, their systems slowed, and soon they were completely immobilized. The once heated battlefield was now a frozen graveyard of shattered machinery. But Zhou, he wasn't done yet. Summoning the last of his frost energy, he activated a final technique, a formation-like move that crackled with raw, elemental power. Clenching his fist, he let out a controlled breath and slammed his hand downward. The frozen machines shattered instantly, breaking apart like fragile ice sculptures. A bold notification flashed across the room. Congratulations to Mr. Zhou Yi for passing the Level S combat form test. As the storm subsided, the red emergency lights dimmed, returning the room to normal. Zhou Yi exhaled slowly, his excitement tempered by deep satisfaction. Above him, the camera orbs hovered silently, processing the battle footage. Training results calculating. A moment later, the system displayed his battle stats. Total combat robots faced, 17 level 7. Time taken, 3 minutes 40 seconds. Final grading, top-tier distinction. Zhou Yi's eyes gleamed as he read the results. Frost power is ridiculously effective for crowd control. Passing level 7 was easier than I expected. His gaze shifted toward the control panel. I wonder, will the highest difficulty finally push me to my limits? Zhou Yi, ever the daredevil, smirked as he commanded the camera orbs. Activate the level 10 combat form. His voice carried a mix of anticipation and mischief, completely undeterred by the chaos he'd caused earlier during level 7 training. The wreckage of the prior robots had forced the system to unleash its ace in the hole, the supernatural-grade training robots. The room rumbled ominously. Metallic clangs and stomps filled the air as the new adversaries powered up. These weren't your typical clunky training bots. They were sleek, advanced, and downright intimidating. Zhou Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement as the orb provided commentary. These units are equivalent to a level 25 class, equipped with advanced intelligence for optimal offense and defense. The orb explained, almost as if it was showing off a prize creation. Then came the obligatory cautionary note. Should your safety be compromised, you may command us to cease the exercise. But Zhou Yi simply waved it off. Safety? Never heard of her. His grin widened. This was exactly what he wanted, something to truly push him. The countdown started. Zhou Yi barely had time to brace himself when the robot launched its first move, a frost energy laser beam that seared through the air with deadly precision. Zhou Yi's reflexes saved him by a hair's breadth, the searing cold barely missing him as he rolled out of the way. Frost energy? Seriously? Zhou Yi's mind raced. These bots weren't just tough. They had elemental tricks up their mechanical sleeves. He responded in kind, summoning his frost-infused warhammer, its icy aura crackling as he prepared to strike back. From above, Zhou Yi dived, his warhammer glowing like a comet of frozen fury. But the robot wasn't letting up. Streams of frost energy arced toward him, forcing him to weave and dodge like a seasoned martial artist in a bullet hell game. Deciding it was time to get creative, Zhou Yi activated a secret weapon of his own, Ice Light Double. The technique combined frost energy with refracted light, creating a dazzling, illusionary clone. As the shimmering duplicate advanced, Zhou Yi vanished into the ether. The robot, clearly confused, redirected its frost laser at the clone. Every shot missed its mark, but the illusion was convincing enough to keep the bot occupied. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi circled stealthily, his real self preparing a decisive counterattack. Seizing the moment, Zhou Yi surged forward, his warhammer gleaming with concentrated frost energy. With a roar, he swung it down, aiming to shatter the robot in one devastating strike. The battle had only just begun, but Zhou Yi was already relishing the thrill of facing an opponent worthy of his ambition. Zhou Yi closed the gap, swinging his warhammer with all his might, aiming to cripple the supernatural robot's offense. The impact sent the machine staggering, but the crucial laser system remained untouched. Before he could press the attack, the robot retaliated instantly. A light beam shot straight at him, slamming into his chest. The force tore the warhammer from his grasp and sent him skidding across the training ground like a ragdoll. Flat on his back, Zhou Yi clenched his teeth. How the hell is it mimicking my skills? His gaze flicked to the camera orbs floating overhead. Are they feeding him my combat data? As if in response, the robot systems completed a synchronization process. Its next move left Zhou Yi speechless. It forged its own warhammer, composed of pure light energy, an exact replica of his technique. Without hesitation, the machine lunged, its hammer aimed to crush him. Reacting on instinct, Zhou Yi channeled his light energy into his hands. As the hammer fell, he caught it midair, his palms glowing with a blinding radiance. The resulting shockwave rippled across the room, sending waves of pressure through the air. But the robot wasn't done. Mid-clash, its arm shifted, transforming into a mechanical wolf that detached and lunged at Zhou Yi from the side. You're kidding me, Zhou Yi cursed, twisting his body to evade. The hammer bore down on him from one side, while the cybernetic beast went for his flank. He barely managed to deflect both, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This thing can even replicate Tempest Wolves? This isn't just a training bot. It's a damn nightmare factory. Realizing his usual tactics wouldn't cut it, Zhou Yi made a split-second decision. He activated Angel Physique. A blinding explosion of light energy erupted from his body, forcing both the robot and the mechanical wolf to reel back. The sheer brilliance illuminated the entire training ground, turning Zhou Yi into a glowing figure of power. He stood tall, his smirk returning. All right, let's see you copy this. His voice carried unwavering confidence. The fight had just reached a whole new level. The thrill in Zhou Yi's eyes was unmistakable. This was exactly the challenge he had been craving. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the facility, Jiang Chern approached the training area. Scanning her ID at the entrance, she watched as the system granted her access. Unaware of the chaos unfolding inside, she stepped forward. Here's a refined and engaging rewrite of your script. As Jiang Chern walked through the corridor, she reflected on her rapid progress. Becoming House Master Rong's personal disciple had granted her access to rare resources, accelerating her cultivation. Just a while ago, clearing an S-level combat form seemed impossible. But now, she was ready to take on the challenge. However, as she reached the training room, an unexpected system notification popped up. We apologize for the heavy damage sustained by the training robots. Please reschedule your challenge for tomorrow. Jiang Chern blinked in confusion. Heavy damage? Before she could process it, another message flashed on the large hallway screen. Warning, a student is currently challenging the level 10 combat form. Her eyes widened. Level 10? That was insane. This training ground was meant for freshmen. Most struggled to clear level 6. Who in their right mind would attempt level 10? Her thoughts immediately drifted to Zhou Yi. Could it be Brother Zhou Yi? But she quickly dismissed the notion. Even for him, this would be an extreme challenge. Still, an uneasy feeling settled in her chest. Inside the training ground, Zhou Yi was facing the fight of his life. His opponent wasn't just any combat bot. It was a monstrosity capable of copying his abilities from frost to light techniques. Overwhelmed by its relentless adaptation, Zhou Yi unleashed his trump card, Angel Physique. Radiant energy burst from his body as he pushed his power to its peak. But he needed more than raw strength. He needed control. Summoning the Holy Chain, he called forth a divine weapon made entirely of pure holy light. Golden portals materialized in midair, unleashing luminous chains that crackled with sacred energy. Unlike brute force attacks, the Holy Chain specialized in restraint, binding enemies completely. Zhou Yi hadn't forgotten how the demonic chain had once left him powerless during his bloodline awakening. Now, it was time for his mechanical foe to experience that same helplessness. With a flick of his wrist, the chains lashed forward, targeting the mechanical beast first. The glowing links struck with pinpoint precision, tearing the cybernetic wolf apart in an instant. With the beast eliminated, Zhou Yi turned his attention to the supernatural robot. The golden chains surged forward, wrapping around the machine's limbs and torso, locking it in place. The robot thrashed violently, its systems desperately analyzing the holy chain, searching for a way to replicate or counter it. But the data came up blank. This ability was an anomaly beyond its capacity to mimic. As the bot struggled, Zhou Yi activated another ace up his sleeve, Vision of Light. His eyes shimmered with celestial energy, granting him the ability to perceive an enemy's weak points and hidden abilities. Scanning the robot, he quickly pinpointed its power source, hidden deep within its chest. A smirk formed on Zhou Yi's lips. There it is. Time to end this. Zhou Yi's grin widened as he locked onto the robot's weakness. Without hesitation, he concentrated pure light energy into his fist, preparing to deliver a devastating light punch. With a burst of speed, he closed the distance, driving his glowing fist straight into the robot's chest. The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the room, the sheer force triggering an electric surge that crackled through the machine's core. The robot systems faltered, its movements jerky and unresponsive. Desperate, it attempted to initiate a self-destruct sequence, but the system intervened, preventing an explosion that would have taken the entire facility with it. Instead, the impact unleashed a sacred detonation, engulfing the training ground in a blinding storm of light and dust. As the haze settled, Zhou Yi stood amidst the wreckage, victorious yet barely able to stay upright. At that moment, the training room doors slid open. Jiang Churen stepped inside, only to freeze in shock. The place was ruined. Scorch marks lined the walls, shattered training bots lay in heaps, and remnants of the combat arena smoldered from the sheer intensity of the battle. Then her gaze landed on Zhou Yi, exhausted, bruised, but very much standing. What in the world happened here? A system notification popped up in front of Zhou Yi. Congratulations, you have cleared the level 10 combat form. Entry access is now reactivated. However, the system wasn't done. Warning, due to excessive damage caused during testing, repairs are required. The training ground will be unavailable for 1 week. Jiang Churen remained frozen at the doorway, struggling to process what she was seeing. Someone actually cleared level 10? Her heart pounded. Who could have pulled this off? Driven by curiosity, she stepped forward, taking in the sheer destruction. Then her eyes locked on Zhou Yi once again. Zhou Yi, she gasped, rushing toward him. What? What did you do? Before he could answer, the floating camera orb whirred to life, scanning Zhou Yi before flashing a result screen. Level 10 combat form cleared in 8 minutes and 32 seconds. Final appraisal. Single greatest physical damage, 27,304. Single greatest magic damage, 56,021. Highest combined skill damage, 106,221. Zhou Yi exhaled, glancing at the numbers. TCH. If it weren't for that mechanical wolf sneak attack, I could have wrapped this up even faster. He made a mental note. I need a magical pet to cover my blind spots. Before he could entertain the thought further, Jiang Churen grabbed his shoulders, eyes wide with disbelief. Brother Zhou Yi, she said breathlessly. Did you finish your bloodline forging? And how the hell did you get this strong in just 1 day? Zhou Yi, still catching his breath, gave a faint smile. Yeah, finished it this morning. His eyes gleamed with a newfound confidence. I now possess the 6-winged angel bloodline. Jiang Churen's face lit up like a kid in a candy store. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she practically bounced on her feet. That's incredible, she exclaimed. The 6-winged angel bloodline is one of the rarest divine lineages. You're basically a walking legend now. As someone with a succubus bloodline, Jiang Churen was well-versed in bloodline rankings. She knew just how absurdly rare Zhou Yi's newfound power was. Zhou Yi, however, wasn't one to bask in admiration. He turned to her and said, Jiang Churen, take me to the magic pet market. I need a magic pet to strengthen my combat potential. Jiang Churen's enthusiasm skyrocketed. Of course, it's not far from here. I'll take you right now. The moment they stepped into the bustling market, they were met with a storm of activity. People shouted bids, vendors flaunted their rarest beasts, and magical creatures roared, chirped, and hissed from all directions. A silver-tier fire tiger, capable of reaching level 20, was already sitting at 110 points in a heated auction. A dragonhorn rhino, boasting a level 19 draconic bloodline, had a fixed price of 210 points. First come, first served. A vendor waved a silver-tier golden claw greenhawk egg, calling it a once-in-a-lifetime bargain. As they wove through the chaos, Jiang Churen suddenly grabbed Zhou Yi's hand and grinned. So, do you have a specific magic pet in mind, brother Zhou Yi? Zhou Yi stopped to think. Back in Tempest Valley, I tamed a Tempest Wolf, he said. But after defeating the demonic sun, I blacked out and lost my chance to contract it. I still want a Tempest Wolf cub, one with wind elemental talents. Before Jiang Churen could respond, a nearby student perked up. Carrying a small cage, he approached them with a confident smile. Hey there, I'm Lu Jishue, third-year student from the logistic house and an elite level 22 trainer. He introduced himself. I happen to raise a Tempest Wolf cub myself. Interested? Jiang Churen leaned closer to Zhou Yi and whispered, trainers belong to life skill classes, and Lu Jishue is from Sukong University. Compared to regular vendors, his magic pets are usually higher quality. Zhou Yi considered her advice before nodding. All right, let's see it. Lu Jishue carefully unlatched the cage and revealed the Tempest Wolf cub inside. The tiny creature looked frail, its body visibly weak. This one is about 10 days old, Lu Jishue explained. Its mother was a silver tier Tempest Wolf, and I've confirmed that its talent is also silver tier. You can have it for 60 points. Zhou Yi studied the cub, his expression unreadable. The price was decent, and the bloodline potential was there, but something about this situation felt off. Here's a refined and engaging rewrite of your script. Zhou Yi studied the cub thoughtfully before asking, are there any gold-tier magical pets available here? Lu Jishue looked genuinely surprised. Gold tiers? He shook his head. You won't find many of those in this market. If you're serious about getting one, I can keep an eye out, but it'll cost you way more than 60 points. Zhou Yi nodded but remained focused on the cub in his hands. Jiang Churen stepped closer, examining it with sharp eyes. Her brows furrowed. Something's not right, she muttered. It's too small and looks malnourished. Lu Jishue's expression stiffened slightly. He quickly forced a smile. Tempest wolves are naturally leaner than other monsters. Their cubs always look small at first. It's completely normal. Before he could ramble further, Zhou Yi suddenly smiled. It's fine. I'll take it. Lu Jishue blinked in surprise. Even Jiang Churen looked at him curiously. Are you sure? She asked. Zhou Yi held the frail cub gently and said, there are no weak magical pets. Only weak masters. I have high hopes for its future. Jiang Churen smiled, impressed by his confidence. Well, if you believe in it, then it must be a good choice. Relieved, Lu Jishue wasted no time handing Zhou Yi a magic pet contract scroll. Here, take this. It's on the house, he said quickly. Just place the scroll in your contract space to bind it. After Zhou Yi transferred the 60 points, the cub and the scroll officially became his. As he inspected the contract scroll, he noted its intricate design built specifically for controlling magical creatures. Meanwhile, Lu Jishue casually turned and walked away, but a sly grin crept onto his face. That cub was the weakest of its litter. I was worried I'd never get rid of it. He chuckled internally. This rookie showed up just in time. Good thing he paid first. If that defective wolf had collapsed during contracting, I'd be in trouble. Unaware of Lu Jishue's scheming, Zhou Yi prepared to activate the contract scroll. As he unfurled it, an ethereal formation lit up beneath him. Placing the cub inside, he watched as the ritual took effect. Suddenly, deep purple light erupted from the formation, its radiance sweeping across the market. Lu Jishue, already halfway down the street, felt the surge of energy and froze in place. Slowly, he turned back, his face draining of color. The once frail cub was changing, its body expanding, its aura intensifying, its dull fur now gleaming with an intimidating violet glow. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Wait, that dark purple light, someone stammered. Isn't that the sign of a legendary tier magical pet? How ridiculously lucky do you have to be to find a legendary tier pet at this market? Here's a refined and engaging rewrite of your script. A man rushed up to Zhou Yi, eyes gleaming with greed. I'll buy that Tempest Wolf from you, 1,000 points right now. Jiang Churen, just as stunned, clung to Zhou Yi's arm, practically vibrating with excitement. Brother Zhou Yi, you've got insane luck. This cub must be a devolved legendary magical pet. Your energy must have nourished it, restoring its original tier. Zhou Yi finally pieced it together. He had seriously underestimated the effects of that lucky potion he drank earlier. The once frail cub, now brimming with power, wagged its tail happily and hopped onto Zhou Yi's lap, already acting like a loyal companion. Jiang Churen admired the little wolf before grinning. You haven't named it yet. What do you call it? Zhou Yi thought for a moment, then smiled. I'll call it Gray. Jiang Churen blinked, then burst out laughing. Gray? That's so basic. You pull a legendary pet out of nowhere, and that's the name you go with. She ruffled Gray's fur affectionately. But fine, it's still cute. Before they could leave, Lu Jishue came storming back, face red with panic and desperation. Wait, I messed up selling that cub for only 60 points. He took a deep breath, forcing his voice to sound firm. If you want to keep it, pay me 500 more points. Or return the pet. I'll refund you 300 points. Either way, you owe me a decision. The moment he said that, murmurs spread through the crowd. Classic mistake, a nearby vendor muttered. He didn't even check the cub's real tier before selling it. A woman beside him whispered, Lu Jishue's backed by the Lu family. They've got connections with Headmaster Wang Hui. No way he lets this slide. Zhou, he might be in trouble. But then everything changed. Zhou, he stepped forward, his golden aura erupting with overwhelming force. The marketplace fell silent as a crushing pressure filled the air. I've never heard of something so pathetic. Zhou, he said coldly. You sell something, then demand more money after the deal is done? His glare sharpened. Pathetic. Lu Zhixue staggered back, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. What is this pressure? His heartbeat pounded in his ears. I feel like I'm staring death in the face. How can a freshman have this kind of aura? Zhou Yi's voice was like a blade slicing through steel. Stop dreaming and get out of my sight. His golden light flared dangerously. Try anything else, and the consequences won't be so forgiving. Lu Zhixue's legs buckled. The sheer weight of Zhou Yi's presence crushed his pride into dust. He collapsed to his knees, groveling. Bro, it's my bad. A misunderstanding. I swear. Please, just take the Tempest Wolf. I don't want any trouble. The crowd watched in stunned silence as the once cocky Lu Zhixue begged for mercy. Jiang Churen smirked. Wow, brother Zhou Yi, you don't just tame legendary pets, you tame people too. As Zhou Yi withdrew his aura, Lu Zhixue scrambled to his feet, his face pale and drenched in cold sweat. He didn't dare make eye contact. Zhou Yi turned to leave, but glanced back one last time. His voice was calm, but carried an unmistakable weight. Take care of yourself, and stay out of my way. I won't warn you again. Jiang Churen shot Lu Zhixue a final icy glare, and even Gray let out a low, menacing growl before the three of them walked away, leaving Lu Zhixue humiliated in the middle of the market. As they strolled down the busy streets, Jiang Churen's earlier sharp demeanor vanished, replaced by a cheerful smile. Brother Zhou Yi, can I stop by later to play with Gray? Zhou Yi chuckled. Of course. You're welcome anytime. Behind them, murmurs began to spread like wildfire. Wait, that was Zhou Yi, one merchant whispered. The number one freshman? The one who got a gold contribution medal from Principal Wang Hui, a bald seller added, his eyes wide. Another merchant smirked. Lu Zhixue's been throwing his weight around for ages because of his family connections, but this time, he picked the wrong fight. As the chatter grew, the crowd suddenly parted. A tall, imposing man strode forward, exuding an aura of power. Gasps rippled through the onlookers. Lu Wucheng is here. Lu Zhixue's older brother. Lu Zhixue's face lit up with relief. His backup had arrived. Brother, help me, he cried, stumbling forward. You have to get justice for me. Lu Wucheng didn't say a word. He simply lifted his leg. A brutal kick sent Lu Zhixue flying, landing in a crumpled heap on the ground. The market fell into stunned silence. Lu Zhixue clutched his bleeding lip, staring up in shock. Why did you kick me? Lu Wucheng's glare was like a blade cutting through him. You idiot, he spat. Do you have any idea what you've done? Do you understand how important it is for a new student to receive a gold contribution medal? You should be begging that Zhou Yi lets you live. If you have any sense, disappear. Now! Lu Zhixue lay there, his world crumbling around him. When did I provoke someone this terrifying? Back home, Zhou Yi wasted no time testing Gray's abilities. The wolf cub, no longer the frail creature from before, moved with unbelievable agility, its tiny frame already brimming with power. As Zhou Yi watched, gusts of wind swirled around Gray's paws, reacting instinctively to its movements. A satisfied smile formed on Zhou Yi's lips. It's truly worthy of being an epic-tier wind wolf, he mused. Even at this young age, it can instinctively manipulate the wind. Gray wagged its tail, letting out a small but confident howl, ready to grow into the legendary beast it was destined to be. A knock on the door interrupted Zhou Yi's thoughts. He exchanged a glance with Gray, the lucky potion's lingering effect making him wonder, could this be another stroke of fortune? Opening the door, Zhou Yi was greeted by a soldier in the Snow Dragon Legion's uniform. The man introduced himself briskly. Zhao Sheng, delivering the promised S-level treasure. He handed over a meticulously sealed box. Zhou Yi accepted it with curiosity. As he opened the box, the sight of the extremely cold lotus, a frozen lotus radiating an icy yet fragrant aroma, left him beaming. Please thank your leader on my behalf, he said, his voice bright with gratitude. Zhao Sheng gave a curt nod. Delivery complete. I'll return to my post. With that, the soldier departed. Zhou Yi admired the lotus in his hands, knowing its importance. With this treasure, Zhou Yun's bloodline crisis could be resolved once the elixir was refined. Next step, finding Yi Tian, he mused. The famed 9th-level alchemist was his best shot at success. However, attempts to book an appointment online hit a dead end. Frustrated but determined, Zhou Yi muttered, guess I'll have to visit the elixir department myself. At the elixir department, he approached the front counter, where a young woman greeted him with a polite smile. Hello, he began. I'm looking for teacher He Tian. I need a pill refined. The woman, introducing herself as Lini, shook her head lightly. Teacher Tian just went to a meeting, but I'm his student. Maybe I can assist you. He hesitated briefly before presenting the treasures. I need the S-level extremely cold elixir refined. Lini's eyes widened at the sight of the extremely cold lotus paired with ice grass. These are S-level natural treasures. How did you even get these? Her shock turned into outright curiosity. He shrugged with a grin. Let's just call it luck. After examining the items, Lini explained the next steps. The refinement fee for an S-level elixir is 800 credits. Once Teacher Tian completes the process, I'll contact you immediately. She handed him a form to fill out for his details. He completed the paperwork, handed over the treasures, and left the department with a feeling of accomplishment. The first hurdle was over. Now, it was all about waiting for the elixir to be ready. He strolled through the academy halls, heading toward his first class. On his way, snippets of conversation floated his way. Did you hear? Alien creatures have been showing up everywhere, one student murmured. Yeah, it's the hot topic right now, another replied. As He entered the classroom, the chatter only grew louder. I heard entire armies are being recalled from the front lines, the student said. Same here, another added. My buddy in the army said alien creatures are appearing all over the empire. He settled into his seat, his mind turning over the information. Alien invasion rumors are spreading like wildfire. This could be serious. Just then, a tap on his shoulder interrupted his thoughts. Turning, he saw a familiar face. Yi. Song Xiaolan greeted him with her usual bright energy. Song Xiaolan, you're in this class too? He asked, caught off guard. Of course, she replied with a grin. Housemaster Wu Mang is my special instructor, so we'll be classmates from now on. She extended a hand with mock formality. Please take care of me, classmate Yi. Yi shook her hand, amused. I'll rely on your guidance too. Song chuckled. With your strength, it's more like we'll rely on you. But hey, if you ever need anything, I'm here. Before the conversation could go further, the classroom door opened, and Sue Meyer walked in. Her commanding presence silenced the room. I'm Sue Meyer, your instructor for the detailed intricacies of the world of Warcraft, she began. After a brief introduction, her tone shifted to something more serious. I'm sure many of you have heard the rumors, she said. Let me confirm, they're true. The Empire is facing an invasion of alien creatures. Although these beings aren't particularly powerful, the threat is being treated with the utmost urgency. She continued, the Central National Army has escalated to Level 3 combat readiness. In response, major universities, including Su Kong University, are receiving increased resource allocations. Effective immediately, monthly resource distributions for students will rise by 70%, and school-issued tasks will offer higher credit rewards. The announcement stirred excitement among the students, but Sue Meyer wasn't finished. Additionally, Abyss mode permissions for the 3 major dungeons on campus will soon be unlocked. However, access will require an Abyss magic stone, which you can purchase with credits. The room buzzed with energy as the news sank in. This is it. Abyss mode is finally opening, one student exclaimed. Time to rack up some real experience. He leaned back in his chair, a faint smile on his lips. The storm brewing across the Empire was now knocking at their door. A student in the crowd muttered, even the mission credit rewards are higher now. Looks like the school is really going all out. Noticing the rising excitement, Sue Meyer kept her tone firm but calm. Settle down, she instructed. Increased resources mean nothing if you slack off. Strength comes from effort, not handouts. From his seat, he watched her thoughtfully. She seems different, stronger, more confident. It wasn't just in making progress. The academy was buzzing as students gathered in small groups, discussing dungeon runs. I tried taking on the goblin dungeon boss yesterday, one student groaned. Got wiped at the last second and lost 100 credits. That's what you get for jumping straight into nightmare level, another teased. Nearby, Joey considered his own plans. Now that I'm level 19 and have the extremely cold ice lotus, Gale Mountain is a waste of time. The Abyss level goblin dungeon is the perfect grind spot. Just as he finalized his decision, a familiar figure caught his eye, Jiang Churin. Curious, he walked over. Jiang Churin, what brings you here? He asked, smiling. She turned, her expression brightening. Joey, I heard the dungeon rewards have been boosted, so I wanted to give it a shot. She hesitated before adding, would you like to team up? He raised an eyebrow. What a coincidence. I was heading there too. With their plans aligned, they entered the dungeon together. Inside, Jiang Churin turned to him. Which difficulty are you going for? Abyss level, He answered without hesitation. You? Jiang Churin hesitated. Abyss level is too tough for me, she admitted. With my strength, I can only manage the difficult level. He stepped closer, his voice calm and reassuring. That's fine. When I clear Abyss level, I'll help you through it next time. A faint blush dusted Jiang Churen's cheeks. Feeling shy, she gently freed her hand from his. Okay, brother Zhou, she murmured with a small smile. I'll go for the difficult level then. Take care. You too. Zhou replied, watching her walk off. With their paths set, Zhou strode toward the abyss-level dungeon. Just then, a stir spread through the crowd. Wait, is that Shiming Xian? What's he doing here? The crowd buzzed with anticipation. It wasn't every day that a top-ranking student challenged the leaderboard dungeon. Don't you know? A student explained. If you break the abyss-level dungeon record, you earn an achievement talent. Those things are nearly impossible to get unless you stumble upon a rare opportunity. No wonder Shiming Xian's here. Shiming Xian, a level 23 mage ranked 86 on the leaderboard, stood nearby, exuding confidence. His reputation as a prodigy made him the center of attention. Zhou spared him a glance before sighing internally. Meh, not interested. I've got my own business to handle. Ignoring the growing chatter, he stepped forward and selected abyss-level difficulty. As soon as he confirmed his choice, the system deducted 400 credits from his account, granting him a glowing purple abyss magic stone. In a flash of light, Zhou vanished, teleported into the goblin dungeon. Outside the dungeon, a murmur of shock rippled through the students. Wait, was that Zhou? The top newcomer? No way. A level 19 warrior challenging abyss level? Is he insane? One student scoffed. But he's just throwing away 400 credits, another sneered. Even Shiming Xian smirked, shaking his head. Looks like some people are letting all these extra resources get to their heads. Inside the dungeon, Zhou landed in the middle of what looked like the ruins of an ancient battlefield. The ground was littered with broken weapons and shattered stone. Crumbling structures loomed in the distance, as if the place had been ravaged by war. He narrowed his eyes. Why is this place in such a state? Could demons have taken over and destroyed everything? Before he could ponder further, his instincts flared. A goblin assassin crept up from behind, blade in hand, its movements nearly silent. Nearly. Without turning around, Zhou pivoted and delivered a devastating punch. The goblin flew back like a ragdoll, its body slamming into a broken pillar before crumpling lifelessly. Zhou smirked. A sneak attack on a 20-year-old? That's just embarrassing. Then, a low growl echoed through the ruins. He turned to see a horde of goblins emerging from the shadows. Each one level 22, silver tier grade. Their glowing eyes locked onto him as they raised their jagged weapons. Unlike the first one, these goblins weren't here for cheap tricks. They were hunters, and they had just found their prey. Zhou cracked his knuckles. Finally, a challenge worth my time. Summoning his warhammer, he tightened his grip. The goblins charged. With fluid precision, Zhou swung his warhammer in a wide arc. The sheer force sent goblins flying, their bodies crumpling like paper dolls. Each impact sent shockwaves through the ruins, reducing the goblins to broken heaps. Within moments, the entire wave had been obliterated. Zhou exhaled, resting the warhammer on his shoulder. That's it. But before he could relax, the ground trembled. A second wave emerged from the ruins, this time larger, stronger, and angrier. A literal goblin army now stood before him. Their sheer numbers made the earth quake beneath their feet as they roared in unison. Zhou grinned. Now we're talking. Zhou quickly assessed the real danger. Not the goblins' individual strength, but their sheer numbers. These grunts are like an endless swarm. If I waste too much energy here, I'll be drained before facing the boss. Gotta be smart about this. With that in mind, Zhou activated Shining Phantom Slash. His warhammer spun like a blur, creating a deadly whirlwind of destruction. Goblins were shredded apart in rapid succession, their shrieks of pain echoing through the ruins. Within minutes, silence fell. The battlefield was now a graveyard of goblins. A system notification popped up. You have gained 11,236 experience points. Zhou exhaled, resting his warhammer on his shoulder. As expected, he muttered, "The higher my level, the harder it is to climb. Even after all that, I'm still far from level 20. Hopefully, the boss makes it worth my time." After catching his breath, he strode toward the boss's lair. The air grew thick with oppressive energy. At the chamber center stood a towering figure. A level 24 legendary tier monster. The Goblin King had led countless raids, leaving human cities in ruins. His hulking frame radiated menace, and his piercing red eyes locked onto Zhou. Then the boss spoke. "Foolish human," the Goblin King roared. "Welcome to the land of your death, prepared especially for you." Zhou blinked. Why do villains always talk so much? Before he could respond, the Goblin King, enraged over the massacre of his minions, charged forward. Fast! Zhou dodged just in time, the king's massive fists slamming into the ground, shattering the stone beneath them. Strong too. Zhou didn't hesitate. He countered with a devastating warhammer strike, aiming straight for the Goblin King's head. The boss reacted instantly, activating Dominant Body. A shimmering shield enveloped his body, nullifying the attack completely. The ground trembled from the impact, but the Goblin King simply grinned. "Human, are these scratches supposed to frighten me?" he mocked. Zhou Yi narrowed his eyes. Physical attacks are useless against him. He was already formulating a new plan when, out of nowhere, a golden angel chain appeared, cutting through the king's defenses like butter. The divine chains wrapped around the Goblin King's massive frame, locking him in place. The moment they tightened, his entire body froze. "What is this?" the Goblin King bellowed, thrashing violently, but his limbs refused to respond. Zhou Yi smirked. "Your magic resistance is surprisingly low," he remarked. Then he raised his warhammer, crackling with energy. "Now, enjoy the special gift I prepared just for you." With a smirk, Zhou Yi unleashed his finishing move. A radiant blast of holy energy erupted from his warhammer, engulfing the Goblin King in a blinding surge of power. The boss's eyes widened in terror, but the angel chain held him fast. He had no chance to escape. The dungeon trembled under the sheer force of the attack. When the light finally faded, the Goblin King was gone. Zhou Yi lowered his weapon, surveying the battlefield. "That was it," he muttered, shaking his head. "Abyss-level boss, and I didn't even need my full mana or advanced skills. What a letdown." Just then, a system notification flashed before him. "Congratulations. You have set a new clearance record for the Abyss-level dungeon. New talent acquired. Rapid casting, A level. Effect: greatly accelerates spell casting speed, allowing the instant release of low-level spells." Zhou Yi felt a powerful surge as the new talent fused with his abilities. Still, he sighed. "I was hoping this would push me to level 20, but I'm still short." He glanced toward the dungeon entrance. Maybe next time, Jiang Charan can join me. Abyss level would be a great challenge for her. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, a massive screen displayed the latest dungeon clear records. Among the names, one stood out: Tang Lingyi Yang, Abyss level clear time, 16 minutes 24 seconds. A group of students gathered, murmuring. "No one's cleared it today," one said. "Abyss level is just too insane, right?" Another agreed. "The moment you enter, you're swarmed by hundreds of silver tier goblins. If you don't handle them fast, you're dead." Jiang Charan stood among the crowd, glancing at the leaderboard. "I managed to clear hard difficulty without much trouble," she thought. "I wonder how Brother Zhou Yi is doing." Suddenly, the leaderboard updated. The murmurs turned into gasps. "Wait, did you see that?" Someone pointed at the screen. "A level 19 Saint Knight named Zhou. He just got first place." Another student yelled. "He broke the Abyss level record." All eyes locked onto the screen. At the very top of the leaderboard, a new name shone brightly. First place, Zhou Yi. Abyss level clear time, 10 minutes 56 seconds. The students went crazy. Who the hell is Zhou Yi? Is he a senior? No, he's the #1 freshman. Disbelief spread like wildfire. Everyone remembered Zhou Yi's insane performance at the freshman competition, but this was on a whole different scale. A level 19 Saint Knight had just annihilated a level 24 legendary boss. How the hell did he do that? Someone muttered. Another student shook his head. Clearing Abyss level is hard enough, but in under 11 minutes? That's unreal. Doubt crept into some of the crowd. There's no way, a skeptical voice said. He had to have cheated, right? But deep down, everyone knew. Zhou Yi was now a monster among monsters. The crowd held its breath, waiting for sure Ming Xian to emerge. Ranked 86th on the Earth list, Xian was expected to put on a far stronger performance, maybe even surpass Zhou Yi's record. Then, the dungeon gate shuddered open. Xian stumbled out, his body battered, his armor scratched, and his face pale with exhaustion. Brother Xian, a student rushed forward, catching him before he collapsed. Xian shook his head, panting. The Abyss realm, it was too much. I lost golden grade equipment and still failed to clear it. He uncorked a recovery potion, taking a shaky sip, but the murmuring crowd caught his attention. What's going on? He asked, his brows furrowing. The student supporting him hesitated before speaking. Brother Xian, a freshman named Zhou, he just cleared the Abyss level in 10 minutes and 56 seconds. He set a new record. Xian froze. The potion slipped from his fingers and shattered on the ground. Impossible, he whispered. Then, the dungeon gate opened again. Zhou, he stepped out. The murmurs grew louder. There he is. Zhou Yi's back. Xian's disbelief hardened into determination. He stepped forward, blocking Zhou Yi's path. I'm sure Ming Xian, ranked 86th on Earth. He introduced himself, his voice steady but tense. How did you clear the Abyss level? His gaze locked on Zhou Yi, sharp with both curiosity and doubt. Did you? Before he could finish, Zhou Yi waved him off. Sorry, I got other things to do. Goodbye. Then he walked right past Xian without a second glance. The abrupt dismissal left Xian speechless. His expression twisted into frustration. Before the tension could build further, Brother Zhou Yi, Jiang Charan came running over. Her face lit up with excitement. Zhou Yi greeted her warmly. Hi, Jiang Charan. Blushing slightly, she said, Congratulations. You cleared abyss level, and I barely survived hard difficulty. It feels like no matter how much I train, you just keep getting further ahead. Zhou Yi stepped closer, his tone calm, yet encouraging. Don't worry. The Goblin King is easy once you know the right strategies. He smirked. I'll teach you everything you need to beat him. I've got plenty of credits. I could take you through a few more times. We'll figure it out together. The crowd exploded in whispers. He just cleared the dungeon, and now he's going back in? Has he turned abyss difficulty into his personal training ground? That's the difference between monsters and regular people, one student muttered in awe. Meanwhile, Ming Xian stood frozen. Each comment cut deep. A student beside him tried to encourage him. Brother Xian, you almost cleared abyss level. Maybe one more try is all you need. But Xian wasn't listening. His hands clenched into fists. His pride had just taken the biggest hit of his life. Ming Xian's resignation. Ming Xian sat in silence, his expression dark and unreadable. The murmurs around him felt distant, like echoes from a place he no longer belonged. Finally, after a long pause, he spoke. There's no need, he said quietly, his voice heavy with resignation. I won't challenge this realm again. The students around him froze. Someone hesitated before asking, Brother Xian, are you serious? But Xian didn't answer. The weight of his defeat, the whispers, the comparisons to Zhou Yi, they had taken their toll. For the first time, Ming Xian accepted that there were mountains even he couldn't climb. Inside the abyss dungeon. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi and Jiang Charan ventured into the dungeon together. Zhou Yi turned to her with a smirk. This is our second time teaming up. Feels like just yesterday we were fighting side by side in Tempest Valley. Jiang Charan's cheeks flushed pink at the memory. Shyly, she started that experience, but her voice trailed off. Her mind drifted back to that battle. Waves of demons surrounding her, pushing her to the brink. In that moment of despair, she had almost chosen self-destruction. But Zhou Yi had been there, fighting, protecting, refusing to let her fall. And then that moment, the kiss, a gesture born of gratitude and something deeper. Gathering her courage, she looked at him and said, Those demons had me completely trapped. If not for you, I don't even want to think about it. Zhou Yi grinned. It was an honor to rescue you. His voice was warm but confident. And that was just the beginning of our adventures. There are many more ahead. Jiang Charan's heart skipped a beat. But before she could say anything, a horde of goblin warriors suddenly emerged, their grotesque laughter filling the air. Each one was level 22, and there were a lot of them. Jiang Charan's eyes widened. The abyss difficulty really doesn't hold back. These goblin stats are insane. Zhou Yi, however, was completely unfazed. He had brought Jiang Charan here to help her gain experience and clear the dungeon together. Calmly, he began coaching her. Don't focus on their levels, he instructed. They're dangerous because of their numbers, not their strength. Control the battlefield. Focus on your skills, and you'll see they aren't as scary as they look. Jiang Charan took a deep breath and nodded. Zhou Yi smirked. All right, you take the left. I'll take the right. Watch your back, and don't let any sneak up on you. Jiang Charan gripped her sword tighter. Got it? The battle was set. Before charging in, Zhou Yi activated several buffs. Gift of Power enhances strength and speed. Shield of Protection reduces incoming damage. Weapon's Blessing increases attack impact. Not only boosting himself, but enhancing Jiang Charan's abilities as well. Empowered by the buffs, Jiang Charan raised her Dark Element sword, its edge gleaming with magic. Zhou Yi spun his warhammer, the air crackling with raw force. Side by side, they charged. Zhou Yi charges in like a one-man demolition crew, his hammer smashing goblins left and right. Charan, take the flank. Keep him guessing, he yells, his voice booming over the battlefield. Jiang Charan, invigorated by the buffs, feels her power skyrocket. Her movements are sharper, her strikes deadlier, almost like she'd just activated a hidden cheat code. When a pack of goblins tries to ambush her, Jiang Charan doesn't flinch. Nice try, she mutters, raising her blade. With a single dark slash, she carves through them like a hot knife through butter. The dark energy surging through her sword amplifies the damage, turning what could have been a skirmish into a cleanup operation. Despite her lower level, she dismantles the silver-tier goblins with a speed and precision that makes Zhou Yi glance over mid-swing and whistle. The duo's synergy is flawless. Zhou Yi's hammer swings cause mayhem, while Jiang Charan's blade ensures no goblin escapes. In record time, the horde is reduced to 0. As the XP notifications roll in, Jiang Churen levels up to 18 with 5,200 XP, while Zhou Yi inches closer to his next level with 5,900 XP. Jiang Churen's eyes sparkle with excitement. That was insane. Let's hit the next one, she says, practically bouncing on her feet. Zhou Yi smirks. All right, but don't get cocky. The boss will be a whole different beast. The pair strides into the goblin boss's lair, greeted by a massive figure that looks like it walked straight out of a nightmare. The level 24 goblin boss roars, the sound echoing through the cavern. You dare disturb my realm? Prepare to pay. Jiang Churen's confidence falters for a moment. Zhou Yi, this guy's not just beefed up, he's the whole steakhouse. What's the plan? Zhou Yi adjusts his grip on his hammer, calm and composed. Bosses like this usually have one fatal flaw. This guy's spell resistance is trash. Hit him with your strongest skill, and we'll bring him down fast. Emboldened, Jiang Churen channels her succubus bloodline. Her aura darkens, and demonic energy swirls around her blade. With a fierce battle cry, she unleashes her ultimate, demonic slash. The attack hits the goblin boss squarely, but instead of crippling him, the dark energy is absorbed into his body. His eyes glow brighter, and his aura surges, signaling a terrifying power-up. That's bad, Jiang Churen says, taking a cautious step back. The now supercharged goblin boss stomps the ground, triggering a ground shockwave. The entire cavern trembles, forcing both fighters to brace themselves against the unrelenting tremors. Zhou Yi is the first to recover. He quickly checks on Jiang Churen, who's visibly shaken but unharmed. I'm fine, she assures him, though her voice carries the weight of regret. But this is my fault. I made him stronger. I couldn't control the demonic energy. Zhou Yi puts a hand on her shoulder. Stop it. Gil's not going to help us win. We need a new plan and fast. Jiang Churen nods, determination flickering in her eyes. Right? No time for regrets. Let's finish this. The fight isn't over yet, but one thing is clear. The stakes just got real. Zhou Yi watches as Jiang Churen sinks into self-blame, her shoulders heavy with guilt. He steps closer, his voice firm but reassuring. Snap out of it, Churen. We're not done yet. His words carry more than just comfort. They hold a battle-hardened resolve. Determined to turn the tide, Zhou Yi falls back on the strategy that worked before. He activates Punishment of Light, his attack blazing toward the goblin boss. But this time, the monster doesn't even flinch. A shimmering barrier absorbs the blow effortlessly. Zhou Yi grits his teeth. Great. So much for round 2. Still undeterred, he summons the Spear of Light and turns to Jiang Churen. Listen, if this goes south, use the Abyss Stone and get out of here. Jiang Churen's hands tighten into fists, but she says nothing. Zhou Yi charges in, launching a relentless assault, divine chains, rapid strikes, every move he has. But nothing gets through. The goblin boss effortlessly shatters the divine chain, his newfound power turning Zhou Yi's once effective techniques into mere annoyances. Jiang Churen watches, frozen. Guilt coils around her like a vice, choking her resolve. She clenches her blade, but doesn't move. This is my fault. I made him stronger, and now I can't even help. Then, a voice slithers into her mind. Pathetic. Her breath catches as a shadowy figure emerges in her inner world. It's her. No. It's the presence of her succubus bloodline. It regards her with a smirk, eyes gleaming with wicked amusement. Look at you, weak, powerless, clinging to doubt while he fights for you. Jiang Churen shakes her head. No. Enough. You have power. Power that can change this battle. But if you won't claim it, why not just run like he told you to? Asterisk. Her heartbeat pounds in her ears. The goblin boss presses its attack, forcing Zhou Yi back. He's already considering his last resort, activating his angel physique. When it happens, a blinding arc of energy cuts through the battlefield. With a sickening SHHK, the goblin boss's arm is severed clean off. The beast howls in agony, staggering back as dark energy is forcibly ripped from its body. Zhou Yi turns, eyes widening in shock. Jiang Churen stands there, transformed. Dark power radiates from her very being. Her once composed expression is replaced by something different. A chilling, otherworldly confidence. Her laughter echoes through the cavern, smooth yet menacing. You had your fun, but I'll take it from here. The goblin boss snarls, but panic flickers in its eyes. It can no longer absorb demonic energy. Worse, it's being drained. Jiang Churen grins, stepping forward. Let's see what this power can really do. The goblin boss roars in agony, clutching the stump where his arm used to be. Jiang Churen smirks, tilting her head playfully. Oh, don't cry yet. That was just the appetizer. Her voice drips with amusement as she watches his stolen power surge back into her. Blinded by rage, the boss charges, his massive form thundering across the battlefield. But Jiang Churen remains still, unimpressed. Just as he closes the gap, She raises a single hand. A pulse of dark energy builds at her fingertips before erupting into a devastating beam of pure destruction. The entire battlefield quakes under the force. Zhou Yi shields his eyes as a shockwave ripples through the cavern. When the dust settles, the goblin boss is gone, obliterated in an instant. Jiang Churin exhales, flexing her fingers as if testing her newfound power. Zhou Yi, still processing what just happened, lets out a low whistle. Well, remind me never to make you mad. Their interface flashes. 23,200 XP gained. 15 stat points. 15 skill points. Jiang Churin saunters up to Zhou Yi, her eyes gleaming with playful mischief. So, she purrs, leaning in dangerously close. How about we keep going? This work of ours is getting interesting. Zhou Yi blinks, his brain stalling as she steps even closer, placing a hand on his chest. What's wrong? She teases, voice dripping with sultry amusement. Don't tell me you don't like this version of me? Before he can formulate a response, she grabs his hand and places it on her waist. Zhou Yi practically short-circuits. His face burns as he yanks his hand back and takes a hasty step away. Wait, are you really Jiang Churin? His voice is wary, but his concern is real. The question hits like a splash of cold water. Jiang Churin freezes, her teasing demeanor flickering. Her expression shifts, as if waking from a trance. Slowly, she steps back, her playful confidence cracking. Then, with a mortified groan, she drops to the ground, burying her face in her hands. Ugh, that wasn't me. That was definitely the bloodline. Zhou Yi kneels beside her, his tone softer now. You sure? Jiang Churin peeks through her fingers, cheeks burning. I wasn't possessed, I swear. Just got a little carried away. After a pause, Zhou Yi gently lifts her chin, his gaze steady. As long as you're still you, that's all that matters. Her heart skips a beat, and she quickly waves him off. We should focus on clearing the dungeon. No time for sentimental moments. Zhou Yi chuckles, standing up. Agreed. But let's use this as training. Help you control that power before it controls you. Jiang Churin exhales, nodding. Then, with a sly grin, at this point, the Goblin King is practically our old friend. Zhou Yi laughs. Right? Feels like we're running drills more than clearing dungeons. The tension finally breaks, and with renewed determination, the duo heads deeper into the challenge, ready for whatever comes next. Outside the dungeon, a group of students gathered, murmuring in curiosity and speculation. Abyss-level realms are no joke, one student remarked. Only that monstrous freshman ever cleared it. Another scoffed. TCH. Maybe Zhou, you just got lucky. A third student rolled their eyes. Right? And maybe you should try your luck in there and see how far you get. The sarcasm was thick, and the group chuckled as the doubter fell silent, unable to argue. Just then, the leaderboard flickered. The students turned their heads, only to freeze in shock. New record. Zhou Yi, first place. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Again? This guy's unreal, someone exclaimed. But before the hype could settle, the board shifted once more. New record. Jiang Churin, first place. Silence. Then, an explosion of disbelief. Wait, what? She passed Zhou Yi. Wasn't she just struggling with a hard difficulty a while ago? One student turned to his friend, looking utterly defeated. Brother, I finally understand what it means to witness the gap between a genius and a mere mortal. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Zhou Yi and Jiang Churin showed no signs of slowing down. Zhou Yi conquered the abyss-level realm again, while Jiang Churin, now fully in sync with her newfound power, cleared it once more. This time as part of their unstoppable duo. Their repeated victories turned them into living legends on campus. When they finally emerged from the dungeon, exhausted but triumphant, Jiang Churin stretched her arms with a bright smile. Brother Zhou Yi, I heard the Element House is putting on a fireworks display for the freshmen. Let's go watch. Zhou Yi, more than ready for a break, chuckled. Sounds good. Let's take it easy for a bit. The two made their way to the Element House, a street powered entirely by magic. The entire area shimmered with ethereal lights, creating an enchanting atmosphere. The warm glow reflected in Jiang Churin's excited eyes as she looked around in awe. Zhou Yi glanced at her and let out a laugh. We farmed that realm so hard today, I didn't even realize how much XP we racked up. Jiang Churin nodded, then turned to him, her expression soft with gratitude. Thank you, Brother Zhou Yi. I've gained so much from the abyss-level realm. All because of you. Zhou Yi smiled. You did the work. I just made sure you didn't go on a demon-powered rampage. She smirked. No promises for next time. The fireworks burst above them, lighting up the sky in brilliant hues, just like their rise in the academy rankings. Zhou Yi chuckled, waving off Jiang Churin's praise. You're giving me too much credit. You put in the effort. I just give a little push. As they continued down the glowing magical street, They stopped before a towering statue. Zhou Yi examined it curiously. Who's this? Jiang Charin's expression softened with admiration. This is Mage Wei Yang, honored as the protective deity. He single-handedly defended against multiple invasions from otherworldly legions. His bravery became legend. She paused, her voice growing solemn. But during his final battle, a demon lord ambushed him from behind. He sacrificed himself, and his soul was completely wiped out. Because of that, he can never be resurrected. Zhou Yi's gaze lingered on the statue, his respect deepening. To stand alone against so many, that's true greatness. After a moment, he turned to Jiang Charin, curiosity sparking in his eyes. I don't know much about history. Tell me about the Dark Ages. Jiang Charin brightened at his interest. All right, let's start with the Golden Age. It began in the year 2544, 80 years ago. That era saw the rise of many extraordinary talents, earning its prestigious title. Heroes like the Tempest Sword Saint Cheng Pinghai and the Heat Blade Saintly Xiao Yang became legends. And even now, they're still fighting on the front lines. But then came the Dark Age. She continued, her voice turning grim. It all started when humanity got a little too ambitious, exploring, attacking, and expanding into other worlds. That's when the invasions began. Creatures from beyond swarmed in, and everything spiraled into chaos. Zhou Yi listened intently as she recounted the harrowing battles that followed. The elites of the Golden Age fought with everything they had, sacrificing themselves to push back the tide of destruction. 30 years of relentless war. Millions of warriors lost. But in the end, humanity won, and peace was restored. A brief silence hung between them. Jiang Charin's expression darkened, a flicker of unease crossing her face. But lately, the dimensional cracks are opening again. What if history repeats itself? Zhou Yi noticed her worry and, without hesitation, placed a firm hand on her head. Don't overthink it, he said confidently. This time it's different. The creatures slipping through the cracks now are nothing compared to what they faced back then. And we're not the people of the Golden Age. We're stronger. He smirked, his eyes glinting with certainty. If darkness falls again, it won't be humanity trembling in fear. It'll be those otherworldly creatures regretting they ever set foot here. Jiang Charin blinked, then let out a small laugh. You always make it sound so simple. Because it is, Zhou Yi shrugged. Now come on, we've got fireworks to watch. The tension melted as they continued down the glowing street. The night sky soon to be illuminated by bursts of magic and color. Jiang Charin smiles at Zhou Yi's unwavering confidence. You're right, she agrees. We've been training for this. If they come, we'll be ready. At that moment, fireworks burst into the night sky, painting the magical street with dazzling colors. The vibrant explosions reflect off the shimmering buildings, creating an enchanting atmosphere. With playful energy, Jiang Charin grabs Zhou Yi's hand and pulls him toward a better viewing spot. Together, they watch the display, their earlier worries momentarily forgotten. The scene shifts. Zhou Yi sits on a train, gazing out the window. He exhales a long sigh. Too bad Miss Su isn't here. I could have used the military teleportation array. Having grown used to instant travel, the slow pace of the train now feels agonizing. His attention shifts to the frozen pill in his hand, a rare remedy capable of curing Zhou Yun's illness. Holding it, he feels a wave of relief. Finally, I can help her. Meanwhile, Zhou Yun sits in her room, fidgeting with impatience. Why isn't he here yet? She grumbles, frustration evident. Beside her, Qing chuckles, offering a reassuring smile. Relax. He just called. He'll be here soon. Just then, the door swings open. I'm back, Zhou Yi announces with a warm smile. Zhou Yun's mood shifts instantly. Beaming with excitement, she leaps onto him, settling comfortably on his lap. Zhou Yi laughs, stroking her hair gently. I was worried about you the whole way here, but seeing you this full of energy, I feel a lot better now. Zhou Yun puffs out her chest proudly. Of course, I've been taking my medicine every day. Her cheerful declaration earns an amused glance from Qing. Qing turns to Zhou Yi, smiling softly. It's good to see you again after so long. Zhou Yi nods. It really has been a while, Sister Qing. Stepping closer, Qing's expression shifts, curiosity flickering in her eyes. Now that you're back, how long will you stay? Zhou Yi sighs. 3, maybe 4 days. I came for Yun's final treatment. At his words, Zhou Yun's face immediately falls. She clings to him, her voice turning pitiful. That's way too short. Zhou Yi ruffles her hair in an attempt to console her. But before he can say anything, she brightens up, her tone switching in an instant. Fine, but did you bring a gift for your adorable sister? Zhou Yi chuckles at her sudden shift in attitude. Without missing a beat, he summons the horn of the golden-grayed beast, handing it to her. Here, this lets you summon a golden grade bear for protection. Zhou Yun's eyes sparkle. A bear? That's so cool. Watching her excitement, Zhou Yi smiles, feeling a deep sense of fulfillment. This trip is already worth it. Yun's eyes sparkle as she clutches the gift, practically vibrating with excitement. This is perfect. Exactly what I expected from my awesome brother. Thank you. Her enthusiasm is infectious, and Zhou Yi chuckles, resting a gentle hand on her head. Once you're fully cured, you'll be just as strong as me. Maybe even stronger. Before Yun can respond, the doorbell rings. Zhou Yi heads over and opens it to find Secretary Zhao and Madame Chu Yi standing outside. With a warm smile, he steps aside to welcome them in. Secretary Zhao nods politely. Mr. Zhou, I contacted Madame Chu Yi last night, and she came immediately. Before he can continue, Madame Chu Yi waves a hand dismissively, a confident smile gracing her lips. Come now, Secretary Zhao, as if I'd ignore an invitation from Zhou Yi of all people. Zhou Yi steps forward, shaking her hand. You're too kind, Madame Chu Yi. I'm the one who should be thanking you for coming. Her eyes gleam with approval. And I nearly forgot to congratulate you. Not only did you find the frozen lotus, but you also managed to refine it into a frost pill with effects far beyond expectations. Secretary Zhao's jaw drops. The frost pill? That's an S-grade treasure. Its value is priceless. It's practically impossible to obtain. Zhou Yi merely chuckles at his reaction and gives a brief explanation of how he acquired it. But he quickly shifts gears. We shouldn't waste any more time. My sister's treatment comes first. Madame Chu Yi nods. Agreed. Let's begin immediately. Inside a specially prepared room, Yun sits at the center, her hands clenched in her lap. As the others set up, she hesitates before looking up at Zhou Yi, her voice small. Bro, will this really be okay? Zhou Yi kneels beside her, placing the frost pill gently in her palm. You don't have to worry, he assures her with a calm, steady smile. Just take this pill, and everything will be fine. Yun swallows hard, then gives a firm nod. Okay, I'm ready. She steps into the intricate formation in the center of the room. As she prepares, Zhou Yi moves into position, activating a series of powerful buffs. Blessing of protection, blessing of dawn, blessing of courage. The room is instantly bathed in radiant light, the sacred energy rippling through the air like a divine force. Everyone present watches in awe as the power intensifies. Even Madame Chu Yi, a seasoned priest, is taken aback. She studies Zhou Yi with wide eyes, unable to hide her admiration. His sacred energy, it's purer than my own. As the light washes over her, Yun's earlier fear fades, replaced by newfound strength. She takes a deep breath, steadying her resolve. This was it, the moment that would change everything. With everything in place, Zhou Yi gives a firm nod to Madame Chu Yi. She steps forward, activating the intricate formation beneath Yun. As the array hums to life, glowing symbols spread across the room, pulsing with energy. Now, take the frost pill, Madame Chu Yi instructs. Yun swallows the pill, and the change is immediate. A brilliant frost light erupts from her body, sending a chilling shockwave through the air. Ice rapidly spreads across the floor, freezing everything in its path. The temperature plummets, and a thick mist swirls around the room. What's happening? Is something wrong? Someone shouts in alarm. Zhou Yi remains composed. Stay calm. I'll handle this. Without hesitation, he activates the sacred flame. Warm, purifying energy radiates outward, pushing back against the encroaching frost. The intense energy from the pill gradually stabilizes under the sacred flame's influence, bringing balance to the chaotic burst. Zhou Yi looks around, reassured by the change. That was the last uncontrolled frost surge Yun will ever experience. Slowly, the freezing energy settles. The radiant frost light dims as Yun regains control over her power. Madame Chu Yi exhales in relief. The hardest part is over, she says. Now, all that's left is for Yun to fully absorb the pill's essence. Inside the formation, Yun feels the icy energy flowing through her veins. The frost pill dissolves completely, and for the first time in her life, she isn't fighting against the frost. It's hers to command. Taking a deep breath, she raises a hand, channeling her newfound power. In a final act of release, she summons the lingering frost energy into a majestic frost dragon. The shimmering beast coils around her, its presence both awe-inspiring and serene. Unlike before, the frost no longer harms. It nurtures, strengthens. Everyone watches in stunned silence as the dragon slowly dissipates, leaving behind a transformed Yun. She steps out of the formation, her posture confident, her aura entirely different. Then, without hesitation, she runs straight to Zhou Yi, her face lit with joy. Bro, I think my illness is completely gone. Zhou places a hand on her head, smiling. That's great news. Now, let's check your status, see what's changed. Excited, Yin quickly examines her abilities. Her eyes widen as she instinctively raises a hand, forming an intricate ice sculpture in mere seconds. The details are flawless, precise, like an artist's masterpiece carved from pure frost. Bro, my frost bloodline awakened, she exclaims. I can control ice freely, summon it whenever I want. As she marvels at her newfound abilities, a thought crosses her mind. She looks up at Zhou, eyes gleaming with curiosity. So, does this mean I'll get more cool abilities after my bloodline fully awakens? She asks, grinning playfully. Watching his sister excitedly test her newfound frost bloodline, Zhou chuckles. Normal bloodline awakenings don't usually come with special talents. But then again, you are my sister. You awakened a rare frost bloodline after all. As he speaks, a thought crosses his mind. Our family gained so much from this frost bloodline. Could we have a powerful frost-class ancestor? He quickly dismisses the idea, recalling their family struggles. Even if that were true, it's clear our lineage fell from prominence long ago. Shaking off the thought, he turns to Madame Chu-yi. Madame Chu-yi, Yun's frost bloodline has fully awakened. But could you check her condition, just to be sure? Before she can respond, Secretary Zhao steps forward with a formal air. Mr. Zhou, I wanted to inform you that not only has Miss Yun been completely cured, but the mayor is taking her frost bloodline awakening very seriously. He has arranged for a new batch of resources to support your cultivation. Zhou nods in appreciation. Thank you, Secretary Zhao. I truly appreciate the support. I'll need to return to school soon, but I'll have to trouble you with looking after Yun while I'm away. Secretary Zhao bows slightly. It would be my honor, Mr. Zhou. Meanwhile, Yun is happily playing with King, her laughter filling the room. Zhou watches with a smile before calling out. Yun, have you decided what class you'll switch to in the future? Yun pauses, her expression turning thoughtful. Then, with a confident grin, she declares, definitely mage. Zhou smirks. A perfect choice. When you reach level 10, I'll find a hidden mage class conversion book for you. Yun's eyes widen with excitement. Really? That's amazing, brother. But then, as if sensing something deep within herself, she hesitates before adding, I can feel a dark power awakening inside me. It won't be long until our true power is fully unlocked. Her words instantly change the atmosphere in the room. Madame Chu-yi stiffens, her face flashing with concern. Dark power? Why would she have dark power? Without wasting a second, she rushes over and begins examining Yun carefully, scanning for anything she might have overlooked. The tension is palpable. Suddenly, the scene shifts, a childhood memory. A much younger Zhou and Yun are playing together. Yun giggles mischievously, waving her hands dramatically. Behold, I am a mistress of dark power, she declares, striking a villainous pose. Zhou raises an eyebrow before grabbing her by the collar. All right, little villain, time for a reality check. Let me show you what real frost power can do. Yun thrashes playfully, laughing as he drags her toward the training room. Sis Qing, save me. If my brother trains me, I'll die, she cries out dramatically. The memory fades, leaving only the looming mystery of her awakening dark power. As everyone laughs at Yun's playful antics, Madame Chu-yi chuckles to herself. Dark power, huh? This should be interesting, she muses, amused by the light-hearted moment. Later, Zhou takes Yun to a separate room for training. The moment they arrive, she strikes a dramatic pose. Brother, I won't hold back. I'll unleash my full power and freeze everything in my path. With a flourish, she summons her ice spirit, launching a rapid barrage of icicle attacks. The sharp projectiles streak toward Zhou, only to shatter harmlessly against his barrier before they even land. He watches her efforts with a proud smile. Her body has completely recovered. Now I can set up a proper cultivation plan for her. But the second he mentions training schedules, Yin suddenly clutches her chest in exaggerated distress. Oh no, my frost energy, it's acting up again. Looks like I won't be able to cultivate with you after all, she laments. Zhou narrows his eyes, stepping forward. Sensing imminent danger, Yun backtracks instantly, laughing nervously. Just kidding. I must have been mistaken. Let's get to work. The two train hard, with Yun giving it her all. By the end, she collapses onto the floor, panting. Bro, I'll leave the saving the world mission to you. I'm officially retired, she groans dramatically. Zhou chuckles. I feel the same. Who else but me could handle that responsibility? After their session, he summons Gray, a small, adorable magical pet. Handing it to Yun, he says, This is Gray. I recently contracted it. It'll keep you company while I'm away. Yun's eyes light up as she takes the fluffy creature into her hands. Don't worry, brother. I'll take good care of Gray. We'll train so hard together. She pauses, then smirks mischievously. Holding the tiny pet close, she whispers, "Come on, Gray, let's sign a contract with darkness and become eternal companions." Gray lets out a confused squeak. A few days later, Joey prepares to return to school, now free of worries about Yun's condition. As he walks, he thinks to himself, I hope Jiang Charin can set up a teleportation array soon. This back-and-forth travel is getting annoying. Just as the thought crosses his mind, a sudden flash of light appears before him. Sue Meyer steps out, teleportation magic crackling around her. Joey stops in his tracks, startled. "Miss Sue? What are you doing here?" She wastes no time. The National Freshman Exchange competition is starting soon. Each team needs 5 members for the team match. Since you won first place in the Academy's freshman competition, you're the team leader. She crosses her arms, giving him a pointed look. That means assembling the team is your responsibility. Here's the refined version of your script with improved pacing, sharper dialogue, and a natural blend of strategy, tension, and intrigue. Sue Meyer hands Joe a list of the top 10 performers from the freshman competition. Choose 4 members for your team, she instructs. Joey glances at the list and, without hesitation, says, "I'll take the top 4. Sue Meyer raises an eyebrow. "That's a bit hasty." Crossing her arms, she explains, "In team matches, stamina conservation is crucial, especially in the later rounds. A priest can restore status effects and heal injuries, essential for maintaining a team's strength." She gives him a pointed look. "While your buffs as a Saint Knight are powerful, your recovery skills are still weaker than a dedicated priest's." She taps the list. "If you check previous year's competitions, you'll see that teams without a healer struggle to go all the way." Joe listens but remains completely unfazed. He smirks. "We don't need a priest. If we defeat our opponents fast enough, recovery won't be an issue." His confidence isn't just arrogance. He fully believes he can dominate the individual category, and if necessary, handle entire teams alone with his 6-wing activation. Sue Meyer studies him for a moment. Given his overwhelming performance in the freshman competition, she realizes he might actually be right. With Joey on the team, we might not even need a healer. We could steamroll through other schools. After a brief pause, she shrugs. "If you're that confident, I'll leave everything related to the team to Housemaster Wu." Joey nods, his tone unwavering. "Don't worry. First place is ours." Before leaving, Sue Meyer turns back. "Did you finish your sister's bloodline awakening?" Joey inclines his head slightly. "I did, and I have to thank you. It was all possible because of your help and the frozen lotus you told me about." "Please," Sue Meyer smiles. "Good to hear." Joey then asks, "Do you know where I can find a hidden class conversion book?" Sue Meyer arches a brow. "For your sister?" "Yes," Joey affirms. "With otherworldly monsters appearing through mid-sized cracks, I feel an urgency. I want Yin to have more power to protect herself. As soon as possible." Sue Meyer's smile shifts into something more knowing. "You're quite thoughtful, Joey." She pauses, then continues, "Yes, the Academy does have a hidden class conversion book, but purchasing one won't be easy." Before he can ask for details, she activates her teleportation circle. Just before vanishing, she tosses him a cryptic parting remark. "Do your best in the freshman exchange competition. I have other business to attend to." Her tone carries a teasing lilt, leaving Joey puzzled. Just what is she up to? Curious about Sue Meyer's cryptic remark, Joey checks the requirements for obtaining the hidden class conversion book. His confusion quickly turns to understanding as he scans the conditions. The student must be level 25. They must hold at least an A grade in school missions. They must rank within the top 10 Earth rank and the top 100 Heaven rank. Even the cheapest conversion book costs a staggering 20,000 points. Joey exhales, shaking his head. So that's why she spoke in riddles? This isn't just difficult. It's ridiculous. Before he can dwell on it, a system notification pops up. New mission. National Freshman Exchange Competition. His rewards will depend on his combined performance in both the individual and team matches. The challenge ignites his determination. Looks like I'll have to dominate this tournament. Meanwhile, Joey's team selection has already been submitted to Housemaster Wu, prompting a faculty meeting to finalize the Academy's strategy. As the teachers gather, Housemaster Wu begins. Joey has submitted his lineup for the team match. Here are his choices. Saint Knight Joey, Spiritual Swordsman Jiang Charin, Spiritual Taoist Song Xiaolan, Mage Tang Lingyi, Warrior Wei Tiexin. The announcement sparks immediate surprise. Mr. Rome, one of the instructors, furrows his brows. "There's no priest? That's risky. Without healing support, this could fall apart fast." Before the concern spreads, Element Teacher Cho Huayang waves a hand dismissively. "I don't think we need to worry. Joey alone is enough to replace a priest." Cho speaks with absolute confidence. He had personally guided Joey through the bloodline forging technique and knew better than anyone just how broken his abilities were. Teacher Kong nods in agreement. Not only can he provide buffs, but his defensive and offensive capabilities are top tier. He might be able to handle the entire tournament on his own. Teacher Jiang, instead of objecting, takes a more strategic approach. Then our focus should be on maximizing Zhou Yi's strength while ensuring the team can work together effectively. With their concerns addressed, the teachers approve the lineup. Housemaster Wu finalizes the decision and instructs Su Meyer to gather the team in the warehouse in 3 days. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi is in the middle of completing a system mission when another notification appears. Message from Headmaster Wang Hui. A one-on-one class has been arranged. Your first since becoming my disciple. Zhou Yi grins, excitement flickering in his eyes. Finishing his mission, he chooses skill points as his reward, boosting his abilities even further. First the competition, now a private lesson from the headmaster? Zhou Yi smirks. With a satisfied smile, Zhou Yi muttered to himself, thanks to the system, I can keep pushing ahead. Every mission makes me stronger. Not long after, he was summoned by Headmaster Wang, who wasted no time teleporting them to a private training ground. The moment they arrived, Zhou Yi found himself surrounded by the lush edge forest, its dense greenery teeming with level 23 forest wolves. His eyes scanned the area before turning to his master in surprise. Master, am I supposed to take down all these wolves? Headmaster Wang chuckled. No need to panic. This forest is a private training ground owned by the Tianyu Guild, one I discovered a long time ago. Just as he finished speaking, the atmosphere shifted. A massive shadow passed overhead. Zhou Yi instinctively looked up, his breath caught. A colossal dragon soared across the sky, its sheer presence sending every forest wolf scattering in terror. That's a dragon? Zhou Yi's voice carried a rare hint of nervousness. Headmaster Wang nodded. Not just any dragon. That's a level 62 legendary great dragon, your senior brother's magic pet. It's here to keep the monsters in check. Zhou Yi's mind raced. If his pet is that strong, how powerful must my senior brother be? Sensing his thoughts, Headmaster Wang smiled. This year, your senior brother reached level 64, equal to me. In fact, his combat ability has already surpassed mine. Zhou Yi blinked. He's only 30, and he's already on your levels? The headmaster nodded. That's why I handed the Tianyu Guild over to him without hesitation. Zhou Yi was stunned. At that level, his senior brother was already strong enough to be a guild master, a national-level powerhouse, and a true legend in the making. But before he could process it further, Headmaster Wang placed a hand on his shoulder. I've seen countless talents in my time, but you, Zhou Yi, his gaze sharpened. You are the most gifted of them all. Stepping forward, Headmaster Wang raised a hand, his aura shifting dramatically. Watch closely. This is the first skill I will teach you. A brilliant golden light burst from his palms, forming 2 massive shields of radiant energy on either side of him. This is Holy Light Heart Shield. The shields collided with a thunderous crash. A massive explosion erupted, obliterating everything in its wake. The once lush forest vanished, replaced by enormous craters scorched into the earth. Zhou Yi stood there, speechless. Headmaster Wang turned back to him, handing him a skill book. This is the first skill you'll learn. His eyes gleamed. Master it well. Here's the refined version of your script with improved pacing, sharper dialogue, and a stronger balance between action and character development. Zhou Yi takes the skill book with reverence. You don't need to study it the traditional way, Headmaster Wang explains. Just connect it to your consciousness and use skill points to absorb the knowledge. Following the instructions, Zhou Yi links the book to his consciousness. Instantly, a flood of knowledge pours into his mind. Skill unlocked. Holy Light Heart Shield. Grade A. Effect. Summons 2 massive shields of holy light that collide to trigger a colossal explosion. The blast deals devastating damage while clearing a path for allies and blocking enemy reinforcements. Legacy skill. A Saint Knight inheritance passed down through generations. Absorbing the information, Zhou Yi turns to his master, curiosity flickering in his eyes. This is a Saint Knight legacy skill. Master, how do you know it? Headmaster Wang chuckles. Because your grandmaster created it when he was still a tertiary returned Saint Knight. I inherited it from my own mentor, and now I'm passing it down to you. Zhou Yi is humbled. A skill designed by my grandmaster himself. After mastering the basics, the headmaster gestures toward the field. Now let's see it in action. Zhou Yi activates the skill. 2 radiant shields of light manifest, crashing into each other with a burst of holy energy. The explosion ripples outward, but at level 1, its power is limited. The blast injures the weaker monsters, but it lacks the overwhelming force of his master's demonstration. Even so, Headmaster Wang smiles. Impressive. Achieving this much with just a level 1 skill shows your potential. Holy Light Heart Shield is designed for team battles. Use it to split the battlefield and limit enemy movement. Zhou Yi nods, taking note of its strategic value. The headmaster steps back. Enough theory. It's time for practical combat training. Overhead, the colossal dragon Gaolong, lets out a mighty roar. At its command, monsters lurking in the forest emerge, forming a massive horde. The more you defeat, Headmaster Wang says, the more experience you'll gain. A few monsters lunge first, aiming to catch Zhou Yi off guard. He swings his hammer, obliterating them in a single blow. The main horde charges, but Zhou Yi is already moving, activating his buffs and unleashing a relentless counterattack. Holy energy erupts from his strikes, reducing enemies to ashes. Frost energy freezes others in place before he shatters them effortlessly. His combat style is fluid, relentless, and precise, each strike maximizing damage while maintaining efficiency. Wave after wave falls before him. He fights with such ferocity that he loses track of time. By the time the dust settles, the battlefield is silent. Not a single monster remains standing. Headmaster Wang approaches, arms crossed, thoroughly impressed. "You put everything into that fight," he says with a laugh. "I didn't expect you to burn through all your stamina and mana." Then, with a teasing glint in his eye, he adds, "But tell me, if more monsters appeared right now, wouldn't you be scared?" Zhou Yi wipes the sweat from his brow before flashing a confident grin. "Of course not," he replies, "because I have you." After a quick rest and a recovery potion, Zhou Yi feels fully recharged. The battle was tough, but the reward makes it all worthwhile. His system notifies him of a major achievement. He has reached level 22. Along with the level up, he gains 20 stat points and 20 skill points. Eager to grow stronger, Zhou Yi immediately invests his skill points in a Holy Light Heart Shield, upgrading it to level 3. The improvement gives him a deep sense of satisfaction, knowing it will be a crucial asset in future fights. The headmaster surveys the now empty battlefield, impressed by the sheer scale of the victory. Turning to Zhou Yi, he remarks that he expected him to defeat around 100 monsters, but the final count is nearly 400. Zhou Yi, both proud and a little bashful, acknowledges the praise and credits his progress to the headmaster's teachings. Over the past 2 months, his skills have advanced far beyond what he once thought possible. The headmaster steps closer, his voice steady yet firm. With the upcoming exchange competition, Zhou Yi's team will be competing without a priest, a risky move. He reminds Zhou Yi to stay composed and never waver in critical moments, as he expects nothing but excellence from his student. Zhou Yi flashes his usual confident grin. "No need to worry, master. As long as I'm here, first place is guaranteed." His unwavering determination is evident, and the headmaster nods, reassured by his confidence. Meanwhile, at the Tempest Forest Station, Zhou Yi's chosen teammates, Jiang Chuan, Song Xiaolan, Tang Lingyi, and Wei Tiexin, gather in an old hut, gearing up for the competition. Across the country, an official announcement sends waves of excitement through the student community. The National Freshman Exchange Competition is officially underway. With 218 high schools and universities participating, social media buzzes with discussions, predictions, and speculation. Lists of participants and team captains appear across various platforms, drawing intense scrutiny from students and teachers alike. One detail about Zhou Yi's team immediately stands out. They have no priest. The revelation stirs up shock and doubt among the competitors. Is this real? How can they compete without a healer? The murmurs spread like wildfire. Back in Tempest Valley, Zhou Yi's teammates eagerly check the finalized rosters. Among them, 2 of his admirers, Gunner Girl and Mechanical Girl, react with enthusiasm upon seeing his name listed as team captain, with Jiang Chuan as vice captain. Gunner Girl, amused by the flood of skeptical comments online, chuckles at the overconfident naysayers. "Look at all these people already counting Zhou Yi's team out just because there's no priest," she scoffs. With a smirk, she watches the doubts spread. They have no idea what's coming. They're going to regret underestimating him. At another school, a rival team captain, also impressed by Zhou Yi's abilities, expresses her confidence in his potential. She muses aloud, convinced that with Zhou Yi leading, even without a priest, this year's championship is as good as theirs. Her belief in him is so strong that she even instructs an attendant to cover all of Zhou Yi's expenses for the day, a gesture of unwavering trust in his capabilities. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi remains focused on his training. Inside the combat room, he pushes through a level 10 training session, but the challenge barely phases him anymore. His newfound strength has far outgrown this level, turning what should be a grueling test into little more than a warm-up. Recognizing that he needs a tougher challenge, he contemplates his next steps until his phone rings. Sue Meyer's voice comes through the receiver with timely news. Housemaster Wu is kicking off special training for the National Freshman Exchange Competition at the Warehouse Court today. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Yi thanks her and immediately makes his way to the location, eager to sharpen his skills. As he arrives at the warehouse gates, he overhears an energetic discussion inside. "The competition is so close. I was so excited I couldn't sleep last night," one voice exclaims. Another voice adds, "Same here. My fists are itching for battle. But can you imagine the pressure? Our school has held the championship title for 4 years straight. A third voice, brimming with confidence, reassures the group. Relax. Once you see Joey in action, you'll understand. With him on our team, victory is guaranteed. At that moment, Joey steps inside, greeted by a wave of excitement. His teammates turn toward him with bright smiles, clearly thrilled to see him, even though it's obvious he's the last to arrive. Jiang Chern, a little shy, steps forward. Brother Joey, we've been waiting for you for so long. Joey chuckles, rubbing the back of his head. Sorry for being late. He then approaches Housemaster Wu and Su Meyer, offering a respectful bow. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Housemaster Wu dismisses the concern with a wave of his hand. It's fine, he says. Let me introduce your team officially. The introductions begin. First up is Wei Tiexin, a level 18 warrior, who steps forward with a firm nod, expressing gratitude to Joey for the invitation. Next is Tang Ling Yi, a level 18 mage, who shyly greets him with a soft hi, her cheeks turning slightly red. Joey responds with a warm smile, quickly easing any tension. Of course, two of his teammates need no introduction. Jiang Chern, the spiritual swordsman and vice captain, and Song Xiaolan, the spiritual Taoist priest, both of whom Joey is already familiar with. Once the introductions wrap up, Housemaster Wu's gaze lingers on Joey's status, and his expression shifts to one of surprise. I didn't expect you to level up so quickly under Headmaster Wang's guidance, he remarks. Jiang Chern, wide-eyed, turns to Joey. Brother, you've gotten even stronger? Joey offers a modest smile. Thanks to Master's teachings, I've made some improvements. Housemaster Wu cuts through the chatter with a firm tone. All right, that's enough talk. We don't have time to waste. Our priority is preparing for the competition. I'll be overseeing your training for team matches, individual battles, and survival challenges. For today, we'll focus on team coordination and combat abilities. The announcement energizes the group, but what really gets them excited is the next part. Housemaster Wu reveals that later, they'll be forming a party to challenge the Abyss-level Goblin Dungeon. The school will cover all expenses for points used in the Abyss realm, he adds. Hearing this, Tang Lingyi's mind races. No wonder Miss Su kept pushing us to reach level 18. She was preparing us for this dungeon all along. We're already strong as a party, and with Joey leading, clearing the Abyss level is practically guaranteed. She sneaks a glance at Joey, admiration flickering in her eyes. Honestly, he could probably solo this dungeon. With all four of us backing him up, there's no way we'll fail. Joey catches her looking at him and offers a warm smile. The unexpected eye contact sends Tang Ling into a flustered panic, and she quickly turns away, her face slightly red. Without a word, she dashes off. Watching her flee, Joey chuckles to himself. Is my smile really that dangerous? With spirits high, the team enters the Abyss-level Goblin Dungeon, fully aware of its notorious difficulty. As they step into the eerie realm, Joey takes charge. This is our first time working together as a team, he begins. I'll handle the strategy. The group nods in agreement, trusting his leadership completely. Joey swiftly lays out the battle plan. Wei Tiexin will take point, managing defense and drawing the goblins' attention. Jiang Chern and Tang Lingyi will focus on dealing physical and magical damage. Song Xiaolan will provide support, ensuring the team stays in top shape. Joey himself will stay flexible, eliminating threats and reinforcing the team as needed. Just as they finalize their strategy, the ground trembles, and a horde of goblins rushes toward them. Be careful, Joey warns. Wei Tiexin is the first to act, slamming her fist into the ground. The impact, infused with powerful energy, sends shockwaves through the battlefield, destabilizing the goblins. As she moves, she realizes something incredible. Her strength has increased by nearly 40%. She glances back in surprise, only to see Joey calmly casting buffs over the team. His support abilities are amplifying everyone's power beyond their usual limits. Tang Lingyi, positioned at the rear, watches in astonishment as Joey effortlessly casts 3 buffs in rapid succession. Even professional mages struggle to cast 3 buffs this fast. She thinks, barely able to process his speed and precision. Fueled by Joey's impressive display, Tang Lingyi taps into her own power, activating sound magic destruction. A surge of sonic waves rips through the battlefield, disorienting the goblins and throwing them into chaos. Seeing an opening, Jiang Chern swiftly moves in, her blade slicing through enemy after enemy with precise, fluid strikes. As the battle intensifies, a goblin archer lurking in the shadows takes aim at Joey. The arrow flies toward him in a deadly arc. Be careful, Joey shouts, spotting the danger. Wei Tiexin reacts instantly, raising her shield just in time to deflect the projectile, protecting Joey from harm. Meanwhile, Jiang Chern narrows her eyes, quickly assessing the situation. Something isn't right. This dungeon has changed. Goblin archers? They weren't here before. Her sharp gaze locks onto the new threat. These aren't just any goblins. They're level 23 specialists in sneak attacks and long-range combat. This is different, she mutters. The difficulty has definitely increased. The team immediately tightens their formation, adapting to the unexpected challenge. Watching his teammates move and sync, Joey can't help but smile. The dungeon is evolving, just like them. With more challengers entering this realm, the goblins have adapted, developing stronger tactics and countermeasures. Deciding to clear the path, Joey activates Punishment of Light. A blinding surge of energy erupts, obliterating an entire cluster of goblins in one devastating strike. He turns to his team, his confidence unwavering. "I'll handle these pests," he says. "The rest is up to you." Understanding his intent immediately, his teammates spring into action. Song Xiaolon hurls talisman papers into the fray, each one detonating in fiery explosions. "If everyone else is giving it their all, I can't slack off," she declares, summoning 5 thunders of justice. Bolts of lightning crackle through the air, obliterating goblins in electrified bursts. Meanwhile, in a monitoring room, Housemaster Wu and Su Meyer observe their progress through a large screen. Housemaster Wu smirks. Joey's casting speed has improved drastically since the freshman competition. Some of his skills are practically instantaneous now. Su Meyer nods in agreement, clearly impressed. It looks like he chose a talent that enhances casting speed after clearing the Abyss-level realm. His growth rate is unbelievable. Don't forget, he and Jiang Churin conquered this dungeon as soon as school started and secured the top rankings. Housemaster Wu's smirk deepens. "That's exactly why I decided to raise the difficulty a little." Su Meyer's eyes widen. "You increased the difficulty just for him?" This is supposed to be the preparation stage for the national freshman competition. Back in the dungeon, the team faces an overwhelming wave of goblins, but their coordination is flawless. Surrounded on all sides, Jiang Churin unleashes Shadow Slash, her blade cutting through the goblins with precise, lethal strikes. Song Xiaolon continues hurling talismans, each one exploding on impact, sending shockwaves through the enemy ranks. Tang Lingyi, positioned at a distance, conjures a massive wind tornado, trapping a swarm of goblins within its spiraling vortex. She calls out, "Wei Tiexin, finish them off!" Without hesitation, Wei Tiexin leaps into the tornado, her fists and feet moving like a storm. Empowered by Joey's buffs, each strike lands with devastating force, reducing the trapped goblins to nothing. Despite the dungeon's increased difficulty, the team pushes forward relentlessly. One by one, the goblins fall, and soon, the battlefield is clear. Tang Lingyi scans the area, sensing for any remaining threats. "No more goblins nearby," she announces. The group erupts into cheers, thrilled by their swift progress. However, Joey steps forward, his tone steady. "Don't celebrate just yet," he reminds them. "This was just a warm-up. The real challenge is ahead, the boss fight. Stay sharp, and don't let your guard down." Wei Tiexin cracks her knuckles, a grin spreading across her face. "Afraid? Not a chance. With your buffs, my strength has nearly doubled. This dungeon feels like a playground." Song Xiaolon laughs, nodding in agreement. "She's right. With you leading us, Joey, we could probably clear this place on our own." Tang Lingyi, standing nearby, smiles. "Our captain is truly impressive." Joey feels a little embarrassed by the praise, though he doesn't show it. "They really trust me," he thinks. Jiang Churin, standing quietly beside him, watches the exchange with a warm smile, her confidence in him unwavering. After some time, they finally arrive at the entrance to the boss chamber. The towering doors loom before them, exuding an ominous presence. "Is the final boss inside?" someone asks. Joey steps forward, studying the dark energy radiating from beyond the doors. Something feels different, more oppressive, more dangerous than before. A sense of unease stirs within him, but he pushes it aside. "No turning back now. We have to clear this level." With a deep breath, he pushes the doors open. "Whatever's waiting for us inside. Let's go." As the heavy doors creak apart, the team steps into the chamber. A chilling laugh echoes through the air, sending shivers down their spines. From the shadows, a towering figure emerges, the second Goblin King, a level 25 legendary grade boss. The thick, dark energy surrounding the room feels suffocating, far more intense than anything Joey remembers from his past clears. This battle will be unlike anything they've faced before. The Goblin King sneers, his voice dripping with malice. "Foolish children, you've walked right into my lair. I knew you were coming, so I prepared a little gift for you." As he raises his hand, a massive fireball begins to form above him. The sheer size and intensity of the flames radiate an oppressive heat, filling the entire chamber. Standing at the front, Tang Lingyi feels her breath hitch. The overwhelming pressure from the fireball locks her in place. "How? Is it this powerful? She whispers, frozen in terror. With a wicked grin, the Goblin King hurls the fireball straight at her. The team shouts in alarm, urging her to move, but she remains paralyzed, her body refusing to obey. Seeing the imminent danger, Wei Tiexin doesn't hesitate. She rushes to Tang Lingyi's side, conjuring a shield just in time to block the attack. The fireball collides with a deafening impact, sending shockwaves rippling through the chamber. Wei Tiexin grits her teeth, pushing back with all her strength. But cracks begin to spiderweb across her shield, the sheer force of the attack proving overwhelming. This is way stronger than I expected, she mutters, struggling to hold her ground. Within moments, the shield shatters. The remnants of the fireball explode, sending both Wei Tiexin and Tang Lingyi flying backward. The team watches in horror as the Goblin King erupts into maniacal laughter, clearly reveling in his newfound strength. Zhou clenches his fists, his sharp gaze locking onto the boss. This fight is going to be tougher than I thought. Everyone focus, he commands. Stay calm and stick to the plan. We're not backing down. Wei Tiexin, still reeling from the impact, feels a flicker of doubt. Even with Zhou's buffs doubling my strength, I'm barely holding up against his normal attacks. The Goblin King, completely unfazed, raises his arms once more. His voice echoes through the chamber, taunting them. Don't panic, little children, he sneers. This place has been prepared as your grave for a long time. With a mocking grin, he summons not one, but 3 massive fireballs, each one burning hotter than the last. Get ready to be reduced to dust, he roars, launching the blazing spheres toward the group. Tang Lingyi and Wei Tiexin's eyes widen in horror. There's no time to dodge. The flames surge toward them, promising devastation. Just as panic begins to take hold, Zhou steps forward. His expression remains steady as he activates frost power. A massive frost shield materializes before them, its icy aura spreading across the chamber. Captain, be careful. This isn't just any ordinary fireball. Zhou nods grimly, his gaze never leaving the Goblin King. You're right, he murmurs. This is much trickier. This boss is far stronger than the last time I fought here. Before Zhou can strategize further, Song Shalon steps forward, determination burning in her eyes. Let me take the lead this time, she declares. She swiftly activates her talisman skill, chanting an incantation before hurling enchanted talismans toward the Goblin King. The glowing symbols encircle the boss, pulsing with explosive energy. At her command, they detonate in a massive blast, shaking the entire chamber. A moment of silence follows. As the smoke clears, Song's confidence falters. The Goblin King stands completely unharmed. With a wicked grin, his mouth glows with fiery energy as he cackles. Is that all you've got, little one? To everyone's shock, the boss absorbs the explosion's energy, growing even stronger. Song's face pales. How is that even possible, she stammers. Tang Lingyi refuses to back down. She raises her staff, summoning a fire magic long arrow, while Jiang Churen dashes forward, her demonic blade slashing through the air toward the Goblin King. Both attacks strike in perfect sync, only to be instantly repelled by an invisible force. The Goblin King smirks. Interesting, he muses. But now it's time to end this. A pulse of dark energy swells in his mouth before he unleashes a devastating wave toward the team. The sheer power of the attack leaves them momentarily frozen in fear. Tang Li, trembling, mutters, "The difference in our levels is too great. This isn't a monster we can defeat." Just as the attack is about to engulf them, Zhou steps forward. With a flick of his hand, he summons a radiant shield, intercepting the dark energy. "Don't worry," he says, his voice calm and unwavering. "I'm still here." The shield absorbs the attack before shattering into particles of light, leaving the team unharmed. Wei Tiexin, seeing his unwavering confidence, clenches her fists. "Brother Zhou, let me fight this boss up close," she insists. Zhou considers her offer, but shakes his head. "This is a level 25 legendary boss. It's far beyond what you're ready for. Leave the rest to me." With that, he activates Light of True Sight. His eyes glow with a brilliant golden hue as intricate details flood his mind, revealing the Goblin King's abilities and weaknesses. A smirk crosses Zhou's face. So that's how it is? This Goblin King is only one level higher than the last boss, but its stats have nearly doubled. A tricky upgrade, but nothing I can't handle. Zhou quickly weighs his options. If he activates his S+ grade Bloodline Secret technique, he can multiply his stats and surpass the Goblin King's overwhelming strength. The realization dawns on him. This is no ordinary battle. This is the Housemaster's doing. A deliberate test, meant to push him beyond his limits. An amused smile tugs at his lips. All right, if that's how it is. His confidence surging, he activates Angel Physique, his voice steady and commanding. "Then let me show you the true power of my divine angel form." A radiant glow engulfs Zhou as he transforms. His angel physique pulses with a fusion of divine and frost auras, illuminating the entire dungeon with a blinding light. The surge of energy sends shockwaves rippling through the chamber, intensifying the already treacherous battlefield. Outside the dungeon, observing the battle, Housemaster Wu smirks knowingly. I raised the difficulty of this realm to test their limits, he admits. Su Meyer, alarmed, shoots him a look. This boss was already at an extreme difficulty level. Was that really necessary? The Housemaster's tone turns serious. Their current strength is impressive, but the National Freshman Exchange competition won't be forgiving. Sukong University, Qingjing University. Those schools will send their very best. If Zhou and his team don't experience real adversity now, they won't be ready for what's coming. Su Meyer sighs, but then smiles knowingly. You underestimate Zhou, she says with quiet confidence. Back in the dungeon, the Goblin King watches Zhou's transformation with a wicked grin. Interesting, he sneers. You've turned into a shiny bird. No matter. Use all the tricks you want, little one. It won't save you. Hovering in the air, Zhou remains calm. As you wish, he replies. With a single motion, he gathers energy into a brilliant sphere of light, its radiance illuminating the entire chamber. The sheer power contained within hums with intensity. Then, with a decisive throw, he hurls it at the Goblin King. The boss's smirk fades, replaced by rage. You're too arrogant. You're just a challenger. Yet you dare challenge me like this. With a furious roar, the Goblin King unleashes his ultimate attack, Apocalypse Meteor Fire. A colossal fireball, pulsating with raw, destructive energy, hurtles toward Zhou's attack. The two forces collide midair. The impact is cataclysmic. The resulting explosion sends shockwaves tearing through the dungeon, shaking the ground beneath them. The sheer pressure forces the team to brace themselves, shielding against the overwhelming force of the blast. As the energy storm subsides, the room slowly returns to focus. Song Shelon stares at Zhou in utter disbelief, her voice barely above a whisper. Is this Zhou's true power? A thought strikes her, unsettling yet undeniable. They were never on the same level to begin with. She turns to Jiang Churin, her expression filled with awe. Have you ever seen him use this form before? Jiang Churin shakes her head, her eyes locked onto Zhou. No, this is my first time, she admits. Then, with a knowing smile, she adds, it seems Brother Zhou is giving this battle his all. The Goblin King, still standing after Zhou's devastating attack, sneers through his injuries. Is that all you've got? No matter how much you change your form, you can't win. Zhou simply smiles, unfazed. Without hesitation, he summons Holy Light Chain, sending radiant chains surging toward the boss. The glowing bindings wrap tightly around the Goblin King, immobilizing him completely. The boss thrashes, struggling violently to break free, but the chains hold firm. His smug confidence quickly fades into fear. Seizing the opening, Zhou unleashes the Spear of Victory. A radiant energy spear pierces through the air, striking the bound Goblin King with devastating force. A massive explosion erupts on impact, shaking the entire dungeon. The team watches in awe as dust and debris swirl through the chamber. Yet, as the smoke clears, the Goblin King is still standing. Battered, wounded, but alive. Persistent, aren't you? Zhou mutters, preparing his next move. The Goblin King, sensing his end, switches tactics, gathering flames in his palms for another powerful attack. But Zhou doesn't give him the chance. He counters instantly with Light Flame Storm, summoning a swirling vortex of holy fire around the boss. The flames rage, engulfing the enemy completely. The Goblin King screams in agony, his body burning under the relentless assault. His defiant roars turn into desperate threats. I'll kill you. I'll end you, he howls. Zhou remains unmoved. Don't worry, he replies coolly. There's more where that came from. With that, he casts Lightning Binding, fusing it with the holy flames to launch a dual-element assault. A surge of divine lightning crackles through the inferno, striking the boss repeatedly. The Goblin King groans, his voice finally laced with desperation. Between strained breaths, he taunts weakly. It seems you've been holding back. I'm sorry I couldn't push you far enough to enjoy this fight. Zhou smirks, his golden eyes glowing. What a shame, he says. I was hoping to test my hand of God's six-winged angel form in this battle, but I suppose I'll have to save it for another time. With the Goblin King clinging to his last breath, Zhou raises a single finger, charging it with concentrated holy energy. A precise beam of divine light pierces the boss's core, ending him instantly. The Goblin King crumbles, his massive form disintegrating into golden embers. In the control room, Housemaster Wu watches the battle, his expression unreadable. After a moment, he mutters, is a monster. Turning to Su Meyer, he continues, I designed this boss to challenge even a level 26 player, and yet he defeated it with ease. Su Meyer, however, remains unsurprised. Joey trained extensively in the combat field before coming here today, she explains. He completed the level 10 combat form challenge in just 6 minutes and 12 seconds, without breaking a sweat. Housemaster Wu chuckles, shaking his head. No wonder the element teacher and you have such faith in him. Watching this fight, it's obvious. He's on a completely different level. As the Goblin King falls, a system notification flashes before the team. Congratulations. You have cleared the Abyss-level Goblin Dungeon in 21 minutes and 16 seconds. Rewards will be released soon. The team erupts in excitement, their exhaustion momentarily forgotten. They didn't just survive this dungeon. They dominated it. Moments after the battle, a surge of experience points washes over the group, rewarding each member with a whopping 8,000 XP. Wei Tianxin can hardly believe her eyes, exclaiming in amazement that one Abyss-level realm had granted her as much progress as an entire week of relentless training. For Joey, the rewards are even sweeter. Defeating the boss nets him 11,236 experience points, along with 10 free stat points and 10 skill points. His satisfaction is evident as he silently calculates how close he is to leveling up, a small smile tugging at his lips. Before he can revel in the moment, Jiang Churin rushes to his side, her face etched with worry. She immediately checks if he's injured, but Joey assures her he's fine, brushing off her concern with a composed demeanor. Quickly shifting the focus back to the group, he suggests they examine the boss's loot. Everyone gathers, their anticipation building as they uncover the treasure. Their hard work has yielded some impressive golden grade items. 1. Flame Staff, a golden weapon requiring level 24. 2. Shield of Spirit, another golden weapon for the same level. 3. Ring of Flame Magic, a golden accessory, also level 24. The sight of the rare loot leaves the group buzzing with excitement. The shimmering equipment is a testament to their triumph. Joey acknowledges their luck with a nod and turns to the team. If anyone can use these, go ahead and take them. Wei Tianxin is the first to respond, shaking her head. The level requirements are beyond her current capabilities. Tang Lingyi follows suit, explaining that fire element gear doesn't align with his abilities. Jiang Churin and Song Xiaolon echo similar sentiments, admitting the items don't suit their needs. The consensus is clear, and the group unanimously insists that Joey deserves the rewards. After all, his efforts had carried them through the treacherous realm. Joey hesitates for a moment, then decides to hold on to the items temporarily. However, he promises to sell them through the school's auction network and split the proceeds equally among the team. Wei Tianxin protests, insisting that Joey keep the lion's share of the rewards. Song Xiaolon agrees, emphasizing how critical he was in the final battle. Despite their objections, Joey remains firm, advocating for fairness. Equal distribution, he believes, ensures everyone is well-equipped for future challenges. Jiang Churin chuckles softly, noting that Joey's generosity isn't surprising. We all know he doesn't really need the points, she teases. But even if he wants to share, we can't change his mind. Her lighthearted comment brings a smile to everyone's faces as they revel in their victory, ready to face whatever challenges await next. With Joey's firm stance on fairness, the team finally relents, nodding in agreement. As the matter settles, he takes a moment to remind them of the bigger picture. The exchange competition is just around the corner. These points will help all of you grow stronger, but remember, our goal isn't just to win. We're here to defend the honor of our school. His words ignite a spark in the team. Determination flares in their eyes as they respond in unison. We won't let you down, Joey. We'll train hard for the competition. Pleased by their resolve, Joey nods. Good. Victory isn't just about individual strength, it's about teamwork. If we all give it our best, we'll shine when the time comes. With the battle behind them, the team finally steps out of the Abyss dungeon, their faces glowing with the satisfaction of victory. Clearing such a high-level realm together is no small feat, and their teamwork has never felt stronger. But just as they take in the fresh air of the outside world, an unexpected sight stops them in their tracks. Housemaster Wu stands before them, clapping enthusiastically. Well done, the Housemaster exclaims, his grin wide. Congratulations on conquering this specialized training realm. I designed it just for you. The team exchanges stunned glances, even more surprised to see Su Meyer standing beside him. Housemaster Su Meyer, what are you both doing here? Someone blurts out. Still clapping, Housemaster Wu chuckles. I had to witness your performance firsthand, and I must say, you all exceeded my expectations. Especially you. You've given me quite the surprise. Joey scratches the back of his head, a little embarrassed by the praise. I just did what was needed, he responds humbly. But the Housemaster's expression shifts to something more serious. His eyes lock onto Joey. Tell me, do you have the confidence to take first place in the exchange competition? Zhouyi's hesitation vanishes in an instant. His gaze sharpens with determination. Absolutely. We're taking first place for sure. Housemaster Wu bursts into hearty laughter. That's the spirit. Confidence is key to a championship. At that moment, Sue Meyer steps forward, her expression thoughtful. For the tournament, I suggest we play to Zhouyi's strengths strategically, she proposes. For the early matches, Zhouyi should hold back, taking on a supporting role. That way, other teams will underestimate him. Then, when the moment is right, she smirks, he can unleash his full strength and dominate. The team processes her words, the idea clicking into place. Sue Meyer's grin widens. This way, we'll not only win, but we'll make a statement. One that'll silence those skeptics who still doubt Zhouyi's abilities. Housemaster Wu nods approvingly. A brilliant strategy. Among the best, there's always a gap between the elite and the rest. But if you want this plan to work seamlessly, your teamwork still needs refining. Sue Meyer agrees. Yes, a little fine-tuning and coordination will make all the difference. Housemaster Wu clasps his hands together and makes an announcement. Specialized training starts tomorrow. For now, get some rest, but don't get too comfortable. I'll be implementing some disciplinary measures to keep your training on track. Zhouyi raises an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. Disciplinary measures? What kind of measures, sir? Before the housemaster can respond, Sue Meyer glances back with a playful smile. If we told you now, it wouldn't be as fun. You'll find out soon enough. With that cryptic remark, the two take their leave. Zhouyi watches them go before turning back to his team, determination shining in his eyes. All right, everyone, rest up for today. Starting tomorrow, we train hard. The exchange competition is coming, and we're going to give it everything we've got. The team nods in unison, fully committed to the challenge ahead. The next day, outside the Goblin Dungeon, a group of students stands in heated discussion, frustration clear on their faces. The nightmare level is brutal, one complains. His friend groans in agreement. I've tried twice and still couldn't clear it. And if nightmare is this hard, imagine how impossible abyss level must be. Their conversation is suddenly interrupted by the sound of voices. Turning toward the source, they spot Zhouyi's team deep in discussion, their conversation sending shockwaves through the eavesdroppers. We should aim to clear the abyss level in under 10 minutes this time, Zhouyi suggests. Tang Lingyi, brimming with confidence from their recent training, responds without hesitation. We've been practicing with the captain's buffs for a while now. 10 minutes should be doable. Wei Tiexin chimes in, nodding. Yeah, plus, the housemaster gave me some solid tips to optimize our attacks yesterday. The eavesdropping students freeze, their eyes widening in disbelief. Did they just say they're speedrunning the abyss realm in under 10 minutes? One of them stammers. His friend, equally stunned, suddenly realizes something. Wait, that's the team representing our school in a national freshman exchange competition. The first student is even more floored. Are you serious? The strongest warrior from last year's team was only level 19, but their lowest level member is already at 20? This competition is going to be on a whole different level. His friend smirks, nodding toward Zhouyi. And that guy? He's not just strong. He's the top ranker in the entire school. As realization sets in, the watching students are left in awe. The upcoming competition isn't just going to be intense, it's going to be legendary. The first student, still in shock, quickly pulls up the school leaderboard. His eyes widen as he spots Zhouyi's name firmly secured at the very top. So that's Zhouyi, he mutters in awe. The one even Earth-rank experts couldn't surpass. Meanwhile, Zhouyi's team is already locked in battle with the Goblin King. Enraged, the massive boss roars and unleashes his most devastating attack. Apocalypse Meteor Fire, a blazing onslaught aimed directly at them. But Wei Tiexin steps forward, grinning with excitement. I've been waiting for this, she exclaims. As the fiery meteor plummets toward them, she channels every ounce of her strength into a thunderous punch, shattering the attack midair. The team watches in awe. Under the housemaster's training, her growth has been astonishing. But the battle is far from over. The Goblin King glares at her, unimpressed. Weakness is still weakness, he sneers. A little improvement doesn't mean you can defeat me. Wei Tiexin tightens her fists, refusing to back down. But before she can react, the boss lunges at her with terrifying speed. Just as his massive hand is about to strike, Zhouyi intercepts with a single, earth-shattering punch. The force is so immense that it completely severs the Goblin King's arm and shoulder, sending the boss howling in agony. Zhouyi turns to Wei Tiexin, his expression calm but approving. You did great handling the first attack on your own. Now let's end this together. Tang Lingyi steps in with a nod. That's right, Wei Tiexin. You've done enough, take a breather. Leave the rest to us. Despite his injuries, the Goblin King isn't done yet. His fury reaches its peak as he bellows. I'll kill all of you. But before he can act, Zhouyi moves first, summoning his holy chain to bind the boss in place. Smirking, he taunts, scream all you want. But you're not going anywhere. From there, The team launches a perfectly coordinated assault. Song Shalon follows up by plastering the Goblin King with talismans, suppressing his power, and even muffling his ability to roar. Tang Lingyi unleashes Thunderfall, a devastating electric blast that sends waves of energy crackling through the boss's body, leaving him writhing in agony. With the boss now completely immobilized, Jiang Churen steps forward to deliver the finishing blow. With a single, decisive swing of her sword, she beheads the Goblin King. The massive creature collapses lifeless. A system notification instantly flashes before them. Dungeon cleared. Their final time? 8 minutes and 36 seconds. An unbelievable achievement. As they step out, still riding the high of victory, they're met with a familiar figure, Housemaster Wu, waiting for them with an amused expression. It seems their performance had not gone unnoticed. Housemaster Wu claps enthusiastically, his face beaming with pride. That was flawless. I can't even find a single flaw in your performance, he praises. Zhou Yi, caught off guard by his presence, raises an eyebrow. Housemaster, what brings you here? With a knowing smile, Housemaster Wu responds, I came to deliver some important news. The exchange competition's date has been finalized. It starts in 1 week. Tomorrow, I'll personally escort you all to the venue, Qingjing University. The team's excitement is palpable. Zhou Yi, in particular, feels a rush of anticipation. Finally, a chance to face off against geniuses from other universities. Fighting dungeon bosses was getting boring. Housemaster Wu continues. To ensure a smooth and safe trip, we'll be using the school's exclusive teleportation point. This way, there won't be any unnecessary delays or complications. The team follows him to the teleportation area, where the headmaster and several housemasters are already waiting. They greet Zhou Yi's group warmly, offering words of encouragement. The headmaster steps forward, his gaze sharp but encouraging. You are the finest among our freshmen. The honor of our school rests on your shoulders. We've won the championship 4 years in a row, and now we trust you to secure our 5th consecutive victory. The weight of responsibility settles over the team, but so does the immense pride their school has in them. After listening to the headmaster's words, Zhou Yi and his team eagerly strategize for the competition. Meanwhile, the Element Housemaster, Chou Huayang, steps forward at the headmaster's command. Activate the teleportation formation. Chou Huayang nods. Understood? With a few precise gestures, he weaves a powerful incantation, and the teleportation gate flares to life. Bright energy swirls around them, signaling that the formation is ready. Before stepping through, the headmaster gives them a reassuring smile. Travel safely. We'll be watching your progress closely. As the team moves into the glowing formation, a surge of light engulfs them, and in a blink, Zhou Yi stumbles slightly, blinking in astonishment. Wait, we're already here? Didn't you all say the distance between our schools was 2 million kilometers? How do we get here so fast? Su Meyer chuckles. That's the power of tertiary awakened mages. Long-distance teleportation formations like this can only be created by mages of their level. Without it, the journey would have taken several days by train. Zhou Yi nods, clearly impressed by the Element Housemaster's skill. As they take in their surroundings, a figure approaches them with a warm smile. Welcome to Qingjing University, he announces. The man steps forward with a confident smile. Welcome. I'm Cheng Chun, a tertiary awakened mechanic. It's an honor to have you all here. Housemaster Wu's face lights up the moment he sees him. Cheng Chun, what a surprise. Why are you personally welcoming us? Cheng Chun chuckles. Of course, I came on my own. I have to take care of my old friend. His gaze shifts to Zhou Yi's team, sizing them up with interest. The students you brought this time, they seem quite promising. Housemaster Wu grins. I've heard the same about your school's freshmen this year. I guess we'll see whose team truly shines in the competition. Cheng Chun pats Wu's shoulder, smirking. Indeed, we'll see. After exchanging a few more words with his old friend, Housemaster Wu turns back to his team and gathers them around. His expression turns serious. A few reminders before we begin, he starts. The opening ceremony for the exchange competition is on the 10th, and the tournament will follow soon after. He pauses before continuing. For now, we won't be doing any additional training. Use this time to rest and prepare mentally. His tone deepens as he adds a crucial warning. That being said, stay on guard. Qingjing City is seeing an influx of tourists, and we suspect spies from other races could be among them. Every year, we see demons or other species targeting human talents during events like this. Don't let your guard down. The team exchanges uneasy glances, but Housemaster Wu quickly softens his expression. That's enough for now. You have a few days to relax, explore, and enjoy yourselves, but stay sharp. With a collective, understood, the team disperses to their rooms for some well-earned rest. Later that night, Zhou Yi stands on the balcony of his apartment, taking in the view of Qingjing City. The cool night breeze brushes against him when suddenly, A small robot assistant hovers nearby, greeting him in a polite, mechanical voice. Welcome to Jing University Apartments. Please don't hesitate to ask if you need anything. Joey chuckles, amused by the advanced service. Thanks, but I'm good for now. Still, this is impressive. With some free time on his hands, he opens his system menu, deciding it's time to put his hoarded experience points to good use. He immediately begins leveling up. However, after using every single point, he frowns. Still not enough to reach level 24, he mutters to himself. His current abilities are mostly C grade and B grade, but once he reaches Secondary Awakening, he'll gain access to B grade Saint Knight skills. And if he's lucky, he might even unlock the coveted A grade Jewel of Apocalypse skill. Jewel of Light would allow him to enhance and buff his teammates. Jewel of Darkness would grant him a devastating offensive edge against his enemies. While Tertiary Awakening is still far on the horizon, Joey remains focused on completing his system missions. The thought of growing even stronger brings a satisfied smirk to his face. The day of the much-anticipated National Freshman Exchange competition finally arrives, with a grand announcement marking the opening of China's 157th annual event. The crowd bursts into cheers, filling the stadium with a contagious energy. The first team to be introduced is none other than Sukong University, the reigning champions, and a university represented by the renowned Joey. The audience's excitement reaches a fever pitch, chanting loudly for Sukong University as the team steps onto the field. Observing the electric atmosphere, Joey can't help but note how captivating the competition is, drawing so much enthusiasm from fans and participants alike. Standing beside him, Jiang Chern smiles knowingly, adding that if today's opening ceremony is this intense, the finals will see the crowd double in size, turning the stadium into a roaring sea of excitement. Next up is Rongyang University, Su Kang's first opponent. However, their introduction is met with a visible shift in mood among their players. They're clearly unnerved, realizing the formidable challenge of facing the defending champions in the opening round. The air of apprehension is palpable as one player grumbles about their bad luck, likening their situation to being served up as a mere stepping stone for Sukong University. Another sighs in agreement, already doubting their chances. But their captain refuses to let the team give in to despair. With a determined tone, he reminds them of their top 30 finish last year and insists they still have a fighting chance. His words inject a bit of hope, though the shadow of their powerful opponents looms large. Meanwhile, the crowd's attention sharpens on Sukong University's lineup, particularly the figure standing at the back, Joey. Excited whispers ripple through the spectators as they take note of his status. Is that a Saint Knight? One exclaims in awe. Not just that. He's level 23. Nobody else on the field comes close to that, another marvels. Yet there's some consolation among the onlookers. Thankfully, he's only a supporter. If he were playing offense, this match would be over before it even started. Others speculate how many of Sukong University's hidden strategies will be revealed in this first-round match, further cementing their dominance. Back on the field, the pressure weighs heavily on Rongyang University's captain. Watching Joey and his imposing level 23 ranking, he knows the uphill battle his team faces. Even so, he calls out a rallying cry to his teammates, emphasizing that in competitions like these, strategy and execution can often outweigh sheer power. As both teams take their positions in the arena, the stage begins its transformation, assembling the battlefield through a series of automated mechanisms. A protective shield rises around the stage, ensuring that the crowd remains safe from any stray attacks. With the defensive barriers in place, the countdown to the match begins, and the tension in the stadium becomes almost tangible. The match begins, but just as Rongyang University's players prepare to charge, their captain urgently calls out, "Hold back. Stay calm and focus on defense first. Let's see what they do." His team hesitates for a moment before retreating slightly, shifting into a defensive stance. Then, in an instant, a radiant golden energy sweeps across the battlefield, drawing everyone's attention. Joey, moving with effortless precision, activates all his team buffs within seconds. The sheer scale and speed of his enhancement abilities leave Rongyang University momentarily frozen in shock. Gasps ripple through the audience as Sukong University's team is enveloped in a golden aura, their strength surging visibly. He cast that many buffs in mere seconds. One spectator blurts out in disbelief. No wonder he's their captain, another murmurs, watching in awe. Even Chung Yong Chun, observing from the sidelines, can't hide his admiration. He glances at Housemaster Wu and comments, "The Saint Knight captain of Sukong University, Joey, is truly remarkable. With those buffs, your team's overall power just shot up by nearly 50%. Housemaster Wu chuckles, clearly pleased. That's the essence of a hidden class Saint Knight. Large-scale buffs are their specialty. Despite the impressive display, Chung Yong Chun's smile fades slightly as he watches Joey's flawless execution. His gaze sharpens, and he mutters under his breath, "Fortunately, Our team has its own trump cards. Otherwise, Joey alone would be a nightmare to deal with. On the field, Rongyang University's players exchange nervous glances, overwhelmed by the sheer dominance of their opponents. What do we do now, Captain? One player asks, their voice trembling with uncertainty. The captain swallows hard, trying to maintain composure. I think I can block that, he stammers, though the fear in his tone betrays his lack of confidence. Recognizing the hesitation in their opponents, Joey quickly gathers his team. Since their strength seems ordinary, let's keep it simple. We'll attack together and break their formation in a single wave. The team nods in agreement, wasting no time in preparing for action. Stepping forward first, Tang Lingyi raises her hand and summons a fire magic arrow. The blazing projectile streaks across the field, its ominous glow sending another wave of panic through Rongyang's ranks. Their captain, desperate to keep his team from crumbling, reacts swiftly. He casts a light shield, successfully intercepting the attack. A flicker of confidence returns to his face as he smirks. Look, I blocked it. This must be all the power they have. But before he can revel in his small victory, one of his teammates frantically interrupts. Captain, they're coming again. Before the captain can even process the warning, Wei Tiexin dashes forward at breakneck speed. With a single devastating strike, her air-breaking fist smashes straight through his shield, sending him hurtling backward. He crashes onto the ground with a thud, winded and dazed, struggling to push himself up. The match has only just begun, but Rongyang University is already on the back foot. Before Rongyang University's team can recover, Jiang Chern steps forward, her demonic blade radiating an ominous glow. With a swift slash, dark energy surges toward their captain, paralyzing him with fear. His mind screams in panic. He knows there's no way he can block this. Before the team can even process the incoming danger, a massive thunder spell crashes down from above, engulfing the entire field in a surge of lightning. The sheer force of the spell leaves Rongyang University's players sprawled across the ring, barely conscious. As the dust settles, the referee steps forward and makes it official. Sukong University takes the victory. The stadium erupts in applause, though the announcer encourages the crowd to cheer even louder to help boost Rongyang University's morale. Despite the overwhelming win, Joey's team doesn't look particularly excited. Having conquered Abyss-level challenges multiple times, this match felt more like a warm-up than an actual fight. One of them mutters under their breath, clearly unimpressed. That was way too easy. Joey, however, just laughs. Don't worry. The real challenge will come when we face Sukong University and Qingjing University. Save your energy for them. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Chung Yong-chun watches in stunned silence. The sheer dominance displayed by Joey's team leaves him momentarily speechless. Turning to Housemaster Wu, he shakes his head in disbelief. How did you even train these students? They're like crouching dragons and hidden tigers, he says, still trying to process what he just witnessed. Especially Joey's buffs. How could any regular school possibly compete against that? Housemaster Wu grins smugly, clearly enjoying the praise. Oh, I didn't train them much, he says, waving a hand dismissively. Just gave them a few pointers here and there. Everything else is the result of their own hard work. Chung Yong-chun narrows his eyes, not buying Wu's false humility. The fight had been so one-sided that it left him unsettled. He exhales sharply before turning away. I'd better go. If my team ends up facing yours, I need a solid strategy before stepping onto that field. As he walks off, Housemaster Wu chuckles heartily, calling after him. Remember, Chun, our friendship comes before competition. Chung Yong-chun simply replies with a curt "you," not even turning around as he leaves. With the match over, Joey's team returns to their waiting area, still unfazed by their victory. Seeing them, Housemaster Wu greets them with a warm smile. You all did well today, he says, nodding approvingly. Keep up the hard work. I know you can push yourselves even further. Stepping forward, Sue Meyer adds her own advice. Since there are no matches scheduled this afternoon, you should use the free time wisely. I suggest watching the high-level team battles happening now. Observing them will give you valuable experience. The team exchanges quick glances before nodding in agreement. Okay, they respond enthusiastically, ready to make the most of their time. Before the team heads out, the Housemaster makes one last announcement. While there aren't any team battles at the moment, individual competitions are taking place. Anyone interested can sign up with him. Joey raises an eyebrow, curious. Why not just include everyone automatically? Sue Meyer explains that some classes, like priests, lack offensive abilities and would struggle in these fights. Even defensive-based fighters might prefer to sit this one out rather than deal with unnecessary challenges. That's why participation is optional. Hearing this, Joey's excitement sparks. He sees this as the perfect training opportunity and immediately suggests they all join. His enthusiasm is contagious, and soon, the whole team agrees. The housemaster chuckles at their determination. Without hesitation, he signs them up, declaring that Sukong University is in good hands. There are no weaklings in this group. Once registered, the match schedule is revealed. Jiang Churin and Song Xiaolan will have to wait for their turn, as their matches are set for later. Zhou Yi, however, is up much sooner, placed in the second round of fights. His opponent? Liu Jie, a level 18 swordsman from Rongyang University. The announcement immediately stirs up excitement among the crowd. Wait, Zhou Yi's entering the individual matches, someone exclaims. He barely showed anything in the last team fight. Let's see what he can actually do. Some are skeptical. After all, Zhou Yi is a Saint Knight, a support class. How can he really hold his own in a solo fight? Others are more confident. There's a reason he's the team captain, and they're eager to see what he's truly capable of. As Zhou Yi steps toward the arena, his teammates cheer him on. Across the field, Liu Jie enters to the roar of his own supporters. Spotting Zhou Yi, Liu Jie can't hide his excitement. A support class opponent? This should be an easy win. Still, not everyone on his team shares his confidence. Some notice Zhou Yi's unwavering composure and grow uneasy. This might not be as simple as we thought, one mutters. Others scoff. Please, a Saint Knight? Brother Liu will crush him. The countdown begins, and the match is officially underway. Liu Jie wastes no time, stepping forward with his sword engulfed in flames. A smirk plays on his lips as he taunts his opponent. If Zhou Yi surrenders now, he'll at least lose with dignity. Zhou Yi chuckles, completely unfazed. Talk about surrender when you can last 10 breaths in front of me. Liu Jie's face turns red with anger. How dare Zhou Yi mock him like that? With a furious shout, he lunges forward, unleashing a relentless flurry of sword slashes. But Zhou Yi doesn't even flinch. He dodges every strike with effortless precision, moving like a blur. The confidence on Liu Jie's face quickly shifts to shock. Zhou Yi is way faster than he expected. Determined to break through, Liu Jie pushes harder, but then his feet freeze in place. Zhou Yi's frozen ability locks him down, and now the tables have turned. Liu Jie grits his teeth, struggling against the ice. A cheap trick like this won't stop me, he sneers. Desperate to counter, he raises his sword to block Zhou Yi's incoming punch. But the moment blade meets fist, crack. The sword shatters into pieces. Before Liu Jie can even process what just happened, Zhou Yi's punch slams into his stomach. The impact sends him flying across the ring, crashing hard onto the ground. The entire arena goes silent for a split second, then erupts into gasps. Liu Jie's teammates, who had been so sure of his victory, now stand frozen in disbelief. What just happened? One of them whispers. I couldn't even see his attack. Their schoolteacher steps forward, shaking his head. You underestimated him. That's Zhou Yi, the captain of Sukong University. Liu Jie got cocky and paid the price. A Saint Knight may be a support class, but Zhou Yi's combat power is anything but ordinary. Back in the ring, Liu Jie remains on the ground, unable to continue. The referee wastes no time. Zhou Yi is declared the winner. Zhou Yi barely acknowledges the victory, glancing at his fallen opponent with a smirk. That was weak, he mutters. Couldn't even handle a grade C punch. The crowd loses it. Cheers explode from every corner of the arena. What a terrifying punch, someone exclaims. He took him down in just a few moves, insane. Another spectator chimes in, and this isn't even his full power. He's still holding back. Amid the excitement, Miss Sun, a representative from another school, watches in shock. She murmurs to herself, I can't believe it. He's improved so much since the recruitment trials. I never saw him this strong back then. Beside her, Chung Yong-chun overhears and raises an eyebrow. Wait, you're saying we almost recruited Zhou Yi? Miss Sun sighs, a tinge of regret in her voice. If I had known his true potential, I would have fought harder to bring him to our university. With him on our team, we'd be unstoppable. Not far away, another spectator, Xiao Lan, a level 19 archer, watches Zhou Yi with growing interest. A faint blush colors her cheeks as she whispers. So this is the special boy Jiang Churin mentioned. His strength is unreal. Who knew someone could master support, close combat, and magic all at once? At the edge of the crowd, Zhou Xiao, a level 18 priest, observes Zhou Yi's abilities with a mix of curiosity and confusion. She narrows her eyes, analyzing his ice magic. His casting speed, it's far too fast, she mutters to herself. Even among the elite families of ice mages, no one can release spells that quickly. As Zhou Xiao continues analyzing Zhou Yi's abilities, a faint glow catches her attention. She looks down. Her bracelet, a treasured heirloom, is reacting. Her eyes widen in realization. This artifact only responds to those with a special connection to ice magic. Could it be? She murmurs to herself. Is it possible? Did he awaken a frost bloodline? Standing beside Xiaolan, Zhou Xiao notices the unease on her face. Something wrong, she asks. Xiaolan hesitates for a moment before quickly shaking her head. No, it's nothing, she replies, though her troubled expression says otherwise. Without waiting for further questions, she abruptly turns to leave. I have urgent business to attend to. Zhou Xiao watches her go, confusion and concern flickering in her eyes. Meanwhile, in a different location, a mysterious man answers a call on his company's private line. A curious smile plays on his lips. It's your competition day. How did you find the time to call me? On the other end, Xiaolan's urgent voice cuts through. Dad, I found an awakener of the Frost bloodline. His name is Zhou. The purity of his bloodline is over 70%. The man's expression shifts instantly. Are you certain? A Frost bloodline with such high purity is incredibly rare. Xiaolan's tone grows even more serious. There's a chance it's closer to 80%. I need to confirm if his abilities are real. Realizing the weight of the situation, the man's demeanor turns grave. All right, find a way to get close to Zhou. In the meantime, I'll investigate to see if he has any connection to our Zhou family. As the call ends, a glimmer of hope appears in his eyes. If Zhou's Frost bloodline is genuine, he might be the key to saving the Zhou family. Back at the tournament venue, an announcement echoes across the arena. Zhou's second match is about to begin. The crowd erupts into excitement, cheering for both him and his next opponent, Lee Sin, a renowned warrior. Near the ring, one of Lee Sin's friends pats his shoulder. Don't hold back. Show him what you're made of. Lee Sin smirks confidently. Oh, I won't. My only worry is that it won't even last long enough for me to go all out. Despite his bravado, another teammate issues a warning. Don't underestimate him. Zhou is dangerous. I can feel it. Lee Sin waves him off. Relax, brother Yi. I've got this. Stepping into the ring, Lee Sin releases his aura, an overwhelming wave of power that instantly grabs the audience's attention. Then, to their amazement, he reveals his Tempest armor set, an incredibly powerful level 18 artifact. His teammates erupt in cheers. As expected of brother Lee Sin, with the Tempest armor set, Zhou won't even get close to him. A nearby girl chuckles with a sly grin. I just hope Zhou doesn't end up crying when this is over. In the arena, the atmosphere is electric. The crowd roars with excitement, split between cheering for Zhou and rallying behind Lee Sin. The supporters from both universities chant their schools' names, their energy shaking the stadium as the match inches closer to its start. Meanwhile, outside the arena, a distinguished man arrives, accompanied by a young girl named Zhou Dong. As she takes in the massive venue, her eyes widen in awe. This place is huge. It's almost as grand as our family's private training grounds, she remarks. Just then, Zhou Xiao approaches. Sister, Zhou Dong calls out, rushing forward for a warm embrace. After greeting her, Zhou Xiao turns to their father, curiosity in her eyes. What are you both doing here? Her father's expression remains serious. After looking into Zhou's background, we discovered that he's likely a descendant of a branch family that separated from us during the Dark Ages. When the family head heard about someone awakening the Frost bloodline, he sent me to confirm his identity. He glances at Zhou Dong. I also brought her along to witness the strength of Su Kong University's freshmen. There's a lot she can learn from them. Zhou Dong crosses her arms, unimpressed. Learn from a support class, say Knight? There's nothing worth learning from that. Zhou Zhao's expression darkens. That's wrong, Zhou Dong. A Saint Knight isn't inferior to any other class. Zhou's Frost bloodline purity exceeds 70%, which makes him eligible to awaken our family's hidden class. Zhou Dong's skeptical gaze flickers with interest. The youngest member of the main family barely has 40% purity. Is this really that high? Their father speaks firmly. Zhou Dong, I told you before, show respect. Zhou is, by name, your elder brother. Zhou Dong frowns, still unconvinced. Even if he is part of our family, he has to prove himself. I won't acknowledge him until I see his strength for myself. Zhou Xiao sighs but nods. Father is here. We'll verify his blood purity soon enough. For now, let's focus on his match. It's about to begin. Back in the ring, Zhou and Lee Sin from Modi University finally face off. This is the first individual match of the third round, and the crowd's anticipation reaches a fever pitch. Lee Sin studies Zhou with a confident smirk. At first, I figured I'd take it easy and finish this quickly, but my captain warned me not to underestimate you. So, I'll be using my full strength from the start. Zhou meets his gaze unfazed. A smirk of his own forms as he responds calmly. Do your best. As the match begins, Zhou carefully assesses Lee Sin's abilities. His aura is strong, and the Tempest armor set proves he's no ordinary opponent. Modi University's captain is clearly not someone to take lightly. However, after a closer evaluation, Zhou notes something crucial. Lee Sin is only level 18, 5 levels below him. A simple move like Punishment of Light could end this in seconds. But with tomorrow's match against Qing Jing University, Revealing too much now isn't an option. Deciding to keep his true strength a secret, Joey opts for close combat instead. He'll win this match, but without showing his full hand. As the countdown begins, Joey feels the familiar frustration of holding back. Restraining his power isn't easy, but for now, it's necessary. The moment the match starts, Joey wastes no time, activating Blessing of Protection. A glowing shield of holy energy surrounds him, shimmering under the arena lights. Lee Sin scoffs at the display. Flashy tricks, but that's all they are. He taunts before charging forward. He opens with a low kick, aiming to destabilize Joey. But Joey reacts instantly. His own kick counters Lee Sin's mid-motion, stopping the attack cold. Is that all you've got? Joey remarks before driving a sharp elbow strike straight into Lee Sin's face. A loud crack echoes as the impact visibly damages the Tempest armor. Lee Sin's eyes widen in shock. How is his strength bypassing my armor? Before he can recover, Joey follows up with another strike, sending him flying into the protective barrier surrounding the ring. The audience erupts in disbelief. A fighter is being dominated by a support class? What is happening? Is Joey actually breaking through Lee Sin's defenses? But Lee Sin has an A-grade steel talent. His armor should be impenetrable. Inside the ring, Lee Sin struggles to stand. Blood drips from his mouth, and his once reliable armor is now visibly cracked. He stares at Joey in disbelief. Are you from a martial artist family? How is your fighting stronger than mine? Joey casually stretches his hands, warming up. A faint smile plays on his lips. No, I'm not from a martial artist family, he replies. I'm just slightly stronger than you. Then, without hesitation, Joey unleashes a rapid barrage of holy punches. Each strike shatters more of Lee Sin's armor, his defense crumbling with every blow. I can't stop this. Lee Sin realizes, panic setting in. Joey's relentless assault leaves him with no openings to counter. The rhythm of Joey's punches only intensifies. Lee Sin knows the final strike is unavoidable. With desperation in his voice, he raises a trembling hand and shouts, I surrender. Stop. But Joey's final punch is already in motion. At the last second, he adjusts his trajectory, redirecting the blow toward the ground. The impact is devastating. A massive crater forms beneath him, shaking the entire stadium. Even so, the sheer force of the attack still sends Lee Sin flying, leaving him sprawled across the arena floor in a terrible state. His once mighty Tempest armor is completely shattered, and his body bears clear signs of exhaustion and injury. Medics rush onto the field as the referee officially declares Joey the winner. The audience erupts in a mix of cheers and disbelief. Did you see that punch? He cracked the entire arena. This guy is terrifying. He's not just a Saint Knight. He's a monster. Meanwhile, Joey stands in the center of the ring, lost in thought. Hiding my power is harder than I expected. He exhales slowly, regaining his composure. Once I get into my rhythm, it's almost impossible to hold back. Despite the overwhelming cheers, Lee Sin's teammates remain frozen in shock. This is absurd. How did a Saint Knight defeat a full-fledged fighter barehanded? One spectator chimes in, still stunned. Joey doesn't fight like a support class at all. His combat skills are insane. Inside the ring, Joey approaches the fallen Lee Sin. Assessing his injuries, he raises a hand, casting holy light. A warm, golden glow envelopes Lee Sin, slowly stabilizing his condition. I'm sorry it ended like this, Joey says sincerely. You surrendered too late. I couldn't redirect my power in time. The healing team arrives in a hurry, their expressions tense as they assess Lee Sin's condition. Joey steps back, giving them space. I've cast a healing spell to stabilize him, he informs them. The rest is up to you. One of the nurses nods quickly. Understood, she says, though her eyes remain filled with concern. As she checks Lee Sin's injuries, her breath catches. These wounds are severe. It'll take days for him to fully recover. Another nurse mutters in disbelief. I never imagined a Saint Knight could deal this kind of damage. Up in the stands, Zhou Xiao turns to her father, her expression triumphant. See? I told you Joey's strength surpasses even the most talented members of our family. Her father, still trying to process what he just witnessed, slowly nods. Watching Joey overpower an armored fighter with nothing but raw strength was beyond anything he expected. His mind drifts to the hidden strength class within their family's frost bloodline, one that emphasized pure physical might. Even Zhou Dong, who had been skeptical of Joey, can't hide her reaction. She exhales sharply, her earlier doubts shattered. I admitted he's powerful. Her father smiles, clearly pleased. If even Dong is convinced, that settles it. We need to meet him. Zhou Xiao, arrange a meeting with Joey as soon as possible. Zhou Xiao nods, her gaze shifting toward Joey with newfound determination. I'll take care of it. As the excitement from Joey's match begins to fade, the The next match is announced. Jiang Chuan versus Jiang Feng. Hearing this, Zhou mentally evaluates the matchup. Jiang Feng's strength is much lower than Li Sin's. Chuan should have no trouble winning this one. Both fighters step into the arena, and the battle begins. Wasting no time, Jiang Chuan launches a relentless barrage of attacks. Jiang Feng struggles to keep up, barely managing to defend. Panic creeps into her thoughts. Su Kang's team is terrifying this year. I can't handle this. Sensing her opponent is nearing her limit, Jiang Chuan decides to end it swiftly. She activates Shadow Slash, her blade surging with dark energy as it slices through Jiang Feng's defenses. The attack lands cleanly, and with no strength left to continue, Jiang Feng collapses. The referee doesn't hesitate. Jiang Chuan is declared the winner, advancing to the fourth round. The crowd erupts once again, thoroughly impressed. Even Jiang Feng couldn't keep up. I thought Zhou was the only powerhouse in Su Kang's team, but Jiang Chuan is just as dangerous. As the buzz grows, the audience shifts their focus toward the highly anticipated match against Qingjing University. Speculation runs wild. How will Su Kang's team fare against their toughest opponents yet? Jiang Chuan walks out of the arena, satisfaction written all over her face. Zhou approaches with a smile. You fought really well. That last attack was especially impressive. Jiang Chuan, pleased but modest, waves off the praise. I was lucky this time. My opponent was weak. If I had to fight you, I'd probably surrender on the spot. Zhou chuckles. Don't worry. I would never fight against you. Before the conversation can continue, Zhou Xiao suddenly approaches, interrupting them. Zhou turns toward her, curious. Do you need something important? Zhou Xiao introduces herself formally. I am Zhou Xiao, from the Tianlan Zhou family. You've awakened a frost bloodline with exceptional purity, which makes you a likely member of our Zhou family. Zhou blinks in confusion. Frost bloodline? Zhou family? He repeats the words, trying to make sense of them. Before he can ask more, Jiang Chuan, standing beside him, steps in. I know about them, Brother Zhou. The Zhou family is an ancient lineage, much like my own Jiang family. They've been a dominant force in the Tianlan district for centuries, and their strength is undeniable. Jiang Chuan continues. However, their bloodline's power has weakened over the years. Fewer and fewer members of the Zhou family are awakening the Frost bloodline. Given their desperation to restore it, they'll likely offer you significant resources. Zhou Xiao nods in agreement. She's right. If you join us, the family will ensure you receive the best support. But Zhou waves off the offer without hesitation. I don't need any resources, he says firmly. Then, turning to Zhou Xiao, he asks, but do you have any proof that I belong to your Zhou families? Without a word, Zhou Xiao produces a bloodline examiner stone and holds it out. My father is here today, and he brought this stone to confirm your bloodline. If you truly have Zhou family heritage, the stone will resonate with your Frost bloodline. Curious, Zhou decides to test it. As he brings his hand closer to the stone, it immediately begins to glow. A surge of energy flows through him, revealing the purity of his Frost bloodline. In that moment, he feels an undeniable connection to the power coursing within him. Staring at the glowing stone, Zhou murmurs, I never thought I'd uncover the origins of my Frost bloodline during an exchange match. Zhou Xiao smiles. This confirms it. My father wants to meet you. Would that be all right? Zhou nods. Sure. Then, glancing at Jiang Chuan, he says, I'll go meet Zhou Xiao's father now. You can head back without me. Jiang Chuan gives him a warm smile. All right, Brother Zhou. Just don't feel pressured by the Zhou family. They may be powerful in Tianlan, but compared to the Jiang family, they're nothing. Zhou Xiao's expression twitches slightly. Our Zhou family is not inferior to anyone, she snaps. Jiang Chuan chuckles. We'll see, she replies playfully before walking away. Zhou Xiao leads Zhou to a private apartment where her father and younger sister, Zhou Dong, are waiting. As they walk, Zhou's thoughts drift. When my sister was sick, no help came from the Zhou family. But now that I've awakened the Frost bloodline, they suddenly want me. What should I do? Upon arrival, Zhou Xiao's father greets Zhou warmly. Hello, Zhou. My name is Zhou Xiaoyu, he says, his eyes filled with a mix of curiosity and admiration. Zhou nods politely. I'm Zhou. Xiaoyu studies him closely. I've heard a lot about you recently, and I must say, you're extraordinary. Your Frost bloodline purity is remarkably high. A faint frost-like glow flickers in his eyes as he continues. Meeting you reminded me that your father and my great-grandfather were related. That would make Zhou Xiao your distant cousin, in a way. His expression softens as he adds. I was deeply saddened to hear of your father's passing. Zhou remains composed. What's done is done. There's no point dwelling on the past, he replies calmly. As the conversation deepens, Zhou Xiaoyu gets straight to the point. If you agree to return to the main branch and switch your class to the Ice Element Hidden class, The Zhou family will provide all the resources necessary to help you reach the third awakening as quickly as possible. Zhou furrows his brow. I've already awakened as a Saint Knight. How can I change my class now? Xiaoyu responds with confidence. Don't worry about that. We preserved a class-changing artifact specifically for special cases like this. With your high-purity frost bloodline, you'd be able to unlock the full potential of our family's hidden class. It's an incredibly rare and powerful opportunity. Zhou carefully considers the offer, but quickly realizes the problem. The Saint Knight class is deeply tied to my support system, and my entire growth has been built around holy light. Switching classes now would throw everything off. The Zhou family's hidden class is powerful, but it's not the path I need to take. He voices his concern. What happens if I don't switch classes? Will I still receive support from the Zhou family? Xiaoyu leans forward, trying to persuade him. It's true that switching isn't mandatory, but if you do, you'll gain access to the Zhou family's private library, filled with advanced skill books, as well as an endless supply of resources. You'd never have to worry about leveling up again. Zhou shakes his head. I appreciate the offer, but I can't accept. Xiaoyu looks genuinely baffled. Why? This is a rare chance that most would kill for. He presses further, appealing to logic. If you switch classes, all your skill points will reset and be refunded. Your stats won't drop, and we'll ensure you reach level 50 in Tertiary Awakening in just 6 years. Despite the tempting offer, Zhou remains firm. The Academy already provides plenty of resources, and I've built my power as a Saint Knight. Changing paths now would be a step backward, not forward. Xiaoyu's confusion only grows. The Saint Knight class is just a heavy support role, he says, almost dismissively. The Zhou family's hidden class is a pure damage dealer. Why hesitate? At that remark, Zhou's expression hardens. His tone turns sharp. If you think the Saint Knight class is just support, then you clearly don't understand its true potential. He stands tall, unwavering. Tomorrow, we face Qingjing University. Watch closely. I'll show you exactly what a Saint Knight is capable of. With that, Zhou bids them farewell, his tone firm and unwavering. He has nothing more to say. Without hesitation, he turns and walks away. Zhou Xiao instinctively reaches out, trying to stop him, but before she can get a word in, Zhou is already gone, leaving her Xiaoyu and Zhou Dong stunned by his sheer determination. Frustration flares in Zhou Xiao as she turns to her father. Why didn't you try harder? You just let him walk away. But Xiaoyu remains calm, shaking his head. Let him go. He still doesn't understand the limitations of the Saint Knight class. Once he sees the overwhelming power of damage-dealing classes, he'll come to us on his own. Up until now, Zhou Dong has been quietly listening, but suddenly, she raises a hand. Hold on. I have a question. Her voice is steady but firm. Why are we trying so hard to bring Zhou into the main branch? Do we really need him that badly? Her words catch both Zhou Xiao and Xiaoyu off guard. After a brief pause, Xiaoyu finally responds, his tone carrying the weight of history. Our family's past explains everything, he begins. The Zhou family's ancestor was the first on this planet to awaken the Frost bloodline. Under their leadership, our family rose to prominence, with generations of descendants inheriting that power. Many even reached the legendary Tertiary Awakening. But then came the Dark Ages. When invaders from another world arrived, our ancestor led the Zhou family into battle. Tragically, they vanished deep within enemy territory, and without their guidance, our most powerful warriors perished. Though 5 elders were resurrected using revival magic, they returned cursed. And that curse spread through the bloodline, corrupting it. The once strong Frost bloodline weakened, and now, the chance of awakening it is less than 1% of what it once was. This curse is unshakable. It can't be purified, and without heirs, the Zhou family's strength has been steadily fading. Outwardly, we may still seem formidable, but in truth, we're a shadow of what we once were. Zhou Dong takes it all in, her expression contemplative. So that's why Zhou is so important? Xiaoyu nods. Exactly. His Frost bloodline is exceptionally pure. If he joins the main branch, we can invest everything into his growth. He could reach a level of power that rivals our ancestors. But right now, he's riding high on his recent victories. Tomorrow's match against Qingjing University will be his wake-up call. That's when he'll realize true strength lies within the Zhou family. Zhou Dong tilts her head, a smirk playing on her lips. But what if he wins tomorrow? Zhou Xiao snaps at her almost instantly. How can you even say that? I'm fighting too. Are you doubting me? Zhou Dong shrugs, feigning innocence. I'm just saying, what if? The next day, the arena is packed, buzzing with excitement. The highly anticipated showdown between Sukong University and Qingjing University has drawn a massive crowd, with tickets selling out in record time. Fans from both universities wave banners and chant their school names, creating an electrifying atmosphere. Every seat is filled as the two teams prepare to take the stage. Sitting among the spectators, Zhou Dong watches intently. Sister has a good chance of winning. But could Joey actually lose? The announcer's voice booms through the arena, officially welcoming both teams. The crowd erupts as the competitors step forward, one by one. Then, Joey makes his entrance. His team strides into the arena with confidence, but the moment Joey steps forward, all eyes are on him. He raises his warhammer, its radiant glow illuminating the field. A surge of excitement ripples through the audience. But as the match begins, confusion spreads among the spectators. Wait, why is Captain Joey standing in the front? Does he even know how to use that weapon? It's not unusual for a Saint Knight to wield a weapon, but something about Joey feels different. His aura is overwhelming, his presence sending an eerie chill through the air. Even from the stands, people can feel it, a raw, unsettling power. Zhou Dong watches closely, narrowing her eyes. He looks even stronger than before. Beside her, Xiaoyu observes in silence. Was he holding back before? Is this his true strength? Meanwhile, on the opposing side, Qingjing University's team is growing uneasy. Their level 22 warrior, Li Yuan, studies Zhou with suspicion. Why is he in the front? Is he trying to be a damage dealer? Xiaolan, another teammate, nods. After watching his solo match yesterday, it's obvious he's more than just support. He might actually be playing offensively, but not everyone is convinced. Lu Zhou, one of their more arrogant members, scoffs. Doesn't matter what role he's playing. Just being the highest level doesn't make him unbeatable. Their level 22 mechanist, Wang Xian, remains focused. We fought Sukong University last year, and they destroyed us in the team match. We've trained hard since then, but we can't afford to underestimate them. This time, we will win. With both sides ready, the stage is set. The battle is about to begin. Sensing the growing tension, Qingjing University's captain rallies his team. His voice is firm, filled with determination. Stay sharp. This is our shot at reclaiming the championship. No holding back. Give it everything you've got. His teammates respond in unison. Yes, Captain. Meanwhile, in Sukong University's section, Cheng approaches Housemaster Wu Meng, watching the unfolding scene with skepticism. Do you really think Joey can handle both support and damage roles? Cheng asks, doubt lacing his tone. Overconfidence could cost you the match. But Housemaster Wu Meng simply chuckles. No need to worry. In this competition, raw strength decides everything. And Joey has plenty of it. Cheng frowns. Freshmen have limited skill points, he thinks. Why is Wu Meng so confident? Could he be hiding something? Back in the arena, Joey turns to his team, his voice steady. We stick to the same strategy. I'll lead the attack, and you adapt as needed. Play to your strengths. Wei Tianxin grins. If Brother Joey is going all out, this will be a breeze. Her confidence spreads through the team, and despite facing a tough opponent, she believes victory is within reach. Still, Joey reminds them to stay cautious. Don't underestimate them. They were second place last year for a reason. If anyone gets hurt, come to me immediately. I'll handle it. The countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. The announcer's voice booms through the arena. Match start. The moment the signal is given, Joey charges forward. No hesitation. No holding back. Activating his buffs mid-sprint, he rushes directly toward Qingjing University's team. The crowd is stunned. He's attacking head-on? Is he insane? Shouldn't he be staying back or using long-range support? But Joey's confidence is unshaken. As he moves, his rapid skill casting leaves even experienced players impressed. On the opposing side, Li Yuan, Qingjing University's level 22 warrior, watches with a smirk. He's running straight into his own demise. He mutters, gripping his weapon tightly. Beside him, Xiaolan, the team's archer, takes a step forward. Her eyes narrow as she activates Arrows of Suffocation, a high-level grade A ability. Multiple arrows materialize, sealing off every escape route. The skill is designed to overwhelm its target, making dodging impossible. The arrows fly at Joey, closing in fast. But he doesn't even flinch. They're annoying, he mutters. Then, with precise movements, he smashes the arrows mid-air, shattering them with his warhammer. The remaining ones? He swats them aside with his bare hands like they're nothing. The crowd erupts in disbelief. Did he just crush enhanced grade A arrows like they were twigs? Impossible. That skill is level 8. Xiaolan is left speechless, her mind struggling to process how Joey neutralized her attack so effortlessly. Meanwhile, Li Yuan seems unfazed. Observing Joey's performance, he smirks confidently. For someone like Joey, a Saint Knight specializing in defense, this was par for the course. But Li Yuan wasn't concerned, because offense wasn't far behind. Next to him, Lu Zhou, their mage, begins chanting his ultimate spell. Li Yuan's smirk widens as he mutters to himself. Let's see him handle this. When Lu Zhou's Fire Phoenix attack lands, it's game over. With a fiery brilliance, the spell reaches completion. The flames morph into a magnificent spiritual phoenix, its wings ablaze as it unleashes a scorching flame breath toward Joey. The spectators gasp in awe. That's a plus-grade skill. Qingjing University's team isn't holding back. The fiery phoenix roars through the battlefield, followed by Lu Zhou's second attack, Burning Impact. The flaming bird dives directly at Joey, the arena heating up from its sheer intensity. But Joey doesn't dodge. Instead, he steps back slightly, his posture calm, almost amused. Fire. And more fire. He muses aloud, as if the incoming inferno were a mild inconvenience. The crowd buzzes with confusion and disbelief. What's he doing? Why isn't Joey moving? He can't possibly think he can take that head on. From the sidelines, Qingjing University's team supervisor watches intently, offering her analysis. He should retreat to his team's defenses. With his speed, he can make it back before impact. But Joey stays rooted, unmoving. At that moment, Sue Meyer, watching from the crowd, chuckles softly. Her amusement doesn't go unnoticed by Miss Sun, seated nearby. What's so funny? Miss Sun asks sharply, clearly annoyed. Sue Meyer, still smiling, replies, oh, nothing. Just that remark about Joey retreating because of an A+ grade skill. It's hilarious. Miss Sun's face turns red with irritation. You won't be laughing when Joey loses. Sue Meyer's smirk deepens. Sure, I'll wait. But let's see if you're ready when that doesn't happen. The conversation is cut short as a radiant light suddenly floods the arena. Joey activates his holy flame light wheel, the blinding brilliance freezing everyone in stunned silence. The once deadly Fire Phoenix attack begins to falter, its ferocity fading. The holy flame light wheel draws in the Phoenix's flames, and Joey, with unparalleled control, bends the fiery energy to his will. Lu Zhou's composure shatters as he watches in disbelief. How is this possible? He stammers, panic creeping into his voice. Desperately, he calls out to his creation. Return to me. You're my strength. But his cries go unanswered. Within moments, Joey has claimed full control of the flames, rendering Lu Zhou's ultimate attack completely ineffective. From the sidelines, Song Xiaolan watches the unfolding battle with a knowing smirk. Looks like Qingjing University still hasn't realized what it means to go up against our Saint Knight captain, she muses. Beside her, Jiang Churen nods, her voice calm yet certain. Even Xin Ling, with his flame dragon bloodline, couldn't put a scratch on brother Joey. Lu Zhou's fire magic doesn't stand a chance. Inside the arena, Joey, now in full control of the raging flames, lets out an amused chuckle. Addressing Lu Zhou directly, he shrugs. Sorry to disappoint, but fire manipulation isn't exclusive to you. I can control it too, with holy flame. The entire arena falls silent. The sheer intensity of Joey's aura fills the air, a presence so overwhelming that many in the audience feel both awed and intimidated. Miss Sun, standing next to Sue Meyer, instinctively takes a step back, her voice barely above a whisper. A divine blessed skill, and not just any, it's the holy flame skill. Even a tertiary awakener would struggle to achieve this. Sue Meyer, however, remains unfazed, her playful smirk unwavering. Maybe Joey just got lucky, she teases. Sometimes talent and opportunity aligned perfectly. Miss Sun clenches her fists, frustration evident. We still have our ace left, she mutters. Sue Meyer responds with another sly remark, further testing Miss Sun's patience. Among the spectators, Zhou Dong turns to her father, curiosity written all over her face. Father, why is everyone so shocked? What exactly is a divine blessed skill? Xiaoyu takes a deep breath before answering. Divine blessed skills are the rarest abilities granted directly by higher beings. They can't be learned from books, inherited, or passed down. Only those personally chosen receive them. This holy flame skill was granted to Joey by a divine force itself. Our family has long worshipped the goddess of frost, but ever since our bloodline was cursed, her blessings have disappeared. His voice grows heavier as he continues. A professional blessed by a divine force holds unimaginable potential. Compared to that, anything we could offer Zhui seems insignificant. Zhou Dong frowns. Then, was coming here a waste? Xiaoyu shakes his head firmly. No, there's still a chance. After this match, we'll approach Joey again. He is the last hope for restoring the Zhou family's legacy. I won't give up so easily. Back in the arena, Lu Zhou stares in disbelief as his once powerful Fire Phoenix is completely absorbed, leaving him powerless. How is this possible? He mutters, unable to process what just happened. Before he can dwell on his frustration, his team captain steps forward. Lu Zhou, I don't know how you did it either, the captain admits. But one thing is clear. Fire magic is useless against him. Don't give up. Switch to a different element. Lu Zhou, though reluctant, steadies himself and prepares for another attempt. This time, he shifts to close combat, drawing his sword while calling for Xiaolan to provide long-range support. Don't let him advance so easily, their captain commands. Xiaolan immediately fires a volley of arrows, each one enhanced with long-range magic to slow Zhou's approach. At the same time, Lu Zhou channels earth magic, summoning a massive stone wall to block his path. Their confidence surges as they launch their counterattack. Don't underestimate us. Xiaolan calls out, grinning. We've still got plenty of tricks left. Lu Zhou adds. Zhou, however, remains unfazed. He quickly analyzes their strategy, ranged attacks paired with barriers to stall his advance. A smart tactic, but against him, far too naive. As Xiaolan's arrows rain down and the stone wall rises before him, Zhou calmly activates his Holy Light Shield, an A+ grade defensive skill. A radiant barrier bursts to life around him, effortlessly deflecting the arrows and crumbling the earth magic before it can fully take shape. The crowd erupts in shock. His defense is unreal, but at least it slowed him down. And they're right. The Holy Light Shield, while powerful, momentarily halts Zhou's relentless charge. Realizing he needs to shift strategies, he starts casting a long-range spell, one designed to dismantle his opponent's formation in an instant. Seeing this, Li Yuan, the captain of Qingjing University, shouts in alarm, "Retreat! Now!" But it's already too late. Zhou unleashes Holy Flame Storm, a devastating spell that engulfs the battlefield in raging flames of divine energy. The firestorm spreads like an unstoppable tidal wave, tearing through everything in its path. "Dodge it!" Li Yuan yells desperately, but there's nowhere to run. The sheer intensity of the storm leaves the battlefield engulfed in a sea of blazing destruction. As chaos erupts, Li Yuan frantically scans the arena. Where's Lu Zhou? Did he get caught in that? Elsewhere, Lu Zhou struggles to maintain a protective shield, sweat dripping down his face as he tries to withstand the relentless flames. His breathing grows heavy, his arms tremble. Is this really a saint knight? He thinks, panic creeping in. How is his elemental magic stronger than mine? A mage? Lu Zhou is barely holding on, and Zhou decides to put an end to it. The flames Lu Zhou had summoned earlier? They were now useless against him. With precise control, Zhou redirects the phoenix fire he absorbed earlier, turning Lu Zhou's own power against him. The fiery onslaught crashes into Lu Zhou's shield, shattering it instantly. A desperate cry escapes him as the flames engulf his defenses completely. His wand snaps under the pressure, leaving him helpless. With nothing left to protect himself, Lu Zhou collapses to the ground, consumed by his own fire and crying out for help. As the raging firestorm finally died down, Lu Zhou lay sprawled on the ground, barely clinging to consciousness. Weakly, he reached out, his voice trembling as he pleaded for assistance. Though Zhou's attack had left him battered and broken, he wasn't entirely out of the fight, at least not yet. Zhou, however, had no intention of wasting time. With a confident yet menacing air, he drew his massive warhammer, the sheer weight of it making the ground tremble slightly. Glancing down at Lu Zhou, he smirked. "You survived this time," he remarked. "But luck like that doesn't last forever." Watching Zhou's display of dominance, Li Yuan gritted his teeth. Arrogant, he muttered under his breath. But rather than dwell on it, he quickly took charge. "Zhou Xiao, heal Lu Zhou," he commanded. Without hesitation, Zhou Xiao dashed toward the injured Lu Zhou, trusting Li Yuan to keep Zhou occupied. Facing Zhou directly, Li Yuan showed no sign of fear. His courage didn't go unnoticed. Zhou gave a slight nod of acknowledgement before casually raising his warhammer for what seemed to be a light attack. Li Yuan, fully prepared, braced himself with his shield. But the moment Zhou's hammer made contact, an earth-shattering force erupted from the strike. His shield, unable to withstand the impact, was ripped from his grasp and sent flying. Before he could react, the sheer power of the blow sent him hurtling backward, crashing into the protective barrier surrounding the arena. One strike. That was all it took to shake his confidence. Struggling to his feet, Li Yuan finally understood. This was why even Li Xin, known for his legendary steelbone talent, couldn't endure Zhou's attacks. But as the captain of Qingjing University, surrender wasn't an option. Refusing to back down, he steadied himself and unleashed his most powerful rage slash, his sword blazing with energy as he swung with all his might. Their attacks collided in a violent explosion of power. But once again, Zhou's sheer strength easily overpowered Li Yuan's assault. The captain's eyes widened in disbelief. That attack was powerful enough to obliterate a level 20 golden grade monster, yet Zhou had countered it as if it were nothing. But he wasn't done. Gritting his teeth, he launched another attack, determined to break through. Zhou, unfazed, advanced with unwavering confidence. Since you're so persistent, he taunted, I'll make sure this lesson stays with you. The two clashed fiercely, their battle turning into a relentless exchange of blows. Li Yuan's skill and resilience were impressive. Unlike most opponents, he wasn't immediately overwhelmed. For the first time, Zhou faced someone his own age who could withstand his power, at least for a while. But endurance was another matter entirely. As time passed, fatigue caught up with Li Yuan. His movements slowed, his stance weakened, and eventually, his sword slipped from his grasp. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou raised his warhammer high, preparing the finishing blow. A smirk played on his lips as he looked down at Li Yuan. You're too exhausted to even hold your weapon, he remarked. Time for you to go. But just as Zhou swung his warhammer down, a sudden protective shield materialized out of nowhere, blocking the strike completely. The unexpected interference caught him off guard. Before he could react, a sinister red aura flared up behind him. Then, with a thunderous roar, a massive mechanical robot charged straight at him, its metal frame radiating pure destructive force. Zhou's instincts kicked in immediately. He activated Holy Protection, forming a radiant shield to absorb the impact. But the moment the robot's attack connected, the sheer force shattered Zhou's barrier instantly. Zhou was caught off guard when a mechanical robot suddenly appeared and shattered his level 9 Holy Light Protection with a single strike. The sheer force of the attack left him momentarily stunned, but he quickly regained his footing. Without hesitation, he swung his warhammer, reducing the machine to a heap of scrap metal. The robot's invisible and devastating attacks had been impressive, but not enough to shake him. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, Wang Xian, who had been keeping a low profile, finally made his move. Li Yuan, still recovering from his earlier fight, thanked him for saving his life. But Wang Xian dismissed the gratitude, making it clear that if he hadn't stepped in, their team would have been done for. Without wasting another moment, he told Li Yuan to focus on the others. He would take care of Zhou himself. The real reason behind Wang Xian's reluctance to fight soon became apparent. As a skilled mechanic, he had been holding back, unwilling to reveal his full strength before their upcoming match against Manhwa University. But with Zhou turning the tide of battle single-handedly, he had no choice but to unleash his trump card. With a flick of his hand, Wang Xian summoned a massive army of machines. The arena was soon filled with GX-100B robots, DYS light-type rocket robots, and BT-200 cavalry robots, each a powerhouse at level 21 and above, boasting silver-grade qualifications. The sheer number of machines created an overwhelming spectacle, leaving even Zhou slightly surprised. The audience was just as stunned. In the viewing area, the housemaster glanced at Chung with a knowing smile, commenting that it seemed his university had its own hidden ace. Chung nodded, admitting as much. He explained that Wang Xian possessed a rare S+ talent, known as Mechanical Heart, which allowed him to create robots far stronger than his own level. This ability made him a true game-changer, the backbone of his team's strategy. Back in the arena, Zhou reaction was unexpected. He grinned. Instead of feeling threatened, he was excited. The sight of the massive robot army only fueled his fighting spirit. With his warhammer gleaming in his grip, he prepared for battle, his eyes alight with anticipation. This is going to be fun. Wang Xian, however, was furious at Zhou's audacity. The sheer nerve of someone charging headfirst into his mechanical army was beyond belief. Fueled by anger, he barked out a command. His robots were to attack without mercy. The mechanical horde surged forward in perfect coordination, filling the arena with a deafening clash of metal and the crackling hum of energy blasts. Zhou found himself surrounded, with attacks coming from all directions. Without hesitation, he summoned a holy shield to block the incoming onslaught. But as the relentless barrage continued, he quickly reinforced his defense, creating twin holy shields that formed an almost impenetrable barrier. Sparks flew, energy waves rippled, and the entire battlefield became a chaotic storm of light and destruction. Yet, amid the turmoil, Zhou remained unfazed. A calm smile played on his lips as he unleashed his next move, Holy Light Cross. A massive cross of radiant energy erupted into existence, sending electric currents and waves of scorching heat through the battlefield. The devastating force tore through the surrounding robots, melting them down with holy fire. Even from a distance, Wang Xian could feel the searing heat washing over him. Despite being built with fireproof materials, the robots stood no chance against the overwhelming flames. This unexpected setback only served to irritate Wang Xian further. With frustration evident on his face, he pulled out a keyboard-like device and slammed his hands onto it. He wasn't done yet. Glaring at Zhou, he activated the tool and declared that he had plenty more machines at his disposal. As if on cue, multiple portals materialized around the arena, each one spewing out fresh waves of reinforcements. Robot after robot emerged, flooding the battlefield in an endless tide. Confidently, Wang Xian taunted Zhou Yi, claiming that no matter how strong he was, his mental energy would eventually deplete. If you have the guts, then come at me, he challenged. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the battlefield, Zhou Yi's teammates were locked in their own battles, dismantling the robotic horde with ease. Watching the fight unfold, Wei Tiexin smirked. Looks like Wang Xian didn't expect Brother Zhou to handle such large-scale attacks like they were nothing, he mused. Back at the heart of the chaos, Zhou Yi suddenly received a system notification. A knowing grin spread across his face. This is the perfect moment, he murmured. Without hesitation, he activated a storm-type attack. Wang Xian, watching from afar, felt his confidence waver as the storm exploded onto the battlefield. His eyes widened in horror as the raging force tore through his robotic army like a natural disaster. Panicked, he screamed for his machines to retreat, but it was too late. One by one, they were swallowed by the raging tempest, reduced to nothing in its wake. In mere moments, the raging tornado had torn through 74 robots, leaving nothing but wreckage in its wake. Wang Xian's device flashed with an urgent notification. Nearly one-third of his forces had been wiped out. Fury and desperation took hold as he realized that his strategy of overwhelming Zhou Yi with sheer numbers was failing. With no other options left, he made a bold decision. It was time to unleash his ultimate trump card. Summoning his most powerful creation, Wang Xian called forth the HX Judgment Fusion Robot, a towering monstrosity unlike anything seen before. This was no ordinary machine. The moment it materialized, its mouth opened wide, unleashing chains that lashed out and ensnared nearby robots. Operational or destroyed, it didn't matter. One by one, the machines were pulled in, their metal bodies fusing into the growing colossus. As the fusion process neared completion, the robot emitted powerful, pulsating waves of energy that sent shockwaves across the arena. Security systems immediately went into high alert, detecting a dangerous spike in power. The sheer size of the machine was unprecedented, and cracks began to form in the arena's structure under its immense weight. A stunned silence fell over the audience as Wang Xian's massive mechanical creation loomed over everything. Gasps rippled through the crowd, with many spectators covering their mouths in shock. This was no longer just a competition, it was a historic moment. Never before in a national college freshman competition had such an extraordinary mechanical weapon been unveiled. At level 23, with an epic qualification, the HX Judgment Fusion Robot was a true spectacle. Its towering frame nearly grazed the edges of the protective barrier, radiating an aura of absolute dominance. In the stands, a wide-eyed girl whispered in disbelief, marveling at how terrifyingly powerful this year's new students were. Back in the arena, Li Yuan watched the mechanical giant with a confident smirk. Finally, Brother Xian's judgment has arrived, he said, clearly impressed. Standing nearby, Jiang Churen glanced back at the monstrous machine, but Li Yuan wasn't done. With a smug grin, he turned to her. Now, you all are definitely going to lose. But Jiang Churen wasn't shaken. Without a moment's hesitation, she lunged at Li Yuan, her sword flashing through the air. Brother Zhou will never lose, she declared, her voice unwavering despite the overwhelming odds. Meanwhile, inside the cockpit of his mighty creation, Wang Xian couldn't contain his excitement. A triumphant grin spread across his face as he addressed Zhou Yi directly. Let me show you the real firepower of my judgment, he declared, his voice filled with exhilaration. Then, with a manic laugh, he launched a devastating barrage of missiles straight at his opponent. Zhou Yi's eyes darted across the battlefield as the missiles rained down on him. Taking them head-on was out of the question. There were simply too many. Moving with lightning speed, he dodged through the storm of explosions, narrowly escaping several direct hits. Just as he evaded two incoming missiles at the last second, they collided behind him, triggering a massive blast that shook the entire arena. The sheer force of the explosion confirmed what he already knew. Getting hit wasn't an option. The damage would be devastating. Meanwhile, inside his massive machine, Wang Xian laughed hysterically, reveling in the chaos. Run all you want. There's nowhere left to hide, he taunted, launching wave after wave of missiles. Zhou Yi retaliated as best as he could, swinging his warhammer to destroy the incoming projectiles. But the relentless barrage made it almost impossible to keep up. And just when he thought the attack couldn't get any worse, Wang Xian's robot revealed its next weapon, a colossal sword. With a single swing, the massive blade came crashing down, slicing through the ground where Zhou Yi had stood just moments earlier. The sheer force of the attack split the arena in half, sending debris flying in every direction. Zhou Yi barely managed to leap to safety, narrowly avoiding the devastating strike. Wang Xian's laughter grew even louder. Watching Zhou Yi dodge attack after attack only fueled his amusement. What's wrong? Is all you can do run away? he mocked. I've never seen a coward from Su Kong Academy before. Is this really all you've got? The robot's massive sword continued to swing with relentless force, each attack shaking the battlefield. Zhou Yi had no choice but to keep moving, dodging one earth-shattering blow after another. Then, with a smirk, he called out to Wang Xian. Do you really think I'm running? Let's settle this head-on. Wang Xian's grin faltered for a moment. The sheer confidence in Zhou Yi's voice irritated him. How could someone be so bold in the face of such overwhelming power? But deep down, he couldn't deny it. Zhou Yi was living up to his reputation as a true captain. That flicker of admiration, however, was quickly replaced by fury. His grip tightened as he commanded his machine to strike. Such foolish determination will be the downfall of Su Kong University, he roared, swinging the robot's colossal sword with full force. Zhou Yi didn't flinch. He met the attack head-on with his warhammer. The two weapons collided in a thunderous impact, sending a shockwave through the arena. The ground trembled, the air vibrated, and for a brief moment, the entire battlefield stood still under the sheer force of their clash. Wasting no time, Zhou Yi unleashed his next move, God's Hand. The moment he activated the technique, an intense, radiant light engulfed the entire stadium. The sheer energy surging through the air was unlike anything anyone had ever seen. Divine power gathered above the arena, forming a dense, concentrated aura, while streaks of electricity crackled through the sky like a brewing storm. Inside his massive war machine, Wang Xian's confidence wavered. Even within the protective confines of his robot, he could feel the overwhelming force pressing down on him. The divine light only grew stronger, absorbing energy directly from the arena's protective barrier. That unexpected shift sent shockwaves through the stadium's security system, immediately triggering emergency protocols. In response, the protection robots stationed around the arena sprang to life, their mechanical voices issuing urgent orders. Powered by light magic stones, they rushed to construct an additional defensive shield, reinforcing the stadium against the escalating battle. What had started as a competition had now spiraled into a full-scale emergency. Elsewhere, the chaos of battle continued. Jiang Churen and Li Yuan were still locked in combat, unaware of the catastrophe unfolding. But as Jiang Churen dodged one of Li Yuan's attacks, she suddenly felt a surge of divine energy ripple through the air. Her instincts kicked in. Something was very wrong. Without hesitation, she disengaged and sprinted toward her teammates. Her first stop was Tang Linyi. We need to withdraw now, she urged, her voice leaving no room for argument. Meanwhile, Song Xiaolan and Wei Tiexin were busy evading a relentless rain of arrows from their opponents. Yet, even in the heat of battle, they exchanged a single glance, one that said everything. No words were needed. Without hesitation, they both began retreating, sensing the sheer magnitude of what was about to unfold. As Tang Linyi and Wei Tiexin fell back, Lu Zhou prepared to follow. But before he could move, Li Yuan stepped in, stopping him with a firm hand. Hold your ground, he ordered. Lu Zhou frowned. Why? They're running scared. We should finish them off. But Li Yuan, his face unusually pale, shook his head. Something is wrong, he muttered, his voice laced with unease. This power, it's not normal. The rest of his team gathered around, their expressions mirroring his concern. Even from a distance, the pressure radiating from Zhou Yi's divine energy was suffocating. Back in the arena, an eerie silence fell over the battlefield. Above them, a colossal, glowing hand began descending from the heavens, its radiant presence undeniable. At first, the spectators murmured in confusion. Then came the gasps, and then panic. Screams erupted throughout the stadium as the crowd struggled to comprehend what they were witnessing. The sheer force of Zhou Yi's power had turned the competition into something far beyond what anyone had expected. Inside the cockpit of his HX Judgment Fusion robot, Wang Xian felt an unfamiliar sensation creeping over him, fear. His heart pounded as he stared at the descending hand of divine energy. He knew exactly what this was. This is a god-level skill, he muttered, his confidence crumbling. Just moments ago, his HX Judgment had seemed unstoppable, an S+ level creation, the pinnacle of his mechanical genius. But now, in the face of Zhou Yi's overwhelming power, it felt insignificant, like a mere toy. But surrender was not an option. Clenching his fists, Wang Xian roared, "No, I'm not a coward. I refuse to lose." Fueled by sheer desperation, he sent his robot charging forward, its massive sword raised high. With all his strength, he swung at the divine hand, striking again and again. Sparks flew as metal met light, but no matter how many times he slashed, his attacks didn't leave a single scratch. The colossal hand continued its slow, inevitable descent, completely unfazed. Then, for a brief moment, it stopped. A flicker of hope flashed across Wang Xian's face. "I stopped it," he thought, a triumphant grin forming. But that hope was shattered in an instant. Without warning, the divine hand suddenly jerked downward with unstoppable force. Wang Xian's expression twisted from victory to terror. "No! No!" he screamed. But there was no time left. The hand crashed into the HX judgment, unleashing a devastating shockwave that tore through the entire arena. The sheer force of impact shook the stadium, rattling spectators in their seats. Dust and debris filled the air, and the deafening sound of metal collapsing echoed across the battlefield. When the dust finally settled, Zhou Yi stepped forward, calm and unshaken. Scattered around him were the shattered remains of what was once Wang Xian's ultimate weapon. A few loose bolts clattered to the ground at his feet. Without hesitation, he kicked the broken scraps aside, as if they were nothing more than worthless junk. Not far from the wreckage lay Wang Xian, unconscious and battered, his once mighty creation reduced to rubble. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, a stark contrast to the overwhelming pride he had displayed before. His team stood frozen in disbelief, their faces etched with despair. They knew the battle was over. Zhou Yi barely spared a glance at Wang Xian before turning his attention to his own team, his steps steady and composed, like none of the destruction around him had ever happened. But even as he lay broken, Wang Xian wasn't ready to let go completely. Weakly, he raised a trembling hand, as if reaching for something, his pride, his dream, or perhaps one last shred of hope. He struggled to stand, his body refused, and moments later, he collapsed into unconsciousness. The moment the match ended, the arena erupted in a thunderous roar. The spectators were on their feet, electrified by what they had just witnessed. Zhou Yi's holy light had left an unforgettable mark on everyone present. His sheer power was both awe-inspiring and terrifying, like witnessing a force of nature, a nuclear explosion in human form. The crowd chanted his name, their voices shaking the very foundations of the stadium. Meanwhile, in the stands, Cheng, the team supervisor of Qingjing University, watched in silence, his expression a mix of frustration and reluctant admiration. Letting out a deep sigh, he muttered to himself, "A god-level skill, the hand of God." Despite his disappointment, he had no choice but to accept the reality of their defeat. No complaints. Qingjing University didn't lose unfairly. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling of disbelief. As he stood, he reflected aloud, "With Wang Xian on our side, I thought winning this championship would be as easy as taking candy from a child. But who could have predicted someone like Zhou Yi would appear?" Zhou Yi was no ordinary opponent. He was an all-rounder in the truest sense. His melee combat was just as deadly as his spellcasting, and even his support abilities were devastating. He wasn't just strong, he was a nightmare to face in battle. As Cheng turned to leave, he glanced at Wu Meng, the housemaster of Sukong University. "You've got a rare gem on your hands," he admitted. "I've been teaching for 30 years, and I've never seen anyone like Zhou Yi. He's not just talented, he's something else entirely." Wu Meng, clearly pleased by the praise, responded with nothing more than a knowing smile, enjoying Cheng's rare moment of humility. The crowd, meanwhile, continued to chant, their voices echoing through the massive stadium. Some cheered for Sukong University, but most simply shouted Zhou Yi's name like a rallying cry. As Zhou Yi walked out of the arena with his team, he shook his head, still processing the sheer madness of it all. Beside him, Wei Tianxin beamed with excitement. "That was way too easy. Is this really the best Qingjing University had to offer?" she said, her confidence soaring. Song Xiaolan shot her a skeptical glance. "Easy? Without Zhou Yi, we wouldn't have lasted 5 minutes against Wang Xian." Tang Lingyi nodded in agreement. "Exactly. That robot was level 23, an epic-class creation. Without Zhou Yi, this match would have ended very differently." Wei Tianxin waved them off with a laugh. "What are you even saying? Of course, we have brother Zhou Yi with us. Why wouldn't we count him? He's part of our team, isn't he?" Zhang Churen, listening to their banter with an amused smile, added, "This year's freshman exchange competition has drawn a massive crowd. They expanded the stadium last year, and it's still packed. Plus, this match was broadcast live across the entire empire." Her words hung in the air, a reminder that their battle had been witnessed by countless eyes. And among them, no one would forget the name Zhou Yi anytime soon. Zhang Churen glanced at Zhou Yi with a knowing smile. "After this fight, Zhou Yi's name will be known all over the empire," she declared. The weight of her words lingered for a moment before she suddenly burst into laughter, clearly pleased with herself. Watching her amusement, Zhou Yi shook his head and sighed. "This little girl is getting more disrespectful by the day," he teased, his tone playful. Meanwhile, in a secluded chamber elsewhere, a young woman stood watching Zhou Yi through a magical projection. Her sharp eyes remained fixed on him, studying his every move. After a moment of silence, she muttered to herself, "Zhou Yi is incredibly capable. I want someone like him in the Tianyu Guild." However, she knew recruiting him now wasn't an option. His current level was still too low for their standards. She decided it would be best to wait until he reached the second rank before making her move. Just then, another man entered the room, bowing slightly as he addressed her. Miss, Tianyu is the top guild in the kingdom. Even our logistics staff must be at least level 30 and in the second rank. But after today's battle, Zhou Yi's combat data will be submitted to the major guild leaders. If we wait too long, someone else might recruit him first. The woman, however, remained unfazed. A confident smile played on her lips. It won't be too late, she said firmly. With the old president overseeing everything, we'll face challenges recruiting him right away. But trust me, this younger brother of mine will eventually join the Tianyu Guild. It's only a matter of time. Her expression was one of certainty, as if she had already foreseen the outcome. Back in the arena, Wang Xian's condition had worsened. Several healers surrounded him, their faces tense as they worked tirelessly to stabilize him. Despite their combined efforts, his wounds refused to heal properly. The lingering effects of Zhou Yi's holy light made the cleansing process nearly impossible, as even advanced spells failed to neutralize its power. The senior healers urged their teams not to give up, pushing them to continue their efforts until their mana was completely drained. But the vicious energy left behind by Zhou Yi's attack was unlike anything they had ever encountered. As they exchanged grim looks, a silent understanding passed between them. They had just witnessed the true extent of Zhou Yi's power. Not far away, Wang Xian's teammates watched anxiously, their fear palpable. They whispered among themselves, relieved that the arena's protective shield magic had been in place. Without it, none of them were sure if Wang Xian, or even they, would have survived Zhou Yi's overwhelming force. Meanwhile, in another part of the arena, Li Yuan and the rest of Qingjing University's team stood before Housemaster Cheng, their heads lowered in shame. We used all the resources the school provided, Li Yuan admitted, his voice heavy with regret. Cheng listened in silence before finally speaking. This isn't your fault, he said. Zhou Yi is simply too strong. After this defeat, it looks like Qingjing University will have to settle for third place in the team rankings this time. The mention of third place stunned the team. Their captain, stung by the implication, immediately protested. Housemaster, we may have lost to Su Kong University, but we can still defeat Odu University. Another teammate quickly chimed in. Yes, Housemaster. Losing to Modu University would be humiliating. We can't let that happen. Cheng's expression remained stern. Xian is severely injured, and all 200 of his robots were destroyed in a single match. Qingjing University no longer has enough strength to stand against Modu University, let alone Zhou Yi. Lying nearby on a medical bed, Wang Xian overheard every word. His fists clenched weakly at his sides, frustration boiling inside him. His thoughts were consumed by one name, Zhou Yi. You may have defeated me today, he seethed internally, but this isn't over. Once I complete my secondary awakening, my heart will become a true mechanical heart. With my S+ grade talent, I'll shine brighter than ever. And then, I'll fight you again, Zhou Yi. Next time, I will win. But no matter how hard he tried to reassure himself, the sting of defeat refused to fade. Meanwhile, in another part of the arena, Zhou Yi found himself in conversation with Xiaoyu. With a slightly embarrassed look, Xiaoyu hesitated before speaking. I owe you an apology, he admitted. I underestimated you before. But after seeing you fight today, as a Saint Knight, you've completely redefined what it means to be both a support and a damage dealer. In all my years, I've never seen anyone like you. You're a true genius. Zhou Yi, unimpressed by the flattery, raised an eyebrow and cut him off with a wry smile. All right, that's enough sweet talk. Just get to the point. Taking the hint, Xiaoyu quickly got serious. I've already reported everything about you to the family. Both the family head and the elder have promised that once you return, they'll give you their full support. Every resource you need to grow stronger will be yours. Zhou Yi frowned slightly. Family head? Elder? What's all this about? Xiaoyu didn't hesitate to explain. The Zhou family is massive with many internal factions. Resource distribution depends entirely on ability and influence. The two most powerful factions are led by the elders and the family head. Normally, these two sides never agree on anything. He paused for emphasis. But for the first time, they've reached an agreement about you. Both sides are willing to work together if it means supporting your rise to power. It was an offer most people could only dream of. With the backing of the Zhou family's most powerful figures, Zhou Yi could gain access to unparalleled resources and influence. But Zhou Yi already knew his path. His master, Headmaster Wang Hui, had played a crucial role in shaping him into the fighter he had become. More than that, Zhou Yi had something no one else in the world could claim, his system. And that was all he needed. Zhou Yi remained calm as he gave his response. The offer was tempting, but he had no plans to change his path. Xiaoyu's shoulders slumped, his face painted with disappointment. If Zhou Yi refused, did that mean the Zhou family's revival was nothing more than a pipe dream? Sensing his friend's frustration, Zhou Yi softened his tone. There was still hope. Someone within the family carried the Frost bloodline, someone who might be capable of taking on their hidden class. Xiaoyou's eyes lit up for a moment, but he quickly tempered his excitement. It wasn't just about possessing the Frost bloodline. Its purity played a crucial role. Without a sufficiently high purity level, those elite classes would remain out of reach. Zhou Yi, however, remained unfazed. That wouldn't be an issue. His sister's bloodline purity was 3 times higher than Xiaoyou's, more than enough to qualify. At that revelation, Xiaoyou's disappointment vanished in an instant. His excitement skyrocketed as he pressed for confirmation. If Zhou Yun's purity really reached such levels, it meant she could choose any of the 3 hidden Frost classes. Seeing Xiaoyu practically bouncing with joy, Zhou Yi couldn't help but think he was getting ahead of himself. He quickly brought him back down to reality. It wasn't set in stone yet. Zhou Yun still had to make her own decision. Whether she'd accept the Zhou family's path or not was entirely up to her. But Xiaoyu wasn't about to let this golden opportunity slip through his fingers. One way or another, he was determined to bring Zhou Yun into their fold. Zhou Yi, too, saw potential in the arrangement. For him, the Zhou family had little to offer. He had his own system, his own path, and the backing of Master Wang Hui. He didn't need their resources. But Zhou Yun's situation was different. While he could provide some support, the structured guidance of a family with a vested interest in her success could do far more. The family had failed him after their parents' passing, but maybe, just maybe, it wasn't too late for them to do right by Zhou Yun. With that thought in mind, Zhou Yi made his decision. He would call his sister. The screen lit up with an incoming video call, revealing Zhou Yun laughing as she played with Gray. The moment she spotted her brother, her face lit up with excitement. She had watched his fight, and, as expected, he had won. She never doubted him for a second. Then, with a mischievous grin, she added, "Oh, by the way, a lot of girls at my school have been asking for your contact info. But don't worry, I haven't given it to anyone yet." Before Zhou Yi could respond, she launched into her own version of the ideal sister-in-law. A warrior with broad shoulders, strong arms, tight skin, and legs packed with muscle. And of course, she had to wield a sword weighing over 100 kilograms. Zhou Yi's face instantly turned red as his mind conjured an involuntary image, Jiang Churen in such a form. He quickly shook the thought away and cut her off before she could go any further. There was something important he needed to discuss. Sensing the shift in his tone, Zhou Yun straightened up, her playful demeanor replaced by curiosity. Zhou Yi wasted no time getting to the point. The Zhou family had reached out to him, offering 3 hidden Frost classes: Frost Archer, Frost Swordsman, and Ice Mage. The first 2 specialized in physical attacks, while the last focused on magic. And with her bloodline purity, she qualified for any of them. Without hesitation, Zhou Yun made her choice: Ice Mage. She had always wanted to specialize in ice element magic, and this was the perfect opportunity. Zhou Yi nodded, satisfied with her decision, but there was something else she needed to consider. Accepting the Zhou family's cultivation plan meant committing to years of training in their territory, at least 3 to 4 years. She needed to think carefully before agreeing. But Zhou Yun didn't waver. If her brother was getting stronger, then so would she. She wasn't about to fall behind. More than that, she felt a sense of relief. With the Zhou family's resources, she wouldn't have to rely on Zhou Yi alone. She wouldn't be a burden. Zhou Yi smiled at her determination. That settled it. Once he wrapped up his matters, he would personally escort her to the Tianlan district to finalize everything. With that, the call ended. Meanwhile, excitement buzzed through the arena as the 4th round of the National Freshman Exchange competition began. A live monitor drone hovered above, announcing the stakes. This round would determine the top 8 contenders who would advance to the next stage. The tension in the air was palpable. The real battle was about to begin. As the crowd held its breath, the drone unveiled the rewards for the quarterfinalists. The first prize alone sent a wave of shock through the audience. An S+ grade mana potion. Gasps rippled across the stadium. Even the contestants couldn't hide their surprise. This rare potion was practically a treasure, essential for those with tertiary awakened classes. For most, it was an unimaginable prize. Among the spectators, Jiang Churen turned to Zhou Yi, eyes wide with disbelief. Last year's champion had only received an S-grade mana potion. This was a whole level higher. Zhou Yi, however, remained unfazed. The reasoning was clear. They had entered the 3rd level of war preparation, and the Alliance needed to foster stronger talents. That explained the unusually generous rewards. Jiang Churen nodded in understanding, just as the announcer continued. Semi-finalists would receive an S-grade resource, and the ultimate champion of the individual matches would walk away with something even more incredible: a custom-made legendary-grade weapon, personally forged by Master Qi Jun of the Class Alliance. The moment the image of the weapon appeared on the screen, the stadium erupted with excitement. This was the pinnacle of human craftsmanship, the highest grade weapon forged by mortal hands. The sight alone sent adrenaline surging through the contestants. Every single one of them was now locked in, determined to fight for the championship. With the announcements concluded, it was time for battle. One by one, the competitors stepped into the arena, each ready to prove their worth. Zhang Churen entered confidently, flashing Zhou Yi a bright smile before heading to her match. "Brother Zhou Yi, cheer for me?" He nodded in response, watching as she made her way forward. Then, shortly after, it was his turn. Stepping into the battlefield, Zhou Yi found himself facing a knight who carried himself with unmistakable confidence. The opponent smirked, raising his sword. He acknowledged Zhou Yi's strength, but made it clear he wasn't someone to be underestimated. Unlike most fighters who balanced their stats, this knight had funneled everything into raw power. He lived by one belief: strength alone was enough to crush anyone. And now he was ready to prove it. The match began. Without hesitation, Zhou Yi pulled out his hammer and charged straight at the knight Chang. Seeing him rush forward, Chang smirked and raised his sword. He welcomed the challenge. "Come on, Zhou Yi. Let's see if you can handle me head on." The moment they clashed, the force of the impact sent dust exploding into the air, momentarily blinding the audience. For a brief moment, silence fell over the arena. Then, as the dust began to settle, the outcome became clear. Zhou Yi's hammer had struck Chang square in the stomach, sending him flying across the battlefield. Chang's body slammed into the protective shield of the arena before collapsing to the ground. He groaned, struggling to process what had just happened. He had poured everything into his strength. How could someone overpower him so effortlessly? Zhou Yi stood calmly, his hammer resting casually at his side, his expression unreadable. "You're strong, and you take great pride in that," he said, amusement flickering in his voice. Chang, now on his knees, looked up at Zhou Yi with a mix of awe and humiliation. In just one strike, Zhou Yi had shattered his confidence and exposed the overwhelming gap between them. The crowd sat in stunned silence. Everyone knew Chang was a powerhouse, a warrior who had devoted every stat point to raw strength. And yet, Zhou Yi had taken him down in an instant. Whispers spread through the arena. Some even speculated that Zhou Yi might be cheating. How else could he overpower such a brute force opponent so easily? Among the shocked spectators were Chang's teammates. They stared in disbelief, struggling to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Their calculations made no sense. Chang had gone into the match fully buffed, with a strength stat of 370. Yet Zhou Yi had dominated him so decisively that it could only mean one thing. His strength had to be at least 450. From the stands, the housemaster of Manhwa University observed quietly, analyzing the battle. Zhou Yi's sheer power was undeniable, but there was something else at play, a combination of intelligence and overwhelming strength. He turned to one of his top fighters, Wei He. "Do you think you can defeat him?" Wei He hesitated, then answered honestly, "I'm not sure, but I'll do my best." Back in the arena, Chang stirred. Despite the crushing defeat, he wasn't ready to back down. Summoning every ounce of willpower, he forced himself to his feet. His voice rang out through the stadium. "A knight prefers to die standing and never accepts defeat by kneeling." Zhou Yi's lips curled into a faint smile. That kind of determination, he could respect that. But Chang wasn't done. Fueled by sheer grit, he charged forward, throwing a full-force punch straight at Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi didn't even flinch. With a single, decisive swing, his hammer struck Chang's stomach once more. The impact sent him crashing into the ground again. Still, Chang refused to give up. Just as he tried to push himself up for another round, a voice from the sidelines rang out. "We surrender." One of Chang's teammates had made the call. The match was officially over. The announcer's voice boomed across the arena, declaring Zhou Yi's victory. Manhwa University had conceded. As Zhou Yi walked off the battlefield, the once stunned audience erupted into thunderous cheers. His name echoed through the stadium, chanted with excitement. The crowd had just witnessed something incredible, an absolute display of dominance. Zhou Yi had arrived, and everyone knew it. As the dust settled, a nurse rushed onto the field to tend to Kang's injuries. With a frustrated sigh, she examined his condition, already expecting complications. Zhou Yi's holy light always left lingering energy that made healing difficult, slowing down recovery for anyone who had the misfortune of facing him. Despite the added challenge, the medical team worked swiftly. After all, dealing with the aftermath of powerhouse fighters like Zhou Yi was just another part of the job. The following day, Zhou Yi's team stood before their housemaster, who couldn't hide his pride. 2 students from Sukong University had secured spots in the quarterfinals, surpassing expectations. As he addressed the team, he began acknowledging each member's performance. First up was Song Xiaolan. He praised her efforts but remained realistic. While her chances of making it to the semifinals were slim, he encouraged her to give it her all. With a determined nod, she acknowledged his words. Then came Jiang Churin, who looked visibly down. The housemaster, noticing her disappointment, spoke with a gentler tone. She had the potential to make it to the quarterfinals, but luck wasn't on her side. She had to face Weah, a likely tournament champion. It was a tough draw, and she hadn't been able to advance. However, there was still hope. 2 spots in the next round would be given to selected competitors from the losing bracket. If she stayed prepared, she still had a shot. Finally, the housemaster turned to Joey with absolute confidence. I have no doubt you'll take first place in the individual matches, he declared. Joey, unfazed, grinned. He was just as sure of his victory. Shifting the discussion, the housemaster brought up the upcoming group match against regular high school. Before he could continue, a few students overheard and eagerly chimed in. Since the opponent wasn't a major threat, they wondered if the substitutes could get a chance to compete for valuable experience. The housemaster agreed. It was a good opportunity for them to train. Meanwhile, Jiang Churin remained lost in thought. The upcoming Cruel Losers competition weighed heavily on her mind. Out of 70 contestants, only 2 would advance. It was a brutal stage, but if she could make it through and reach the semifinals, she'd gain access to an S-class resource. An incredibly rare opportunity, even for someone from the powerful Jiang family. If she could secure it, her strength would skyrocket. Her thoughts were interrupted when the housemaster turned back to Joey. His power was no longer a secret. Everyone knew he could single-handedly dominate regular high school. However, this match wasn't about him. It was about helping his teammates grow. He was instructed to stay on guard, but not to intervene unless absolutely necessary. Joey understood and agreed. Tomorrow's match wasn't about proving himself. It was about preparing his team for what was to come. As the group discussed their upcoming matches, a sudden commotion near the door drew their attention. A group of girls had caught sight of Joey through the open doorway, and without hesitation, they rushed inside, their faces glowing with excitement. Joey, you're so handsome, one of them squealed, while the others eagerly chimed in with similar praises. Caught off guard, Joey blinked in surprise, a slight blush creeping onto his face. Who are you? He asked hesitantly. In perfect unison, the girls beamed. We're your fans. They wasted no time pulling out photos of Joey, each one covered in various decorations. Some had cat ears drawn on, others had playful captions, and a few even had little whiskers added for extra cuteness. Joey stared at the images in disbelief, barely recognizing himself. Is that me? He muttered under his breath. His teammates looked on, just as stunned. When had Joey become this popular? Meanwhile, standing off to the side, Jiang Churin's expression darkened as she watched the scene unfold. Deep inside her mind, a mischievous version of herself, like a shadow of her hidden emotions, whispered, Aren't you worried, Churin? What if one of these girls takes brother Joey away from you? What if you can't stay by his side anymore? Jiang Churin's eyes flickered with determination. I'll secure one of the 2 spots tomorrow, she vowed to herself. That way, I can always stay by brother Joey's side. Her inner shadow smirked knowingly, shifting its gaze toward Joey. At that exact moment, Joey felt a strange sensation, as if someone was watching him a little too intently. He glanced around the room, a slight unease creeping up his spine, but couldn't pinpoint the source of the feeling. The second half of the 4th round was finally underway. They found themselves standing in a dense, unfamiliar forest. Confusion rippled through the group. Last year, this round had taken place in a grand castle, and the drastic change in setting caught many off guard. It didn't take long for them to realize the truth. The battlefield changed every year. But this wasn't just any forest. It was a hyper-realistic battlefield simulation, created through advanced artificial intelligence. Using data gathered by teachers and the military, the system constructed an environment designed to mimic real combat scenarios. The terrain and monsters were randomized each year, ensuring no 2 competitions were ever the same. Jiang Churin took in her surroundings. The air was thick with moisture, the atmosphere unnervingly heavy. The other students, though unsettled by the change, were eager to prove themselves. Above them, the hum of machinery signaled the arrival of a telecast drone. It hovered overhead, its voice echoing through the trees. Welcome to the missing forest. The students listened intently as the drone laid out the rules. Every 30 minutes, mysterious creatures would appear in waves near an abandoned village. These creatures had only one goal: to hunt and eliminate the students. Survival alone wasn't enough. They had to fight. Only the 2 students with the highest monster kill count would advance to the next round. To reassure the competitors, the drone clarified that there was no real danger to their lives. However, there was one major twist: no return scrolls. If a student was eliminated, they would be ejected from the simulation immediately, ending their chances of moving forward. The tension in the air thickened. This wasn't just about skill. It was about endurance, strategy, and sheer determination. The battle for survival was about to begin. As the rules sank in, the students relaxed slightly. Many assumed this challenge would be straightforward. After all, they had fought in countless realms before and faced all kinds of monsters. Confidence filled the air as they prepared for battle. Jiang Churin, however, remained on edge. She stood among the group, her sharp gaze scanning the dense forest. The unpredictability of the creatures unsettled her. Randomized, unknown monsters meant unforeseen dangers. This could get complicated, she thought, tightening her grip. The tension escalated as the announcement for the first wave echoed through the forest. Weapons were drawn, senses sharpened. Everyone braced for combat. But then nothing. Minutes passed, and yet no monsters appeared. Confused murmurs spread through the group. Students exchanged puzzled glances, shifting uneasily. "Where are they?" someone muttered, scanning the treetops. Then a student suddenly spoke up. "Why am I itching?" he asked, scratching his arms. Another voice followed. "Me too. It's all over." More students started fidgeting, scratching frantically at their skin. What had started as a minor irritation turned into full-blown panic as they realized something was wrong. Jiang Charin turned toward the commotion, and what she saw made her stomach drop. Tiny, bacteria-like worms were wriggling beneath the student's skin. The parasites latched onto them, burrowing deep and sapping their strength at an alarming rate. One by one, students collapsed, their bodies disintegrating as the creatures devoured them, ejecting them from the realm. A chill ran down Jiang Charin's spine. The worst part? No one could see these creatures before they attacked. It felt like they were being eliminated by ghosts. Players who had entered with confidence were vanishing in seconds, completely defenseless against an enemy they couldn't even perceive. Determined not to share their fate, Jiang Charin pushed deeper into the forest alongside the remaining students, all of them desperate to survive and secure a spot in the next round. But just as they moved forward, a new nightmare unfolded. The invisible parasites were everywhere. They latched onto anyone they could reach, draining life force with terrifying speed. Students screamed in horror, watching helplessly as their peers collapsed. No one could fight back. Panic surged as fear took hold. How do you defeat something you can't even see? Jiang Churin, though shaken, forced herself to stay calm. There has to be a pattern, she thought. She refused to believe these creatures were completely untouchable. No being is truly invisible or intangible. There has to be a medium, something spreading them. Her mind raced. If she could figure out how these parasites moved, she might just have a chance to fight back. The real battle had only just begun. Jiang Churin's suspicions were confirmed when she spotted a strange spore mushroom clinging to her arm. Acting fast, she ignited a flame, burning it away before it could spread. As the spores disintegrated, the truth became clear. The real enemy wasn't invisible. The spores were the actual threat, multiplying and latching onto students before draining their energy. Wasting no time, Jiang Churin shouted to the others, "These spores are spreading through the air. Once they land on you, they grow and attack. You have to burn them off. Use fire-based techniques to protect yourselves." Her warning sent a wave of urgency through the students. Those with fire abilities immediately activated their skills, covering themselves in flames to destroy the spores before they could take hold. But not everyone was so lucky. The warriors who lacked fire-based techniques quickly found themselves in a dire situation. Some called out for help, but in a competition like this, teamwork was a rare luxury. Survival took priority. Hesitation could mean elimination. One by one, those without a way to defend themselves succumbed to the spores, their bodies vanishing from the battlefield as they were ejected from the realm. Even for those who managed to fend off the spores, another harsh realization hit. Burning the parasites didn't count as monster kills. To advance, they needed to find and eliminate the creatures spreading them. Jiang Churin's sharp eyes darted through the dense forest, searching for the true source of the infestation. Then she spotted them, strange, grotesque creatures clinging to the treetops, releasing clouds of spores into the air. Without hesitation, she sprang into action. With a powerful leap, she closed the distance, her sword glowing with energy. A single, precise strike tore through the nearest creature, cutting it down instantly. A notification echoed through the battlefield. Jiang Churin from Sukong University has killed a monster. The remaining creatures let out piercing screeches, their cries reverberating through the trees. But Jiang Churin didn't stop. She moved like a storm, cutting down one monster after another. Using her enchanting flame, shadow black fire technique, and precise sword strikes, she tore through the infestation relentlessly. Each kill was met with another announcement, marking her rising kill count. Meanwhile, outside the realm, preparations for the next stage of the individual matches were in full swing. The arena was being reconstructed, and the defense barriers were activated in anticipation of the upcoming showdown. The next match? Megao University versus Sukong University. With both teams given the signal, the battle began. Fighters from both sides wasted no time clashing. Fire-based attacks colliding against water-based techniques in an explosive display of elemental combat. Flames roared, water surged, and the battlefield became a chaotic dance of offense and defense. But just as the fight escalated, a sudden volley of arrows rained down, aimed directly at one of Sukong University's fighters. For a brief second, it looked like there was no escape. Then, a shimmering shield appeared just in time, blocking the arrows mid-flight. The fighter, Tanwei, looked up in shock to see Zhou Yi standing beside him, his protective barrier shimmering in the air. Zhou Yi's expression remained calm, but his presence alone sent a clear message. I've got your back. Tanwei exhaled sharply, shaken but grateful. The battle was far from over, but with Zhou Yi in the fight, the tide had just shifted. The team match reached a critical point as Zhou Yi took a moment to guide his teammates. With a calm yet firm tone, he advised one of them, never lose focus during a fight and always be aware of your surroundings. Then, turning to Zhang Qing, he emphasized her crucial role as the team's defender. Her job was clear: protect her allies and follow instructions to the letter. Though nervous, Zhang Qing nodded in agreement, silently vowing to do her part. On the other side, the fighters from Megao University grew increasingly irritated. Zhou Yi's composed demeanor and methodical coaching grated on their nerves. To them, it felt like he was treating the match as a simple training exercise. Their frustration boiled over when their captain shouted, "Enough of this! Attack now and end it!" Spurred on by the command, the Megao team launched a full-force assault. As chaos erupted, Zhou Yi casually glanced at his phone. A message from Jiang Chuan popped up, reading, "I've passed." A small smile crossed Zhou Yi's face, briefly breaking his focus. This seemingly indifferent act enraged one of the Megao fighters. To him, Zhou Yi's actions were the ultimate insult, a blatant disregard for the match's intensity. Determined to punish Zhou Yi for his perceived arrogance, the fighter charged forward in a rage. However, the result was swift and unexpected. Before the attacker could land a single blow, Zhou Yi effortlessly turned the tables. Moments later, the overzealous fighter lay flat on the ground, unable to continue. Medical staff rushed to the arena to provide assistance, but the outcome of the match was already clear. The announcer's voice boomed through the stadium, declaring Sukong University the victors of the team match. With the fourth round complete, preparations for the fifth began. Scheduled for the next morning, the fifth round would narrow the competition from 8 contestants to just 4. That same afternoon, the semifinals of the sixth round would pit Zhou Yi against a formidable opponent, Weeha, a fighter renowned for his relentless aggression. Excitement buzzed as a live-stream host hyped up the coming matches. Brimming with enthusiasm, he addressed the audience. "Ladies and gentlemen, the moment we've all been waiting for is here. Today's the big day, and the stage is set for an unforgettable battle." The host leaned in, adding flair to his narration. In one corner, we have Zhou Yi. From humble beginnings to becoming the strongest Saint Knight in history, his story has touched hearts around the world. He paused, letting the weight of Zhou Yi's journey sink in. And in the other corner, Weeha, a proud nobleman with centuries of family legacy behind him, armed with rare lineage and immense talent. He's a warrior who doesn't back down. The host flashed a confident grin, addressing the viewers directly. 2 champions, 2 incredible stories, but only one can claim victory. Who will emerge triumphant in this epic showdown? Stay tuned, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and join the live chat. The broadcast sent waves of excitement through the audience, igniting passionate debates about the upcoming showdown. One fan eagerly recalled a past battle. Zhou Yi's fight against Wang Xian was unreal. This time, he's going to crush Weeha. Another viewer wasn't so sure. Don't underestimate Weeha. His first match was brutal. This won't be an easy win for Zhou Yi. As the tension built, the scene shifted to Zhou Yi's team descending from their helicopter. The moment the doors opened, an eruption of cheers filled the air. Fans eagerly called out the names of their favorite fighters: Song Xiaolan, Jiang Chuan, and of course Zhou Yi. But among them, Jiang Chuan received an overwhelming wave of support. Having lost her match to Weeha, she was met with encouragement instead of disappointment. "You'll get it next time," a fan shouted, while others clapped and cheered for her resilience. Not long after, another helicopter touched down, carrying the fighters from Manhwa University. The crowd's enthusiasm remained just as intense, welcoming their arrival with equal fervor. As the two teams stood across from each other, a notable figure approached: Manhwa University's housemaster. With a polite smile, he greeted Su Kang's housemaster Wu Meng. "Good morning," he said smoothly before adding with a confident smirk. "This year, the first and second places in the championship will belong to our school. But before the competition, let's strengthen our friendship." Wu Meng returned the greeting with a neutral expression, though his thoughts told a different story. Friendship? Please. You're banking on Weeha to take down Joey, but we'll see who gets the last laugh. Not far away, Weeha stood silently, locking eyes with Joey. His heart pounded with anticipation. Finally, he thought, the final match. I'll defeat you and claim the championship. His mind raced through strategies, preparing for the battle that would determine everything. Before long, both fighters were called to the arena. As they made their way to the center, an announcement rang out, instructing the audience to take their seats and remain respectful during the match. But with the energy surging through the crowd, that request was easier said than done. Cheers erupted from all sides, with supporters passionately calling out for their chosen champion. Some rallied behind Joey, others behind Weeha. Regardless of allegiances, one thing was certain: everyone was eager for an unforgettable fight. Meanwhile, in a quiet room away from the commotion, Xiaoyu sat beside another man, who finally broke the silence with a probing question. The Wei family's boy has been a prodigy since childhood, with access to the best resources and cultivation methods. Do you really think Zhou stands a chance against him? Without a second of doubt, Xiaoyu answered, yes. His conviction was unshakable. I've analyzed every one of Zhou's fights since his entrance exam. His growth rate is absurd. He surpasses even the peak talents of his generation. While Weeha is undeniably a genius and the pride of his family, Zhou is something far greater. In him, I see the shadow of our ancestors, those who once defined what it truly means to be unmatched. The countdown ticked away, each second heightening the tension in the stadium. The audience held their breath as the final moment arrived. Then, with a booming voice, the announcer declared, begin the match. The instant the battle commenced, Weeha wasted no time. He surged forward, his sword poised for a deadly strike. But Zhou was already prepared. Activating every buff at his disposal, his body radiated with a powerful aura, exuding overwhelming strength. Weeha's opening attack came fast and precise. As his blade slashed downward, Zhou met it head-on, swinging his hammer with incredible force. But Weeha's reflexes were sharp. Anticipating the counter, he swiftly adjusted his movement, dodging the hammer's crushing blow before landing a short distance away. Wasting no time, he activated Berserk Mode. The moment Berserk Mode took effect, Weeha's aura flared violently. Strength, speed, agility, every aspect of his physical powers surged. He launched into a relentless assault, wielding his flame blade technique with deadly precision. Each strike burned through the air, leaving behind searing trails of fire. Zhou, however, remained unfazed. With seamless movements, he dodged every flaming arc, his calm composure never faltering. While the crowd marveled at Weeha's overwhelming offense, Zhou had already assessed the situation. He knew the fundamental weakness of Berserk Mode. Once the effect wore off, the user would be left vulnerable. All he had to do was hold out until that moment. Weeha wasn't about to give him that chance. Closing the distance in an instant, he unleashed one of his most devastating techniques, Lightning Strike. His sword, now shrouded in a swirling red tornado of energy, became a blur as it shot toward Zhou. The attack, honed through thousands of repetitions, moved with the speed and precision of a lightning bolt. The crowd tensed. This was it, Weeha's defining move. At level 9, its power was enough to carve through even the toughest defenses. As the blade raced toward Zhou, anticipation gripped the arena. Then came the counter. Zhou swung his hammer, activating Air Smash. The moment the two forces collided, a thunderous shockwave erupted, shaking the entire battlefield. The sheer impact of the clash sent cracks spidering across the arena floor. Weeha's confidence wavered. His lightning strike, a technique he had mastered to near perfection, had been stopped dead in its tracks. He gritted his teeth, gripping his weapon tightly as pain shot through his hands. Blood seeped from his fingertips, the strain of the clash taking its toll. And Zhou wasn't done. Feeling the shift in momentum, he pressed forward, adding even more force to his hammer. Weeha staggered backward, struggling to keep his footing. The match was only beginning, but already, the balance of power was tipping. Weeha staggered but refused to back down. His determination was unshaken. Yet Zhou showed no signs of relenting. Without hesitation, Zhou activated level 9 Holy Cross, summoning a radiant cross of light that bathed the entire arena in a brilliant glow. Despite his exhaustion, Weeha smirked. He had seen this move before and had been expecting it. In response, he unleashed fighting rage. A crimson aura surged around him, forming a protective armor that magnified his strength. The air between them crackled with raw energy, an intensity that sent a wave of excitement through the spectators. Zhou's divine lightning clashed fiercely with Weeha's blazing aura, turning the battlefield into a chaotic spectacle of light and force. Watching from the sidelines, The housemaster of the university wiped the sweat from his brow. He had been certain of Wea's victory before the match started. Now, with Joey's power still climbing, that confidence was quickly unraveling. Joey had already analyzed Wea's S-grade talent, a formidable ability that enhanced all 4 of his core stats while reducing incoming damage by a staggering 80%. However, there was a catch. Once the ability wore off, Weha would suffer every ounce of damage he had accumulated. The sheer risk and power of this technique made him a terrifying opponent. As soon as Weha activated his buffs, his speed skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, he closed the gap, launching an all-out offensive. Joey immediately caught on. Weha wasn't planning to drag this battle out. He wanted to finish it now. Their clash reached a fever pitch, each exchange more explosive than the last. Weha, now in full berserk mode, fought like an unstoppable force, forcing Joey to meet him head-on with razor-sharp counters. Every impact sent shockwaves through the stadium, rattling the stands as dust and sparks filled the air. The sheer speed of their movements left the audience struggling to keep up. Some spectators murmured in confusion. Why is Joey fighting him head-on? If he just stalls for 2 minutes, Wea's talent will backfire and take him out. Others remained firm in their faith. Joey wouldn't fight like this without a reason. Just wait, he's got a plan. And they were right. As the battle raged on, Joey's strategy finally came to light. After a rapid exchange, he suddenly summoned the Spear of Victory. A blinding spear of lightning materialized behind him before launching forward at incredible speed. Weha, instead of dodging, charged straight at it. A confident laugh escaped him as he bellowed. That move is useless against me. The spear struck its mark, but as expected, Weha barely flinched. With his talent still shielding him, the attack had little effect, at least for now. Joey remained unfazed, his expression calm and composed. Save your laughter, he said coolly. The match isn't over yet. As his words faded, punishment of light activated. Bolts of lightning rained down from every direction, turning the arena into a dazzling storm of destruction. Blinding flashes lit up the battlefield, accompanied by the deafening roar of thunder. The sheer intensity of the attack left the audience breathless. Even with his damage reduction, Weha felt the crushing force of the assault. Sweat streamed down his face as he clenched his jaw, forcing himself to endure the scorching pain. Without fighting rage, a single strike from Punishment of Light would have been enough to take him down instantly. But amid the chaos, he saw an opportunity. The attack had a brief cooldown between strikes, just enough of a gap for him to counterattack. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to charge forward. Then, another bolt of lightning struck. Wea's body seized up in shock. The pain this time was sharper, more intense. What? His mind reeled as realization struck. The cooldown was shorter than he expected. The next wave of lightning followed even faster than before. His confidence wavered. Before stepping into this match, he had studied every skill Joey had ever used, analyzing his tactics down to the smallest detail. Yet now, standing amidst the relentless storm, he felt completely lost. How is this possible? His thoughts raced as he struggled to withstand the punishment. Then, a terrifying possibility crossed his mind. Wait, could it be? His breath hitched. Is Joey's Punishment of Light at a level above 20? A chilling realization set in. If that were true, then he had miscalculated everything. The arena pulsed with overwhelming energy, every bolt of lightning making the very air tremble. The live drone hovering above captured the spectacle, broadcasting the moment to stunned viewers. What an incredible display of power. This is absolutely terrifying, the commentator's voice rang out. Ladies and gentlemen, let me remind you, this is the National High School Freshman Exchange Competition. The once roaring crowd fell silent. Some spectators had even turned away, unable to watch the sheer brutality unfolding before them. The relentless lightning storm sent shivers down their spines. Wea's agonized screams echoed through the arena, piercing through the thick tension. His body convulsed under the barrage, the pain tearing through him with each strike. Through his blurred vision, he barely managed to look up. Joey stood just 10 meters away. Yet at that moment, the gap between them felt impossible to cross. Wea had never felt this small before, like an insect caught in a storm, like a worm beneath the heel of a giant. The sheer force of Joey's power shook Wea to his core. He refused to accept it. Frustration and desperation swirled within him, pushing him toward his final option, his hidden technique. Fueled by rage at his inability to land a decisive blow, Wea unleashed his ultimate skill. A crimson spiritual sword materialized in midair, then another, and another. In moments, thousands of them filled the sky, forming a relentless storm of blades. The arena was swallowed by chaos as the swords rained down, kicking up thick clouds of dust. Spectators shielded their eyes, struggling to see through the blinding assault. But Joey? He remained calm. His sharp gaze followed every blade's movement with pinpoint precision. Even as the swords cut dangerously close, he stood firm, unshaken. Weeha, now fully consumed by a secret technique, had turned his own body into a weapon. The Wei family had a long history of warriors, their lineage dating back to an ancient war in the demon world. Legends told of their ancestors achieving enlightenment, merging their souls with magical energy to forge bodies capable of summoning thousands of swords strong enough to wipe out an entire city of demons in an instant. Though Weeha hadn't reached the heights of his predecessors, even this prototype version of the technique was awe-inspiring. The sheer lethal intent radiating from the storm of swords left the audience breathless. Zhou, well aware of the Wei family's legendary heritage, understood the significance of this moment. Yet, as the deadly swords rained down, his expression remained unreadable. His stance steady, his confidence unwavering. The battle had raged on for a long time now. Zhou had waited patiently, conserving his strength while analyzing every move. He had come this far without faltering. He wasn't about to start now. With the storm of swords closing in, Zhou finally moved. A faint smile crossed his lips. He raised his hand, but this time, there was no radiant light, no holy cross or punishment of light. Instead, the temperature in the arena plummeted. A chilling force spread through the battlefield as frost began to creep across the ground. The once scorching battleground was now consumed by an entirely different kind of power. Zhou had decided it was time to end this, and he was going to do it with something new. As the storm of swords closed in, Zhou finally revealed his trump card, a fusion skill of his own creation. A violent ice storm erupted around him, unleashing a freezing gust that deflected the incoming blades. The entire arena transformed into a swirling blizzard, the cold so intense it froze everything in its path. The only thing protecting the audience from the bone-chilling storm was the barrier shielding the arena. The live drone, struggling to capture the action, hovered closer, only to be swallowed by the thick veil of frost. Nothing was visible inside. The announcer's voice crackled through the speakers. The entire stage is now engulfed in Zhou's technique. We have zero visibility inside. What exactly is happening in there? The audience erupted into a mix of excitement and frustration. They couldn't see what was happening, nor could they comprehend how Zhou was wielding such immense ice magic. In the VIP section, an elder of the Zhou clan suddenly shot to his feet, his face filled with shock. Xiaoyu, noticing his reaction, turned to him. "Elder, what's wrong?" The elder's voice was filled with astonishment. "Xiaoyu, do you see that? That's the power of a true ice element master." Back in the arena, the storm intensified. Through the freezing winds, Zhou's power became undeniable. He had completely halted Weeha's sword storm midair. But he wasn't done. With a precise motion, he conjured a thread-like force, tethering the frozen swords together. Then, with a single commanding movement, he shattered them all at once. The arena shook as the swords exploded into fragments of ice, the impact sending a deafening shockwave through the stadium. But this wasn't just any attack. These swords were formed from Weeha's own body. As the blades shattered, Weeha's body suffered the full force of the destruction. His form convulsed with pain, his limbs trembling uncontrollably. Then his body gave out. He collapsed. A few agonizing seconds passed before the announcement finally rang out. Weeha has lost consciousness. The winner of this match is Zhou. The crowd erupted. Cheers and chants of Zhou. Zhou thundered across the stadium. Some fans screamed, "Zhou is number one," while others proudly shouted, "Our senior is unbeatable." The announcer's voice returned, filled with excitement. What an incredible victory for Zhou. But let's not forget Weeha. His performance was nothing short of extraordinary. This battle will go down in history as one of the most thrilling matches in the exchange competition. As the cheers continued, the focus of the event shifted. With the individual battles now concluded, it's time to move on to the final test, the team survival competition. Who will prove themselves the strongest? Stay tuned to find out. In the Sukong team's area, the housemaster couldn't hide his pride. Turning to his students, he first acknowledged Weeha's performance. Despite his young age, Weeha has already mastered his family's legendary body weapon transformation. In any other competition, he would have undoubtedly been the strongest. He paused for a moment before glancing at Zhou with a knowing smile. But this time his luck ran out. He ran into Zhou. As Zhou approached, the housemaster reflected on the match. "I thought he'd have to use his ultimate form to beat Weeha," he mused. But he didn't. He only used punishment of light and a fusion of the light and ice elements. His potential is terrifying. He's a dangerous boy. When Zhou finally reached him, the housemaster placed a firm hand on his shoulder, his smile filled with pride. "You did well." With this victory, Sukong University had claimed its first individual championship in 4 years. They had always dominated the team competition, but this one felt extra special. Zhou's teammates quickly surrounded him, their excitement infectious. They praised him for his incredible performance, already looking ahead to their next challenge. The team match against Modu University in 2 days. With Weha injured and no other major threats in sight, confidence surged through the team. There's no one left to stop us now. The group agreed. Victory seemed inevitable. After a quick strategy discussion, they decided to relax for the evening. Someone suggested a trip to Qingjing City's famous food street, and the idea was an instant hit. The food street was a paradise for food lovers, a lively, bustling avenue filled with mouth-watering aromas and endless culinary delights. Vendors enthusiastically promoted their dishes, each one more exotic than the last. Some stalls boasted dragon meat skewers, others offered wolf king blood jelly, and there were countless bizarre yet tempting options that drew curious glances. Zhou and his teammates strolled through the colorful chaos, food in hand, marveling at the sheer variety. As they explored, a group of boys nearby suddenly noticed Jiang Charan. One of them, clearly captivated by her beauty, took a deep breath and started walking toward her. His friend grabbed his arm. "Where are you going?" The boy didn't hesitate. "Look at her. You don't meet someone this stunning every day. If I don't take this chance, I'll regret it forever." His friend sighed. She already has a partner. Undeterred, the boy shrugged off his friend's warning. "So what? He won't make her happy like I can." But before he could take another step, Zhou turned toward them. His expression darkened, his eyes blazing with an intensity that sent a chill down their spines. The sheer weight of his glare alone was enough to root them in place. The boys froze. Suddenly, this didn't seem like such a great idea. One of them nervously muttered, "Let's not. This isn't our style." And just like that, they turned on their heels and disappeared into the crowd, leaving Zhou and Jiang Charan in peace. With that brief interruption out of the way, the group continued exploring the legendary food street. Spanning 6 interconnected blocks, it was massive. Despite walking for ages, they had barely scratched the surface. Eventually, exhaustion started setting in, and they decided to take a break. Just then, someone had an idea. "Let's leave Jiang Charan and Zhou alone for a while." Wei Tiexin, eager to rest, immediately agreed. But before she could sit down, Song Xiaolon playfully dragged her away. "No breaks. Let's give the couple some time together." She grinned, leading the others off before anyone could argue. That left Zhou and Jiang Charan alone. They found a cozy little shop and sat down, enjoying a rare moment of calm amidst the bustling food paradise. A cheerful server approached their table, setting down a bottle of green fruit wine. "This wine increases agility points," she explained. "It's 800 milliliters per bottle, and it comes with a bonus effect." Intrigued, Jiang Charan immediately ordered a bottle, excited to try it. As they sipped, she noted the drink's mild taste. "It's not very strong," she remarked confidently. 10 minutes later, Jiang Charan was completely drunk. Swaying unsteadily, she blinked in confusion and giggled. "Brother Zhou, why are there 2 of you? No 3-4? Zhou stared at her in amused disbelief. "You got drunk that fast?" he asked, shaking his head. What they didn't know was that Qingjing City's wine was special. Even the weakest drinks contained unique properties that could intoxicate even high-level individuals. And Jiang Charan? She was already at level 19. As she wobbled in her seat, Zhou sighed and stood up. "It's getting late, and no one has come back yet. Let's go find them." Jiang Charan pouted, refusing to move. "No, let's wait a little longer." Before Zhou could argue, an unfamiliar girl suddenly appeared. Casually, she placed her hand on his shoulder, flashing a charming smile. "Brother, my glass is empty. Can you buy me a drink?" Zhou barely spared her a glance before motioning toward their table. "There's still some of this left. It's good quality." The girl's smile widened. Amused, she let out a playful laugh. "You're interesting," she purred. "You've made me happy. Why don't we find a quiet place to continue chatting?" Jiang Charan sat nearby, watching the scene unfold with growing tension. Her expression darkened, her hands tightening into fists as frustration and embarrassment flooded through her. But when she saw the girl leaning in even closer to Zhou, something inside her snapped. Without a second thought, Jiang Charan shot up from her seat, her face flushed with anger. Striding over, she forcefully shoved the girl away from Zhou. The girl staggered back, but quickly recovered, flashing a sly smile as she leaned toward Jiang Charan. Her voice dripped with amusement as she whispered, "You're getting worked up for nothing. Just look at yourself. Anyone can see you're not his girlfriend. So why step in and ruin someone else's fate with him?" She knew exactly who Zhou was, the strongest freshman with a growing reputation. And she also knew about Jiang Charan's close ties to him. Like many others, she assumed they were a couple, though their feelings for each other seemed far from sorted out. That uncertainty was all she needed to make her move. Playing her next card, the girl smiled sweetly and activated a charm ability. a subtle but potent spell designed to stir emotions. With calculated innocence, she turned to Zhou Yi and spoke softly. I'm only telling the truth. Wouldn't you like to come with me instead? Jiang Charan stood frozen, a storm of jealousy raging within her. Her nails dug into her palms as she watched helplessly, feeling as if she was losing control of the moment. But then, Zhou Yi moved, calmly peeling the girl's hand off him. He turned and walked straight to Jiang Charan, taking her hand in his own. His voice was steady, unwavering. It doesn't matter to me if Jiang Charan is blocking my luck with her love. Then, glancing back at the stunned girl, he smirked. Besides, you're pretty ordinary. I doubt you'd even make it onto my list. The girl's jaw nearly hit the floor. Did he just call me ordinary? She muttered in shock, struggling to process the blunt rejection. But Zhou, he had already moved on. Hand in hand, he led Jiang Charan away through the bustling crowd. She followed in silence, her heart pounding. Not from anger this time, but from something far more overwhelming. Then suddenly she stopped in her tracks. Taking a deep breath, she looked up at Zhou Yi, her voice trembling. Zhou Yi, I like you. Zhou Yi froze mid-step. His grip on her hand tightened slightly as he turned to face her, his expression caught between surprise and disbelief. Jiang Charan, still slightly tipsy and visibly nervous, took a shaky breath before continuing. I've liked you for a long time. I know I shouldn't have said this before the match, but before she could finish, something inside her shifted. Her succubus personality surfaced, speaking with bold confidence. I hate seeing other girls around you, it declared. Whenever they get too close, I feel like wiping them out. Jiang Charan's true self fell silent, overwhelmed by the sudden outburst. Then, without warning, she threw her arms around Zhou Yi, holding him tightly. In the middle of the lively street, she shouted, "Can I be your girlfriend?" Before anyone could react, her energy gave out, and she collapsed into Zhou Yi's arms, completely unconscious. Just then, their teammates returned from the food stalls, chatting and laughing, until they caught sight of the scene. They froze in place, their jaws dropping as they took in the sight of Jiang Charan clinging to Zhou Yi while he stood there, stiff as a statue. The awkward tension in the air made it clear they had definitely walked in at the wrong time. The next morning, Jiang Charan was jolted awake by the blaring sound of her alarm. Sitting up groggily, she rubbed her temples, trying to shake off the drowsiness. But then, the memories of the previous night came rushing back. Her face instantly turned crimson. Summoning all her courage, she hesitantly made her way downstairs, where the entire team was gathered around the breakfast table. She lingered at the edge of the room, unsure of how to face them. But before she could retreat, the housemaster, Wu Meng, spotted her and greeted her warmly. You're finally awake. You really slept in today. Come have some breakfast. The others looked up and smiled at her, as if nothing had happened. Their casual attitudes made her second-guess everything. Had she imagined it all? Was it just a drunken dream? The scene shifted back to the night before, to the moment Jiang Charan had fainted in Zhou Yi's arms. Standing there, holding her limp figure, Zhou Yi looked at his teammates and made a simple request. Let's all pretend this never happened. Song Xiaolan raised an eyebrow. Why? Don't you both like each other? Zhou Yi let out a quiet sigh. Jiang Charan's family is one of the most powerful in the country, with a legacy that stretches back even before the Eternal Game began. Over the centuries, they've cemented themselves as one of the top ruling families. He glanced down at Jiang Charan before continuing. Right now, I have some fame as Master Wang Hui's direct disciple, but that's surface level. It's not enough to match the Jiang family status. I don't want to bring trouble to her or her family because of this. When I've gained absolute power, when no authority or family can stand in my way, then, and only then, will this matter to me. The team fell silent, nodding in quiet understanding. The next morning, as the team gathered for breakfast, Song Xiaolan leaned in close to Zhou Yi with a mischievous grin. Brother Zhou Yi, you're truly the master of romance, she teased. Don't worry, I'll always support you. In fact, from now on, I'll be the captain of the ship where you and Jiang Charan live. Zhou Yi shook his head at her playful words, but a faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips. As they ate, the housemaster, Wu Meng, addressed the group in a serious tone. There are 10 high schools in the finals of the National Freshman Exchange Competition. Each team will face the others, making a total of 45 matches. The champion will be determined by the number of victories. His gaze swept across the team as he continued. Today is our 9th match. If we win, the championship is ours. Stay focused, stay humble, and take down Manhwa University. With excitement in his voice, Wu Meng rallied the team one last time. This is the most important match of the competition. Give it your all. The team responded with an enthusiastic, okay. Their energy was high, their confidence unshaken as they prepared for battle. Meanwhile, over at Manhwa University, the atmosphere was far more tense. A group of students stood together, their housemaster addressing them with a grim expression. He turned to Sun Jiao, a talented summoner who was stepping in for the injured Wei He. Sun Jiao, you're filling in today, but don't let that pressure you. Your safety is our priority, he assured her. Then, shifting his attention to the rest of the team, he let out a heavy sigh. I can only encourage you with words, but we all know the reality. With Wei He still recovering, our team has taken a serious hit. And with Zhou Yi on the other side, his words trailed off for a moment before he continued, his voice more somber. Zhou Yi isn't just an ordinary all-rounder. Even if we combine the strength of every freshman here, we wouldn't be able to match him. He's a monster, a force so overwhelming he could single-handedly dominate every top school in this competition. Still, the housemaster refused to let them give in to despair. But we can't afford to lose without a fight. If we go down today, Manhwa University's reputation will be in shambles. Other schools will mock us. So, I need each of you to give it everything you've got. Can you do that? Yes, we can. The team roared in unison, their voices filled with determination. With that, they marched toward the arena, ready to face Sukong University. The excitement in the air was electric as the two teams arrived at the battleground. The roar of the crowd grew louder, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. Above them, a live drone hovered, its voice booming across the stadium. The match between Sukong University and Manhwa University, the one you've all been waiting for, is about to begin. Before the match kicked off, the tournament organizers revealed the rewards for the top 3 teams. Third-place teams would receive custom-made gold-grade 3-star equipment tailored to their level. Second-place teams would be awarded gold 4-star equipment with enhanced stats. First-place teams would walk away with epic grade war equipment, the kind of gear that could turn the tide of battle. The crowd erupted in excitement, buzzing over the incredibly generous rewards. Far better than anything offered in previous years. Zhou Yi's team exchanged glances, a knowing smile passing between them. The epic-grade weapons were already as good as theirs. Their confidence was unwavering. As both teams were called to the arena, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Fans chanted Zhou Yi's name, cheering wildly for Sukong University. Others rooted for Manhwa University, urging them to hold their ground. The teams took their positions. The countdown began. 3, 2, 1. The match officially started. Zhou Yi's team immediately assumed their battle stances, ready for anything. Across the field, Sun Jiao, Manhwa University's summoner, wasted no time. She activated her summoning skill, and in a flash of light, 5 powerful monsters materialized. Young Dragon Regus, Beehive Yakjan, Great Snake Hades, Monster Hell Guard Kerberos, Lion King Michaela. A wave of energy pulsed through the arena as the summoned beasts let out deafening roars, their sheer presence sending shivers through the crowd. On Sukong University's side, Tang Lingyi was the first to move. She stepped forward without hesitation, locking eyes with the towering Lion King Michaela. The beast let out a ferocious roar before firing a devastating energy beam from its mouth. Tang reacted instantly, summoning Magic Dew, a shimmering barrier of icy mist that deflected the attack. Without missing a beat, she manipulated the ice into a lightning-charged spear and hurled it directly at Michaela's stomach. The impact sent the beast stumbling backward, growling in pain. But the fight was far from over. Across the battlefield, chaos erupted. Song Xiaolan found herself swarmed by a vicious army of bees from the Beehive Yakjan. Moving quickly, she activated her talismans, trapping the swarm in a dense cluster before triggering an explosion. The blast scattered the bees, neutralizing the threat in an instant. Meanwhile, Wei Tiexin took on the Great Snake Hades in a brutal one-on-one fight. With every punch, her fists tore through the monster's hardened scales, leaving deep wounds that bled steadily. Zhang Chuan was locked in combat with Hell Guard Kerberos, her sword flashing as she delivered precise slashes. Her relentless strikes cut through the beast's thick hide, drawing more and more damage with each attack. As his team fought fiercely, Zhou Yi moved effortlessly through the battlefield, dodging attacks from multiple Manhwa University fighters. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't land a single hit on him. But Zhou Yi wasn't focused on his own opponents. Instead, his sharp gaze analyzed his teammates. They're improving rapidly, he thought, a sense of pride swelling in his chest. The intensity of real battle had pushed them beyond their limits. Their teamwork was smoother, their reflexes sharper. Compared to their last fight, they had improved by at least 30%. The match was only beginning, but one thing was already clear. Sukong University wasn't going down today. Zhou Yi's swift and confident movements didn't go unnoticed. The Manhwa University fighters assigned to protect Sun Jiao watched in shock. He was moving too fast, too effortlessly. But before they could react, he was already upon them. With a single, devastating swing of his hammer, he sent them flying across the battlefield. Now his focus shifted to Sun Jiao. Advancing toward her, he raised his hammer, ready to strike. But just as the blow was about to land, Sun Jiao's eyes snapped open. Her gaze was no longer human. A surge of beastly energy radiated from her glowing pupils, filling the air with an eerie pressure. At that exact moment, a massive black portal tore open in front of her. Sun Jiao winced in pain, her face twisting as if the portal had appeared against her will. From within the swirling darkness, a towering, flame-covered baboon-like monster emerged. The moment it stepped onto the battlefield, it reached out and caught Zhou Yi's hammer with one hand. Its massive fingers alone were bigger than the hammer's head. The sheer force of its grip sent shockwaves rippling through the arena. Then it roared. The deafening scream shook the entire stadium, a monstrous sound that sent chills down the spines of everyone watching. Zhou Yi braced himself, digging in his heels as he pushed back with all his strength. But the pressure was overwhelming. The sheer crushing force from the baboon's grip made the strain visible in his stance. Meanwhile, Sun Jiao's expression turned to pure horror. Her skin paled as she realized the truth. She had no control over the creature she had summoned. The flame baboon slowly turned its menacing, fiery gaze toward her. Panicked, Sun Jiao desperately tried to summon another monster to help, only for the baboon to react instantly. It casually reached out, grabbed the great snake Hades by the neck, and crushed it with terrifying ease. The snake's head was obliterated in an instant, its massive body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The baboon stepped closer to Sun Jiao, its deep, rumbling voice filled with menace. "Don't play tricks with me." Its burning eyes locked onto hers. "Why have you summoned me?" Sun Jiao stammered, her voice trembling. Defeat him. Defeat Zhou Yi." The baboon turned to face Zhou Yi, its fiery eyes narrowing with interest. Then, with a chilling laugh, it muttered, "I have to defeat him? Very well. Face your death." For a split second, Sun Jiao's heart stopped. Wait, did it mean her? No, not me. Him. "Kill Zhou Yi," she screamed, panic overtaking her. The flame baboon let out another ear-splitting roar before launching itself toward Zhou Yi's team. Its sheer presence was enough to make the entire arena feel like it had dropped into a pit of fire. Its first target? Tang Lingyi. Standing firm, Tang activated Water Shield, a powerful defensive skill that had withstood relentless attacks during her individual matches. But the moment the baboon slashed at it, the shield shattered instantly under the sheer force of its claws. Song Xiaolan reacted next, swiftly throwing a barrage of exploding talismans at the beast. Each one detonated on impact, sending fiery bursts across its body. But when the smoke cleared, not one single scratch. Song's heart pounded. This thing was on a completely different level. Water Shield was an A-grade defensive skill, strong enough to endure the relentless strikes of Qingjing University's top assassin when pushed to level 8. But now, it hadn't even lasted one single attack from the flame baboon. Tang Lingyi stared in disbelief. This thing is on an entirely different level. Meanwhile, Song Xiaolan's talismans proved just as ineffective. Every explosion, every seal, not a single scratch. The baboon stood completely unscathed, its fiery aura growing stronger with each passing second, as if it was feeding off the battle itself. The monster didn't slow down. It charged forward, its relentless assault continuing without hesitation. Desperate to buy time, Wei Tiexin activated her strongest protection shield, reinforced by her own power. But the flame baboon leaped into the air, bringing its massive fist crashing down onto the shield with a force that sent shockwaves rippling through the arena. Visible fractures spread across the barrier. Inside, the team exchanged uneasy glances. Fear was written all over their faces. Legendary-grade monsters were nearly unstoppable, and if not for Zhou Yi's buffs, which had doubled the shield's durability, it would have already shattered. From a distance, Zhou Yi watched carefully. The brutal reality was clear. His team had no chance against this monster. It was time to step in. Without hesitation, Zhou Yi activated Holy Light Shield and launched a powerful counterattack. A massive explosion engulfed the arena, shaking the battlefield. But when the dust settled, the flame baboon stood there, completely unharmed. Its fiery aura burned even brighter, as if the attack had only made it stronger. Using the brief distraction, Zhou Yi turned to his team, his voice firm. "Leave the match. Get out of the ring now." His teammates hesitated, confusion flashing across their faces. "But why?" someone asked. Wei Tiexin stepped forward, concern in her voice. "Are you joking? There are no MOD University students left, just that thing, and it won't show you any mercy." Zhou Yi's gaze hardened. "Do I look like I'm joking?" His tone left no room for argument. "I have a way to defeat the flame baboon, but I can't protect all of you while I fight. If you stay, you'll only slow me down." His teammates exchanged uneasy glances, torn between trusting him and refusing to abandon him. Jiang Churen was the first to speak. "We'll be fine without your protection," she said, her voice steady. Even if we seem weak, we want to help you in any way we can. The flame baboon didn't wait. It continued its relentless assault, hammering the shield with bone-crushing force, each impact shaking the ground beneath them. Zhou-Yi stayed focused, analyzing its every movement. Then he spoke again, this time his voice cold and sharp. If you're careless against a legendary grade monster, you'll die. Even if the priest revives you, you'll lose 30% of your stats. That means for the next 3 months, you won't be able to train. Have you thought about that? Jiang Chuan flinched at his words, her resolve wavering. Sensing her hesitation, Zhou-Yi placed a hand on her head and ruffled her hair gently. I know you're all afraid. His tone softened. You think I might not be able to handle it. But if you stay, you'll only distract me. Trust me, this monster might be legendary, but it won't harm me. The crowd was electrified, their excitement reaching a fever pitch. Whispers and exclamations filled the stands as one spectator shouted, "Unbelievable. Could history repeat itself? This hasn't happened in 7 years." The buzz was all thanks to Sun Jiao's latest move, summoning a legendary grade flame baboon. Its overwhelming presence had turned the match into an unpredictable spectacle, and tension ran high. A live reporter, broadcasting the event, echoed the crowd's anticipation. Can Zhou-Yi turn this around? Or will this be the year a new champion rises? Amidst the roaring excitement, Xunling watched with a smug grin. To him, this was the moment Zhou-Yi's undefeated streak would finally come to an end. His reasoning was simple. Just like equipment, monsters were ranked in tiers: bronze, silver, gold, epic, and legendary. The same skill, when used by different grades, could have drastically different effects. For instance, a charge attack from a bronze-grade creature barely matched the strength of a low-tier human fighter. But that same skill, wielded by a legendary-grade monster, could rival the power of elite warriors ranked A-class, or even higher. On top of that, legendary-grade monsters were incredibly resilient, shrugging off damage that would obliterate lesser creatures. Even the Goblin King from Su Kang's Abyss-level realm was merely epic grade. Yet here, in a mere exchange competition, a legendary-grade beast had entered the fray. Xunling was convinced Zhou-Yi was done for. Then, just as the flame baboon roared and prepared its next devastating attack, a sudden commotion erupted from the stands. "They're forfeiting," someone shouted. Back in the ring, Zhou-Yi's team had come to a collective decision. One by one, they stepped forward, announcing their withdrawal from the match. Jiang Chuan, however, hesitated. Disappointment flickered across her face as she remained frozen in place. Zhou-Yi met her gaze, his expression calm yet firm. That silent exchange seemed to steady her, though reluctance still lingered in her eyes. Finally, she stepped forward, announcing her forfeit. At Zhou-Yi's insistence, the rest of the team followed suit, walking off the battlefield. But Jiang Chuan still lingered, as if struggling with the decision. Zhou-Yi turned to her once more, his voice unwavering. "Leave the arena." Her expression tensed, emotions warring within her. But in the end, she obeyed. Just as she reached the exit, she paused, casting one last look at him. In this fight as soon as possible. With that, she was gone. Meanwhile, the flame baboon showed no signs of slowing. Its relentless assault hammered against Zhou-Yi's protective shield, each strike more devastating than the last. Cracks spread across the barrier until, finally, with a thunderous crash, it shattered. The flame baboon, its face twisted in fury, charged straight at Zhou-Yi, ready to strike. But just as it closed the distance, a brilliant golden light exploded across the arena. The sheer force of it shattered the ground beneath them, sending shockwaves rippling through the stands. The spectators watched in stunned silence. Then, drops of blood splattered onto the wrecked arena floor. It wasn't Zhou-Yi's blood. One of the baboon's massive hands had been severed. Staring at the stump where his palm had once been, the beast froze in shock, unable to process what had just happened. Confusion turned to rage as its burning gaze locked onto Zhou-Yi, who now stood bathed in golden light, his presence radiating overwhelming power. Zhou-Yi had activated his ascendant form. His shimmering golden wings spread wide, crackling with golden lightning as he hovered just above the ground. The sheer force of his energy made the air itself hum with tension. He looked at the injured flame baboon, his expression calm, yet brimming with battle intent. Jiang Chuan has left the ring. My team is no longer here. Now, I can focus entirely on testing the strength of this legendary creature. With those words, Zhou-Yi raised his hammer, pointing it straight at the baboon in an unmistakable challenge. Gasps rippled through the crowd. The students from Modu University stood frozen, unable to believe their eyes. A legendary-grade monster, wounded by a single strike? It defied everything they knew. Even Sun Jiao, the summoner, was at a loss for words. One of her strongest summoned creatures had just been injured as if it were nothing. Meanwhile, the flame baboon let out a deep, guttural growl. For the first time, A hint of unease crept into its mind. As it focused on Joey, it sensed something unusual, an aura that sent a primal warning through its instincts. It was faint, but unmistakable, the presence of a supreme bloodline. A memory surfaced. His mother's warning echoed in his mind. The flame baboon are born as kings among monsters. We are a legendary clan, rulers by nature. But among the many supreme bloodlines in this world, there are those even we must respect. And now, for the first time, the baboon felt the presence of such a bloodline coming from a human. But the realization didn't shake his resolve. Instead, he scoffed internally. So what? Joey's power had to be a fluke, mere luck from merging with a powerful bloodline. If Joey were truly a force to be reckoned with, he would have ended this battle already. Determined to prove his dominance, the baboon unleashed a surge of fiery energy, sending an oppressive wave of heat across the arena. The ground cracked beneath him as his aura flared to its peak. Then something astonishing happened. Before the crowd's disbelieving eyes, the baboon's severed hand began to regenerate. Flesh, bone, and fur rapidly reformed until his palm was fully restored. A triumphant roar erupted from his throat, shaking the entire battlefield. Wasting no time, the flame baboon summoned a massive nunchaku, its surface glowing with searing flames. Spinning the weapon at terrifying speed, it unleashed a fiery whirlwind, scorching the very air around it. Joey, unfazed by the spectacle, simply smiled. Without hesitation, he activated his divine chain skill. In an instant, golden chains materialized, shooting toward the baboon like striking serpents. The flame baboon let out a fierce growl, refusing to back down. With all its might, it swung the blazing nunchaku straight at Joey, the sheer force of the attack warping the air around it. But before the weapon could reach its target, Joey's divine chains intercepted it mid-flight, stopping it dead in its tracks. The baboon roared in frustration, yanking and twisting with all its monstrous strength to break free, but the golden chains held firm, refusing to budge. While the beast struggled, Joey seized the moment. A frigid energy began swirling around him, the temperature in the arena plummeting as ice crackled to life in his hands. With a swift motion, he unleashed the attack, sending a devastating wave of icy power straight at the baboon. The impact was brutal. The flame baboon staggered backward, its massive frame pushed away by the sheer force of the frost. But before it could be completely overwhelmed, it slammed its nunchaku into the ground, anchoring itself in place. The attack had been powerful, but not enough. Joey's sharp eyes narrowed as he observed the aftermath. Despite the direct hit, the baboon remained completely unscathed. A bead of sweat rolled down Joey's forehead. He could feel it now, the toll of the battle. His stamina was draining fast, and every use of his abilities was chipping away at his remaining strength. Up in the stands, tension gripped the audience. An elder from the Zhou family watched in growing horror, his face pale, his hands trembling. Turning to Xiaoyu, his voice was urgent. "Stop this match immediately. We cannot let the future of our family be destroyed here." Xiaoyu didn't wait for another word. He bolted from his seat, rushing to find House Master Wu Meng. If it meant protecting Joey, then offending both Sukong University and Modu University was a price worth paying. Meanwhile, in the control room, a heated debate had erupted between the house masters of the three universities. House Master Chung of Sukong University turned to Wu Meng, his voice heavy with concern. "In this match now, if Joey dies here, we will lose a prodigy that could shape our nation's future." The house master of Modu University nodded in agreement. "Joey is destined to stand at the top one day. If he falls here, it will be a disaster far greater than a simple tournament loss. Rankings mean nothing compared to what's at stake. Make your decision before it's too late." The weight of their words hung in the air. The match was no longer just a competition. It was now a battle between fate and responsibility. At that moment, Xiaoyu burst into the control room, his voice laced with urgency. "Stop this match now. The Zhou family will compensate Sukong University tenfold. No, 100-fold. If you end it immediately." His desperation echoed through the tense air. The housemaster of Modu University gave a firm nod. "Wu Meng, don't overthink this. Make the call before things escalate any further." But House Master Wu Meng remained composed, his expression unreadable. "Do you think I haven't considered that?" he asked calmly. His thoughts drifted back to a past conversation with the principal of Sukong University. When Wu Meng had inquired about Joey's true strength, the principal had answered with unwavering confidence. "As long as he isn't facing a legendary grade monster above level 26, Joey will handle it with ease." Wu Meng's gaze remained locked on the arena, his mind working through the calculations. After level 20, the power gap between levels, whether human or monster, became staggering. A level 26 monster of the same grade wasn't just slightly stronger than a level 24. It was equivalent to facing 10 level 24 monsters at once. The flame baboon, though undeniably powerful, was only level 24. The challenge was immense, but Wu Meng's confidence in Zhou Yi remained firm. It's highly unlikely for Zhou Yi to lose here, he finally declared. Xiao Yu turned to him, stunned. Aren't you afraid of? Before he could finish, a violent shockwave erupted from the arena. The force of the impact rattled the entire control room, sending Xiao Yu stumbling backward. For a moment, the air was thick with silence. Then, as reality set in, every pair of eyes snapped back to the battlefield. The fight had reached a terrifying new peak. In the arena, the flame baboon launched a relentless assault, its massive nunchaku tearing through the ground with each devastating strike. Explosions of debris filled the air as Zhou Yi dodged with razor-sharp precision, narrowly avoiding a crushing blow. The moment the baboon's weapon smashed into the ground where he had just stood, Zhou Yi seized his chance. Golden lightning crackled around him as he activated Divine Punishment. A massive bolt of golden energy descended from above, striking the baboon with earth-shattering force. The beast convulsed as electric currents surged through its body, temporarily locking its limbs in paralysis. Wasting no time, Zhou Yi began charging a second strike. But this time, the baboon was ready. With a furious roar, it swung its nunchaku at blinding speed, striking the incoming bolt midair. In a shocking display of power, the second Divine Punishment attack was deflected, its energy dispersing harmlessly into the sky. The baboon's eyes burned with determination as it snarled, its deep voice booming across the battlefield. Come, show me your strength. Give me everything you've got. Zhou Yi's Light Punishment, now a level 14 skill, had been amplified by his S+ talent Holy Guardian and the four-dimensional buffs from his Ascended form. The attack he had just unleashed was strong enough to obliterate the epic-ranked Goblin King of the Abyss-level dungeon. Yet, the flame baboon had endured it with barely a scratch. The battle was far from over. Even as divine attacks rained down, the flame baboon adapted with alarming speed, using its massive nunchaku to deflect and evade each strike. With renewed aggression, it lunged at Zhou Yi, swinging its weapon with terrifying precision. Sensing the incoming danger, Zhou Yi activated his divine chain once more. Golden chains shot out, wrapping around the baboon and locking it in place. The beast roared furiously, thrashing against its restraints in sheer frustration. Enough of these annoying tricks, the baboon bellowed. Muscles bulging, it flexed its immense strength. One by one, the golden chains began to shatter under the strain. Zhou Yi watched carefully, his mind racing. He had fought and defeated a legendary grade demon before, but that opponent had been severely weakened by its vulnerability to light-based attacks, unable to unleash the full extent of its power. This baboon, however, was an entirely different kind of monster. Not only was it absurdly resilient, but it was adapting at an astonishing rate. As Zhou Yi dodged another crushing nunchaku strike, a realization struck him. His speed is increasing. He's building resistance to my light element attacks. His adaptability is off the charts. Now, it made sense. This was why so many humans perished during the Dark Ages. Warcraft like this didn't just overpower humans. They surpassed them completely in raw physical dominance. Zhou Yi knew he had no choice. He activated every buff at his disposal, stacking them to their absolute limit. Even though he had already enhanced his abilities before transforming into his Ascended form, he now pushed even further, unlocking the third stage of his full power. The intensity of the battle only escalated. Neither combatant showed any signs of retreating. The baboon, having evaded most of Zhou Yi's attacks, lunged forward again, its nunchaku slashing through the air with devastating force. Meanwhile, members of Modu University watched in stunned silence. Sun Jiao's teammates couldn't believe what they were seeing. He's stronger than we thought, one of them muttered. Another grimly nodded. We're lucky he didn't go straight for Sun Jiao. If the summoner is eliminated, her summoned creature vanishes immediately. If he had targeted her first, this fight would have been over already. Realizing the looming danger, a teammate urgently shouted, he might not be focused on Sun Jiao now, but we can't take that risk. Get her to safety before he decides to change tactics. The atmosphere in the arena was suffocating, the tension unbearable. Zhou Yi and the flame baboon continued their battle at breakneck speed, neither willing to yield. Every strike, every counter, every exchange pushed both fighters closer to their absolute limits. Zhou Yi and the flame baboon had finally reached the last stage of their battle. Both fighters were exhausted, yet neither was willing to back down. Determined to end the fight in one decisive move, they prepared to unleash their ultimate attacks. Our protagonist, Zhou Yi, decided to channel the full power of the Divine Hand into his final technique. Mustering every ounce of energy left in his body, he began forming his ultimate strike. At the same time, The flame baboon gathered all his remaining strength, igniting flames that surged wildly around him. His weapon, once ordinary, started to evolve. Fire erupted from within, and sharp thorns emerged along its surface. With a fierce roar, he combined his twin weapons into one massive staff, resembling the legendary weapon of Sun Wukong. As the flame baboon charged forward, wielding his newly formed weapon, Zhou Yi's colossal energy-infused hand descended from above. Both attacks hurtled toward each other at full speed, carrying unimaginable force. Then impact! The entire arena exploded upon collision. The sheer power of their clash shattered the protective barrier surrounding the battleground. Flames and shockwaves burst out, surging toward the terrified audience. Panic ensued as spectators scrambled to escape the incoming destruction. Just when chaos seemed inevitable, a girl from the audience stepped forward. With unwavering resolve, she unleashed her water-based abilities, summoning a guardian to counter the raging fire. A massive water barrier formed, intercepting the flames and electrical surges before they could harm the crowd. To protect herself, she conjured a shield of water, absorbing the attacks effortlessly. As the last embers fizzled against her barrier, the panic in the crowd melted away. Relief washed over the spectators, their fear replaced with gratitude. Some cheered, overwhelmed with joy at their survival. The crisis had been averted, but the battle was far from over. As the chaos settled, the audience slowly regained their composure. One of them, looking relieved, proudly stated that the girl who saved them was a third-level mage of the Alliance. With someone of her caliber around, there was no reason to be afraid. However, another spectator admitted that the attack had terrified them, wondering if the priest would be able to revive those who might not have survived. The intensity of the battle had been anticipated, which was why they had reinforced the protective shield to level 7 before the match. A shield of this caliber was designed to withstand a full-force attack from a top-ranked Tier 2 mage. Yet, against Zhou Yi's devastating strike and the resulting explosion, the barrier had shattered completely, something that hadn't happened in over a century. While holding back the attack, the mage girl reflected on the sheer power behind it. The force she had just witnessed was unlike anything before, and she realized what it meant. Li Jiang had produced another prodigy, someone capable of changing the course of history. A talent like this wasn't just a blessing for the nation, but for the entire human race. As the dust settled and the arena fell into an eerie calm, all eyes turned back to the battlefield. The audience gasped in shock. In the center of the ring, the flame baboon stood motionless, his arms severed and his body covered in gruesome injuries. He struggled desperately to heal himself, but something was stopping his natural regeneration. Zhou Yi's attack had embedded light and ice elements into his very flesh, continuously eating away at his ability to recover. The realization infuriated the flame baboon. This human was not only strong but terrifyingly ruthless. His so-called holy light was even deadlier than expected. Overcome with rage, the flame baboon roared in defiance. Using every last ounce of strength, he forced his body to regenerate, restoring his arms in an instant. Slamming his fists into the ground, he bellowed, "How could I, the great flame baboon, fall here?" But before he could even finish his declaration, Zhou Yi appeared out of nowhere and landed a crushing punch right to his face. The sheer force sent the flame baboon flying across the arena, his body skidding uncontrollably. A few teeth went flying, marking the devastating impact of the blow. But Zhou Yi wasn't finished yet. Without hesitation, he rushed toward the flame baboon, preparing to deliver a finishing blow. With his knee poised for impact, he declared, "This is the end for you." Before the flame baboon could react, Zhou Yi struck with full force, slamming him into the ground at an incredible speed. With his opponent defeated, Zhou Yi wasted no time. He summoned his divine chains, swiftly capturing Sun Jiao's remaining summoned monsters. As the chains tightened around them, he turned to their summoner and asked a simple question. Would they continue fighting, or would they surrender? Sun's team stood frozen in shock. None of them could comprehend what had just happened. Their strongest summon had been utterly crushed, and now their remaining creatures were powerless against Zhou Yi's chains. Realizing that victory was no longer possible, Sun Jiao made a quick decision. Without wasting another second, she admitted defeat. The moment Modi University surrendered, a drone hovered over the arena, officially announcing the victory of Suhang University. The crowd erupted in cheers as the announcer encouraged everyone to celebrate the champions. It was a match to remember, a battle where Zhou Yi had turned the tide and delivered an unforgettable performance. Chants of Zhou Yi's name filled the stadium, along with cheers for his teammates. With this final match concluded, the overall rankings for the tournament were revealed. Suhang University claimed first place with an undefeated record of 9 wins and 0 losses. Modi University followed in second place with 8 wins and 1 loss, while Qingjing University secured third place with 7 wins and 2 losses. As the rankings were displayed, the crowd once again roared in excitement, celebrating Su Hang University's flawless victory. Meanwhile, a commentator who had been covering the match for his viewers couldn't contain his amazement. He had asked before the battle who the audience thought would win, but now, seeing Zhou Yi's overwhelming strength, he was left speechless. "Can you believe this guy is only 18? He exclaimed. "With skills like that, if he keeps going at this pace, there's no doubt Zhou Yi's name will soon be among the top 10 professionals in Lijiang." Exhausted from the intense battle, Zhou Yi finally reverted from his enhanced form back to his normal state. As soon as he did, Jiang Chu rushed toward him, throwing her arms around him in relief. "Brother Zhou Yi, you just used your transformation. How are you feeling?" she asked, her voice filled with concern. Meanwhile, the commentator hosting the live broadcast immediately sensed an opportunity. Seeing this heartfelt moment unfold, he quickly instructed his cameraman to zoom in on the pair. With over 500,000 viewers tuned in, this was exactly the kind of scene that would boost his stream's engagement. As the camera captured the touching moment, Zhou Yi gently placed his hand on Jiang Chu's head, offering a reassuring smile. "Sorry for making you worry," he said softly. "I feel weak right now, but once I level up, I'll be fine." The online audience erupted with reactions. Comments flooded the chat, some playfully declaring that these two were definitely a couple, others lamenting their own single status. One viewer jokingly pleaded, "Please stop showing your love. I'm already heartbroken," while another couldn't help but admire, "That girl is so beautiful." However, the lighthearted moment was abruptly interrupted when a housemaster arrived, seizing the broadcaster's camera. "Private live streaming after the competition is not allowed. Don't you know the rules?" he scolded. The commentator and his cameraman stiffened, looking visibly nervous. Just then, the housemaster stepped in, redirecting everyone's attention. "Let's head back to the villa first," he announced. "Once we're there, I'll explain the final event, the survival competition." With that, the group made their way back, gathering in a spacious room where the housemaster stood before them. He wasted no time diving into the details of the last challenge. "The survival competition is the final stage of the tournament," he began. "All contestants from the 10 universities will enter a real open dungeon, unlike the simulated one used in the previous rounds. This means you'll be facing true dangers, unpredictable encounters that could eliminate even the strongest among you right from the start." He continued, outlining the competition's rules. Points are earned by defeating monsters of varying levels. Additionally, if you eliminate players from other schools, you'll receive half of their accumulated points. The university with the highest total score after 7 days will be crowned the winner. The challenge didn't end there. The dungeon's territory is vast, but your exploration will be limited each day. As the competition progresses, the available area will shrink. You must move into the newly designated zones within the given time, or you'll be automatically eliminated. Before concluding the briefing, the housemaster gave one final warning. Remember, the entry points into the dungeon's secret area are random. If you ever encounter the void zone at the border, leave immediately. At that moment, the housemaster elaborated on the danger of the void zone, a treacherous region riddled with spatial cracks. Even a third-level professional wouldn't survive if caught in one. The weight of this revelation hung in the air as the entire team absorbed the information. When asked if they understood, everyone nodded in unison, responding with a firm yes. The scene then shifted to Modi University's housemaster, who was making his way through a dimly lit corridor. He soon arrived at a secluded chamber where the housemasters from 8 other universities were already gathered, their expressions tense. Upon seeing him, Housemaster Chang's face lit up. "Finally, you've arrived," he said. The moment he stepped in, Housemaster Su from Su Hang University broke the silence. "It seems that every university except ours has gathered here. What exactly are you all planning?" Chang didn't hesitate. "If we don't act now, Su Hang University will likely dominate the survival competition as well. So, we're here to discuss whether you'd be interested in evening the playing field." Meanwhile, in another part of the arena, the same magician girl who had protected the audience with her water abilities stood at the center of a grand stage. Above her, a live drone broadcasted the scene to millions of viewers. "This is it," the drone's mechanical voice echoed. "The final event of the National College Freshman Exchange Competition, the survival competition, is about to begin. Since this challenge would last for 7 days and nights, there would be no live audience in attendance. Instead, the entire event would be streamed nonstop across all major platforms." The drone then requested permission to introduce the battlefield, the secret dungeon where the competition would unfold. With a dramatic pause, it revealed the truth. This was no ordinary dungeon. According to reliable sources, this dungeon is a remnant of the ancient orc battlefield, known as the Wild Beast Ruins. At that moment, the magician girl activated the ruins, causing an eerie glow to spread across the landscape. The drone captured the breathtaking sight, relaying every detail to the captivated audience. The origins of the war that took place here remain a mystery, it continued. But one thing is certain. It was a battle filled with unknowns and deadly dangers. The dense forests conceal monstrous beasts of terrifying stature, their razor-sharp claws and fangs ready to tear apart any challenger. Every inch of these ruins, every stone, every shadow, could be hiding long-lost artifacts and buried treasures. Only the most intelligent and daring competitors will be able to uncover their secrets. The audience watching the live broadcast was buzzing with excitement. Some were thrilled by the announcement, eager for the unfolding adventure, while others remained skeptical. There's no way a school would be so generous as to release this dungeon for free exploration, some speculated. The army must have already scoured this place. How could there be any treasures left? Amid the debates, the drone delivered its final announcement. Contestants, ready your weapons, steel your resolve, and face this challenge with courage. We are waiting for your legend. With that, the survival competition officially began. One by one, the participants began teleporting into the wild beast ruins. As they vanished, tension filled the air. Among them stood Zhou, his presence alone making several competitors uneasy. Many secretly prayed that they wouldn't end up near him once inside the realm. Soon, Zhou himself was teleported, and the competition was underway. Upon arrival, contestants found themselves scattered across different locations within the ruins. Before entering, Zhou had been holding hands with Jiang Chu, standing close to her. Yet now he was alone. It became clear, no matter how close two people were physically, the teleportation process strictly separated everyone. This meant it would take some time for him to reunite with his teammates. As Zhou glanced back, he immediately noticed he standing there. Their eyes met for a brief moment. Then, without hesitation, he turned and bolted at full speed, activating his 100-step technique to escape. Watching him flee, Zhou couldn't help but chuckle. What a madman, he mused. His score is still at 0. Why would I waste my time fighting him now? Summoning his hammer, Zhou smirked. To hunt properly, you have to let the prey fatten up first. Meanwhile, high up in the trees, Xiaolan perched silently with her bow, her sharp senses scanning the area for movement. Suddenly, she detected rapid motion in the northern direction, a lone figure sprinting across the terrain, about 1,000 meters away. Unable to determine the runner's identity, she narrowed her eyes. Could it be Zhou? Wasting no time, she drew her bow, took careful aim, and released an arrow straight at the target. The arrow cut through the air with deadly precision, heading straight for its mark. But just before impact, the figure twisted mid-step, narrowly dodging the attack. A voice rang out in alarm. Xiaolan, we're on the same side. The target was none other than Yi. Some of the arrows had come dangerously close, but hearing his frantic shout, Xiaolan immediately halted her assault and stepped forward. Good thing you spoke up, she said, lowering her bow. Now tell me, what exactly scared you so badly that you had to run like that? He hesitated for a moment. There was no way he could admit that he had panicked after seeing Zhou. Instead, he quickly changed the topic. Forget about that. Have you run into anyone from Suhang University yet? Xiaolan shook her head. No, my plant sensing ability only works within a 10-kilometer radius. And even then, only in areas with plant life. So far, you're the first person to enter my detection range. Hearing this, he nodded. Then let's stick to the plan and move forward together. Xiaolan agreed without hesitation. With that, the two of them joined forces, prepared to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Meanwhile, the outside world was watching the competition unfold in real time. Among the spectators was a young man who furrowed his brows upon seeing Yi and Xiaolan working together. Why are Qingjin and Moda University cooperating? He muttered, puzzled by their unexpected alliance. Beside him, another observer glanced at the screen and offered an explanation. They're at similar power levels, so they're naturally cautious of each other. Plus, this dungeon is dangerous. It's smarter to work together for now, rather than waste energy fighting right away. He continued, but don't worry. This is just day one. As time goes on, the survival match will only get more intense. By the 7th day, when the contestants' tracking devices reveal everyone's location, that's when the real chaos will begin. Hearing this, the first spectator nodded in understanding. The real action was yet to come. Elsewhere in the dungeon, a storm of destruction raged. Bolts of divine lightning rained down relentlessly, striking monsters with overwhelming force. The one responsible? None other than Zhou. With every strike, he racked up more and more points, his power crushing anything that stood in his way. However, the surviving monsters weren't about to let this intruder continue his rampage unchecked. Furious, they gathered together, their enraged voices echoing through the battlefield. Who dares disturb our territory? Kill him! Zhou watched as a horde of enraged creatures charged toward him. He didn't flinch. Instead, he activated his ice ability, freezing them all in an instant. Before they could even attempt to break free, he swiftly finished them off, eliminating the entire group in seconds. As each monster fell, his device recorded the kills, rewarding him with an impressive number of points, 500, 600, and higher. His score was skyrocketing. Then, without warning, a massive spider-like beast emerged from the shadows, its multiple eyes gleaming with hostility. Unlike the previous monsters, this one radiated a much stronger presence. Zhou Yi's eyes lit up with excitement. Finally, a real challenge. Without hesitation, he summoned his hammer and struck with full force. The impact was devastating. One hit, and the giant spider was obliterated. As its body crumbled, his device displayed the results, 1,200 points. A satisfied smirk crossed Zhou Yi's face. Now that was worth it. With his latest victory secured, he opened his device to check his standing. The leaderboard displayed the current rankings, with his name sitting comfortably at the top. First place, Zhou Yi. Second place, Wang Xuan. Third place, Liang. Scanning the lower ranks, Zhou Yi noticed a trend. Mechanists were climbing fast. The mechanists are practically an army on their own, he mused, using scout robots to detect high-level threats while targeting weaker monsters. It's an efficient way to farm points without taking big risks. His thoughts drifted back to something Housemaster Wu had said before the competition began. The early stages of the survival competition are where summoners and mechanists shine. Curious about his teammates' progress, Zhou Yi navigated through the leaderboard, ready to see how they were faring in this battle for dominance. As Zhou Yi continued checking the leaderboard, he noted the current rankings of his teammates. 9th place, Jiang Chu Ran. 10th place, Wei Tai Xian. 11th place, Xia Lan from another university. Everything seemed to align with his expectations. However, as he scrolled further, he spotted something unusual. Tan Wei was ranked 72nd, with a score of only 540 points. Even more surprising, Zhang Zhe, who was ranked just below him, had a score of 470 points. Zhou Yi frowned. Tan Wei and Jiang Zai may not be the strongest, but they should at least be maintaining a mid-tier position. Why is Tan Wei's score so low? Before he could dwell on it further, the screen suddenly flickered. Tan Wei's name vanished from the rankings. A single word replaced it: eliminated. Zhou Yi's expression darkened. Eliminated? For a moment, he stood still, trying to process what had just happened. Tan Wei was strong, cautious, skilled, and not the type to take unnecessary risks. If he had encountered a powerful monster or competitor, he would have escaped rather than fight recklessly. That meant there were only 3 possible explanations. 1. The realm itself. Some unknown environmental hazard could have taken him out. 2. A high-level monster. But Tan Wei would have avoided such an encounter. 3. Other contestants, the most likely scenario. Zhou Yi's mind raced. It's still too early in the game for the shrinking zone to eliminate anyone, but that doesn't mean others haven't started forming alliances. In the survival competition, the real danger wasn't just the monsters, it was the other competitors. Weaker teams often joined forces to take down stronger opponents, increasing their own survival chances. Since teleportation had been random, early alliances were rare. But as the game progressed, teamwork would become essential for survival. Suddenly, a robotic voice echoed from Zhou Yi's device. Warning to all contestants, the safe zone is about to shrink. You have 3 hours to reach the designated area. Anyone who fails to arrive in time will be automatically eliminated. Zhou Yi's eyes widened. Damn it. Wasting no time, he took off at full speed. Unfortunately for him, the first safe zone was incredibly far. If he wanted to reach it in time, he had to push himself to the limit. And along the way, he still had to uncover the truth behind Tan Wei's sudden elimination. The real game had just begun. As Zhou Yi sprinted through the mountainous terrain, his focus remained on reaching the safe zone in time. But suddenly, a sharp burst of energy caught his attention, a surge of water element power rippling through the air. His instincts kicked in immediately. That's Ling Yi. Without hesitation, he changed course, pushing himself to run even faster. Meanwhile, in the middle of the rugged landscape, Ling Yi was locked in a fierce battle. Several opponents had surrounded her, attacking in unison. With sharp precision, she launched a water arrow, striking a female opponent and knocking her backward. But before she could recover, another challenger arrived, a boy wielding an enormous sword. With a fierce battle cry, he swung at her with full force. Ling Yi reacted instantly, summoning a water shield to block the strike. The boy's blade clashed against the barrier, but it held firm. Frustrated, he gritted his teeth. You're as annoying as a cockroach, he spat. Ling Yi merely smirked. And you talk too much. Before he could react, she activated her second skill, Stone Hammer. A massive stone hammer materialized above them, slamming down with crushing force. The The boy barely had time to register what was happening before he was sent flying, his screams echoing through the mountains. Dusting herself off, Ling Yi shook her head. Did your mentor never teach you not to underestimate your opponents? But she wasn't done yet. She turned slightly, her voice laced with amusement. Did you really think my memory was that weak? A second opponent, a girl, had been sneaking up behind her, hoping to land a surprise attack. But Ling Yi had sensed her presence all along. Before the attacker could get any closer, Ling Yi swiftly activated stone binding. In an instant, jagged rocks erupted from the ground, encasing the girl and trapping her in place. With both opponents immobilized, Ling Yi folded her arms and gave them a cold stare. So, what's it going to be? Will you surrender, or should I finish this right now? Before either of them could answer, the sound of slow, deliberate clapping echoed through the battlefield. A figure stepped forward, their face still hidden in the shadows. Only their hands were visible, applauding as if they had been watching the entire fight unfold. Whoever they were, they had finally decided to make their presence known. Tang suddenly hears the sound of clapping behind her. Turning around, she's slightly surprised. Someone had been hiding there all along. What shocks her the most is that she never sensed this person's presence, even amidst the intense battle. The mysterious figure steps forward, summoning his monsters with a smirk. I never expected to find such a talented elemental mage at Suhang University, he remarks. But it seems your own team has overlooked you. What a waste of potential. Without giving Tang a chance to respond, he commands his creatures to attack. A wave of monsters rushes toward her. Reacting quickly, she raises her staff and unleashes a powerful wind spell. The attack lands, knocking back several creatures. But there are too many. Some dodge her spells and close in from all directions. Before she can reposition, a few manage to strike from behind. She tries to evade, but more creatures overwhelm her. One clamps its jaws onto her arm, drawing blood. A sharp pain shoots through her, causing her to cry out. The wolf-like beasts completely surround her, their fangs sinking deeper. Seeing her struggle, the unknown enemy laughs in delight. Yes, keep going, make her suffer, he jeers. Tang's grip on her staff weakens, and it slips from her hand, severely reducing her casting speed and power. Exhausted from prolonged combat, her strength fades fast. The monsters keep biting, pinning her to the ground. Just when it seems she has no way out, she suddenly chuckles. You should take your chance while you still can, she tells him. Before he can react, a glowing magic circle forms beneath her hands. His eyes widen in shock. How? Without your staff? That's impossible. Before he can finish, a massive explosion erupts. The force sends him crashing into a rock, the impact knocking the air out of him. Tang had taken a desperate gamble, but the recoil from the spell leaves her in even worse shape than her opponent. Both are thrown far apart. Moments later, a system message rings out. Li Jian of Qingtsang University has been severely injured and is now in a coma, eliminating him from the competition. Another notification follows. Contestant Tang receives 1,050 points following Li Jian's elimination. Tang lies motionless on a rock, blood dripping from her lips. Her body is battered, and her magic is completely drained. She's defenseless. In this state, any opponent could finish her off without resistance. Seizing the opportunity, the enemy, she had previously crushed with a stone hammer, hurls a dagger straight at her, aiming for the kill. Just as the blade is about to strike, a figure suddenly appears and kicks it away with precision. The dagger reverses course, shooting back toward its sender at full speed. The attacker's eyes widen in shock. He barely has time to react before realizing who just intervened. Joey. The moment he recognizes him, fear takes hold. Before he can escape, the deflected dagger reaches him, triggering a powerful explosion. Tang, struggling to stay conscious, hears the commotion. Summoning what little strength she has left, she tries to lift her head. Through her blurred vision, she sees Zhou Yi standing there. She attempts to get up but collapses, racked with pain and coughing weakly. Zhou Yi wastes no time, rushing to Tang's side and using his powers to heal her. Meanwhile, the enemy who had just been struck, Wukong of Liqi University, lies gravely injured. The impact leaves him in a coma, making him unfit to continue in the competition. A notification soon appears. Wukong has been eliminated. Contestant Zhou Yi earns 1,240 points. As Zhou Yi focuses on healing Tang, another figure begins to stir. The girl who had been trapped in the stone earlier. She attempts to slip away unnoticed, but Zhou Yi turns his gaze toward her. The moment she meets his cold stare, fear paralyzes her. At that moment, Luo Zheng swiftly forfeited. Almost instantly, a notification appeared. Luo Zheng from Chaoyang University has forfeited. Contestant Tang Ling Yi receives 1,860 points. A short while later, Tang fully recovers. As she and Zhou each check their devices, another elimination alert appears. Tang clenches her fists, frustration boiling over. They must have ambushed another one of us, she shouts angrily. Then, turning to Zhou Yi, she adds, something isn't right about all this. The secret realm's locations are randomized. No one should be able to track others so precisely before entry. So how are they finding and attacking us with such accuracy? Zhou Yi's expression darkens. They must be using some special method to pinpoint our locations, he replies. Hearing this, Tang clenches her fists, frustration bubbling up. This is outright cheating. How can they get away with this in a national event? Zhou Yi remains calm. If it's a single contestant using a special skill, it's technically within the rules. But if they're all using some shady method, I'll make sure their reputation is completely ruined. Tang exhales, her anger shifting to concern. Her teammates are still scattered, and if these enemies are using underhanded tactics, they could be in serious danger. Seeing the worry in her eyes, Zhou Yi steps closer, resting a hand on her head. They're trying to weaken my power over these 6 days, he explains. First, they target you and the others, and in the final days, they'll surround me. But no trick or conspiracy can stand against absolute strength. Tang listens to his words, and a wave of emotion washes over her. Her face flushes slightly with shyness, but she quickly composes herself. Zhou Yi then picks up his hammer and turns to her. Don't get too worked up. You're still recovering. Drink a magic potion and rest here for the night. I'm going to clear out the demons nearby. With that, he strides off, his determination unwavering. The final day of the National College Freshman Exchange Survival Competition arrives. Outside, spectators fill the massive stadium, the atmosphere electric with excitement. Drones hover above, broadcasting the event, and a voice announces. Today, 74 contestants will face off in the final battle to determine the ultimate ranking. Each player's location will now be displayed on their smart wrist. Let's see who will emerge victorious. The crowd erupts into cheers, calling out the names of their favorite fighters. The anticipation is at its peak. After 6 grueling days, only Jiang Chu, Tang, and Zhou Yi remain from Suhang University, while 71 contestants from 9 other schools are still in the competition. Many believe sheer numbers will be the deciding factor, and whispers spread through the audience. Can Zhou Yi really withstand an all-out assault from so many opponents? Meanwhile, in the competition zone, a group of contestants stands atop a rock, monitoring their devices. They see Zhou Yi and Tang moving toward them at high speed. Among them are Zan, Wei, and Wang Xian, who have been tracking their every move. Wei narrows his eyes at the screen. Jiang Chu is positioned in the northwest. She's strong, but not on Zhou Yi's level. The key advantage is that 18 fighters are already on their way to intercept her. Turning to his ally, Wei issues orders. Xiaolan, take 5 people and handle Jiang Chu. Make sure she's out of the competition. Then, with a smirk, he adds, I'll take care of Zhou Yi myself. With 47 fighters by my side, the final showdown is about to begin. Hearing this, Xiaolan nods. Meanwhile, a group of fighters stands in formation, discussing their strategy. At Zhou Yi's current speed, he'll reach us in about an hour. Everyone, give it everything you've got. This fight will decide our final rankings in the exchange competition. At the same time, Jiang Chu finds herself surrounded by enemies attacking from all sides. But she doesn't slow down. Instead, she keeps pushing forward, cutting through her opponents with precise and powerful strikes. Among them, Xiaolan locks onto Jiang Chu and smirks. It's been a while since we've had a real fight. Hearing this, Jiang Chu halts. A strange energy begins to radiate from her body as the atmosphere around her shifts. Slowly, she transforms into her succubus form, letting out a chilling laugh. Xiaolan, why did you wait so many days? Did you think that because my brother Zhou Yi has been fighting nonstop, I'd be too weak to handle you? Let me give you a long, painful lesson. Xiaolan's eyes widen in shock. This was the true power of Jiang Chu's succubus bloodline. She had no idea Jiang Chu had mastered her transformation to such an extent. Realizing this fight won't be easy, she immediately fires an arrow while several others charge toward Jiang Chu. Just then, a threatening purple light surges across the battlefield, shaking the ground. Suddenly, the ground trembles. Wei grins. He's here. A massive stone hand erupts from beneath them, followed by an enormous rock monster. Standing atop it are Zhou Yi and Tang, making a dramatic entrance. The sheer impact of their arrival sends a wave of unease through their enemies. The gathered fighters instinctively tense up, sensing the overwhelming pressure radiating from Zhou Yi. But instead of showing fear, Wei laughs. Zhou Yi, you should feel honored, he sneers. We've assembled 47 of the best fighters from various universities, just for you. By now, every single enemy has assumed their fighting stance. Zhou Yi is the biggest threat here, and they won't give him a single opening. Zhou Yi takes one look at the 47 so-called top players before him and smirks. You call yourselves elites? To me, you're nothing more than a disorganized mob. His words instantly ignite anger among the crowd. His arrogance is unbearable. But Zhou, he doesn't stop there. He scans their faces and continues. Am I wrong? If I am, tell me. Who among you hasn't already lost to me? Silence. You relied on numbers to take down the competitors from Suhang University, and now you think ganging up on me will work? Let's be honest. You wouldn't even dare face me one-on-one. Even with all of you together, you're still weaklings. And today, I'll prove something to you. No matter how many ants gather, they can never kill a dragon. Zhou Yi's words are like a spark in dry grass. His enemies explode with rage. One after another, they unleash their abilities. Wang Xian activates his mechanical enhancement skill, surging forward. Others wield wind, fire, and summoning magic, all converging on Zhou Yi at once. But Zhou Yi doesn't flinch. Instead, he leaps down from the giant rock monster and calls out to Tang. Stay up there. I'll handle this alone. Mid-air, he activates his hammer and buffs himself. The moment he lands, he charges at full speed toward the horde. His hammer swings in a blur, smashing into enemies left and right. Each hit sends bodies flying, leaving some fighters seriously injured. The battlefield erupts into chaos. Spectators watching the fight are left stunned. How is he this fast? Some exclaim. Others shake their heads. No matter how strong he is, he's just a freshman. There's no way he can take on 47 people at once. Zhou Yi, however, keeps pushing forward. After crushing several close-range attackers, he finds himself surrounded, not just by enemies, but by massive summoning creatures. Many of his opponents have perched on top of these beasts, using them as mounts to box him in. Instead of backing down, Zhou Yi grips his hammer and charges straight at the nearest creature. As he does, his body begins to glow, his angel form activates. One of the enormous summoned creatures lunges at him, swinging a giant hand. But before the attack can land, a blinding light erupts from Zhou Yi's body, disintegrating the creature's hand on contact. Even mages in the backline react, scrambling to stop him. They unleash defensive spells, activating Guardian of Light, barriers, and layered magical circles to form an impenetrable shield. Their combined effort creates a multi-layered defense, ready to absorb Zhou Yi's onslaught. But Zhou Yi doesn't hesitate. He raises his hammer high and slams it down with full force. Boom! 3-4 layers of defense shatter instantly. But despite his immense power, the barriers keep stacking. There are simply too many layers for him to break through in one hit. The battle is far from over. Seeing that 6 layers of defense still remained, the mages, mostly girls, breathed a sigh of relief. They smiled, convinced that their barriers could withstand anything. Safely hidden behind the layers, they watched as Zhou Yi, still in his angel form, remained at a distance. But Zhou Yi simply chuckled. You really think you can stop what's coming next? This is just the beginning. Raising his hand slightly, he summoned the divine hand. The sky ripped apart as an enormous, celestial hand descended toward the battlefield. The moment his enemies laid eyes on it, their faces drained of color. Cold sweat trickled down their foreheads. Wang Xian Wei. Everyone stood frozen in terror. The divine hand continued its slow descent, its sheer pressure suffocating the air around them. Even before it touched the ground, its force was already crushing. Wang Xian snapped out of his daze and shouted, "Get out of the way! Now!" That was all the others needed to hear. Panic erupted. One after another, they turned and ran, their fear overcoming any thought of fighting. Move! Run, or we'll be wiped out. The battlefield became chaos as fighters scrambled to escape the attack's range. But not everyone ran. Standing directly in the divine hand's path was Wang Xian, his mechanical body locked onto the attack. Wei turned to him, frowning. What the hell are you thinking? Inside his robotic shell, Wang Xian's voice remained calm. The chances of success are 0. But I still want to try. His system flashed a danger alert, warning him to evacuate. But he ignored it. His mind worked at high speed, recalling every battle against Zhou Yi he had simulated in his strategy games. He had studied Zhou Yi's divine hand's skill hundreds of times, analyzing its angles, power distribution, and impact zones. The hand of God appears invincible, Wang Xian murmured, furiously activating his mechanical skills. But in reality, its force is dispersed across multiple points. If I can assemble all my machines to form a focused defensive barrier, I might just be able to withstand it. Metal clanked and gears spun rapidly as he constructed his final defense. The divine hand was now seconds away. As he finished his preparations, he shouted, "Everything into defense, now!" The divine hand slammed into Wang Xian's robot, smashing it into the ground. The force sent shockwaves rippling through the battlefield, shattering rock and driving him deep into the earth. His mechanical defenses crumpled under the impact, layer after layer, giving way as the attack dragged him downward, obliterating everything in its path. Silence followed. Zhou Yi exhaled and turned his gaze to the remaining fighters. Raising his hand, he conjured sharp, glowing icicles, letting them hover ominously. His eyes swept across the trembling enemies. "Your lives are in my hands now," he declared coldly. "Surrender or die." Suddenly, Wei shouts Zhou Yi's name and unleashes a flaming whirlwind straight at him. He pours everything he has into this attack, convinced that if Zhou Yi takes a direct hit, he won't have time to recover. At the same time, several other fighters rush in from behind, activating their own abilities. Wind, fire, lightning, and summoning magic surge toward Zhou Yi in a coordinated assault. They know they can't eliminate him, but their goal is clear: to land a serious injury. Zhou Yi watches them charge and smirks coldly. "It seems I've been too merciful." Without hesitation, he hurls the icicles in his hand, sending them piercing through his attackers. The force of the impact sends bodies flying, knocking them far across the battlefield. Then, without missing a beat, Zhou Yi turns his focus to Wei and unleashes a light punishment attack. A blinding blast of energy tears through the air, heading straight for him. Meanwhile, Wang Xian, still inside his battered mechanical armor, watches everything unfold. Though slightly injured, he remains conscious. His eyes widen as he witnesses Zhou Yi's overwhelming power. "He's even stronger than I thought." He had expected a hard-fought battle, but this was a one-sided massacre. Zhou Yi wasn't just winning, he was dominating. Realizing there's no point in continuing, Wang Xian opens his device menu and hovers his hand over the surrender button. He sighs, shaking his head. If we had known this would happen, there was no need for 9 universities to team up. With a final glance at Zhou Yi, he presses yes. After today, he will become a national hero. That's it for this recap on Retro Recaps. What's your take on the next big twist? Drop your predictions in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on the next thrilling chapter. See you in the next recap.